At 3:10 in the morning, silence enveloped the world. Yet the Tang family villa was ablaze with light. Ensure every room is searched. We must find her. The deep, magnetic voice resonated, causing Qian Mi to feel as if she might bleed internally. Had she known better, she would not have impulsively ventured into the Tang residence to steal that trivial treasure. Instead of proving her worth, she had become a fish caught in a net. However, wisdom comes at a price, and regretting now was futile. Listening to the cacophony of footsteps outside, Qian Mi huddled deeper under the bed, terrified of being discovered. Yet, the more she feared, the more it seemed fate delighted in playing tricks on her. With a resounding click, the door to her room swung open. Accompanied by steady footsteps, the lights flickered on, illuminating the space. Qian Mi's vision sharpened instantly, and she caught sight of a pair of polished black shoes and sharply tailored trousers. Steeling herself, she held her breath, her eyes fixated, silently wishing, "Please don't discover me. Please don't discover me." After what felt like an eternity, her heart racing, she still saw no movement from the man outside the bed. "Kai been found out?" She cursed internally, gripping the small self-defense device tightly. If she were indeed discovered, she would have to gamble everything in a desperate fight for survival. The clock in the room ticked away, its sound grating in the stillness. Just as Qian Mi could no longer contain her urge to act, the figure before her turned and departed. Ah, she exhaled, her tension finally dissipating. Yet, before she could savor her relief, the sound of rushing water emanated from the bathroom, causing her heart to leap once more. He was taking a shower, must be the owner of this room, Qian Mi realized. Then, as if a new world had opened before her, her eyes darted cunningly at a shower. That's the perfect chance for me to escape. With a triumphant smile, she cautiously crawled out from beneath the bed, bending low and moving stealthily towards the balcony, as if she were a thief because she indeed was. Reaching the balcony, she swiftly retrieved a black device from her bag and pressed it against the wall. Once everything was set, she smirked with satisfaction, ready to climb over the balcony when that deep, magnetic voice rang out once more. "You cunning little mouse." Unable to resist crawling out from under the bed, Qian Mi froze, as if struck by lightning, but she quickly regained her composure, grabbing a bottle of black liquid from her bag and spraying it on her face, activating the device as she prepared to leap. Yet that devilish voice echoed again. "If you don't want to become a puddle of mush, I suggest you come down quietly." Those words halted her in her tracks. Though she was on the second floor, the height was still over 3 meters. Falling would not be as trivial as he suggested, and a broken leg would certainly be a possibility. With a face painted in black, she stiffly turned to face the man leaning against the doorframe. His long, pale fingers casually toyed with a black circular device, and his handsome face bore a self-assured smile. That very device was unmistakably the one she had just embedded in the wall. Looking at the tiled wall beside her, it was indeed empty. Observing the man's appearance, it was clear he did not seem freshly showered, indicating that he had orchestrated a ruse to ensnare her. How devious, Qian Mi grumbled inwardly. However, she felt a sense of relief knowing she had cleverly disguised herself, ensuring that if she managed to escape, he would not recognize her in the future. With no path left to take, she surrendered to the inevitable. Preparing to descend, she did not wish to remain here, exposed to the cold draft, yet. In a moment of distraction, her foot slipped and she lost her balance, teetering dangerously. "Ah!" Qian Mi screamed. Though jumping from heights had always been her forte, she lacked her usual gear today. Fortunately, in the nick of time, a strong hand grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Due to the momentum, they both fell to the ground, and Qian Mi found herself awkwardly atop the man. With a thud, her chin collided painfully with his chest, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Rubbing her chin, she lay atop him, gritting her teeth. "Is your chest made of iron? It's so hard." In that close proximity, she realized just how extraordinarily handsome the man beneath her was. His chiseled features seemed as if crafted by divine hands, and those eyes, typically inviting yet languid, now bore an intensity that made it difficult to meet his gaze. But this was not the time for infatuation. Qian Mi scrambled to rise. Yet before she could, the man effortlessly rolled over, pinning her down. "What's this? I save you, and you can't even utter a simple thank you?" He leaned in closer, his warm breath washing over her, making her uneasy. Qian Mi's cheeks flushed, and she pushed against his chest, attempting to create some distance. Yet the man was unyielding, wrapping an arm around her waist, lowering his head, nearly brushing his lips against hers. Hey, are you really going to kiss me like this? Alarm bells rang in Qian Mi's mind as her eyes widened. She certainly did not wish to lose her virtue that would be far too costly. Did this fellow have no fear? With her current appearance, she could only imagine how unattractive she looked. What kind of preference would one need to find her appealing? Though her words halted the man's advance, it was clear he had no intention of abandoning his pursuit. With a slight smirk, he gazed at her, his eyes roving over her form as he remarked, "Though your face is obscured, your figure is still quite commendable." A hippie cup. How shameless. Qian Mi felt her face flush with indignation, pinned beneath him, feeling both humiliated and provoked. That moment. She could no longer contain herself, fueled by fury. She summoned strength she didn't know she possessed and flipped him over. Futile, he chuckled darkly, his black eyes gleaming with mockery. But the next instant, his charming eyes widened in disbelief, and his expression paled. With ease, Qian Mi shoved him aside, blowing on her hands. All's fair in love and war. Her mentor had always advised against competing in strength with a man. It was a futile endeavor. Instead, one should target their most vulnerable spots for maximum effect. Gazing down at the man on the ground, his face contorted in discomfort, she triumphantly slung her bag over her shoulder and boasted, "Thank you for saving my life, I bid you. Farewell." With that, she turned to leave, yet she failed to notice the darkness deepening in the man's gaze as it grew inscrutable. "Yuya," he intoned, his voice as deep as water. Instantly, Qian Mi's spine stiffened. "On your right shoulder, there exists a crimson crescent-shaped birthmark." Qian Mi felt a cold sweat cascading down her body. "Woman, remember, you shall pay for this." She dared not linger any longer and swiftly embedded the device into the wall, soaring into the air like Spider-Man, albeit in a somewhat clumsy manner. "Young master, what has happened?" At that moment, a square-faced bodyguard rushed in. Upon seeing Tang Yizhou sprawled on the floor, he hurriedly assisted him onto the sofa to rest. A glance around revealed the situation. He lowered his head in contrition, murmuring, "My apologies, young master, it was my oversight." Although he had heard the shriek, he had not associated it with this location and had instead rushed outside the villa to search. This could not entirely be laid at his feet. For the woman's voice had indeed echoed from the balcony. "It's fine. You may leave now." Tang Yizhou waved his hand dismissively. "About the thief." The bodyguard hesitated. "She has already departed. There is no need to pursue her. Additionally, summon Dr. He." "Understood." The bodyguard bowed his head in acknowledgement and subsequently withdrew. With a sharp intake of breath, Tang Yizhou pressed his hands against his groin, his pallor transforming into an alarming shade of ashen, gritting his teeth in silent curses. That wretched woman, her strikes are truly merciless. 5 days later, at the grandest 7-star hotel in City A, a magnificent banquet was in full swing. Journalists from various newspapers thronged at the entrance, brandishing cameras in hopes of capturing close-up interviews. Unfortunately, a crowd of stern-faced security personnel surrounded the venue, leaving them to stretch their necks in vain. Just then, a black, elongated Lincoln came to a halt at the entrance. Several journalists turned at the noise, witnessing a gracefully poised woman disembarking from the vehicle. The girl, with exquisitely refined features, gently caressed her long, thick waves of hair, her large almond-shaped eyes scanning the surroundings with a slight pout of her cherry lips. She donned a simple strapless gown, the delicate green hue accentuating her fair and translucent complexion, resembling pure cream. The skirt, adorned with intricately layered blossoms, blended simplicity with complexity, creating a harmonious effect. "Oh, is that the heiress? I've never seen her before," remarked one female journalist, lowering her DSLR in confusion. "No idea, just take the shot," her companion urged. "Anyone attending this banquet is either rich or noble. We can analyze it later." As the camera flashes continued to erupt, Qian Mi furrowed her brow, a flicker of impatience dancing in her dark pupils. She was far from accustomed to high society, no matter how much work she had done over the past few days. She still felt out of place in such an environment. "Miss, we can enter now," a bodyguard in black attire reminded her. Casting a glance at the stoic, expressionless man beside her, she couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. Was it truly necessary for them to observe her so closely? She was a woman of her word, If she said she would not flee, she would not. Moreover, they had leverage over the Qi family, did they not? Accompanied by her guards, she stepped into the so-called gathering favored by the upper echelons of society. Instantly, several discerning socialites recognized her, their eyes widening in astonishment. Qian Mi rolled her eyes internally, thinking, what are you staring at? Aren't we all composed of 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth? Why the dramatic expressions? Ignoring their pointed glances, she confidently approached a long table brimming with an array of delectable dishes, her fingers itching to indulge. Had she not been maintaining her composure as a lady, she would have been salivating. Just as she reached for a pastry, the waitstaff at the entrance chorused, "Good evening, Mr. Tang," halting her movements. Some individuals possess an innate aura that others find hard to attain. The mere presence of such a person can command attention without uttering a word. Following their gaze, Qian Mi inadvertently dropped the pastry from her hand. There, standing before her, was a man of striking stature, clad in a hand-tailored black tailcoat that accentuated his tall frame, resembling a true prince. His noble demeanor was evident in his features. With deep-set black eyes gazing ahead with unwavering confidence, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips curling into a gentle smile. His arrival was like a thunderclap, electrifying the atmosphere. The previously composed noblewomen suddenly appeared starstruck, while the men's expressions varied upon his entrance. Wow, it's Tang Yizhou. I can't believe the most sought-after young master of City A has appeared so unexpectedly, exclaimed a woman in a nude-colored gown, her meticulously applied makeup nearly causing her to swoon. Well, of course, he is the host of this banquet. Would he not attend? Grumbled a nearby man in a suit. It was ridiculous how these women transformed from disinterest to rapture upon his arrival. Tang Yizhou slowly surveyed the crowd, his voice deep and resonant. I hope everyone enjoys themselves tonight. His words revitalized the atmosphere of the venue. Several men in suits attempted to engage him in conversation, but he seemed uninterested, and they awkwardly retreated. Meanwhile, Qian Mi remained frozen in place, dazed. Crescent, there is a crescent on your right shoulder. Woman, remember, you will pay for this. The biting warning echoed incessantly in her ears. At that moment, Qian Mi felt as though her demise was imminent. Instinctively, she wanted to flee. Yet her legs felt paralyzed with fear, refusing to budge. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Yizhou had already approached her, offering a charming smile as he complimented, "Miss Qi, you are even more radiant than in your photographs." He bent slightly, extending his long, fair hand. "It is an honor to have you here tonight. May I request the pleasure of a dance with you?" However, Qian Mi was lost in a daze, failing to grasp his words. "Miss Qi?" Observing her absent-minded state, Tang Yizhou found her bewildered expression endearing. He raised his voice slightly, repeating his invitation. "Oh, all right." The gathering around them fell silent, leaving only the graceful music to fill the air, making Tang Yizhou's tone seem somewhat elevated, which abruptly brought Qian Mi back to reality. In a flurry, she reached out to shake his hand, only to realize remnants of the pastry clung to her fingers. She quickly withdrew her hand, instinctively wiping it on her gown. Tang Yizhou and the surrounding guests observed her inexplicable behavior, and a flicker of inscrutable amusement crossed his deep-set eyes, yet his lips maintained a gentlemanly smile. Oh no. Oh no. Qian Mi panicked internally. If he discovered the crescent on her shoulder, there would be no escaping the consequences. Unfortunately, her misfortune was compounded by the fact that she wore a strapless gown today, but her long hair concealed the birthmark. In her heightened anxiety, disaster struck as she inadvertently stepped on the pastry, stumbling forward. Fortunately, Tang Yizhou was quick to catch her, his dark gaze inadvertently sweeping across her right shoulder, causing his expression to darken momentarily. Yet, mere seconds later, he regained his composure, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. His warm breath brushing against her ear. "May I have the honor of requesting a dance with you, Miss Qi?" Could she refuse? Yet it was evident that Tang Yizhou's inquiry was merely a formality. His request was gentle, yet his actions were assertive. Qian Mi felt as though she had been unceremoniously dragged into the center of the dance floor. The most infuriating aspect was that, from the perspective of onlookers, she appeared to be a delicate bird nestled against him, a sight that evoked pity. Her waist was encircled by a pair of long, powerful arms, with a broad palm pressed against her back. The warmth radiating from his palm seeped through the fabric and coursed through her body, spreading to her limbs. His other slender finger clasped her hand, their proximity so intimate that their breaths nearly mingled. Despite wearing high heels, she barely reached his shoulder. Tang Yizhou looked down at her, his long lashes slightly lowered, his dark eyes gentle yet profound. Yet, she detected a glimmer of mocking amusement, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse in his gaze. This close interaction inevitably reminded Qian Mi of that day at the Tang family villa. They had been even closer then, his tall and sturdy frame pressed tightly against her, his masculine aura enveloping her like an invisible net. Unlike that day, he now exuded gentlemanly courtesy, a stark contrast to the wicked demeanor he had when pinning her down. "Woman, remember, you will pay for this," echoed in her mind. Startled, Qian Mi stumbled, her stiletto heel landing on his leather shoe, yet he did not flinch. "Miss Qi," he suddenly halted, leaning slightly towards her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Qian Mi realized he was drawing nearer, his lips almost touching hers. His flawless face devoid of any pore seemed poised to come closer. She tensed up, feeling like a cornered hen. "No." She instinctively stepped back, covering her mouth with her hand, relieved that the anticipated kiss did not occur. Miss Qi, or more precisely, Miss Qi with the crescent-shaped birthmark on her right shoulder. His calm yet teasing tone startled her. "Why you?" Qian Mi stammered in terror, instinctively covering her right shoulder with her left hand. This action, however, was akin to revealing a hidden truth. Her mind was in disarray. How had he discovered this despite her hair covering it? With a firm tug, Tang Yizhou pulled her back into his embrace, one arm securing her slender waist while the other gently swept aside the hair draped over her shoulder. The small yet prominent crescent birthmark was exposed, losing its concealment. He grinned mischievously, his dark eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. "Miss Qi, or perhaps the little mouse who sneaked into my home, how do you intend to take responsibility for this?" Aye. Qian Mi stuttered nervously. "When did you discover it?" His deep laughter resonated once more, warm breath lingering as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "When you threw yourself at me." In that moment, Qian Mi felt her heart sink. She understood the saying, "Revenge is a dish best served cold," and realized that the man she had provoked would demand payment. It was too late to say anything. This man was not someone to be trifled with, and she could only hope for leniency. But was leniency even a possibility? She had struck at his most vulnerable point that day. The memory of his pale face and gritted teeth sent her legs trembling once more. Without uttering a word, Tang Yizhou wrapped his arms around her and began to lead her away. What are you doing? Are you going to silence me?" Qian Mi exclaimed in panic, her feet planted firmly on the ground. However, in her high heels on the waxed floor, Tang Yizhou effortlessly pulled her along. Noticing her resistance, he lowered his head to warn, "If everyone finds out that the young lady of the Qi family snuck into my home in the dead of night, how do you think tomorrow's news will report it?" Qian Mi immediately ceased her struggles. She felt akin to a captive bride captured by a bandit, and the lavish room before her seemed to be her tragic fate. Yet, this bandit was neither simple nor crude. Instead, he was remarkably gentle and polite, gesturing for Qian Mi to sit on the soft, cloud-like bed before he turned to the bathroom. Surely, he did not intend to clean himself before devouring her? That did not align with expectations. Shouldn't he be cleaning her instead? The bathroom door closed, and Qian Mi glanced around, making a decision. Rather than waiting here passively, it would be wiser to attempt an escape. Remaining would only lead to one outcome, being consumed whole by this wolf. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The sound of running water soon filled the air, but Qian Mi recalled her previous lesson, the last time he had used a shower as a ruse to deceive her. This man was nothing short of a cunning fox. She needed to be meticulous this time. Like a silent cat, she crept to the bathroom door, the frosted glass faintly reflecting a robust figure. Her heart raced. He must be washing up. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, gathering her skirt. She wished she had scissors to cut it, but time was of the essence. She swiftly twisted the bed sheets into a rope, securing one end to the bedpost and the other around herself. Unfortunately, any tools had long been confiscated at the Qi residence, so she had to make do. Spotting a bottle of oil on the table, she mischievously sprinkled it on the balcony floor. If Tang Yizhou chased after her, the slick surface might buy her some time and send him tumbling. She was quite clever. Reaching the balcony, she realized that crossing the concrete gap would allow her to access another room, enabling her escape. However, glancing down at the tiny cars and pedestrians below sent her heart racing. If she slipped, she might not merely sustain injuries. Taking a deep breath, Qian Mi hesitantly placed one foot on the edge of the balcony, bracing against the wind. She grasped a nearby column and extended her foot towards the gap, which was wide enough to accommodate her passage. But as her second foot crossed the threshold, a deep voice laced with anger pierced through the air like a shard of ice. "Are you trying to throw your life away?" Startled, Qian Mi lost her footing and began to fall. Fortunately, a strong hand grasped her wrist. At that moment, her feet dangled in midair, suspended over the gap. Tang Yizhou held her wrist tightly with one hand while the other braced against the balcony, his face a stormy hue, as if a tempest were brewing. Do you have no sense? You think you can escape like this every time? Are you Spider-Man? Qian Mi was on the verge of panic. After years of traveling with her master, she had never encountered such a perilous situation, especially when her masters had always protected her. This time, she faced real danger. If he let go, she would plummet to her demise. Please, no more talking. Just pull me up. Qian Mi hung in midair like a grasshopper, the wind howling beneath her, filling her ears with a cacophony of sound, while the distant honking of cars faded into a blurred murmur. A man grasped her tightly with one hand, his face darkened as he said, I wish to pull you up too. He truly did not anticipate that this woman would possess such audacity, resorting to such a foolish means of escape. Then hurry and pull me up. Qian Mi felt her arm nearly dislocating, a searing pain coursing through her. Although she was not heavy, weighing around 90 pounds. Even a strong man like him could not sustain this for long. Why, then, was he hesitating to pull her up? Was it merely to revel in her misfortune? But I don't know which fool applied oil on the balcony. Upon seeing Qian Mi's expression stiffen, her face darkening further, he exclaimed, Don't tell me it was you. Qian Mi averted her gaze, her voice faltering. It was me. You wretched woman. Tang Yizhou could hardly contain his fury. Due to the oil on the floor, his situation was perilous. A moment's inattention could send both of them plummeting. At that moment, he desperately wished to throttle her. What do we do now? Qian Mi's eyes, stinging and red from the wind, were rendered tearless even in this dire predicament. As her hand began to slip, Tang Yizhou tightened his grip on her wrist. Quickly surveying their surroundings, he noticed a small iron frame not far from her. His eyes brightened with realization. Try to hook your foot onto the iron frame to your left, he commanded. Qian Mi complied, her innate agility from childhood aiding her as she managed to hook one foot onto the frame, nearly bursting into tears of relief. I've hooked it. But barely a moment later, she felt the strong hand holding her suddenly give way, sending chills of dread coursing through her. Hey, don't joke with me now. This is serious. Tang Yizhou's forehead was lined with tension, commanding her once more. No one is joking. Now try to climb onto the nearby concrete slab with your other hand. Just moments ago, she had nearly slipped and fallen, but he had reacted quickly to stabilize them. He was risking his life to save her, and yet she thought he was jesting. Well, Qian Mi realized the urgency. They were both in imminent danger. Carefully, she maneuvered her ungripped hand to cling to the concrete slab, and with that support, Tang Yizhou visibly relaxed. Get ready. I will pull you up now. Qian Mi nodded in affirmation. When I count to 3, pull with all your might, he instructed, his words deliberate. As Tang Yizhou enveloped her waist, and they collapsed onto the oil-slicked floor, both exhaled in relief. Qian Mi's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled back down. She had truly thought she would not survive. How wonderful it is to be alive. Thank you, she stammered, although her misstep had startled him. Without his timely intervention, she would have met her demise. No need for thanks, Tang Yizhou replied, his tone icy. However, it appears it is time for us to settle accounts. Settle accounts? What accounts? She would not grant him such an opportunity. As soon as her feet touched the ground, the woman who had just danced with death darted away like a slippery eel, eager to escape the room. With each step he took closer, Qian Mi flailed her arms, her voice rising in urgency. That SA-coded lock. Without the code, you might as well chop it down with an axe. Where would she find an axe? Moreover, this was clearly an expensive door. Would she use a golden axe or a silver one to break through? I wouldn't mind if you shared the code with me, she said, forcing a smile. Share the code? Tang Yizhou's long fingers spread and then curled back, his dark eyes lazy yet threatening, as if a tempest brewed within, ready to engulf the woman before him. I saved you, and you're so eager to flee? No, not at all. Qian Mi pressed her back against the door, nervously swallowing, her wide eyes scanning for an escape route. The first time I saved you, you repaid my kindness with a kick. Now, having saved you again, you wish to run away so hastily. Tell me, do you think I will allow you to leave so easily? As he approached her like a predator, Qian Mi's gaze darted to a nearby vase, which she picked up to shield herself. Please, calm down. Tang Yizhou smirked slightly. That's what I should be saying to you. I'm serious. As the saying goes, retreating a step opens up vast horizons. Let us settle this amicably. Before she could finish, he grasped her waist, and her heart sank as they both tumbled to the ground. Oh, today is truly unlucky. Now there was no escaping. Previously, she had thought herself quite capable, yet this man, Tang Yizhou, seemed far stronger, easily overpowering her. Let me go? They lay entangled on the floor, her body pressed against his. The fresh scent of his damp hair enveloped her, exuding a masculine allure. Yet, it was his iron grip around her waist that ignited panic. The tighter she struggled, the more he constricted, like a serpent ensnaring its prey. Let you go? Tang Yizhou's gaze held a sardonic glint. Just as Qian Mi pondered the meaning behind that look, she was suddenly flipped over. The man held her wrists above her head with one hand, while the other cradled her delicate chin, lifting it slightly. His dark eyes gleamed with intensity. Miss Qi, I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation. Explain what? Qian Mi found her chin forcibly lifted, pinned beneath him, utterly immobile. Explain why the esteemed Miss Qi would be at my home in the dead of night and why you fled just now? He leaned in closer, his voice low. Or perhaps this is your ploy of feigned pursuit. Feigning pursuit. Qian Mi glared at him, bewildered. Why would she engage in such theatrics? Sensing her confusion, Tang Yizhou chuckled softly. Your grandfather has gone to great lengths to bring you to me, and yet you repeatedly disregard my invitations, keeping me on my toes. That night, when you appeared in my room, and now this escapade, my dear fiancé, might I ask if this is a surprise meant for me? Fiancé? Qian Mi's eyes widened in horror, utterly taken aback. Still playing coy? Tang Yizhou released her chin, his dark eyes sparkling with mockery. Though I wish to deny it, you have indeed captured my attention. Wait, you mean I am your fiancé? Alarm bells rang in Qian Mi's mind. Heh, Tang Yizhou leaned closer. His lips mere centimeters from hers, his dark eyes swirling like an abyss. Is being my fiancé truly a grievance? Actually, I'm not. Before Qian Mi could finish, Tang Yizhou silenced her with a kiss. His soft, cool lips pressed against hers, emphatically halting her words, as if to punish her insincerity. Qian Mi struggled, shaking her head, trying to break free. But the disparity in strength between a man and a woman was undeniable. Moreover, his superior height and strength allowed him to easily restrain her with a single hand. The initial forceful pressure gradually lessened, but a sharp pain followed as Tang Yizhou groaned. Without releasing her lips, the taste of blood filled her mouth. Qian Mi couldn't discern whether it was hers or his, only that she felt like a wild beast had pinned her down, ready to devour her. The man's warm breath brushed against her ear, yet it sent shivers down her spine, like the touch of a cold serpent. Alarm bells rang in Qian Mi's mind. Determined not to be violated, she instinctively kneed him, hoping to replicate her previous escape. Still relying on the same old trick? Tang Yizhou's voice, tinged with annoyance, retorted, Did you think I'd fall for that again? Her legs were firmly pinned by his long, powerful limbs, rendering her immobile. She glared at the man looming over her eyes blazing with defiance. Forcing a woman is hardly the act of a gentleman. Have the courage to win my consent. You know, forced fruit is never sweet. She paused, continuing, Furthermore, I am Qi's heiress. If you force me, aren't you afraid I'll expose your deeds, revealing your hypocritical facade to the world? How sharp-tongued. Tang Yizhou said with a confident smirk. Go ahead and expose me. I'd welcome it. Everyone will know you're mine. What's not to like? You. Qian Mi sputtered, wishing she could spit in his face. Tang Yizhou leaned in again. Last time, you narrowly escaped. I won't let you off so easily this time. If you dare to jest with me, be prepared to face the consequences. Was her virtue about to be sullied by this man? Impossible. She had to find a way to save herself, to prevent him from taking advantage. Wait, Qian Mi blurted out, her mind racing. Tang Yizhou regarded her quizzically. His damp dark hair framed his face, highlighting his sharp nose and subtly curved lips. He was undeniably handsome, but she had no time for admiration. My little mouse. What else do you have to say? The man drawled. Qian Mi licked her lips, her throat parched. I have my period. I've heard that men who touch a woman during that time are cursed for life. Tang Yizhou paused, then let out a deep, mirthful laugh. You truly never cease to surprise me. Really? Qian Mi forced a dry laugh. My pleasure. However, for a little liar like you, I must verify that myself. Tang Yizhou's hand slid down her body, nearing the crucial point. This man was insane. I really am having my period. Do you want me to show you? Qian Mi cried out, desperate and willing to say anything. Tang Yizhou paused, a slight smile playing on his lips, but he didn't proceed. So, this is how old Master Qi educates his granddaughter with such candor. He probably meant crude, Qian Mi thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. Well, it's better than being a lecherous wolf who pounces on any woman he sees. But right now, she needed to appease him and protect her virtue. Everything else could wait. Anyway, I'm your fiancé, right? There's no rush. I want to save my most precious moment for our wedding night. How unexpectedly traditional, Tang Yizhou chuckled, the darkness in his eyes receding. Looks like I've struck gold. Thanks for the compliment. Therefore, we'll have our engagement at the beginning of next month. Qian Mi stared at him, her mouth agape. After a moment, she pointed a trembling finger at him, her face alternating between pale and dark. You tricked me. Do you think I need to? Tang Yizhou raised an eyebrow. Qian Mi's mind was in turmoil. She didn't bother arguing with him, glared at him, and turned to leave. She felt like she'd fallen into a trap and needed answers. An hour later, at the Qi family mansion. You tricked me. Qian Mi burst through the door like a whirlwind. A servant, about to open the door, was slammed aside, tears welling up in their eyes. Qian Mi stormed towards Qi Ming. Why didn't you tell me everything before the deal? Do you know I almost got devoured by that wolf, losing her virtue. If not for her quick wit, would she be standing here intact? That old Qi was too cunning. What did I trick you about? Qi Ming asked slowly, leaning on his cane. You tricked me. Never mind. Qian Mi waved her hand. Let bygones be bygones. Anyway, I didn't lose anything. I attended the banquet as your granddaughter. Now, can you let me go? I could before, but not now. Qian Mi froze. Qi Ming gestured, and two men blocked her path. Qian Mi turned back, eyes blazing. What do you mean? Tang Yizhou called. He agreed to marry Si Han next month, Qi Ming said calmly. What does that have to do with me? Qian Mi asked, brushing back her wavy hair. She preferred a ponytail, it was too hot with her hair down. She didn't care who Tang Yizhou married. It had nothing to do with her. Si Han was the Qi heiress, not her. You are Si Han now, Qi Ming declared. Qian Mi waved her hand in front of Qi Ming. Hey Qi, I'm Qian Mi, not your granddaughter, Qi Si Han. Don't hypnotize yourself. Qi Ming didn't want to argue. I have leverage over you. If you don't want trouble, listen to me. I don't want to listen to you. She didn't believe he had that much power. Qian Mi turned to punch one of the men. She faked a move, and he dodged. She slipped past him. Another man tried to grab her. Qian Mi grabbed a basket and threw everything at him. He fell. Qian Mi clapped her hands. Is that the best you've got? You can't even handle me. As she reached the door, a figure blocked her path. Before she could react, he lifted her and carried her to Qi Ming. He had hidden reinforcements. Lock her in her room. No one lets her out without my permission. Watch her. If she escapes, you know the consequences. Yes, sir. The bodyguard nodded. Thus, Qian Mi was unceremoniously tossed into Qi Si Han's room on the second floor, unequivocally indicating her confinement. Rising while covering her rear, Qian Mi pounded on the door in exasperation, exclaiming, Let me out, you deceitful scoundrel. I am not your granddaughter. Cease this self-deception. After a prolonged outcry, no one paid her any heed, and in despair, she sank onto the soft bed. Upon noticing a picture frame on the bedside table, her large eyes gleamed momentarily. The girl in the photograph possessed willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and petite lips that accentuated her small, exquisite face, especially those eyes, brimming with arrogance and an innate nobility. While undeniably beautiful, the striking resemblance to her own face was startling. After a day filled with turmoil and trepidation, Qian Mi chose not to dwell on other matters. Her singular desire was to recuperate in hopes of escaping the following day. The next morning, hunger roused Qian Mi from her slumber. The previous day's exhaustion and anxiety had left her without sustenance, and her stomach rumbled incessantly. Miss? The master requests your presence downstairs. A servant trembled at the door. Qian Mi, tousling her disheveled hair, rolled her eyes heavenward in disbelief. Why do you call me miss? You know I am not. The servant quivered, aware the girl was not the genuine heiress. After all, a true lady would not exhibit such brutishness. Yet, the resemblance was uncanny. No, it was beyond mere likeness. They were indistinguishable. Prioritizing sustenance, Qian Mi dismissed the notion of debating with a servant. After a hasty wash and donning clean attire, she descended the stairs. She beheld Qi Ming, calmly enjoying his meal at the dining table, as if he had not been the one to imprison her the day prior. Qian Mi grimaced, instinctively touching her growling stomach, and unapologetically took a seat at the table to indulge in her meal. Qi Ming glanced up, adopting a persuasive tone. Miss Qian, if you continue to impersonate my granddaughter Si Han, you may freely access everything the Qi family has to offer. I shall regard you as my own granddaughter. Whatever you desire will be at your disposal. And what if I demand you gift me this villa? Would you comply? What if I request the entire company? Would that be feasible? Qian Mi shot him a sidelong glance, casually responding before lowering her gaze to appease her hunger. Qi Ming's smile faltered momentarily. Miss Qian, I speak earnestly. I am equally sincere, she replied, placing her spoon down and meeting his gaze directly. Old Master Qi, one must weave a multitude of lies to sustain a single falsehood. It is a vicious cycle, and ultimately, all lies will be unveiled. If you wish for me to masquerade as Qi Si Han to conceal matters from Tang Yishou, have you considered how he might react when the truth emerges? Will he allow you to deceive him so? Qi Ming could not help but admire her. Though she was a lowly thief, her words were astute and poignant. Yet, he found himself teetering on the precipice. He had already resolved to exploit this girl for the sake of attending the gala. Now, the decision was irrevocable. Tang Yishou had already proposed, leaving him with no alternative. Moreover, her striking resemblance to Si Han made her the only one capable of deception. Qi Ming's eyes darted as inspiration struck him. He turned his gaze slowly toward Qian Mi, who felt uneasy under his scrutiny, rubbing the goosebumps that had suddenly appeared on her arms. Speak your mind. Do not stare at me so. It is rather unsettling. Miss Qian, he began. If you agree to impersonate my granddaughter, I shall grant you that exquisite blue and white porcelain. Qian Mi abruptly halted her movements, her hands frozen in disbelief as she gazed at him. You must be serious, not jesting with me? Good heavens. That blue and white porcelain vase was the highest-selling antique at last year's auction. She recalled her master's envious expression at the time. If she could acquire it and present it to him, wouldn't he be overjoyed? If you doubt me, I shall draft a written agreement immediately. With a firm thud, Qian Mi slammed her palm on the table. Though I am not one to lie, a benevolent falsehood can sometimes be necessary. I am inherently soft-hearted and compassionate, so please, draft that agreement quickly, otherwise, I cannot focus on assisting you. Qi Ming's lips twitched in silent exasperation. To preempt any unforeseen complications, he promptly summoned a lawyer to handle the matter. When Qian Mi obtained the signed contract from both parties, she gleefully clutched it, showering it with kisses. Miss Qian, I appreciate your efforts during this time. Once my granddaughter returns, you shall be free to go. Indeed, at that moment, Qian Mi was still lost in a reverie of presenting the blue and white porcelain to her master when she heard Qi Ming's words, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Then, as if recalling something, she looked up with a curious expression and asked softly, by the way, where has your granddaughter gone? Has she run away from home or gone missing? I truly wish to see this heiress who resembles me so closely. Qi Ming's eyes flickered momentarily before his expression darkened. I am afraid I cannot divulge that information. Having signed the contract, Qi Ming felt reassured and did not assign anyone to keep watch over her, granting her a degree of freedom. In the dead of night, perhaps due to the air conditioning, Qian Mi felt parched and, in a daze, rose to fetch a glass of water. As she passed the living room, she heard the faint sound of the front door creaking open. Instantly alert, she stealthily approached the entrance. It was late at night, and anyone lurking at someone else's door must surely be a thief. Yet, this thief seemed rather inept, struggling to open the door for an extended period. If it were her, she would have accomplished the task in mere moments. Just as her impatience grew, the door finally creaked open. Without a second thought, she swiftly moved to incapacitate the intruder, delivering a forceful kick in the process. Unbeknownst to her, the kick landed squarely on the thief's sensitive area, eliciting a loud yelp. Several bodyguards in black rushed to the scene, illuminating the Qi residence. The leader, visibly anxious, inquired, what transpired? Behold, I have captured a thief, Qian Mi declared, pointing at the man on the ground who was clutching himself in agony. Her lips curled in a smirk, even as she silently prayed for his recovery. The man in black glanced over and nearly collapsed. Young master. Huh? Qian Mi blinked, her dark eyes darting with confusion. Half an hour later, are you all right? Qian Mi asked, gripping the edge of her clothing, her voice tinged with anxiety. How could she have known he was the heir of the Qi family? What kind of young master returned home at such an hour without a sound? And fumbled with the door for so long? Anyone would misinterpret him as a thief. Yet, this young master was undeniably handsome, possessing an allure that was striking without a hint of effeminacy. His brows resembled distant mountains, his eyes a striking light amber, with a high, chiseled nose. He embodied elegance, like a pristine bamboo, untouched by the world. I am fine, Qi Jinyun replied, taking a sharp breath as he responded nonchalantly. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly enough to protect himself, as Qian Mi's kick had merely struck his hand, although he had safeguarded his vital areas. The force of her kick had left his hand throbbing with pain. Are you truly not Si Han? Are you not jesting with me? He glanced at the woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to his sister, struggling to comprehend the improbability of the situation. Qian Mi pursed her lips, exhaling in resignation. For the 5th time, I assure you, I am not Si Han. My name is Qian Mi. Qi Jinyun scrutinized her with a puzzled expression. You and my sister are indistinguishable. You both. Yin heir, you have returned. A steady voice descended from the stairs. Qian Mi, impeccably dressed, stood on the second floor. Grandfather, Qi Jin-yun stood respectfully. Come to my room. I have matters to discuss with you. Qi Jin-yun cast a glance back at Qian Mi, who sat awkwardly on the sofa, before ascending the stairs. Watching their retreating figures, Qian Mi breathed a sigh of relief. At breakfast the following day, Qi Jin-yun continued to regard her with a complex expression. Qian Mi felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, hastily shoveling food into her mouth before retreating to her room. That old man, Qi Ming, must have divulged everything to his beloved grandson. How would Qi Jin-yun perceive her? Surely he must think her a woman eager for wealth and luxury. Yet, she was not avaricious for riches. She simply yearned for that blue and white porcelain vase. Oh, how she longed to embrace it while she slept. After spending some time in her room, feeling stifled, Qian Mi decided to venture up to the observation deck on the third floor for a breath of fresh air. Let him think what he may. After all, she had navigated the world for many years. If she were to be troubled by other scrutinizing gazes, how could she have lived so comfortably? However, the Qi residence was indeed lavish. The observation deck was expansive, adorned with a thick plush carpet, muffling her footsteps. In the center, a telescope likely intended for stargazing at night stood prominently. Gazing out, she beheld a lush green lawn and a crystal-clear lake. Qian Mi inhaled deeply, the refreshing breeze sweeping away her discontent. Suddenly inspired, she cupped her hands around her mouth and called out joyfully. In moments of gloom, she had often resorted to this method, which had proven effective. After shouting, she felt an immediate sense of release. What are you doing? A deep voice resonated behind her. Qian Mi's exuberance faltered, her awe caught in her throat, and she nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing violently. Are you all right? Tang Yizhou stepped closer, gently patting her back in a calm manner. Qian Mi's face turned crimson from coughing, yet she instinctively took a few steps back, distancing herself from him. I'm fine. Tang Yizhou's hand lingered in the air, observing her visible impatience and resistance without a hint of embarrassment. He lowered his hand, standing with his arms behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. His voice was effortlessly soothing. What troubles you? Did I startle you? No, Qian Mi stammered, shaking her head while subtly retreating, maintaining a prudent distance as she warily questioned, what brings you here? The more he exuded gentleness, the more she felt he was a cunning fox, scheming beneath his calm exterior. This man was the quintessential sly fox, a conclusion she had drawn from their brief encounters. Tang Yizhou observed her reluctance keenly, his expression devoid of anger. He studied Qian Mi's vigilant demeanor for a moment before chuckling softly. We are to be engaged soon. Is it wrong for me to come and see you? Well, that is a future matter. As of now, I am still single, Qian Mi retorted, her smile lacking sincerity. For reasons unknown, her skin prickled at his slightest touch, and she felt an overwhelming urge to flee whenever he drew near. Perhaps she was the only one audacious enough to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, rather than being irked by her unabashed candor, he found her rather intriguing, at least not as obsequious as other women who clung to him. Regardless of whether her intentions were to allure or to tease, this tactic proved undeniably effective with men. He smiled non-committally and inquired, May I have the honor of inviting the esteemed single lady to dinner? Can I refuse? Qian Mi asked, her clear eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Yizhou did not retract his hand but instead narrowed his eyes slightly, maintaining a calm tone. What do you think? Seeing his expression, she understood. It was futile to resist. After all, she was dependent on him now, and she could only swallow her pride. Besides, this cunning fox was treacherous, and she couldn't confront him directly. Otherwise, she might face dire consequences. It was wiser to go along with his whims, taking life one step at a time. Haha. I was joking. How could I possibly refuse? Qian Mi's eyes twinkled like crescent moons, though her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a bitter herb. Placing her hand in his long, broad palm, she declared, It is my honor to dine with young Master Tang. To call it merely dining seemed extravagant. The vast restaurant was nearly empty, with only the two of them and a solitary violinist, while the waitstaff made scarce appearances. I wish for our pleasant dinner to remain undisturbed, Tang Yizhou explained lightly, observing Qian Mi's astonishment. With a wave of his hand, the violinist gracefully retreated, and a young man in uniform approached them with two menus. Mr. Tang, Miss Qian, here are your menus. As Qian Mi slowly opened the menu, her expression turned blank. The jumbled characters seemed familiar, yet she could not comprehend them. Frustrated, she contemplated flipping the table. Why couldn't they print the menu in Chinese? What were these incomprehensible words? How could she order food if she couldn't understand? Noticing her intense focus on the menu without making a move, Tang Yizhou arched an eyebrow. Is there nothing here to your liking? Shall we go to another restaurant? He would likely choose another upscale establishment, where she would still be met with a plethora of unfamiliar terms. Thus, she conceded, why don't you order first? I will follow your lead. Tang Yizhou seemed amused by her response, his smile deepening. He closed the menu and named several dishes in an unknown language, which the professional waiter noted meticulously before bowing slightly. Please wait a moment. Only when the waiter had retreated did she finally exhale in relief. The meal was fraught with tension and discomfort. The dishes took 4 hours to arrive, and in truth, she had consumed very little. Observing the conflicted expression on the petite woman's face, Tang Yizhou elegantly set down his cutlery. What is it? Do you not enjoy the meal? I had heard you were fond of French cuisine. That was something the true heiress adored, not her. She preferred warm, comforting noodle soup and a variety of home-style dishes. But she couldn't voice her true feelings, so she merely replied, it's fine. Yet her face was contorted as if she had bitten into a bitter melon. To her, it's fine felt like a gross understatement. After 4 long hours, they finished their meal, and Qian Mi stifled a yawn, unable to openly express her fatigue. The events of the past few days had deprived her of a good night's sleep. Wait here. I will retrieve the car from the garage, Tang Yizhou said, having sent the driver away, opting to drive himself. Okay, she managed to suppress another yawn and nodded. Shortly after he left, a sharp, feminine voice pierced the air. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Miss Qi? Qian Mi, having just stifled a yawn, turned to see a stylishly dressed woman stepping out of an ostentatious vehicle. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her vintage Qi Pao accentuating her curves, but her words lacked the same charm. I thought it was the haughty Miss Qi. Aren't you too good to dine with others? Have you finally changed your mind and are willing to dine with a man? How enlightening. She had just caught a glimpse of a tall, handsome man's retreating figure as he headed toward the garage to fetch his car. But why did that man's silhouette seem somewhat familiar? Listening to the woman's taunts, Qian Mi couldn't help but yawn again, wiping away the tears that had escaped from her eyes. The woman, seeing Qian Mi's nonchalant demeanor, pointed an impeccably manicured finger at her. Qi Sahan, don't think you are impressive just because your grandfather supports you. You are an anomaly in this circle. Being called an anomaly didn't bother Qian Mi in the slightest. After all, it wasn't an insult directed at her. But what had Qi Sahan done to provoke such ire? She appeared quite lovely, yet her words dripped with venom. What? Can't say anything? If it weren't for your brother's timely arrival last time, do you think I would let you off so easily? The woman glared at her with fiery eyes. What did I do to you last time? Qian Mi asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. Though she was not one to gossip, she was intrigued. She wanted to know if the feuds among the upper class were as entertaining as the squabbles of the neighborhood aunties downstairs. Don't play dumb. You know exactly what I'm referring to. Qian Mi raised an eyebrow, shaking her hand. Her temper was not to be trifled with. This exquisitely dressed woman was like a venomous snake, and she had already taken a step back. Yet this woman continued to come closer. As she shook her hand, her large eyes narrowed, conveying a sense of impending storm. The woman, recalling something, turned pale and retreated several steps. Her voice trembled. I warn you. If you dare to hit me again, I won't let you off easily. Qian Mi's eyes glinted mischievously as she smirked. Oh, if you're so aware, why come to my doorstep and offer yourself up for a beating? She cracked her knuckles menacingly, advancing toward the woman. The woman's complexion paled further, and she retreated several steps before hastily jumping back into her car, slamming the door behind her. Lowering the window, she yelled, Qi Sahan, don't get too cocky. I will make you regret this. I will have my revenge. Pathetic, Qian Mi shook her head, finding it amusing how easily frightened the upper-class heiresses were. Who are you calling pathetic? A warm breath brushed against her back, causing her hair to stand on end. Instinctively, she took a few steps back. When did you silently appear behind me? Tang Yizhou chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Just when you were threatening that woman. Coughing lightly. Qian Mi felt a pang of guilt. Thankfully, she had not revealed her more violent side, or her true nature would have been exposed. It was she who provoked me first. Qian Mi pursed her lips and remarked, I never easily provoke anyone. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. What if someone offends you? Tang Yizhou inquired with an agreeable demeanor. Qian Mi made a swift motion with her hand, her large eyes glinting. Merciless. Tang Yizhou gazed at her intently until she felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. My curiosity about you grows by the moment. With that, he turned to open the car door. Fortunately, with a soft beep, the safety lock disengaged, and he looked back, declaring, from now on, I shall gradually unravel the mysteries surrounding you. satisfying my curiosity. Qian Mi shivered ominously. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Qian Mi found the others already asleep. However, Qi Jinyun was still seated on the living room sofa, staring blankly ahead, seemingly lost in thought. As Qian Mi entered, his previously dazed expression brightened slightly. "You're back. Was dinner satisfactory?" "Yes, it was fine. Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Seeing the eldest son of the Qi family, whom she had accidentally injured the previous day, made her feel a touch awkward. "I can't sleep." Qi Jinyun casually shifted the topic. Though he had been waiting specifically for her return, a fact he chose to conceal. Yesterday, his grandfather had discussed numerous matters with him. In just a few days away on business, so much had transpired. Not only had Sihan mysteriously vanished, but a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her had also appeared. Again, he was looking at her with that gentle yet complex gaze. Qian Mi felt somewhat uncomfortable, scratching her head in uncertainty about what to say. After a moment of silence, she found the atmosphere between them too awkward and waved her hand, saying, "Well, I'm going to bed now." "Go ahead," Qi Jinyun nodded, noticing her weary expression. "I'll head to my room as well. Good night." "Good. Ah." As Qian Mi passed by Qi Jinyun, her attention was drawn to her nude-colored long dress. Unbeknownst to her, her high heels caught on the hem, sending her stumbling forward. Qi Jinyun reacted swiftly, reaching out to steady her, but due to the force of inertia, her head collided directly into his embrace. "Oh, sorry." Qian Mi hurriedly withdrew from his arms, only to find her hair caught on the button of his shirt. The sudden movement tugged painfully at her scalp. "Ah, it hurts." "Hold still." Qi Jinyun, however, since that incident, she harbored more animosity toward this woman than anyone else, resenting her cold-bloodedness. The mere thought of her marrying her brother and becoming a member of the Tang family was preposterous. "Rest assured, I will prevent this. Qi Sihan will never be a part of our Tang family," Tang Shuiwei declared resolutely, her delicate face contorted with anger. Sun Shuiya, observing her demeanor, felt considerably relieved. "I have a scheme that can both teach her a lesson and dissuade your brother from marrying her." Tang Shuiwei pursed her lips and inquired, "Tell me." Qian Mi, reclining on a lounge chair on the third floor, engrossed in a comic book, was completely oblivious to the plot being hatched against her. Just as she reached an enthralling part, a servant approached her with soft footsteps, bowing and announcing, Miss Tang has come to see you." Qian Mi initially rolled her eyes toward the ceiling. "I've told you to call me by my name. I am not your real Miss Qi Sihan." "Oh, right. You said Miss Tang is looking for me." "Which Miss Tang?" The servant lowered her head, murmuring, But the master said to treat you as a miss, and we cannot disobey his orders." All right, Qian Mi said, propping up her forehead. "Call me whatever you want. Can you answer my question first?" "It is Miss Tang Shuwei, the young master's sister, who has come to see you. She is already waiting for you in the downstairs living room." Tang Yizhou's sister? Why would Tang Yizhou's sister be looking for her? "Okay, you can go down first. I'll change my clothes and come down." Tang Shuiwei was already seated on the sofa in the reception room, having clearly put considerable effort into her appearance today. Her features were naturally exquisite and beautiful, requiring only a light, natural makeup to accentuate her allure. As Qian Mi descended the stairs, she beheld such a graceful and elegant beauty sitting quietly on the sofa, resembling a painting. Comparing her to herself, Qian Mi's mouth twitched involuntarily. The disparity was simply too vast. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, she stood in stark contrast to Tang Shuwei, like the difference between a swan and a duckling. Tang Shuwei, hearing the sound, slightly raised her head. Upon seeing Qian Mi, her eyes flickered for a moment before quickly regaining composure. "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go find a place." Tang Shuwei rose and finished speaking as if she found even glancing at her bothersome. Qian Mi was bewildered. Had she offended her in some way? The young lady was driving herself. Qian Mi sat in the passenger seat, observing the other woman's unapproachable profile and tightly pursed lips, deciding to remain silent. You still look like this." As the light turned green, Tang Shuwei stopped the car, turning her head to look at her with disdain. Qian Mi was perplexed. What did she mean by this look? "What do you mean by what look?" She was genuinely seeking clarification, but Tang Shuwei interpreted it as a provocation, letting out another cold laugh. "Qi Sihan, stop pretending. Is there any point?" She scoffed. "I'm here today mainly to make one thing clear to you." As the light turned red, Tang Shuwei was about to continue speaking, but Qian Mi calmly pointed to the front. "The light is red." Tang Shuwei was momentarily speechless, glaring at her resentfully but saying nothing more. The two arrived at an elegant CAF. After being seated, a waiter promptly came to take their orders. Tang Shuwei presumptuously ordered 2 cups of coffee. Tang Shui stared at her without speaking. Qian Mi found her gaze, like Tang Yizhou's, unsettling. However, unlike Tang Yizhou's deep and inscrutable eyes, hers were unabashedly sharp and contemptuous. The coffee was quickly served. Qian Mi, not wanting to be unnerved by her stare, hastily lowered her head and began to drink. Although the coffee was undeniably rich and fragrant, the sensation in her mouth was truly indescribable. Frowning slightly, she slowly sipped the coffee. Tang Shui watched her take each sip, a glint passing through her eyes. Qi Han, I don't know why my brother suddenly wants to get engaged to you, but I don't like you, and my mother won't accept you. I hope you will be wise and give up voluntarily. Otherwise, you'll suffer in the future. Tang Shui warned her nonchalantly. With difficulty, she swallowed a mouthful of coffee. Hearing those words, she almost felt like slamming her fist on the table to applaud the young lady. However, upon meeting her haughty gaze, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and she suddenly felt like teasing her. Qian Mi propped her forehead with one hand, adopting a bright, yet melancholy expression. There's no way. Your brother is relentlessly pursuing me. He's become too attached to me. I've tried to refuse, but Tang Yizhou said he fell in love with me at first sight and insisted on marrying me. I'm helpless. Tang Shui gritted her teeth, looking at her incredulously. My brother would never say such things. How could someone as composed, reserved, and unemotional as her brother utter such nauseating words? This woman must be fabricating them. Oh, you don't believe me? Qian Mi looked at her with feigned surprise. Finishing her sentence, she took out her phone and began to dial a number. Then I'll let you hear it with your own ears. No need, Tang Shui said coldly. I believe you. Qian Mi had no intention of actually making a call. She merely wanted to tease the young lady. However, seeing the other woman's sullen expression, her mood improved considerably. Occasionally teasing a wealthy family's daughter was quite enjoyable. I'm leaving first. In any case, I advise you. There's no benefit to marrying into the Tang family, if you don't want to become a resentful woman. With that, Tang Shui grabbed her bag and left. As soon as Tang Shui departed, Qian Mi immediately put down the half-finished coffee, since she had arrived in Tang Shui's car, and the other woman had driven off on her own. She had no choice but to hail a taxi. Honestly, this Tang Shui was too stingy. Since she had invited her out, she should have at least given her a ride back. At that moment, a taxi stopped, seemingly waiting for her at the entrance. The driver lowered his hat. Where to? As Qian Mi opened the car door, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, but she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head before settling into the vehicle. Indeed, coffee had never agreed with her. Just a sip had left her feeling somewhat unwell. To XX Road, she instructed. The driver in front of her slightly curled his lips, responding, sure. Qian Mi speculated that perhaps she had caught a chill from sleeping with the window open last night. However, she had always been robust. Could it be that the indulgence of the past few days had weakened her constitution? That felt implausible. Just this morning, she had been full of vigor while out with Tang Yizhou's sister. How had she suddenly become so unwell? Supporting her heavy head, her temples throbbed as if countless needles were piercing her, and her body grew increasingly warm, a heat radiating from within her very bones. It was unbearable. With heavy eyelids, she glanced outside the car window, only to find herself on an unfamiliar road. This was not the route to Qijia. Turning her gaze to the driver, whose hat cast a shadow over his face, she drowsily inquired, Driver, you've taken a wrong turn. This isn't the way to XX Road. There's no mistake. Came the grim voice, sending a chill down her spine. Who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. Despite her foggy mind, Qian Mi realized she had unwittingly entered the vehicle of a villain. Frantically, she shouted, Stop the car. I want to get out. Haha. That is not up to you. Where are you taking me? Qian Mi pressed, mustering her strength to warn, I advise you not to act recklessly. Stop the car at once. The man remained silent, accelerating the vehicle further. Qian Mi understood that persuading him to stop was futile. They were in a sparsely populated suburb, and she had to devise a means of escape. If she were truly taken to some strange location, she would be at the mercy of fate. With determination, she resolved that even if it meant a fight to the death, she would not permit this man to prevail. He underestimated her, believing her to be a defenseless woman. But unexpectedly, a hand emerged from behind, and a slender strip of fabric tightened around his neck. With a fierce tone, she commanded, I'm giving you a chance, stop the car, or I will strangle you. The man, caught off guard, felt a flicker of regret. He should have subdued her or tied her up earlier, yet he still perceived no threat from her. Are you certain? As the man before her was shirtless, draped only in a light blanket, a state she found herself mirroring. You deceitful scoundrel, Qian Mi exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger. You took advantage of me. I'll pummel you. Her mind in utter disarray, she unhesitatingly began to strike him with a pillow, all the while berating him. I'll beat you, you wolf in sheep's clothing. I'll teach you to let your carnal desires run wild, daring to lust after me. You've got a death wish. With effortless ease. The man seized the pillow and tugged it forward, catching Qian Mi off guard in her furious assault. She stumbled, falling directly onto his chest. The impact caused her to cry out softly. A deep chuckle rumbled in the man's chest, the vibrations resonating in her ears, causing her heart to race. Oh, let me die, she thought. I'm so utterly humiliated. Flustered, Qian Mi pushed herself away, clutching the blanket tightly around her. A fleeting glance revealed a tapestry of bruises and marks adorning her skin, igniting her fury. You fiend, she spat. You despicable opportunist. Shameless, audacious Tang Yizhou chuckled, deliberately exposing his taut back. Are you certain I'm the one who is opportunistic, shameless, and audacious? Qian Mi's gaze followed, and she beheld a series of scratches marring his back, as if ravaged by a cat, a truly startling sight. Her mouth agape, she found herself speechless. Could these claw-like marks be my doing? She wondered. As if reading her thoughts, Tang Yizhou nodded, a hint of playfulness in his dark eyes. Indeed, these are your handiwork. Last night, you were the one who pounced. You were the one who pounced. You were the one who pounced. The words echoed in her mind like a haunting melody. Her thoughts began to coalesce. Though her memory of the previous night was fragmented, she recalled initiating the encounter. It seemed she had clung to him like an octopus. Impossible to dislodge. What else did I say? She wondered. Give it to me, I command you. If I overheat, will you bear the guilt? I'm the one who pounced on you. Stop resisting. The bold pronouncements of the previous night flooded her memory, causing her cheeks to burn. It seemed she had indeed been the aggressor. Oh heavens, take me now. Recalling the events, are we? The man's low, husky voice seemed to possess a magnetic quality. He leaned closer, the space between them reduced to the thickness of a blanket, his warm breath caressing her skin like 1,000 needles. Keep your distance, Qian Mi retorted, pushing him away in a fit of pique. You're a grown man. How feeble must you be to be overpowered by me? If I pounced on you, you could have employed 1,000 methods to deter me. You could have dragged me to the bathroom and doused me with water or bound me. At the very least, you could have knocked me unconscious. The truth is, you simply desired to take advantage of the situation. Her words struck a chord. A flicker of amusement danced in Tang Yizhou's deep eyes. The little minx is rather perceptive. He had indeed possessed countless means to pacify her the previous night. Yet he had opted for the most imprudent, but also the most effective. Seeing his sudden silence, Qian Mi's eyes blazed with indignation. I've hit the mark, haven't I? You men are all the same, feigning virtue while rotten within. Humph. She clutched the blanket tighter around herself. We are betrothed, and you will soon be mine. The man said, his gaze lingering on her face as he gently twirled a strand of her hair around his finger. Did you not enjoy last night? Enjoy? Qian Mi flashed an exaggerated, radiant smile before swinging a fist towards his handsome face. Qian Mi believed that her punch could undoubtedly leave a bruise on his face. However, the man was quicker than she anticipated. With a swift extension of his long arm, he enveloped her fist within his broad palm and gave it a gentle tug, causing her to once again tragically fall into his embrace. The pain was sharp as her forehead collided with his solid arm, drawing tears to her eyes. Let me see, Tang Yizhou said, lifting her face with concern. After the events of the previous night, he had tended to her forehead, but he feared he might have inadvertently hurt her by not controlling his strength. Get away from me, she gasped, pushing him away with all her might. Yet, having exhausted her energy throughout the night, her push was as feeble as cotton, failing to budge Tang Yizhou in the slightest. Frustrated by repeated setbacks, Qian Mi yanked the bedsheet and stumbled out of bed, dashing towards the bathroom as if pursued by wolves. Immersed in the bathtub, she gradually felt her spirits revive. Her fair skin, easily marked, bore the evidence of last night's ordeal with the man outside, and the thought of confronting him with a few punches surged within her. Though she lacked the strength to do so, in this era, no one would resort to despair merely for being drained dry by another, yet, having been wronged without reason. It was a bitter pill to swallow. As her mind settled, she began to piece together the events of yesterday. Everything had seemed fine before she left with Tang Shuwei. But after they arrived at the CAF, something had gone awry. Could it be Tang Shuwei? Lost in thought, she was interrupted by a knock at the bathroom door, and the man's deep voice resonated pleasantly. Are you trying to soak yourself into oblivion? Hurry up and finish so we can eat. I don't care if I turn into salted fish, Qian Mi retorted angrily. However, her stomach was indeed ravenous. and she decided to address everything after they had eaten. After tidying herself up, she stepped out and noticed the lavish breakfast spread on the coffee table. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, a clever idea struck her. Although he had saved her, this man had also thoroughly exhausted her. There was no way she was going to let him off easily without some clever scheme. She hesitated with the chopsticks, and Tangy Joe raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What's wrong? I suddenly feel like having some soy milk. Could you take me to get some? She blinked innocently, trying to appear adorable. Tangy Joe studied her for a moment, then a slight smile graced his lips. All right, whatever you wish to eat. Half an hour later, Tangy Joe parked beside a breakfast shop, frowning slightly as if disapproving of the choice. You want to eat here? Qian Mi blinked her large eyes, turning to him with an innocent look. Yes. Is there a problem? No. It's just that it's quite unusual for a young lady of your status to dine in such a common, crowded eatery. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Qian Mi lifted her chin defiantly. Do you not understand a woman's heart? I'm used to fine dining, but can't I crave something simple? His lingering doubts dissipated under her innocent stare. By the way, did you bring your wallet? She asked suddenly as she unfastened her seatbelt. Wallet? Although I typically don't pay in cash, I do have some on hand, he replied, thinking she was worried about funds. He ruffled her hair reassuringly. Don't worry. This little breakfast won't bankrupt me. That's good. That's good. A gleam of mischief sparked in her eyes, and a suspicious smile played on her lips. Once they entered the breakfast shop, the lively atmosphere buzzed with chatter. Tangy Joe observed the crowd with a subtle frown, while Qian Mi, like an agile eel, effortlessly secured a table. Come over. I found a spot. She beckoned to him. Choose whatever you want, called the loud-voiced owner, turning to attend to other customers. Qian Mi eagerly grabbed the greasy menu and ordered 5 dumplings for sesame pancakes and soy milk among other items. The owner's wife promptly brought everything to their table, leaving hardly any space for chopsticks. Tangy Joe surveyed the bounty before him, unable to suppress a slight twitch of his lips. Do you really think you can eat all this? Well, there's still you. Qian Mi replied nonchalantly, grabbing a dumpling, blowing on it, and sending it straight to her mouth. After gobbling a few, she noticed him sitting still, not even unwrapping his chopsticks. Pouting, she asked, What's wrong? Do you find this food unclean and can't bear to eat it? I'm not hungry, he replied calmly. Don't worry, it's safe to eat. This dumpling is truly delicious. She chewed with enthusiasm, resembling a little squirrel. Watching her earnest endorsement, he finally picked up his chopsticks and sampled the dumpling. How is it? Quite good, isn't it? Qian Mi leaned closer. I told you, there are many delicious street foods that rival those in fancy restaurants. As he savored the dumpling elegantly, the enticing fragrance of her newly bathed skin wafted towards him, causing his throat to tighten slightly. Qian Mi leaned in closer. You know, I happened to come here once by chance, and it was truly delightful, wasn't he it? Very good, Tangy Joe replied after swallowing, a charming smile gracing his lips, though it remained unclear what he found so delightful. Delicious. Then you should eat more and not waste it. Suddenly, she stood up, her expression serious. I need to use the restroom. Wait for me here. Without giving him a chance to respond, she dashed off. Time ticked by, and the breakfast shop buzzed with patrons coming and going. As the sun ascended, the once bustling eatery began to quiet down, leaving only a few customers leisurely sipping soy milk. Casting a glance at the cold dumplings and pancakes on the table, Tangy Joe's brow furrowed in confusion. How long could she take in the restroom? The owner, noticing the time, hesitated before approaching the distinguished man seated there. Sir, would you like to order anything else? Tangy Joe looked up at the owner, reaching for his suit pocket, but his brow suddenly knitted tightly. The owner's expression shifted as he realized something. Young man, you wouldn't happen to have forgotten your wallet, would you? Tangy Joe dropped his hand, clenching his fist, an air of frustration evident on his face. The owner's wife chimed in loudly. Another freeloader? You look all dressed up, but this isn't quite ethical. The surrounding patrons turned their attention to the unfolding scene, pointing and whispering among themselves. Tangy Joe experienced an unprecedented wave of embarrassment. I'm sorry, I may have dropped my wallet. I will send someone to pay immediately. His voice remained steady, devoid of any hint of panic. He remained composed in his seat, his expression devoid of any embarrassment or anger. What a scoundrel you are. Eating for free is simply eating for free. Why make excuses? The boss bellowed. You appear rather affluent. I presume this attire was not acquired through honest means, was it? Tangy Joe cast a faint glance at him, and the boss was momentarily taken aback by his imposing gaze, falling silent. Let him make the call. Perhaps he genuinely forgot to bring it, the boss's wife suggested, sensing that the man possessed a certain gravitas. "Go ahead and call." The boss waved his hand impatiently. Tang Yizhou diverted his gaze and hesitated again as he reached for his phone. Yet, it too had mysteriously vanished, with both his wallet and phone gone. He recalled the woman's earlier words in the car, and that she had yet to return since she went to freshen up. His brows furrowed deeply, his large hand slowly curling into a fist, but moments later, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Excellent, this little girl truly piqued his interest. Meanwhile, a certain woman who had orchestrated the mischief reveled in her success before retreating home. As she stepped through the door, she collided with a tall man, causing her wallet to tumble to the floor. Startled, she quickly bent to retrieve it. However, another pair of long, pale hands were swifter, and in the blink of an eye, the black wallet was grasped by the man. Alas, I'm doomed. If he discovers this wallet does not belong to me, I will have no defense, she thought. Here you go. Qi Jinyun smiled gently, handing the wallet back to her. You are rather unique, using a men's wallet. Yet, he soon noticed the logo on the black wallet, his brows knitting in slight concern. This wallet seemed to be a limited edition, not something she would typically own. Qian Mi hastily lifted her gaze and reached for it, feigning calmness. Thank you, thank you. Qi Jinyun's eyes flickered with suspicion as they fell upon the bandage on her forehead. What happened to your head? Oh, I accidentally bumped into a door. It's nothing, just a minor injury. She patted her forehead, recalling the scene from this morning at the hotel. You should be more careful. I will have someone fetch some ointment for you. Where were you last night? He had noticed that the door across from his was tightly shut when he returned, and the maid claimed she had not come back. Qian Mi's gaze darted. I was at a friend's house. I see. Qi Jinyun nodded. You don't look well. Go rest a bit. I'll step out. All right. She nodded vigorously, then watched as he gradually walked away before hastening back to her room. That was close. Once inside, Qian Mi tossed her wallet and phone onto the bed. Staring at the two items, she felt a pang of regret. Sigh. I acted impulsively out of anger. What if he seeks revenge? Moreover, how can I explain how I stealthily obtained these items from him? What kind of wealthy young lady engages in such underhanded tactics? This is disastrous. One misstep could lead to eternal regret. Resolving to accept her actions, she reassured herself that there is no remedy for regret, especially since she had thoroughly cleaned up after herself. This minor prank was trivial in the grand scheme of things. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a gentle knock interrupted her reverie. After ensuring her phone and wallet were safely tucked away in a drawer, she opened the door. Miss, young Master Tang is here to see you. He is waiting in the living room, the maid announced respectfully. Qian Mi froze, nearly petrified. Tang Yizhou, how did he arrive so quickly? Oh no, what should I do? There was no way she would willingly walk into a trap, but where could she escape? Her eyes darted around the room and landed on the window, sparking an idea. Rather than sit and wait for her fate, she decided to employ the age-old tactic of retreat. Understood. Please inform Tang Yizhou that I will be down shortly. Very well. Once the maid left, she slammed the door shut. Her room was on the 3rd floor, with the garden below. If she went out the window, she could temporarily evade that man. After all, his visit was clearly to settle scores, and she wouldn't simply allow herself to be cornered. Without time for hesitation, she tied a bedsheet around herself, securing one end. She began to descend. Yet, as the saying goes, it is easier to ascend than to descend, and climbing down proved considerably more difficult. After just one step, her grip faltered, and she nearly slipped. The bedsheet was too smooth, proving unwieldy. Additionally, after a taxing night, her legs ached, and her arms felt weak, making this short descent particularly arduous. Just as she was a few steps away from the ground, a familiar voice echoed, enveloping her like an invisible net. What is this? Have you become a gecko again? Upon hearing the words, Qian Mi froze, slowly turning her head. The man stood tall in the garden, one hand casually resting on his chin, his dark eyes glinting with a playful mockery akin to a cat toying with a mouse. A woman, who had been mimicking a gecko, felt a buzzing in her head, and without a second thought, nimbly began to climb. However, perhaps due to excessive nervousness, one of her hands missed its grip and she slipped down without any resistance. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, a pair of arms caught her securely. Qian Mi braced herself for yet another embarrassing fall, but to her surprise, she found herself being cradled by a man. Her face flushing as she exclaimed, Hey, have you had your fill? Put me down. Truly, she felt utterly unfortunate. Perhaps she had grown too accustomed to the life of a wealthy heiress, which had diminished her agility significantly. In the past, she had never faltered in hundreds of attempts. Yet now she was prone to falling from heights. Were it not for this man catching her each time, she might have long ceased to see the light of day. Before I set you down, might you explain the events that transpired at the breakfast shop? Tang Ezhou smiled faintly, his lips curving. Yet his iron grip around her felt like a constrictor ready to squeeze the life out of her. Explain? Explain what? Seeing that her ruse had been uncovered, Qian Mi feigned ignorance. Oh, you mean what happened at breakfast? Well, I encountered something while I was on my way back from the restroom and simply forgot. Oh, is that so? What did you encounter? The man, seemingly unhurried, pulled her closer, his tone laced with subtle threats. I ran into my family's driver, and he brought me back, Qian Mi replied, tapping her head. I apologize. My memory is notoriously poor. Were you waiting long at the breakfast shop? A charming smile graced Tang Ezhou's lips. As Qian Mi gazed at his increasingly close face, her eyes nearly crossed in confusion. Hey, why are you getting so close? No. Not only did I wait for you for a long time, but I also lost my wallet and almost ended up washing dishes, he stated lightly. Yet his dark eyes bore a warning. Tell me, who is so mischievous as to put me in such an embarrassing situation? Who is it? Who? Qian Mi glanced around, steadying herself. Stop being paranoid. You probably dropped it yourself. Very well. I shall make you confess your fault, Tang Ezhou replied, ceasing further conversation as he tightened his embrace, striding towards the end of the garden. She recalled that at the end of the garden lay a lake built by old Master Qi. What on earth was he taking her there for? Although she was uncertain of his intentions, her instincts warned her it could not be anything good. Qian Mi struggled against his grip, attempting to leap from his arms. But his strength was overwhelming. Her efforts proved futile. If you keep squirming, I might just take action right here, he uttered with a hint of menace. His dark gaze deepening. Qian Mi fell silent, resembling a cat too frightened to make a sound. Where exactly are you taking me? After a moment of quiet contemplation, she could not suppress her curiosity. Despite the garden being relatively empty at that early hour, the sight of a prominent young master of the Tang family holding her would undoubtedly draw attention and gossip, and even her thick skin could not withstand that. To the place where you will admit your fault. Admit? Fault? Qian Mi pouted. What fault? I told you, your wallet and phone must have fallen on their own. It has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, he halted, his dark eyes sweeping over her slowly, revealing a suppressed amusement. How did you know my phone also fell? Do you possess some foresight? This was what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. She should have kept her mouth shut. Qian Mi averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. I was just guessing. If your phone hadn't fallen, you could have called someone to help you pay, right? Your reasoning is quite sound. Tang Ezhou nodded. Your reflexes are impressively quick. Thank you for the compliment. Qian Mi blushed. So, could you let me down? This incident truly has nothing to do with me. You must believe me. Rest assured, I will indeed set you down. Hey, you're still moving forward. We're nearing the lakeshore. Qian Mi clutched his clothing, her expression tense. Why are you bringing me to the lakeside? Tang Ezhou's eyes sparkled with a flicker of mischief. Have you heard of the water of honesty? What? Qian Mi stared at him in bewilderment, having never heard of such a thing. It means that if someone does not speak the truth, they should be submerged in water to clear their mind, and naturally, they will remember everything, he stated. His gentle tone belied the cruelty of his words. Qian Mi clutched his suit jacket tightly, her large eyes wide with innocence. She swallowed hard, uncertain. So? You want me to take a swim in the lake? Why not? Tang Ezhou smiled faintly, taking another step forward, his arms loosening, causing Qian Mi to tumble down like a deflated ball. Oh my, while I can swim, that doesn't mean I want to take a cold bath this early. She quickly clung to him like an octopus, almost pressing herself against him. No. I absolutely do not wish to clear my mind. All right. I admit my fault. I took your wallet and phone. Tang Ezhou savored the sensation of the woman clinging to him like a koala, his lips curving into a captivating smile, his glass-like black eyes reflecting the shimmering lake water. Finally willing to admit your mistake? Now, tell me, why such a prank? Only this little girl dared to confront him so boldly, he could hardly find another. Should he admire her courage or her ignorance? I simply don't accept it. You took advantage of me, so it's only fair for me to punish you a little, Qian Mi grumbled quietly, as a young lady. Losing my first time in such an ambiguous manner would frustrate anyone. Tang Ezhou's dark eyes flickered as if recalling something, his expression softening slightly. That is why I shall be responsible for you. Who wants you to be responsible? Upon hearing his words, Qian Mi's head buzzed, and she angrily pushed him away. However, she forgot that behind her lay the shimmering, crystal-clear lake. With a plop, a heavy object fell into the water. Chapter 14. Apologies should be loud. Hey. Tang Ezhou reached out too late. helplessly watching as Qian Mi stumbled and fell into the lake. "Tang Yizhou, you jerk," was the first thought that crossed her mind as she plunged into the water. She could swim, and well, having been like a fish since childhood, she could handle any natural lake. But now, ugh, my foot is cramping. Perhaps due to the coldness of the early morning water or her exhaustion from the previous night, she felt utterly drained, as limp as a cotton ball. As the cotton absorbed water, it naturally sank. "Tang Yizhou, if I survive this, I will make you pay," was her second thought. With a loud splash, Tang Yizhou swiftly swam to her side, pulling her up and swimming towards the shore. Qian Mi had swallowed several mouthfuls of water and lacked the strength even to roll her eyes, allowing him to drag her like a drowned rat. Someone has fallen into the lake. A servant, who was weeding not far from the garden, shouted at the top of their lungs upon witnessing the incident. After a daring rescue, Tang Yizhou moved to administer resuscitation to Qian Mi, his own attire drenched. However, before he could proceed, a resounding slap echoed, leaving the man momentarily stunned. Qian Mi, having delivered the blow, felt a surge of satisfaction. Onlookers, the servants who had rushed to the scene, were aghast. "The inviolable Tang Yizhou, struck by a woman. This marks the second instance of your laying hands on me," Tang Yizhou said, his dark eyes simmering with suppressed fury. As if poised to devour the defiant woman. "I struck you because you deserved it," she retorted, her spirit undiminished despite her disheveled state. "A mere slap is insufficient. Considering you stole my innocence and caused my fall into the lake, I cannot simply let it pass." Her true nature was now unmistakably on display. Tang Yizhou, head bowed, betrayed a flicker of perplexity. From their initial encounter, this woman had displayed none of the refinement expected of a lady of her standing, instead exhibiting a refreshing spontaneity and untamed spirit. The Qi family, a household of considerable influence, would hardly neglect the upbringing of their sole granddaughter. He had never encountered a young lady of such unconventional character. Yet, it was this very uniqueness, this blend of spontaneity and capriciousness, that had captivated him. However, the initial novelty had given way to suspicion. Moreover, with his inherent wariness, how could he have so easily allowed this imp to pilfer his possessions? "Hunter, what is the meaning of this?" A venerable yet robust voice cut through the air as Qi Ming, leaning on a cane, hastened towards the lakeside. "What has transpired?" Seeing the two figures drenched and the young master of the Tang family with a flushed countenance, he gasped, his gaze shifting incredulously to the now seated Qian Mi. Qian Mi merely shrugged, offering a sheepish admission under Qi Ming's questioning stare. "Forgive me, I was the one who struck him." Qi Ming staggered, regaining his composure after a moment. He cast a wary glance at Tang Yizhou. "Yizhou, I offer my apologies on Hunter's behalf." The girl's audacity knew no bounds, daring to strike even Tang Yizhou. "It is of no consequence. I, too, bear some responsibility," Tang Yizhou responded with a serene smile, drawing the woman to her feet with unprecedented tenderness. "Go and change at once, lest you catch a chill. It would pain me so." The final words were uttered through gritted teeth. Qian Mi rolled her eyes, swatting his hand away. "Spare me your crocodile tears." "Hana," Qi Ming rebuked. "What manner of speech is that?" "Apologize to Yizhou immediately." Turning to the man, he explained, "Yizhou, the child lost her parents at a tender age, and I have cherished her as a precious jewel. Alas, my indulgence has fostered an unruly spirit. I implore your understanding." Tang Yizhou cast a significant glance at her, then offered a wry smile. "Indeed? I find her uninhibited nature rather appealing." Upon hearing of the girl's orphan past, Qian Mi's defiant gaze dimmed, a hidden emotion flickering within her large eyes. The abrupt transformation of the once spirited woman stirred an unfamiliar pang in Tang Yizhou's heart, though it quickly dissipated. Qi Ming, relieved that Tang Yizhou did not dwell on Qian Mi's impudence, breathed a sigh of relief. "Yizhou, the air grows cool. Pray, change into dry clothes to ward off illness." Tang Yizhou drew the petite woman closer, his voice softened. "Hasten to change." Qian Mi, jolted back to reality, bristled at his public display of affection and attempted to push him away. However, before she could act, a cautionary cough sounded nearby. Why did everyone seem to favor this sanctimonious rogue? "Cease your tantrums, lest you fall ill," Tang Yizhou murmured, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Behave yourself. Have some servants escort the young lady to change and prepare ginger tea," Qi Ming instructed, his heart swelling with mixed emotions at Tang Yizhou's patience and consideration. "Yes, sir." Several servants replied, ushering Qian Mi away. "Yizhou, if you would be so kind, don my grandson's garments. The air is rather brisk," Qi Ming suggested, noting his disheveled state. "Thank you, Qi, but pressing matters await me at the office. I must take my leave." With a nod, he departed without a backward glance. Qian Mi watched him go, his expression pensive. Meanwhile, in her chambers, Qian Mi was vociferously denouncing him. Confounded wolf in sheep's clothing. All I did was play a harmless prank. Yet he caused me to fall into the lake. This is far from over. Curled into a ball, her nose reddened and eyes glistening from repeated nose-blowing. She appeared utterly pitiable. Miss, please take your medicine, a timid maid, Xiao Tao, offered, clutching a glass of water. Qian Mi sniffled and looked up. You are called Xiao Tao, the maid replied. Ah, yes, Xiao Tao, Qian Mi said, patting her head. My memory fails me. I am quite well, no need for medicine. But the master and young Master Tang both insisted that you take it. The lake water was quite cold, and the master has also ordered ginger tea to be prepared. The woman rolled her eyes. Ever since signing that accord with her, Qi Ming had treated her as a true granddaughter. Yet, she felt no sense of belonging. And Tang Yizhou, the very scoundrel who had caused her misfortune, dared to feign concern. The memory of their recent encounter reignited her fury. She yearned to sink her teeth into him. I need no such pretense from that wolf. What sort of young master is he? More like a fox offering kind words to a hen. Xiao Tao was aghast. The young Master Tang was a figure even the master treated with deference. The impostor's audacity was astounding. What would Tang Yizhou think if he overheard such remarks? Miss, young Master Tang is only concerned for you. Concerned? Hardly. Qian Mi nearly leaped to her feet. Had it not been for him, I would not have fallen into the lake. Overcome with emotion, she sneezed, causing her ears to ring. Ever since I assumed this false identity, I seem to be perpetually plagued by misfortune. Miss, please take your medicine, Xiao Tao pleaded, dutifully presenting the water and medication. Very well, she relented, lest the maid persist endlessly. After consuming the medicine, she felt her senses grow heavy. I shall rest for a while. Awaken me at supper time. As you wish, Xiao Tao replied, tiptoeing away and gently closing the door. Her slumber lasted until nightfall. Why has no one roused me for dinner? She wondered, feeling refreshed after her nap. Rubbing her tousled hair, she approached the window, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of headlights below. Moments later, a tall figure descended from the car. It was him. What could he possibly want at this hour? Had he not had enough of teasing her this morning? Yizhou, please come in. Honor is still resting in her room, came the muffled voice of old Master Qi. Qian Mi watched as the man was welcomed into the house, hurriedly wrapping herself in a blanket. But then, she pondered, why should she hide? Had she done anything to feel guilty about? With a sudden resolve, she lifted the blanket, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Shouldn't she prepare some gifts to welcome him? Footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Qian Mi to finalize her preparations. Taking a deep breath, she dashed to her bed, cocooned herself in the blanket, and lay there, feigning innocence. The footsteps drew nearer, and she strained to listen. Sure enough, old Master Qi's voice rang out. Honor, Yizhou has come to see you. Are you awake? With a sly smile, she replied, Grandpa, I'm awake. You can let him in now. The footsteps retreated briefly before the doorknob turned. Holding her breath, Qian Mi lay still in the dark room, her eyes alight with inexplicable excitement. With a soft click, the door creaked open, and she inhaled sharply. How strange. Why was there no sound? In the dimness, she couldn't discern whether Tang Yizhou had truly entered. Gradually, the door opened wider, light flooding in, and she discerned a tall figure standing at the threshold. This was impossible. How could he be standing there, unharmed? Was her trap malfunctioning? In a moment of impulsive clarity, Qian Mi disregarded her ailing state and stumbled out of bed toward the door, only to forget. Bang! She tripped and fell to the ground, landing in a heap, and before she could react, a bucket of water cascaded down upon her, drenching her completely. A piercing scream erupted from her lips as the light suddenly brightened, revealing the drenched woman, now exposed like a fish pulled from water, rolling helplessly on the floor. Even the composed Tang Yizhou couldn't help but twitch his lips at the scene. Was this what one called a classic case of stealing a chicken and losing rice? If the floor had been made of dirt, she would have gladly dug herself a hole to hide in. How mortifying. What was intended as a flawless trap to teach Tang Yizhou a lesson had backfired spectacularly on her. This was the epitome of bad luck. Are you hurt? Tang Yizhou stepped forward, bending down to assist her, but she angrily swatted his hand away, defiantly wiping her face. I don't need your help. Every time I'm with you, I end up in trouble. Seeing her audacity to confront him, a smirk played on his lips, though his eyes held no anger. If I'm not mistaken, this trap was originally meant for me, correct? With her scheme exposed, Qian Mi averted her gaze, flustered. Who set a trap for you? Don't be so narcissistic. I was merely conducting an experiment. Oh, what kind of experiment? Pray tell, he inquired, his tone leisurely. Experiment, experiment. Qian Mi lowered her head, distressed, unable to contrive a convincing explanation. Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairs, followed by the voice of Qi Ming. What is going on here? Upon seeing Qian Mi in such disarray, coupled with the waterlogged floor and tangled strings, his heart sank. What on earth are you doing? Taking a deep breath, Qian Mi adopted a defiant stance. Grandpa, I just wanted to play a little joke on him. What kind of joke? Qi Ming almost choked in disbelief, regretting the decision to have this girl impersonate his granddaughter. Qian Mi glanced around nervously. And at that moment, Tang Yizhou wrapped an arm around her. It's nothing serious, old Master Qi, just a harmless little incident. Besides, I actually enjoyed the show she prepared for me. The emphasis on show was particularly pronounced. Qian Mi let out a dry laugh. Honor, you're becoming increasingly outrageous. Qi Ming thumped his cane heavily. What have I taught you? Even if you lack decorum, you must have some limits. Guests should be treated with respect. Old Master. She didn't mean any harm. Please don't blame her. Tang Yizhou interjected, maintaining a gracious demeanor. Let her change into something dry first. Indeed, indeed. Qi Ming seemed to just notice her drenched state. Go change your clothes. After instructing her, he turned to Tang Yizhou with a warm smile. Yizhou, let us move to the living room. Tang Yizhou nodded, casting a glance at Qian Mi before following Qi Ming out. Frustrated after being reprimanded yet again, Qian Mi flopped onto her bed, disregarding her wet clothes, her teeth clenched in anger. She was certain she and Tang Yizhou were simply incompatible. After changing into dry clothes, Qian Mi reluctantly made her way downstairs, only to find him leisurely sipping tea, which made her furious. Why was it always her who faced misfortune? Every encounter with him led to calamity. Honor, come over and apologize to Yizhou, Qi Ming called, spotting her. With reluctance, Qian Mi shuffled to Tang Yizhou's side, head bowed, muttering an insincere apology. A slow smile crept across Tang Yizhou's lips, his dark eyes twinkling with amusement at her defiance. She seemed to think he was at fault. Apologize sincerely and louder. What kind of attitude is that? Qi Ming fretted, fearing she would offend Tang Yizhou again. I'm sorry, Qian Mi replied loudly, her voice ringing out. Is that better? You. Qi Ming was taken aback, his beard bristling in indignation. Old Master, it's all right, Tang Yizhou reassured, calming the irritated elder. Her straightforward nature is quite reminiscent of you. Qi Ming's eyes flickered, and he relaxed. If anyone could navigate the complexities of a city, it was this young man before him. Young yet already at the helm of a powerful consortium. His adeptness in the business world rivaled that of his grandfather, Tang Feng. Qian Mi rolled her eyes, observing the man who had managed to charm Qi Ming into a jovial mood, feeling a wave of disdain wash over her. How could he spin such fabrications? What part of her resembled old Master Qi? They had no blood relation whatsoever. Before Qi Ming could revel in his moment of joy, he noticed Qian Mi rolling her eyes and instantly felt a surge of frustration. Hana, what are you doing? You've committed too many blunders today. Just as she was about to defend herself, a noise at the door caught her attention. Turning, she saw Qi Jinyun returning. Spotting the elegantly poised man seated on the sofa, Jinyun paused momentarily. Yuner, you're back. Grandpa. Jinyun approached, respectfully greeting Qi Ming before extending his hand to Tang Yizhou. Mr. Tang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tang Yizhou rose gracefully, shaking his hand. The two men, equally tall, exuded distinct vibes, one reserved and profound, the other elegant and composed. As they stood together, the living room was infused with an entirely different atmosphere. Qian Mi gazed up at these two exceptional men, her large eyes darting between them. After a brief handshake, the two quickly parted ways. Qi Jinyun cast a fleeting glance at Qian Mi, noticing her reddened nose, and couldn't help but frown with concern. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Tang Yizhou observed this exchange and smiled subtly. It was evident that Qi Jinyun, this cousin of his, held a deep affection for his younger cousin. Oh, I'm fine. Just a slight cold, she replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his warm, brown gaze. All right, Yuner, you've had a long day. Have you eaten yet? He inquired. Yes, I have, Qi Jinyun nodded. Then I shall go upstairs to tidy up a bit and will come down shortly. Please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Tang. Tang Yizhou nodded in acknowledgement. No need for formality. For some reason, ever since Qi Jinyun returned, the atmosphere in the living room felt somewhat peculiar. Qian Mi, unable to sit still on the sofa, began to fidget. Grandfather, I haven't eaten yet. I'm going to grab something to eat. Realizing the commotion had made him forget her hunger, Qi Ming replied, How about this? If it wouldn't be too much trouble, I will take her out for a meal. Qi Ming readily agreed. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Yizhou. It's no trouble at all, Tang Yizhou said, wrapping an arm around her waist and nodding to Qian Mi. I want to disturb you further. Off you go. Grandfather, Qian Mi pouted, turning to him as if to convey a message silently, but Qian Mi chose to ignore it, allowing the man to lead her away. The unspoken message was clear: don't betray me. Once at the car, Qian Mi, feeling a surge of indignation, pushed him away. Don't touch me. I can walk by myself. Tang Yizhou, unfazed by her attitude, opened the car door and gestured for her to enter. Fine, I'll get in. She huffed, climbing into the vehicle. What would you like to eat? Tang Yizhou asked as he deftly maneuvered the car onto the road. I want to eat you, she retorted, baring her teeth in a mock growl, envisioning tearing into him piece by piece for her own satisfaction. Tang Yizhou's hand on the steering wheel paused momentarily before he turned his head slightly, a teasing glint in his dark eyes. Are you certain? Caught off guard by his insinuation, Qian Mi's lips twitched, realizing he had misconstrued her words. Without considering their surroundings, she slapped his arm. What are you thinking? Are all men this shameless? Oh, what exactly am I thinking? He asked, seemingly unfazed by her slap, his tone almost coaxing. Almost spilling her thoughts, she hesitated, her mind racing as she retracted her words. This man was cunning indeed. What I think is certainly different from your thoughts. Your mindset resembles that of murky water. At her analogy, he raised an eyebrow, appearing quite amused. Choosing to end the banter, Qian Mi focused intently on the view outside the car, her empty stomach grumbling softly. Moments later, she exclaimed, Stop the car. I want to get out. She had spotted a sweet potato stand. The aroma wafting through the air was irresistible. I can't park here. Let me find a suitable spot, Tang Yizhou replied, steering the car until he found an appropriate space. No sooner had he parked than Qian Mi flung the door open and dashed away. Tang Yizhou closed the door, watching her cheerful figure with a slight smile. This spirited girl, despite the tumult she had faced from yesterday to today, exhibited resilience, neither lamenting nor wallowing in self-pity. However, the man's dark eyes flickered ominously. Those who dared to provoke him would face consequences. Tang Yizhou, come here. I forgot to bring money. Qian Mi rummaged through her pockets only to realize her folly. Oh well, I suppose I can use my mobile wallet. Now you think of that? He chuckled softly. Come here quickly, she urged, holding a steaming sweet potato and grinning. Don't keep grandfather waiting. As he approached her, his dark eyes glinted. You forgot. My wallet is with you. Qian Mi froze, recalling that she had inadvertently taken his wallet. You don't have any money on you, do you? She asked, wide-eyed. Not exactly. I have my card, he replied with a nonchalant smile. What good is a card? Are you going to swipe it for a sweet potato? Then what shall we do now? Qian Mi lowered her head, staring at the sweet potato she had already taken a bite out of, while glancing at the elderly man who had been watching her. She felt utterly despondent. A penny can indeed thwart a hero. Never mind, little girl, the kindly old man waved his hand gently. A roasted sweet potato costs very little. Consider it a gift from me. Besides, you have a sweet tongue. It's all right. But how can that be, old sir? Qian Mi persisted, rummaging through her pockets. Tang Yizhou casually cast a glance at the sweet potato vendor and deftly removed an exquisite watch from his wrist. This watch should be sufficient to cover the cost of the sweet potato. Even Qian Mi, despite her naivety, recognized the watch's considerable value and gasped, Tang Yizhou, are you insane? Trading a luxury watch for a roasted sweet potato? How do you conduct business? The old man, being an ordinary person, was oblivious to the significance of brand names. Seeing the two in a dispute, he assumed the girl was upset because the young man was trying to deceive him with the watch, and without hesitation, he accepted it. Dear girl, don't be angry with the young man. I'll take this watch for my grandson. Here, let me give you another sweet potato. Let us not sour the atmosphere. Qian Mi stood there, speechless. Her heart ached as she watched the valuable watch being tossed into the money jar. Tang Yizhou smiled as he took the sweet potato from the old man's hand and, holding Qian Mi's hand, walked away. With each step, Qian Mi turned back. And the old man, thinking she still worried about the price of the sweet potato, kindly waved. It's all right, little girl. Do come again next time. Qian Mi. Tang Yizhou chuckled at this. Since this little woman had come into his life, his existence had become far less mundane. Qian Mi turned back multiple times until she could no longer see the sweet potato stand, letting out a mournful cry as she looked at the man beside her with a grave expression. Tell me the truth. How much is that watch worth? Is it that important? Qian Mi nodded vigorously. Of course it is. Tang Yizhou stated a number. The sweet potato slipped from Qian Mi's grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. You can't be serious, she stammered, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. That sweet potato must be encrusted with diamonds. No, I must go back and explain to the old man. The astronomical figure sent a chill down her spine. and she turned back towards the sweet potato stand. Come back. Tangy Joe caught her wrist. It's just a watch. It's not a big deal. But you, being so fickle, will only upset the old man. Qian Mi was bewildered. Tangy Joe, don't joke around. I can't let you lose a luxury watch for the sake of a sweet potato. It's one thing for you to be wealthy and extravagant. But where would a poor girl like me find that much money to repay you? Tangy Joe pulled her into his embrace, leaning closer. Offering myself in return would suffice. Her face flushed. Qian Mi pushed him away forcefully, but unexpectedly, she knocked the sweet potato onto his suit. Let me just die, she thought. Tangy Joe glanced down at his ruined suit, a teasing smile flickering in his dark eyes. Now, offering yourself may not be enough. Qian Mi was in a frenzy. Having lost a watch of great worth and not even getting to enjoy the fragrant sweet potato, she felt burdened by an inexplicable debt. Once in the car, she sulked. Her gloomy demeanor palpable even to Tangy Joe. The man removed his soiled suit, rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his toned arms, and glanced at the still miserable girl beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let me take you out for dinner. Qian Mi shook her head. No. Just take me home. If I stay with you any longer, something else might happen. Seeing her pitiful expression, Tangy Joe smirked. You were quite audacious when you played tricks on me. Why didn't you think about offending me then? Now you look as if you owe me something. You are truly unique. Qian Mi clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with indignation. That's different. When it comes to money, it's a major issue. Tangy Joe paused, pondering. Why would a wealthy girl place such importance on money? Losing a watch was trivial to most, yet she appeared as if facing a grave threat. You. Realizing she had misspoken, Qian Mi felt exposed, revealing her commoner-esque nature. A rich girl would hardly concern herself with financial matters, likely spending extravagantly without a second thought. Noticing his perplexed gaze, Qian Mi quickly devised a response. Well, when I was young, my grandfather sent me to a remote martial arts school for being mischievous. There. My master taught us to be frugal, to cherish every grain of rice, and I gradually formed this habit. Tangy Joe's confusion faded. So that's how it is. Qian Mi sighed in relief, planning to quickly establish a secret code with her grandfather. This man was perceptive. If she accidentally slipped up, it could be disastrous. So, you know some martial arts. Qian Mi nodded vigorously, feeling quite clever. This simple explanation would account for her previously unreasonable behavior, preventing Tangy Joe from discovering her true situation. I've stumbled upon a treasure. Tangy Joe smoothly reversed the car. Meeting you is my honor. Ha. Qian Mi forced a dry laugh. They arrived at a restaurant. And after dinner, Tangy Joe drove her home. As she got out of the car, Qian Mi glanced at the pitiful state of his suit and felt a pang of guilt. How about I help you take it to the dry cleaners? It shouldn't cost much. No need. The man stepped out of the car, gazing at her intently for a moment. He gently tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. You don't need to worry about these things. I apologize for the earlier incident. I shouldn't have joked around and let you fall into the lake. In truth, he merely intended to frighten her, but she had truly fallen in. Seeing him lower himself to address her in such a gentle manner softened Qian Mi's heart. She was not ungrateful. Had it not been for Tangy Joe's timely rescue, she wouldn't know where she might be now. Though he had cleaned her up, she had also made a mess of him, hadn't she? Qian Mi looked up, hesitating. What is it? Her beautiful eyes shimmered, but she remained silent. Tangy Joe pondered for a moment, guessing her thoughts. Don't worry. Whoever plotted against you, I will personally help you seek justice. Help me seek. Just gazing upon her adorably naive demeanor, Tangy Joe's obsidian eyes, reminiscent of exquisite glass, concealed a rare gentleness. She nodded slightly and trudged toward the grand entrance. As she stepped into the living room, Qian Mi spotted old Master Qi sitting upright on the sofa. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she hastily darted upstairs. Old Master Qi. I'll be heading up first. Stop right there. A voice, elongated yet still commanding, halted her steps. What is it you wish to discuss? Qian Mi turned around. Her expression one of despair. What is it? Upon hearing her query, Qi Ming's stoic facade softened, and he approached her with his cane, his brows furrowed in ire. How dare you be so disrespectful to Tangy Joe? Are you not aware of who he is? Qian Mi, feeling overwhelmed by the reprimand, lowered her gaze. But I didn't even tease him. Ultimately, she concluded that the misfortune did not befall her alone. Do you regret not having succeeded in your mischief? Qi Ming, in a fit of frustration, raised his cane as if to strike her, but quickly regained his composure. He nearly forgot that she was not his biological granddaughter. Qi Jinyun had just exited his room when he witnessed this scene. His expression turned anxious, and he rushed to Qian Mi's side. Grandfather, what's going on? What's the matter? Qi Ming grumbled, prodding his cane. This girl is so impertinent with Ijo. My heart feels as if it's bungee jumping without a harness. Qian Mi, feeling guilty, stuck out her tongue. I'm sorry, old Master Qi, I won't dare do it again. I even sincerely apologized to him just now. Seeing her lowered head, Qi Ming decided not to pursue the matter further and waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Just hope you understand that Tang Ijo is not someone we can afford to offend. Understood. Relieved by his leniency, Qian Mi exhaled. As Qi Ming took a few steps toward the staircase, he suddenly turned back to remind her, your apology today lacked sincerity. I shall prepare a gift for you to present to him tomorrow. What? Qian Mi's eyes widened in reluctance. What? You're unwilling? Fine. The young lady lowered her head in resignation. After old Master Qi returned to his room, Qi Jinyan offered her a gentle smile. I heard you dared to play a prank on President Tang. I have nothing planned for tomorrow, so I'll accompany you. No need, no need. I can go alone. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Qian Mi hurriedly waved her hands. You need not be so courteous with me. No, really. She shook her head. I just don't want to impose. Get some rest. Good night. Good night. Watching his tall figure leave, Qian Mi felt a bit flattered. This young master truly possessed a refined demeanor. After a night of restful sleep, by the time the sun was high in the sky, she reluctantly prepared to visit Tang Ijo with the gift in hand to seek his forgiveness. The driver dropped her off at the Tang Corporation before driving away. No sooner had she stepped out of the car than she spotted a hurried figure emerging. It was Tang Shuhan. Clutching the gift, Qian Mi stealthily concealed herself nearby. Tang Shui glanced around before pulling out her phone, her expression still grim. Hello, is it Shuya? My brother has discovered our plan regarding Qi Sihan. Are you free to talk? After hanging up, Tang Shui promptly entered a red sports car, which sped away in a cloud of dust. Without a second thought, Qian Mi signaled for a taxi. Driver, follow that red sports car. Sure thing. Navigating through winding streets, the car arrived at a venue where the red sports car parked, and a valet respectfully took over. Qian Mi instructed the driver to stop at the roadside before stealthily following behind. After several twists and turns, Tang Shui finally halted before a private room, pushing the door open. Qian Mi looked at the closed door, feeling a sense of helplessness. Unless she disguised herself as a waiter or something similar, entering would be impossible. However, Tang Shui recognized her, so even if she did enter, it would be of little use. The scheme to frame her was indeed linked to this young woman, but during the phone call, another name surfaced, Shuya. She was determined to find out who this person was and what enmity lay between them that led to this collusion against her. But how could she gain entry? Lost in thought, a server holding a tray approached her, and an idea sparked in her mind. 10 minutes later, Qian Mi tightened her mask, cleared her throat, and knocked on the door of the private room. Come in. An impatient voice beckoned from within. Adjusting her collar, Qian Mi confidently stepped inside. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the enchanting figure of Tang Shui seated on a sectional sofa, but her eyes were drawn to another woman. Her hand holding the tray froze in midair. It was the woman in the qipao. Though perplexed, she dutifully placed 2 cups of coffee before them. Hello, this is the coffee you and this lady ordered. Sun Shuya glanced up, her expression one of annoyance, furrowing her brow. Why are you wearing a mask? Apologies, I've caught a bit of a cold. Sun Shuya pushed the coffee aside dismissively, waving her hand. All right, you can leave now. Of course. Qian Mi turned and, stepping lightly, made her way to the door. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, she swiftly slipped into a side door. Shuya, I'm sorry, but I can't assist you. The scheme against Qi Sihan has already been discovered by my brother. Given his decisive nature, he will not let this slide. It would be best for you to leave the country for a while. Sun Shuya's meticulously made-up brows knitted in frustration, her complexion paling. I had planned this meticulously. How could your brother find out? Tang Shui shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, I'm his sister. I have my parents to protect me. Worst case, I can seek help from my grandfather. But you know how my brother is. Sun Shuya seemed to recall something, her face turning as pale as paper. She twisted her hands, filled with regret. Qi Sihan has such luck. My plan was foolproof, yet she remains unscathed. I don't know. Tang Shui gritted her teeth. Moreover, my brother halted my credit card and has me reflecting in solitude at home. Qian Mi, hidden in the shadows, rolled her eyes. Only stopped your credit card? That punishment seems rather lenient. However, who could blame him? After all, she was Tang Ijo's sister, and blood runs thicker than water. Even if he was ruthless, he wouldn't be excessively harsh on his own kin. Both women were lost in their thoughts, having little desire to converse further. They exchanged a few words before departing the private room. After they left, Qian Mi approached the sectional sofa and placed the 2 empty coffee cups onto the tray. Well, since you've committed a wrongdoing, it is only fitting to add a little something to your coffee. Just as she was about to leave with the tray, her phone rang. Without glancing at the caller ID, she answered. Hello, who is this? You didn't even save my number? A low, discontented voice responded. Tangijo. Oh. I picked up without checking the number, so I had no idea who it was, she stammered, genuinely unaware of saving his contact. Didn't your grandfather mention you were to come here to apologize? I've been waiting quite a while without seeing you. Oh right, I completely forgot about that. She realized she had also left the gift chosen by old Master Qi in the car. Oh, I got delayed by a little incident when I left. Where are you now? Tang Yizhou asked straightforwardly. I'm at XX Plaza. A certain young woman was speaking nonsense. All right, wait for me. Hey. I'm not finished talking yet. As she stared at the already disconnected call, Qian Mi, feeling dejected, pulled down her mask. She had spun a web of lies and now had to see it through, no matter the cost. In a hurried manner, she sought out the waiter from earlier to return her clothing and then dashed to XX Square. Upon her frenzied arrival at the square, Qian Mi felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand herself. Why had she listened to Tang Yizhou? He was neither a deity nor a specter. Nevertheless, having come all this way, she decided to buy a bag of sunflower seeds and sat down to feed the pigeons. As she was engaged in this simple pleasure, a chubby little boy wobbled over and said in a sweet, childish voice, Sister, I want to feed the pigeons too. Seeing the adorable child, Qian Mi's eyes sparkled with delight. She immediately grabbed a handful of seeds and placed them in the boy's soft palm. Here, let us feed the pigeons together. Sorry. My child is being thoughtless, a young mother approached, pulling the boy away. No, I want to feed the pigeons too. The little boy kicked his short legs in protest. His cherubic face flushed with determination. Come on, you can thank your sister, the mother urged. Thank you, sister. The boy's innocent gratitude was utterly charming. No need for that, Qian Mi said, tossing another handful of seeds into his pocket. Take your time. Grateful, the young mother led her son to the center of the square, their figures radiating warmth amidst the flock of pigeons. Qian Mi smiled softly, but her heart soon grew heavy with envy. She longed for the tender hands that could always hold and protect him. Why aren't you answering your phone? Were you deliberately making it difficult for me to find you? A low voice interrupted her thoughts from behind. Qian Mi stiffened, turning to face the man who had approached her. His dark eyes fixed on her for a moment before he spoke again. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? His words seemed sparse, yet he appeared to possess an uncanny ability to read her mind. How could he know she was unhappy? I'm not unhappy, Qian Mi retorted, throwing the sunflower seeds at the pigeons. I'm very happy. Your happy face doesn't quite match that expression, he replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Seeing you, of course, I'm not happy, she shot back defiantly before shifting the conversation. Where's my gift? What gift? The man's fingers slowly curled inward. You can't come to apologize without a gift. So you want a gift? Fine, I'll give you one. With that, she grabbed her bag and dumped its contents of seeds over him. The pigeons, attracted by the scattering seeds, flocked eagerly towards Tang Yizhou, flapping their wings in excitement. Well done. This little lady never fails to surprise me, he mused. Seeing her goal achieved, Qian Mi attempted to slip away, but the man was quicker, reaching out to pull her back. The pigeons, oblivious to the absence of seeds, boldly perched on her head and shoulders, while he wrapped his arms around her waist. Shared joys and shared woes, he declared. Qian Mi squealed, realizing her mischief had backfired. She shooed the pigeons away and tugged Tang Yizhou as they ran. After a brief chase, they finally managed to lose the pigeons. Out of breath, Qian Mi leaned on her knees, her face flushed from exertion. Are we done playing? His deep voice resonated above her. Catching her breath, she shook her head vigorously. No more playing. I won't dare to tease you again. He scrutinized her silently, making her uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked, rubbing her arms nervously. You have white, Tang Yizhou pointed, seemingly reluctant to speak further. Qian Mi quickly turned to see 2 shiny blobs of pigeon droppings on her shoulder. She swore she would never prank this man again. Every time she did, she ended up in trouble herself. Oh no, my clothes, she lamented. This outfit had been custom-made for her by Master Qi, who had insisted that wearing it would convey sincerity and an apology. Let us go, he said, taking her by the arm and leading her towards his sports car. What are you doing? You can't expect me to walk around like this. Do you want to keep that on? Of course not. Tang Yizhou brought her to a large shopping mall. Initially, she only intended to buy a replacement outfit, but events quickly escalated beyond her expectations. After trying on yet another dress, Qian Mi turned in frustration to the relaxed figure of Tang Yizhou lounging on the sofa. How many more outfits do you want me to try on? The benefit of high-end boutiques is the spacious, fitting rooms, furnished with elegant sofas and coffee tables, allowing for a comfortable experience. Despite her raised voice, the outside world remained oblivious. Tang Yizhou observed her in a fitted red dress, its simple design accentuating her figure. Her fair skin contrasted beautifully with the vibrant red, enhancing her rosy cheeks and bright smile. "You look lovely in dresses," he remarked, his gaze lingering on her. "Buy a few more. I enjoy seeing you in them. Just because you like them doesn't mean I do. I prefer t-shirts and jeans. If you're unhappy, then tough luck," she thought, though she dared not voice her frustration. Clearly, he was punishing her for her earlier prank. "I've already bought enough." She tugged at the fabric of the dress, pouting. Noticing her growing impatience, Tang Yizhou called the attendant. "Wrap these up." "Of course, Mr. Tang," the staff replied respectfully. Preparing the items. "Wait," Qian Mi interjected suddenly. "What is it?" he asked, puzzled. "Is this clothing store yours?" The attendant packing the clothes stifled a laugh, while Tang Yizhou shot her a glance that silenced the young woman immediately. "This mall is under the Tang Corporation." Qian Mi was taken aback. The wealth was staggering. An entire shopping center belonged to him. Oh dear, if only this were hers, she would never run out of things to eat in a lifetime. Having changed clothes, Tang Yizhou took her by the hand and led her away, leaving the packaged garments to be delivered to the Qi household. "What would you like to eat?" he asked casually while driving. "Wontons," she blurted out. She was tired of steak and other heavy meals. Did this man truly enjoy such food? She mused that if he dared to take her to a Western restaurant again, she would leap from the car. She desperately craved the simplicity of wontons. Recalling how she used to indulge in them at a local stall, topped with seaweed and shrimp, deliciously comforting. Wontons? Tang Yizhou's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. But he nodded in agreement. "All right, let us have wontons." While he was adept at locating high-end restaurants and gourmet chefs, a bowl of wontons costing less than 5 yuan truly posed a challenge for him. After wandering around the city center several times, Qian Mi still could not find a restaurant selling wontons. She was itching to criticize him, wondering which establishment would serve such inexpensive yet delightful fare. Her stomach protested once more, prompting her to suggest, "Could you drive towards the outskirts? There must be plenty there." Indeed, her determination bore fruit, as they soon discovered an outdoor wonton stall, which not only offered wontons but also a variety of late-night snacks and delicacies. Amused by Tang Yizhou's furrowed brow, she secretly mocked him before stepping out of the car. "You wait here while I go eat." He grasped her arm, his expression inexplicably tinged with grievance. What could he possibly be aggrieved about? "I haven't had dinner either," he implied, indicating that he too was ravenous. "So what?" Qian Mi glanced at his expensive suit, impeccably tailored, and mused that he would certainly feel out of place at a stall. Besides, she observed the bustling wonton stall and thought, "You, a pampered young master, surely wouldn't relish such common fare. Wouldn't it tarnish your bespoke suit?" Tang Yizhou fixed his gaze on her. "You too are a well-to-do young lady who has never lifted a finger. Moreover, your outfit is freshly purchased." He was implying that she had no right to mock him. Qian Mi was momentarily speechless. He then opened the car door, stepping out with a gentlemanly demeanor before circling around to open her door as well. She shot him a bewildered look, noting how he could be so gallant at times, resembling a noble prince, yet most of the time, he was like a ravenous wolf, ready to devour you without a moment's notice. "Grandma, 2 bowls of wontons, please, with extra cilantro. Also, 2 sesame pancakes, and more snacks." Qian Mi ordered with practiced ease. Tang Yizhou couldn't help but chuckle at her animated demeanor. Watching her as she ordered, her eyes sparkling with excitement, brought him a sense of joy. After placing their orders, they settled at an outdoor table, and seeing Tang Yizhou maintain his composure, she teased. "What will you use to pay for this meal this time?" "You," he replied nonchalantly. Qian Mi felt a lump in her throat, glaring at him. "Rest assured, someone who has been fooled once will not fall for it again. You should understand my meaning." His smile was mild, but his eyes held a hint of threat. Qian Mi lowered her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. The wontons arrived promptly, steaming and fragrant, enveloping her face in a warm haze, with a smile brightening her features. She eagerly unwrapped her disposable chopsticks and spoon, scooping up a small wonton. Perhaps due to the heat, she winced yet beamed with happiness. She had never displayed such satisfaction while dining on Western cuisine. Tang Yizhou held his disposable chopsticks, gazing at her, momentarily entranced. Something deep within him felt different. An unfamiliar sensation. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat before it gets cold," Qian Mi urged, devouring her food as if it were a race, while simultaneously chiding Tang Yizhou. It was merely an illusion. As the haze dissipated, her face remained vividly clear before him. However, when he looked down at his bowl of wontons, his expression darkened. Why is there cilantro? By then, Qian Mi had nearly finished her bowl and, noticing Tang Yizhou's constipated expression, couldn't help but laugh. Haha, the Grand CEO is afraid of a mere cilantro. This will give me a year's worth of amusement. You don't like cilantro? She asked, stifling a laugh. Tang Yizhou, fully aware of her mocking tone, frowned slightly, pursed his lips, and pushed the bowl towards her. You eat it. Hey, I need to save room for other dishes, Qian Mi retorted with a smile. Tang Yizhou's hand paused, and that strange sensation in his chest began to stir once more. Watching her focused on removing the cilantro from his bowl, her face slightly flushed from the steam. He felt a dryness in his throat. Oh, this little girl is so considerate, helping her boyfriend pick out the cilantro. She should have mentioned her dislike to Grandma. Otherwise, I could fetch another bowl, the kind old lady commented as she brought over a steaming platter of snacks. Qian Mi froze, her cheeks turning a shade pinker. Grandma, he is not my boyfriend. The old woman, seeing Tang Yizhou's expensive attire and his willingness to accompany a young lady to her humble stall, chuckled with delight. Oh, dear girl, don't be shy. Look how well your boyfriend dotes on you. You two are truly a match made in heaven. Rarely did Tang Yizhou smile so graciously at a stranger. Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. No need to be polite, she replied, chuckling as she left. Once the old lady had departed, Qian Mi puffed her cheeks and glared at him. Why didn't you clarify that? Tang Yizhou leisurely picked up a warm pancake. Clarify what? Are you not my fiancé? You. Qian Mi felt genuinely satisfied after the meal, leaning back in the car with a full, contented belly. Tang Yizhou couldn't help but smile at her state. Do you truly enjoy these roadside stalls so much? They're delicious, she replied, letting out a burp. Flushing as she caught his teasing gaze. Why do I always embarrass myself in front of him? However, tonight, Tang Yizhou seemed different from before. Hey, I think you're not so unbearable after all. He cast a sidelong glance at her. Not so unbearable. Were you previously very annoyed by me? Can we not have a pleasant conversation? She huffed. Not just annoying, but extremely, exceedingly annoying. She emphasized the word extremely. Tang Yizhou observed her sulking expression and gently ruffled her hair. In a few days, I'll take you somewhere. Curious, Qian Mi dodged his hand. Where? Tang Yizhou merely smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. How frustrating. Qian Mi sighed, turning away, dismayed by his cryptic response. Tang Yizhou, watching her pout, couldn't suppress a gentle smile. The night was serene, as if two hearts were gradually drawing closer. After their meal, Tang Yizhou drove Qian Mi back to her home. As she watched his car disappear from view, she exhaled in relief. Later, after a refreshing shower, Qian Mi sat cross-legged on her bed, clutching a pillow, her chin resting on her hand, her little nose wrinkled in deep thought. Initially, she had intended to investigate who had set her up, but it turned out to be none other than Tang Shuwei and that woman in a cheongsam. The latter could be ignored, as she had heard Tang Shuwei mention that Tang Yizhou would handle her. However, as for Tang Shuwei, she was determined to devise a fitting punishment for the girl. In matters as grave as framing someone, mere suspension of cards and solitary reflection are of little consequence. Profound education is imperative. Tang Yizhou, constrained by familial affection, dares not impose severe penalties, yet she is not bound by such reservations. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a gentle knock on the door interrupted her reverie, followed by the voice of the maid. Xiao Tao, miss, may I bring in your fresh clothes? Oh, do come in, she replied, propping her chin on one hand. Once Xiao Tao placed the garments in the changing room and emerged, she found Qian Mi still resting her chin on her hand. A look of distress etched on her face. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, Miss, what troubles you? Xiao Tao, if someone has wronged you, and you cannot retaliate openly, yet you cannot swallow your indignation, what should you do? Xiao Tao paused, bewildered. No one has offended me. It's a metaphor, Qian Mi clarified, adjusting a pillow behind her. If someone bullies you, what would you do? Well, if it's not a serious matter, I would simply endure it. Retreating a step opens up a vast horizon. Qian Mi nearly rolled her eyes at this monotonous recitation. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. She clapped her hands. I've thought of a solution. Huh? Xiao Tao is utterly confused. Right, Xiao Tao, come with me to a certain place. Where are we going? Qian Mi feigned mystery, shushing her. You'll find out soon enough. After dinner, she instructed Xiao Tao to prepare a flashlight, a net, gloves, tongs, and a can of insect spray. Xiao Tao looked at the assortment in bewilderment, questioning her intent. Qian Mi changed into a sporty outfit and descended, despite her petite stature. Her proportions were exquisite, with her long hair styled into a bun atop her head, and the azure athletic wear radiated vitality. "Miss, what do you need these for? And where are we headed?" Xiaotao inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Never mind how you address me. It's not easy to get you to call me Qian Mi at this moment," she replied casually. "We are going to catch earthworms." Xiaotao froze, her expression one of disbelief. "Catch earthworms? Did I just hallucinate? What are you dawdling for? Hurry, or the earthworms will be asleep by the time we arrive." After taking a few steps, she noticed Xiaotao had not followed and turned to urge her along. Xiaotao felt tears welling up. "Why do we need to catch earthworms? I'm terrified of them." The thought of the squirmy, legless creatures sent shivers down her spine. "Are we really doing this at night?" she whimpered. "So, are you coming or not?" I'm scared." Qian Mi patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It's fine. Just hold the flashlight for me, and I'll protect you." Xiaotao managed a strained smile. Reluctantly. Due to her fear of darkness and she urged Xiaotao to hide quickly. "All right, I know," he replied. Once Xiaotao was concealed, Qian Mi tidied her clothes and adjusted her hair, calmly standing at the entrance of the living room, awaiting her arrival. Tang Shui walked in, following the maid. Dressed in a striking red dress that accentuated her fair and translucent skin, her hair was styled in soft waves, and she wore 10-centimeter high heels. Without sparing a glance at Qian Mi, she brushed past her shoulders, strutting like a proud peacock. One could not help but acknowledge her undeniable air of a young lady. This was Qian Mi's initial impression. However, today she was determined to see how this young lady would fare when confronted by the legendary worms. It sent a tingle of excitement through her. Come, sit here." She warmly invited Tang Shui to the sofa, eagerly offering her a steaming cup of water. "You must be thirsty after your journey. Have some tea." Tang Shui did not reach for the cup but instead shot her a sidelong glance, filled with suspicion and disdain. "Why are you being so cordial? What are you plotting?" "What plot could I possibly have? Once I marry your brother, we will be family. Isn't it natural for me to treat you well?" Qian Mi feigned shyness, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, which only prompted Tang Shui to furrow her brow in disapproval. "Just speak plainly. No need for pretenses." Tang Shui forcefully pushed away the teacup in Qian Mi's hand, spilling its contents. Yet, Qian Mi cared little for the mess. This was the effect she desired, to provoke the young lady. "What could I want? I simply wish to chat with you." The young woman rolled her eyes inwardly, noting how Tang Shui's emotions were always so transparent. Remembering how this young lady had once conspired with another woman against her, Qian Mi felt justified in toying with her. If it weren't for Tang Yizhou, she might have ended up in a far worse situation with that shady taxi driver. Women, when vengeful, could be far more ruthless than men. Thus today, she aimed to deflate this young lady's pride. "Oh, I have no one else to talk to." Qian Mi pretended to be pitiful as she sat beside her. But Tang Shui scooted away in disgust. "You invited me for coffee the other day, remember? After you left, I encountered a shady taxi driver. If not for my wits, I might have been in real trouble." She glanced at Tang Shui meaningfully. Tang Shui's expression stiffened. "Fortunately, I have a strong constitution. But those who engage in such wickedness will surely face retribution, wouldn't you agree?" Qian Mi tilted her head, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. Tang Shui felt a chill run down her spine. "I have no idea what you're rambling about. My time is precious. I cannot waste it on your nonsense. I must leave." Qian Mi grabbed her arm. "Don't be like that. Just sit for a moment. I don't wish to converse with you." Tang Shui disdainfully shook off her hand. "Are you feeling guilty?" Qian Mi blinked innocently. "Why do you react so strongly when I mention being schemed against?" "I am not." They locked eyes for a moment before Qian Mi suddenly broke into a smile. "Why the long face?" "I was just joking. You could never stoop to such despicable acts." "Could you?" Tang Shui. She must have lost her mind to be provoked by such childish taunts. She should not have come here. "I am leaving." She sensed the woman's ill intentions, clutching her bag as she prepared to depart. Qian Mi quickly signaled to Xiaotao, receiving the cue. Xiaotao tightly closed his eyes and pulled the string. Qian Mi released her grip and stepped back. The ceiling, containing the worms, suddenly burst open, and the worms cascaded down like a bizarre rainfall. Xiaotao, hidden above, witnessed the spectacle and couldn't suppress a gagging reaction. "What is this?" Tang Shui had initially intended to leave, but a sudden chill on her neck made her instinctively reach to touch it, only to find something soft and slimy. When she turned to look, her face paled in terror. Losing all composure, she began jumping around like a frantic monkey, frantically swatting at herself while crying out. "Where did these bugs come from? Help! Help!" Watching the once proud young lady, now white-faced and panicking, Qian Mi felt a surge of delight, though she had to suppress her amusement. Oh dear, where did these worms come from? Qian Mi feigned concern, rushing to help her sweat at the worms. Ah, Miss Tang, you have 3 worms on your head, she exclaimed in mock astonishment, her eyes wide with exaggerated fear. Tang Shuyue turned pale as a sheet, her body stiffening in horror. You must get them off me. Qian Mi hesitated, her fingers trembling. I'm too scared. Get them off. I command you to get them off. Tang Shuyue's voice cracked into a whimper. Realizing the number of worms on her head made her skin crawl. Okay. Qian Mi pretended to ponder, then, with a deep breath, reached for one of the worms on Tang Shuyue's head. Ah, got one. Tang Shuyue breathed a sigh of relief. How disgusting. Qian Mi feigned horror as she flung the worm away, the unfortunate creature landing squarely on Tang Shuyue's meticulously made-up face. Ah, Tang Shuyue gasped, her breath catching as she fainted. Qian Mi, no way. Xiao Tao emerged from the bathroom just in time to see the Tang family's young lady collapsed on the sofa. Motionless, and panic seized her legs. Oh no, miss, you scared her unconscious. She cried out. Qian Mi held her forehead, exasperated. I saw that. Coughing. She had only wanted to frighten the arrogant young lady, but this was too much. A few worms had sent her into a faint. Truly pathetic. What do we do now? Xiao Tao was on the verge of tears, regretting her involvement in this prank. She had no idea how this Tang family young lady had offended Qian Mi, leading to such a trick. But this was a member of the Tang family. If they pursued the matter, she would surely be implicated, and the master would be furious. Why did the master place me beside this fake young lady? I feel like I'm losing years off my life. Don't worry, she merely fainted. She'll wake up soon. But how long is soon? Xiao Tao was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Qian Mi leaned over to gather the worms and tossed them into a basket, handing it to her. You need to release these worms quickly. Xiao Tao blinked back tears, hastily fleeing to dispose of the evidence. As predicted, Tang Shuyue regained consciousness a few minutes later. Are you all right? Though this girl had played a most dastardly trick on her, Qian Mi had no intention of being ruthless. She merely sought to frighten her, and indeed, the daughter of a wealthy family had fainted at the sight of a few worms. Truly ineffectual. Tang Shuyue fixed her gaze on Qian Mi, then suddenly sprang from the sofa, raising her hand high, ready to strike. Qian Mi, quick-witted and agile, deftly intercepted her slap, grasping her wrist firmly while a subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth. Hey, is the esteemed young lady of the Tang family so indiscriminate in her assaults? With one hand captured by Qian Mi, Tang Shuyue, in a fit of rage, swung her other hand towards Qian Mi's face without a moment's hesitation. To her surprise, Qian Mi endured the blow, not expecting such persistence from her adversary. Tang Shuyue's slap was delivered with evident force, and she immediately felt a stinging pain on her cheek. Goodness! Miss Tao just released the earthworm in the garden and witnessed the Tang family's young lady deliver a fierce slap to the false young lady. Without a second thought, she rushed over, her face etched with concern. Miss, are you all right? I'm fine, Qian Mi replied calmly, shaking her head. I'll just consider it a dog bite. With half her face swollen, she provocatively glared at Tang Shuyue, lifting her chin defiantly. What is the matter? Are you flustered because of your guilty conscience? I have no guilty conscience. Don't slander me, Qi Sahan. I warn you, for the humiliation you've inflicted today, I will ensure you pay dearly. Qian Mi crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips. Compared to the heinous deeds you and your ilk commit, my little reprisal is but a mere tickle of conscience. What were they even discussing? Tao was utterly baffled, observing the two fierce women. Yet, it was undeniable that at that critical moment, the false young lady exuded an impressive aura, causing the Tang family's young lady to waver slightly under her unyielding gaze. Tang Shuyue's eyes darted away momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, lifting her chin defiantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Just because my brother favors you, you think you can act with impunity? No one has ever dared to toy with me like this. Qi Sahan, you'd better brace yourself. I will not let you off easily. With that, she furiously snatched her bag, shooting Qian Mi a venomous glare before storming off. Oh, you have an earthworm in your hair. Qian Mi called out suddenly from behind. Tang Shuyue turned, exclaiming, watching her retreating figure in a frenzy. Qian Mi finally relaxed her fierce demeanor. Goodness, this young lady truly holds nothing back. That was quite the blow. Cautiously, Qian Mi gingerly touched her swollen cheek. Wincing from the pain, Miss, I'll fetch some ice. Your face is bleeding. No, I must call Dr. Zhao. Tao was flustered, darting about in a panic. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Just a slap. I'm not that fragile. A little ice will suffice. She waved dismissively. By the way, let us keep today's incident from Master Qi and your young master, understood? Tao nodded solemnly. Of course, even if you didn't ask. I wouldn't dare to tell. If the master or young master found out, I might well lose my skin over it. Tao hurried off to find ice and a hot egg, while Qian Mi, nursing her swollen cheek, sank into the sofa. She tilted her head back, closing her eyes to recuperate. It was a small punishment. She had done nothing wrong. Tang Shui was a classic example of a spoiled princess, disregarding others entirely. Qian Mi not only sought justice for herself, but also wished to impart the lesson that no one is to be trifled with if one bullies others. They shall receive their due retribution, regardless of their lofty status. Miss, here are the ice and egg. You should apply them. Oh, all right. You can't possibly go on like this. When master and the young master return for dinner, they will surely ask about your condition. You can say I was hit by a door. Qian Mi rolled an egg against her bruised cheek, hissing in pain. Tao frowned. Hit by a door? That excuse is rather flimsy. However, it turned out that both Master Qi and young Master Qi had social engagements that evening and would not be home for dinner. Thus, Qian Mi could simply remain in her room, and by the next day, the swelling would undoubtedly subside. I told you not to worry. You're just overthinking it, she declared, sprawled on the sofa, an ice pack in hand, gingerly touching her bruised face. Miss, a more senior maid approached. What is it? Why did they insist on calling her Miss when they knew she wasn't the real Qi-san? It was rather irksome to her ears. Young Master Tang just called personally to say he will come to take you out for dinner tonight. Qian Mi felt as if she had been pricked by 1,000 needles. What? How ironic that just when she was dealing with her bruised visage, Tang Yizhou had to come and fetch her for dinner. How would she explain her appearance? Oh no, miss. What should we do? Tao, who had been somewhat relaxed, was now in a fluster. How can you go to dinner looking like this? Qian Mi, feeling utterly drained, slumped back onto the sofa, rolling her eyes. What can we do? Just toss in some cold dishes. She had been applying ice for so long that her face felt nearly numb. Although the swelling had reduced a bit, it was still glaringly evident, especially the scratch left by Tang Shiyue's sharp nails. Miss, young Master Tang will definitely see that. Tao had been fretting all afternoon. Qian Mi glanced at her and, grabbing a band-aid, covered the visible scratch, but her swollen cheek would not be entirely concealed. How embarrassing. Hey, Tao, why complicate matters? Just call Tang Yizhou and tell him I have a severe cold and am bedridden. I don't believe he will come to fetch me then. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within her. Tao quickly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. That one tea work. You just playfully outmaneuvered young Master Tang's sister. Who would believe you're bedridden now? Qian Mi, you truly hit the nail on the head. By the way, Tao said nervously, Miss, if she tells young Master Tang about your antics, he will certainly inquire about it during dinner tonight. Qian Mi pondered. With Tang Shui's temperament, such a revelation was entirely plausible. Therefore, every conceivable excuse supported her not going out for dinner with Tang Yizhou tonight. Yes, just tell him I'm gravely ill. With that, she flopped onto her bed with a thud, pulling the covers over her. Tao, ever since this false young lady entered my life, it has felt like a roller coaster ride, too thrilling for comfort. Tao exited, feeling utterly defeated. When Qian Mi awoke, it was already 7:10 p.m. She wiped her mouth and sat up, the room illuminated only by a small night light. She patted the soft bed, cursing its comfort. She had intended only to lie down briefly, but had ended up sleeping like a log. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already dinner time. And Tao had not called her. As a foodie, she could not tolerate this. Just as she was about to throw off the covers and get up, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps and Tao's anxious voice. Young Master Tang, the young lady is indeed ill. She may have taken some medicine and is now sleeping. Could it be that Tang Yizhou had arrived? Oh no, in a flurry. She fumbled to turn off the night light and lie down, but in her haste, she accidentally knocked over the glass lamp on the bedside table, creating a loud crash that echoed in the quiet room. Tang Yizhou, clearly hearing the commotion, burst through the door just as the light flickered brightly. Qian Mi, in a panic, pulled the covers tightly over her head, her breathing becoming noticeably more subdued. Xiao Tao followed closely behind, nervously peering into the room. Tang Yizhou's dark eyes swept across the space, finally resting on the bed, where a figure was cocooned tightly, resembling a caterpillar. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Young Master Tang, the miss is indeed unwell, Xiao Tao explained anxiously. She is probably still asleep. We should not disturb her. His gaze shifted to the overturned lamp on the floor, shards scattered everywhere. He pointed to the mess and remarked, Did I just hear a noise? Could it be a mouse that caused this? Xiao Tao could only respond with silence. My lord, if you bring about your own doom, do not blame Xiao Tao for not assisting you, she thought, gradually retreating under Tang Yizhou's penetrating gaze until she vanished from sight. Qian Mi was buried beneath the covers, struggling to breathe as carbon dioxide filled the air. Why was it that every time she encountered Tang Yizhou, she felt the need to hide in embarrassment? The sound of steady footsteps approached, and Qian Mi held her breath. In the next moment, two large hands lifted the blanket from her face. Are you trying to suffocate yourself? Oh, no. Qian Mi panicked at the thought of him seeing her disheveled appearance, hastily grabbing a pillow to shield her face once more. Tang Yizhou's expression darkened. Do you not wish to see me? The caterpillar wrapped in the blanket remained motionless. His brow furrowed slightly. What are you doing? I haven't offended you today. The blanket shifted slightly, but quickly returned to stillness, and a soft whimper escaped from the woman. Move the blanket aside, he urged gently. No, came Qian Mi's muffled voice from under the pillow, sounding as if she had a cold. I caught a cold and don't want to infect you. Did this woman truly want to suffocate herself? Stop hiding, he insisted, reaching for the pillow again. But Qian Mi clung to it stubbornly, as if defending her territory. Tang Yizhou's eyes darkened further. With a swift motion, he easily removed the pillow and tossed it aside. With nowhere left to hide, she instinctively covered her face with her hands. He observed her continued attempts to conceal herself, perplexed. What happened to your face? Nothing, nothing. Qian Mi replied, burying her face deeper into the blankets like an ostrich. Show me, he commanded firmly. Oh, don't come near me. I have a cold. Her voice was bright and clear, entirely unlike someone suffering from illness. Why are you being so particular? Qian Mi retorted, her eyes darting. She feared that if she divulged the truth about her mischief towards Tang Shuwei, Tang Yizhou might retaliate, considering she was his sister. Huh? Tang Yizhou scoffed coldly. You claim a door handle could inflict this sort of injury? Show me. Speak, he ordered with a chilling authority. I want tea. She lifted her head defiantly, her gaze unwavering. Why should I tell you? What am I to you? And did you have my permission to barge into my room? You must know this damages my reputation. You are practically my fiancée. Do we still need to maintain distance? Tang Yizhou cupped her face in his large hand, his slender fingers gently tracing the bruised area on her right cheek. Though the swelling had diminished, a mark still lingered. Who had struck her so brutally? In an instant, his eyes darkened ominously. Qian Mi became a clam, resolutely silent. If you refuse to speak, I will question your household servants. Surely one of them will know, he stated, rising to leave. Wait. In her haste, Qian Mi lunged forward, only to slip and tumble against him, her chin colliding with his solid chest, sending tears to her eyes. Ugh, what bad luck have I encountered today? Is a mere reprimand of that little brat Tang Shuwei to invoke such punishment? Miss, the master has returned. The moment Xiao Tao opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Qian Mi sprawled against the eldest son of the Tang family, her eyes wide with shock. Goodness, this fake lady is far too audacious, daring to tackle the heir of the Tang family like that. Qian Mi, disregarding her pain, scrambled to her feet and tidied her hair. Yes, I understand. You may leave now. I will change and join you shortly. Tang Yizhou's expression fell slightly as he cast a glance at Xiao Tao, who trembled under his warning gaze, nearly losing her composure. Hey, I need to change clothes. Aren't you leaving? She remarked, walking to the wardrobe, casting a disgruntled glance at Tang Yizhou, who still lingered in the room. I will close my eyes, he replied, indicating he had no intention of leaving. Qian Mi grit her teeth and stepped forward, pushing him towards the door. Out with you, you big wolf. If you want to see, I want to allow it. Tang Yizhou was pushed back several steps, but rather than feeling angered, he found amusement in her defiance, leaning closer. Their breaths mingling. Is there any part of you I haven't seen? Why the need for secrecy? Get out. Qian Mi exclaimed, slamming the door behind her in frustration. In his 20-plus years, no one had dared to tell him to get lost and then shut the door in his face, except for this little girl. Tang Yizhou did not linger, noting her swollen face, which would not befit a dinner outing. After exchanging pleasantries with Qi Ming, he prepared to leave, casting a knowing look at Qian Mi. Hurry and see Yizhou off. Qian Mi, is there no conscience? My face is all swollen, and you expect me to send him off? Reluctantly, she followed behind Tang Yizhou, mumbling under her breath as they exited. The Qi family's garden was expansive, with a lamp illuminating the path, creating a bright trail through the quiet night. Accompanied only by the croaking of frogs and a gentle breeze, quite pleasant indeed. The two walked in silence until Tang Yizhou suddenly stopped, causing Qian Mi to collide into him without warning. She grasped her nose, gasping, Tang Yizhou, why did you stop abruptly? Was it intentional? Who struck your face? It couldn't possibly be Qian Mi or Qi Jinyan. What is wrong with you? Why do you insist on prying into everything? She sighed dramatically. I already said I bumped into a door. If someone dared to hit me, I would retaliate immediately. She clenched her fists, declaring, I've warned you all. Anyone who provokes me shall face dire consequences. Tang Yizhou chuckled at her fierce demeanor, ruffling her hair. Go back inside. Don't catch a chill. When you're ready to talk, you will tell me. I'm not that foolish. If you stay out longer, your face won't be presentable, he teased. Tang Yizhou. Qian Mi's frustrated voice echoed through the garden. After seeing Tang Yizhou off, Qian Mi hummed a tune as she ascended the stairs. Despite being slapped earlier, she had successfully pranked that little girl. Oh well, it's my own fault. As she reached the top of the stairs, Qi Jinyan's voice sounded behind her. Good evening. Good evening. Qian Mi's back stiffened. Why did he return at such an awkward hour? If he saw the imprint of fingers on her face, who knew what questions he would ask? Sigh, the constant need to fabricate tales is truly tiresome. I just overheard my grandfather mention that your face is injured. What on earth happened? Let me take a look. Qi Jinyan stepped forward, eager to approach her. Oh, why do both of them take pleasure in seeing her appear like a pig's head? Is this some form of twisted amusement? I'm fine, really. Qian Mi instinctively covered her face. I accidentally bumped into a door. It's nothing serious. I should be fine by tomorrow. Let me see. The man, usually gentle and respectful, now displayed a hint of stubbornness as he pried open her hands that shielded her face, revealing clear fingerprints imprinted upon her skin. What transpired? Who struck you? Which bold member of the Qi family dared to harm you? Even if she is not Si Han, she is undoubtedly someone under the protection of both myself and my grandfather. Who possesses such audacity to lay hands on her? Moreover, from what I understand of her, she does not seem like the type to suffer in silence. I told you it was the doorknob that caused it. Qian Mi felt overwhelmed. Why did they all insist on digging deeper? Could they not allow her a moment of peace to rest? A doorknob? How can that leave such distinct fingerprints? Fear not. If it was a member of the Qi family who bullied you, do inform me. I assure you, no one has mistreated me. Everyone in the Qi family has been very kind to me, Qian Mi replied earnestly. Then what about your face? Qian Mi lowered her head, silent. Qi Jinyan sighed. Very well, I shall fetch some ice to apply to your injury, along with a bit of ointment. No need, I have already applied some. And my face feels quite stiff now. Qian Mi squinted her eyes, deliberately putting on a pitiable expression. The man chuckled at her antics, wanting to ruffle her hair, but his hand froze midair. I'll head to my room to sleep now, good night. Seeing that he no longer pressed the matter, Qian Mi hurriedly bounced back to her room like a rabbit. Meanwhile, as Qian Mi drifted into slumber, the atmosphere in the Tang household was far from pleasant. Did you slap Si Han today? Tang Yizhou asked directly. Tang Shui was taken aback, then scoffed. That wretched woman reported me, didn't she? Tang Shui. Tang Yizhou's voice lowered ominously. You seem to disregard my warning. Scolded by her brother, the pampered Tang Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, why are you so kind to that woman? And what's wrong with me hitting her? If she hadn't played a prank on me first, I wouldn't have struck her. Tang Yizhou ignored her pitiful expression. Do not seek trouble with Qi Si Han again. This is my final warning to you. Tang Shui sobbed as she watched his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Qi Si Han, I loathe you. Why should my brother side with her? Why should she remain unscathed while she and Shuya suffer misfortune? She felt deeply aggrieved, utterly unjustifiable. In terms of status, what makes Qi Si Han superior to her? Why does everyone lean towards her, including Qi Jinyan, and now even her own brother? Having never faced injustice, Tang Shui sat on the sofa, covering her face as she wept. As she cried, her phone rang, startling her. Hello, darling, why does your voice sound so hoarse, as if you've been crying? Mom, someone is bullying your daughter. Ever since she played a cruel prank on Tang Shui, this little girl had become utterly quiet. After a hearty meal, feeling idle, she turned on the television and was shocked to see breaking news. The wealthy daughter of the Sun family, Sun Shuya, has recently been reported to be living a chaotic lifestyle. The Sun family's heiress is morally corrupt. Recently, the chairman of the Sun family has issued a statement affirming that this incident will not affect the company. Qian Mi flipped through the channels, nearly every station covering this story. A thought crossed her mind, recalling what Tang Yizhou had mentioned that day. Regardless of who plotted against you, I will seek vengeance on your behalf. Has he fulfilled his promise? This man truly cares about her affairs, even exposing the scandal surrounding that woman in the Qi Pal. A warmth surged in her heart as she diverted her gaze from the television, her fingers hovering over a certain man's number, but she quickly dismissed the screen. What could she possibly say to Tang Yizhou? Perhaps, thank you. Her head throbbed. She despised being indebted to others. As she pondered, Xiaotao knocked and entered. Miss. The lady of the Tang family has sent someone to escort you over. The lady of the Tang family? Surely, that must be Tang Yizhou's mother? Although reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. At the villa's entrance, someone was already waiting, respectfully opening the car door for her. Upon arriving at the Tang family villa, as Qian Mi stepped out of the car, an older butler came forward to greet her. Following the butler inside, she felt a twinge of unease. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than a flash of red swept past her, followed by a swift slap aimed at her face. Here we go again. With quick reflexes, she intercepted the precise slap, firmly grasping the wrist of its owner, coldly smirking. Tang Shuiwe, are you not tired of using this trick? Last time, I was caught off guard, but do you think I will let you succeed again? Tang Shuiwe winced under her grip, her brows knitting in pain. Yet she defiantly retorted, so what? I'll keep hitting you. Is it true that all wealthy daughters are as barbaric and unruly as Tang Shuiwe? Do not assume that her restraint implies she can be treated like a docile kitten. She had explored the world alongside her master long before this spoiled heiress was even a thought. Qian Mi decisively caught her other wrist, applying pressure. The invitation from the Tang matriarch was mere nonsense. This was evidently the mischief-making girl's ploy to settle the score with her. Enough. A cold, authoritative voice suddenly echoed. At the sound, Qian Mi turned to see a woman, bearing a resemblance to Shu Wei, gracefully descending the staircase. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Yet her well-maintained appearance belied her true age. This, however, was not the focal point. It was the air of nobility surrounding her that rendered one unable to meet her gaze. Mother, she is hurting my hand, Tang Shuiwe cried out. Playing the victim, she attacked me the moment she walked in. She couldn't believe the audacity of Tang Shuiwe. Her ability to twist the narrative was truly remarkable. The lady approached, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Qian Mi. Tang Shuiwe wriggled free from Qian Mi's grasp, retreating behind the lady like a frightened rabbit. Miss Qi, I invited you here today to have a discussion, yet I was taken aback to see you assault my daughter upon entering. Where is your decorum? Zhao Qinya appeared agitated, her meticulously cared-for features furrowing in displeasure. Qian Mi shook her hand. Auntie, your daughter struck me first. Mother, she is slandering me. How could I possibly attack a guest? She has tormented me previously, and now she dares to strike me again. Tang Shuiwe clutched her mother's hand. Mom, she thinks she can act recklessly just because she has my brother's affection. Zhao Qinya patted Tang Shuiwe's hand, offering a few words of comfort before fixing a piercing gaze on Qian Mi. I witnessed you grasping my daughter. Then why didn't you see her attempt to slap me? Is this selective blindness? Qian Mi rolled her eyes heavenward. Clearly, this mother-daughter duo was intent on besmirching her character. Regardless of whether she was right or wrong, they had already branded her the villain, leaving her with no words to defend herself. She should never have come to the Tang family today. I will not admit to what I did not do. Auntie, I understand your maternal instincts, but please open your eyes and do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. She cast a glare at Tang Shuiwe before turning to storm out. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Zhao Qinya reprimanded her. Why would she stay behind to be bullied by the two of them? She was not that foolish. It dawned on her that today's so-called invitation was merely a trap. She must have lost her mind to come here. Qian Mi, seemingly oblivious to her words, continued to stride forward. Zhao Qinya trembled with rage. No one had ever dared to defy her like this. Was this girl trying to revolt? Tang Shuiwe chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Mom, look at her. She's so arrogant. You have no idea how she bullied me that day. If my brother truly marries her, our household will be in chaos. She deliberately displayed the marks on her wrist, reddened from Qian Mi's grasp, inciting Zhao Qinya's fury to new heights. Old Zhou, gather a few people and bring her back. I intend to teach her a lesson today. Yes, madam. Tang Shuiwe smirked at her mother's flustered expression. Qian Mi believed she could smoothly exit the villa, but she was sorely mistaken. Faced with several expressionless men in black suits blocking her path, she rolled her eyes. Seriously, do you need such a spectacle for this? It seemed that if she wanted to leave today, she would have to resort to force. Qian Mi slowly rolled up her sleeves. Miss Qi, please return with us to see the madam, the leading man stated. What if I refuse? Qian Mi retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Then I must ask for your understanding, the man replied, signaling his companions to encircle her. Surrounded by the men in suits, she felt a mix of anger and amusement. Aren't you ashamed to gang up on a girl? One of the men remained silent, stepping forward to seize her wrist. Qian Mi's eyes narrowed, With a swift sweeping kick, she knocked the man down before he even realized she had a bit of skill. Huh. Serves you right. She laughed, relishing the sight of the tall man sprawled on the ground. The other men were momentarily stunned. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and catch her. The leader barked. Oh my. Seeing the swarm of men approach, Qian Mi fled without a backward glance. No matter how skilled she was, one woman could not take on so many. It was better to retreat. Using her agility, Qian Mi darted through the garden, taking cover behind trees and bushes. Yet, those men clung to her like an unshakable leech. Tang Yizhou, you've truly brought this upon me, she thought, glancing back at her relentless pursuers. Wasn't it a bit excessive to send so many after one woman? With all paths blocked, where could she escape? Pressing her back against a tree trunk, she looked up at the towering branches, a spark of inspiration igniting in her mind. Come on then, if you can catch me, she taunted. Confident they wouldn't follow her up a tree. Since childhood, she had been a master climber, agile as a monkey, no matter how tall or challenging the tree. She could conquer it effortlessly. In no time, she had scaled a sturdy branch, looking down at the group of men in suits with a smug expression. Come on up if you dare. These men, trained bodyguards, certainly had their skills, but climbing trees was not one of them. What now? They asked the leader. Gazing up at Qian Mi, get a ladder. He ordered. Mom, let us go take a look, Tang Shue suggested, sitting on the sofa with Zhao Qinya, who was seething with anger. They had been waiting for the woman to be brought to them, but after a long while, there was still no sign of her. Let us check it out, Zhao Qinya snapped, her temper flaring. She had initially wanted to avoid conflict for the sake of the Qi family's reputation, hoping to dissuade the young lady from pursuing a relationship with her son. But this girl had shown no respect, and if she didn't teach her a lesson today, how would she maintain her dignity? Today, not even the Qi family or the heavens would easily forgive this uncouth girl. Madam. Suddenly, the butler rushed in, his expression urgent. What is happening? Miss Qi. She's in the tree. Qian Mi had perched in the tree for half an hour, successfully thwarting several attempts by the men to climb up using ladders. The situation had reached an impasse. Seeing the furious expressions of the noblewoman and Tang Shue below, she felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Perfect. Let this drive you mad, she thought, relishing their frustration. Tang Shue's face twisted in rage. Are you all fools? You can't even catch a little girl. You're the little girl. Your whole family are just little girls, still in diapers. Qian Mi swung her legs playfully from the branch. Why are you scolding them? If you're so brave, come up here and catch me. I'll sit right here for you. If you manage to catch me, do whatever you want. You. Tang Shue's frustration boiled over. How could a lady of high status climb a tree to catch her? Zhao Qinya, seething with anger, watched the taunting girl atop the tree, her chest heaving with indignation. She had never encountered such a rebellious young lady. What had possessed her son to be interested in such a woman? Get down this instant. Zhao Qinya's voice trembled with authority. But auntie, you have to promise that if I come down, I can leave. Otherwise, I won't budge. Don't bargain with me. How could the elder Qi have raised such an ill-mannered granddaughter? I'm truly witnessing something astonishing today. Zhao Qinya, now beyond furious, struggled for words. Qian Mi's swinging feet paused. Though elder Qi was not her biological grandfather, he had treated her as his own granddaughter during their time together. Regardless of the sincerity behind it, she had always been clear about who treated her well and who did not. Auntie, you can scold me all you want, but don't take it out on my grandfather. She was sharp-tongued, and it was clear she wouldn't back down. Enough. Zhao Qinya's trembling finger pointed at those around her. Why are you still standing there? Go get young master back. Yes, that's unnecessary. A deep voice suddenly interrupted, cutting through the tension. Everyone turned to face the source of the voice. Qian Mi froze, her hands stilling among the leaves as she looked down to see Tang Yizhou approaching her with a solemn expression. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of unease. Brother, you finally come. Tang Shue, seizing the opportunity, vented her frustration. Mom invited Miss Qi over, but she has been disrespectful to Mom. Tang Yizhou cast a cold glance at his sister, shaking off her hand as he walked toward the tree. Tang Shue fell silent, intimidated by her brother's piercing gaze. Son, you arrived just in time. Command this woman to come down. She's insufferable, Zhao Qinya implored, her brow furrowed. Tang Yizhou nodded, looking up at Qian Mi, his expression serious. Why are you up so high? Aren't you afraid of falling? Come down. I'll catch you. Zhao Qinya's frown deepened. Her son showed concern for the safety of this defiant girl rather than expressing anger at her rebelliousness. This is not a favorable situation. Could it be true, as Yuer suggested, that her son has been utterly entranced by this little girl? No, that simply cannot be. She already envisions a suitable daughter-in-law for him. And even if it were not her, it certainly would not be this impertinent young woman. Despite Tang Yizhou's gentle demeanor, she clung tightly to the tree trunk. No way. If I come down, won't I just get skinned alive? I am not that foolish. Don't worry. The man's voice was unprecedentedly soft. Come down. And I assure you no one will dare to harm you. Although she was perplexed about how she ended up at the Tang residence and inexplicably climbed a tree. She knew this incident was not solely her fault. While she may have acted impulsively, she was not entirely reckless. Sun Yu. Zhao Qinya glanced at Tang Yizhou with a look of suspicion. Observing his unusually gentle expression, Qian Mi began to waver, glancing at the two fierce women and retreating further. Your family is not filled with good people, each of you scheming against me. I won't believe you. Then who will you trust? Tang Yizhou inquired. She trusted him. But would he truly assist her? It seemed unlikely. After all, she was merely his fiancée, yet to be officially engaged, and he could easily sever ties. The two women below were his mother and sister. It was clear whom he would prioritize. Yet, a small voice within her still hoped he would side with her. Seeing she remained unmoved, Tang Yizhou cast a cold glance around and commanded, You all go down first. Brother, Tang Shuyue called meekly. Mother, you should return first. I will bring her to apologize to you shortly, Tang Yizhou explained, turning to his mother. Zhao Qinya, upon hearing her son, felt it was inappropriate to escalate matters further. She adjusted her hair, her expression darkened, and nodded. After all, such commotion would not reflect well if it spread. The crowd soon dispersed, leaving Tang Yizhou alone beneath the tree. Watching the departing figures, Qian Mi felt relief wash over her. Can I come down now? Tang Yizhou pressed his lips together. His brow slightly furrowed. How could she have climbed so high without fear of falling? Did you not know that while ascending a mountain is easy, descending is not? Climbing a tree is the same, she replied cautiously as she stepped carefully down the trunk. Just as she thought she would make a smooth descent, a branch suddenly snapped under her weight. She plummeted like a kite with a severed string. Why am I so unlucky? Falling from such a height. Would she be injured? Yet, contrary to her expectations of pain, she felt herself caught in a pair of strong arms. However, due to inertia, they tumbled together. Gingerly opening her eyes, she found herself atop Tang Yizhou, using him as a cushion. If you don't get up soon, I might just be crushed beneath you, came a strained voice. Flustered, she scrambled to her feet. Are you all right? She asked anxiously, helping him sit up. How could I be fine? You just fell on me with such force, he replied, disregarding his own discomfort as he instinctively wrapped an arm around her. Fortunately, she was not too heavy. Otherwise, he might have truly been injured. However, she had once again landed on his most vulnerable spot. Since meeting her, he found himself tirelessly rescuing her, an endless endeavor. Hey, speak to me, Qian Mi urged, noticing his vacant stare and pale complexion. You aren't seriously hurt, are you? She was now in a cold sweat. Help me up, Tang Yizhou said firmly. Okay, she replied slowly, assisting him to his feet. Can you drive? Yes, she nodded. Excellent, let us go. They drove directly to the hospital. After examining her, the elderly doctor informed Qian Mi, You have a hairline fracture. It's not too serious, but remember, healing takes time. I will prescribe some medication for both internal and external use. The doctor then looked at her. Young lady, your boyfriend may find it difficult to manage for a while. You'll need to assist him, and be careful not to let him get wet. Qian Mi blushed. I'm not his girlfriend. The doctor paused, pin hovering midair. Not his girlfriend? Tang Yizhou, with his uninjured hand, draped it over her shoulder. She is not merely my girlfriend. She is my fiancée. Oh. The doctor smiled knowingly. You're practically a married couple. No wonder this young lady is so anxious about you. This is even better, since you cannot get wet. Your fiancé can take care of your bathing needs. Tang Yizhou, rarely displaying such warmth, smiled gently. Thank you, doctor. Watching the handsome couple, the doctor felt a sense of satisfaction. No need for thanks. After bidding farewell to the attractive duo, the doctor pondered, slightly puzzled. If they were indeed engaged, why had the young man insisted on labeling a sprain as a fracture? A mere ointment would suffice. Could this be the modern way of young people showcasing their affection? Once outside, Qian Mi erupted. Who says I am your fiancée? How shameless. Isn't it so? We aren't engaged yet, so stop calling me that. Tang Yizhou gazed at her meaningfully before smirking. Are you impatiently proposing to me? Qian Mi retorted, Get lost. Truly, the purest water has no fish, and the most despicable person is invincible. Tang Yizhou escorted her back to his upscale apartment. The well-uniformed security personnel, upon seeing him with a girl, promptly approached with respect, removing their hats and bowing in greeting. Qian Mi couldn't help but roll her eyes at his obsequious demeanor. "Mr. Tang, you've returned today," the guard said. Tang Yizhou replied nonchalantly, barely sparing him a glance before leading Qian Mi through the entrance. As she surveyed the apartment, located in the city center, she marveled at its understated yet luxurious decor, leaving her in awe. Stealing a glance at Tang Yizhou's profile, she questioned, "This apartment is quite accommodating. The security is so polite, and they remember every resident's name. Because I am the owner here. This lavish apartment in such a prime location belonged to him." She felt the need to collect herself. How could the disparity between people be so vast? Following Tang Yizhou, they took a private elevator to the 36th floor. Each level housed only one resident, and as the proprietor, he undoubtedly had the privilege of choosing the best view. "Please have a seat. I will take a shower," he said. "Wait, didn't the doctor say you shouldn't get wet?" Qian Mi grasped his arm, reproaching him. "How can you forget so quickly?" Tang Yizhou nodded in agreement. "True. So you can help me wash." Could she refuse? What a predicament, akin to lifting a rock only to drop it on her own foot. A few minutes later, she stood dazed in the bathroom, towel in hand, wondering how she had been drawn into this situation. Assisting someone, especially a man, with bathing for the first time made her wish to hide her face. Yet, Tang Yizhou seemed intent on teasing her, his uninjured hand resting on his button, gazing at her with soft eyes. "Fine, you help me," he finally conceded. Qian Mi blinked, incredulous, pointing at herself. "Me help you?" Tang Yizhou nodded affirmatively. Taking a deep breath, she bit her lip and stepped forward with a resolve akin to a warrior severing a limb. Her fingers cautiously brushed against his buttons, and she endeavored to keep her eyes shut. Yet, the deep, rumbling breaths above her head prompted a teasing remark. "How can you assist me with the buttons if your eyes are closed?" Startled, Qian Mi opened her eyes, yanked at a button, and sent it flying. Embarrassed, she muttered an apology, and as the last button came undone, she lowered her gaze and mumbled, "You can do it yourself. I can't reach your shoulder." Moreover, even if she could, she had no desire to do so. Tang Yizhou observed her ears, flushed like garnets, and the mirth dancing in his dark eyes. With a swift motion, he shed his outer garment, revealing his undeniably splendid physique before her. She inadvertently glanced up, and her gaze became affixed upon him. Such a figure could easily grace the runway. How could someone who seemed to spend all day in an office possess such a remarkable form? It was utterly unfair. Tang Yizhou, noting her astonishment, couldn't help but smile. Her honest reaction was undeniably endearing. He deliberately stepped closer, blocking her view and feigning nonchalance as he asked, "Aren't you supposed to help me clean up?" "Oh, right. I'll do it," Qian Mi retorted. Tang Yizhou raised an eyebrow, contemplating her words as she hastily wrung out a warm towel, her hands trembling as she carelessly wiped at him. With one hand tucked behind her back, it was as if she were hiding a treasure. "Are you planning to wipe me down until the end of time?" His gaze turned frosty. "If you catch a cold, are you prepared to take responsibility?" After exerting immense effort to complete her task, Qian Mi felt more exhausted than if she had run 800 meters, while he remained nonchalantly relaxed. He sat elegantly on the sofa, his fresh attire accentuating his refined demeanor. "I'm hungry," he stated casually, worn out and feeling like a dog. Qian Mi shot him a glare. "If you're hungry, why not eat something? Make something for me." "I can't cook." She tossed the towel aside in frustration, feeling as if he was treating her like a servant, commanding her around due to his injury. Yet, she was powerless to resist. Tang Yizhou pointed to his wounded hand. "I was injured while saving you." Fine, considering he had rescued her more than once, she begrudgingly accepted the role of a servant. The open kitchen allowed him to observe her every move as she flitted about like a squirrel, and for some reason, he found the scene rather delightful. Though an orphan, Qian Mi had spent her youth alongside her master. Thus, she had not endured much hardship. Over the years, she had merely learned to be a glutton without acquiring any culinary skills. Cooking seemed too troublesome, involving tasks like washing rice. Noodles were simpler and more convenient. She pulled out her phone, followed the instructions to boil water, and added the noodles. Once the noodles were in the pot, she began to chop scallions in a flurry. But whether due to inexperience or some other reason, she soon found herself in a painful predicament. She had cut her finger. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Holding her finger, tears almost welled in her eyes. Today had truly been a day of misfortune. Tang Yizhou glanced at her with a hint of disinterest, his focus remaining on his newspaper. "You're quite clumsy." Qian Mi felt an urge to brandish the knife at him. If it weren't for cooking noodles for him, would she have cut her finger? Did he possess no sense of guilt? Amid her vexation, a long hand reached out, gently grasping her injured finger and meticulously applying a band-aid. Does it still hurt? Qian Mi, refusing to show weakness, replied, Didn't you just call me clumsy? Why bother with the band-aid? You surely have ill intentions. Tangy Joe met her gaze with a hint of amusement. I was concerned you might drip blood into the noodles. That would be a waste of food. She ground her teeth, wishing to bite him again at his wounded spot. All right, let me take over, she declared, her eyes wide with astonishment. You can cook noodles? What is so surprising about that? Qian Mi, akin to someone witnessing an alien, exclaimed, Wow, you, a prominent heir of the Tang family and president of the Tang Corporation, can actually cook noodles. This has truly reshaped my perspective. Tangy Joe scoffed lightly. And you, a daughter of a wealthy family, can climb trees. Coughing to disguise her embarrassment. Qian Mi diverted her gaze, feeling suddenly self-conscious about her facade of wealth. Since your hand is injured, allow me, she suggested. Though her carefree demeanor belied her unwillingness to let an injured person cook for her. I can cook noodles with one hand. Are you sure? Tangy Joe raised an eyebrow. Do you doubt my abilities? She nodded earnestly. I do indeed have my doubts. Tangy Joe, why does that sound so harsh? Determined to prove himself. He skillfully cooked 2 bowls of noodles. As Qian Mi gazed at the steaming bowls, her eyes widened in disbelief. He was indeed not merely boasting. What other secrets did this man hold? They say women are enigmatic, yet he was even more so, elusive and inscrutable. However, given how he had rescued her today without hesitation, it was impossible for her not to feel touched. Aside from her master, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. Eat up. They'll get cold if you wait too long, he urged. A hint of amusement curling his lips as he observed her dazed expression. Watching her devour the noodles, Tangy Joe felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It had been ages since he had stepped into a kitchen. Since returning from studying abroad, he had hardly touched any kitchenware. Yet today, he had made an exception to cook for this woman. What magic did she possess that made him repeatedly break his own principles and lower his lofty demeanor? Why aren't you eating? They'll get cold, Qian Mi asked, mouthful of noodles, glancing up to find him staring intently at her, his own bowl untouched. My hand is injured. She swallowed her mouthful and stifled a roll of her eyes. You were quite proficient at cooking. Now you can't eat because of your injury? I'm injured on my left hand, he clarified coolly. Then use your right hand to eat. I usually eat with my left hand. In other words, he was left-handed. So Qian Mi was puzzled as to why a man would over-explain something so mundane. But considering he had been injured for her sake and was now cooking for her, she kindly asked, Do you want me to feed you? That's an intriguing proposal. Realizing she had dug her own grave, she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Having just helped him bathe, now she was to feed him. She felt less like a lady and more like a maid. Though inexperienced in feeding others, she had seen enough on television to know how it was typically done. Here, open wide, she instructed, scooping up some noodles, blowing on them gently before offering them to Tangy Joe. He stared at her foolish gesture, a look of disdain crossing his face. Seriously? You're going to feed me like that? Are you going to eat, or not? If not, I'm not serving you anymore. Tangy Joe opened his mouth and bit down on the spoon, and as Qian Mi watched him swallow the noodles, she couldn't tell if it was intentional, but he delicately licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue. As she gazed at his enchanting demeanor, Qian Mi's hand trembled slightly while holding the bowl. Hey, why all the fuss just to eat noodles? She averted her gaze, her ears burning with embarrassment. Who was he trying to charm? Tangy Joe, observing her bashful expression, couldn't help but smile. The bowl of noodles was soon emptied, prompting Qian Mi to clear the dishes and head to the sink. Just a few steps away, Tangy Joe's phone rang. Hello, Mom. Her hand holding the bowl paused momentarily. I have a bit of business to attend to. Can we talk about it tomorrow? Okay. He spoke succinctly before ending the call. As she placed the dishes in the sink and turned on the faucet, the man approached and gently turned off the tap. Your hand is injured. There's no need to wash them here. Oh, she replied, clearly distracted. After a moment of reflection, she began to realize her earlier mistake. Although Tang Shui had instigated the quarrel, she was still in someone else's home, and that woman was Tangy Joe's mother. Her earlier outburst had been rather disrespectful. It's no wonder she was so furious. She had let Tang Shui's provocation cloud her judgment. What's wrong? Tangy Joe asked, noticing her sudden melancholy. Do you think your mother wishes to dismember me? Qian Mi looked up at him, her gaze pitiful. Tangy Joe paused thoughtfully. What exactly happened today? What else could it be? I was being unreasonable, Qian Mi shrugged, expressing her frustration. Regardless, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. If you don't speak up, how would I know whether I believe you? Tangy Joe's dark eyes fixed on her. Well, one is your mother and the other is your sister. I am merely an outsider. Naturally, you would believe them. You are not an outsider. You are my fiancée, Tang Yizhou asserted, pulling her close and gazing down at her. Besides, I always stand for justice, not kinship. Hey, if we're just talking, why are you getting so close? Qian Mi pushed against his chest, but he remained immovable. Growing impatient, she exclaimed, "Can you let go of me first?" "Speak," he insisted, ignoring her struggles, his warm breath brushing against her face. "Would you believe me if I said your sister started it? Did she slap your face too?" Qian Mi fell silent. "Do you truly believe me?" "I do." Tang Yizhou nodded, releasing her and returning to the sofa. For some reason, hearing his affirmation filled Qian Mi's heart with an unexpected warmth. "What did your mother say? Is she going to tell Qi or my grandfather?" Qian Mi's brow furrowed. Though she believed in retribution, she sought to avoid trouble. If her actions caused a rift between the Tang and Qi families, she would be the villain. Tang Yizhou looked at her with a half-smile. "Are you certain you want to hear her opinion of you? I imagine it won't be flattering." "Forget it. I won't listen. The situation is already at its worst. Rest assured, she was just momentarily angry and doesn't intend to escalate things. As for my sister," Tang Yizhou paused, "I will ensure she faces the consequences. That girl has grown too bold in her entitlement." Qian Mi stared at him in shock. Was he serious? That was her sister. He was indeed unyielding. Yet, for reasons unknown, this man stood unwaveringly by her side, believing in her, which warmed her heart. "Oh, it's already so late." She glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, the hands indicating 9:30. "I should head back." Turning to him, she added, "Thank you for today. If it weren't for you acting as my cushion, I would have been the one injured. By the way, the doctor advised you to avoid water. So bear with it for the next few days and refrain from spicy food. It's best to drink some bone broth for quicker recovery. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." She hurriedly made her way to the door, but Tang Yizhou was quicker, taking long strides to reach the entrance and locking the door with a decisive click. Qian Mi stared at his swift, fluid movements, bewildered. "Hey, what are you doing?" Tang Yizhou leaned against the door, edging closer to her, his lips pressed together. "Didn't the doctor say you should take good care of me?" "I have been." Qian Mi blinked innocently. "I've already helped you bathe and fed you." This indicated that she had done more than enough. "What about breakfast tomorrow morning? How will you manage sleeping comfortably tonight?" Tang Yizhou inched closer, his long, thick lashes nearly brushing against her cheek. Qian Mi slowly leaned back. "You can speak without getting so close, right? You said I saved you. Would you abandon your savior?" Tang Yizhou's voice deepened as he leaned against the wall, his hand gently encircling her waist. "Is this how you repay me?" I suppose I'll stay," she conceded, feeling cornered and sensing that if she didn't agree, he would kiss her in the next moment. Their proximity was less than an inch apart. "Ah. The child is teachable," Tang Yizhou noted as Qian Mi finally nodded in acquiescence, releasing her. As soon as he stepped back, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Well, considering he has saved me more than once, I suppose I can reluctantly care for him for one night. After all, it won't cost me anything. Where will I sleep tonight?" She surveyed the apartment, which was absurdly spacious and duplex, certainly with many rooms to choose from. "I've already said, if you're caring for a patient, you must share a room with me," Tang Yizhou stated casually. Her hair nearly stood on end in shock. "Share a room with you?" His room was indeed expansive, adhering to the same black and white aesthetic as the rest of the apartment. But the most striking feature was the king-sized bed at its center. Qian Mi looked around, realizing that such a large room lacked even a sofa. Would she really have to sleep on the floor? "What are you looking at?" Tang Yizhou asked, noticing her continuous glances around. Exasperated, she raised her head. "Why is this president so stingy? There's not even a sofa in the room. Where am I supposed to sleep?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Tang Yizhou's beautiful black eyes as he pointed at the large bed, the implication unmistakable. Qian Mi followed his gesture, her expression transforming into one of dismay. "Forget it. I'll just sleep on the floor." She chuckled nervously. Although the bed could accommodate 5 or 6 of her, sharing it with him was simply out of the question. "Sleep on the floor?" Tang Yizhou smirked. "The bed is so spacious, I wouldn't mind sharing half." Qian Mi glared at him. "You may not mind, but I do. It's inappropriate for a young lady to share a bed with a man." He leaned in slightly, his warm breath enveloping her once more. "Are you sure you're still a young lady?" At his question, memories of a past incident flooded back, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. In a fit of anger, she pushed him away. "Ah," Tang Yizhou exclaimed. "Serves you right." She shot him a glare, climbing onto the bed and yanking the blanket down. As she completed the arrangement of the bedding, she noticed that Tang Yizhou remained motionless, his hand still resting on the injured one. Qian Mi, upon seeing this, felt a surge of guilt and unease. Did I really hurt you? Tang Yizhou remained silent, not even lifting his brows. Speak to me. Did I injure you? Her face turned pale. Still, Tang Yizhou ignored her. Hey, don't scare me, Qian Mi exclaimed, frightened by his ashen complexion, her mind racing with the possibility of unseen internal injuries from that push. In her panic, she yanked Tang Yizhou toward the bedside, urgently preparing to lift his shirt to examine his wounds. At that moment, she completely forgot the proprieties between men and women. Tang Yizhou watched her delicate fingers roam over his body, and his dark eyes dimmed momentarily, his throat bobbing slightly. Tang Yizhou, speak. Does it hurt anywhere? Her voice turned sharp with anxiety. Yes, came his deep, subdued response. Where does it hurt? Qian Mi asked impatiently, her mind racing with thoughts of whether the hospital was still open at this hour and if she could manage to carry him if he were seriously injured. It hurts, Tang Yizhou uttered, his tone heavy. Qian Mi froze for a moment, and after a brief pause, she pushed him onto the bed like an agitated cat, her voice cracking with frustration. Tang Yizhou, you can't joke about things like this. As Tang Yizhou straightened up, he noticed the glistening mist in her large eyes. Was she on the verge of tears? Qian Mi felt utterly wronged. Her day had been akin to a tumultuous roller coaster, her nerves frayed beyond measure. She had never felt this way even after being taunted by Tang Shuiyue, scolded by his mother, or chased by those suited men. Yet now, at such a moment, he still had the audacity to joke. If it weren't for her needing his help, he wouldn't have been injured, though she didn't voice it. Her heart was laden with guilt, and yet he dared to jest about it, causing her needless anxiety. It was simply too much. Tang Yizhou's gaze darkened. His lips pressed together as he moved closer to her, gently wiping away her fallen tears. You needn't feign kindness. Qian Mi turned her head away, sniffling fiercely. She felt utterly humiliated. In the 20 years prior, she had seldom cried, yet today, a mere jest from this man had her feeling so emotionally fragile. Had a few days of being a wealthy young lady turned her into someone so sensitive? I'm sorry. Seeing her tears fall, Tang Yizhou felt inexplicably restless. He had merely intended to lighten the mood, not anticipating her reaction would be so intense. What good does an apology do? Do you know how unlucky my day has been? First, I was ridiculed by your sister, then scolded by your mother, and chased by those suited men until I had to hide in a tree. What did I do to deserve this? I already feel terrible about your injury. And you joke about it. Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, his crisp scent filling her senses. His deep voice resonated from above. I'm sorry. That single apology seemed to touch upon all of Qian Mi's pent-up frustrations, and she immediately cast aside all pretense, her tears flowing freely. Although she sobbed, not a sound escaped her lips, save for the occasional hitch in her breath. Tang Yizhou tenderly ruffled her hair, his voice adopting an unprecedented gentleness. Stop crying. What does my crying matter to you? Came her muffled reply, her voice thick with emotion. If you keep crying, my shirt will be ruined. Upon hearing his words, Qian Mi stiffened, then furiously wriggled out of his embrace, her nose red and her face streaked with tears. Tang Yizhou, you lunatic. What if you ruin your shirt? I'll just pay you back. Is that so? He diverted the conversation. Humph. Qian Mi turned her head, ignoring him, her eyes sparkling like they had been washed with water, her long lashes adorned with glistening teardrops. In that moment, she appeared both stubborn and aggrieved. In an impulsive gesture, Tang Yizhou leaned down and kissed her eyelids. Time seemed to freeze, the surroundings enveloped in silence, as if only their breaths remained. Qian Mi's hands fell limply at her sides, her body stiff as a plank. Tang Yizhou's gentle touch lingered momentarily before he withdrew. Yet she felt as if she were rooted to the spot, unable to move. After a pause, she exclaimed, Tang Yizhou, I could kill you. I'm the patient. And have you monopolized all the breakfast spots? She exclaimed, her mouth agape, eyeing the tall, elegant man beside her with a look akin to that of a wealthy landowner. Do you think this is feeding pigs? I don't feed pigs. I feed you, he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How insufferably sarcastic he was, she thought. Is this for you? The notion of a grand CEO personally purchasing her breakfast was almost overwhelming. Should she produce a handkerchief and shed a few tears in gratitude? It wasn't me. I instructed Lin Tan to procure it, he clarified. Lin Tan? Surely, that referred to the bespectacled gentleman. In this day and age, even a CEO's assistant was tasked with the procurement of breakfast. How exhausting. But that was the crux of the matter. It was the sheer volume of uneaten breakfast before them. Tang Yizhou, there is no way we can finish all this. Choose whatever you wish, and leave the rest. You needn't worry about it, he replied nonchalantly. The world of the affluent was unfathomable to her. Apparently, breakfast could be consumed with the expectation of discarding the excess. After sipping his coffee, he interlaced his long fingers. Once we finish, I'll take you somewhere. She bit into her food, sulking, I know, to apologize to your mother. Sigh. The inevitable had arrived. She shouldn't have acted so impulsively yesterday. Tang Shui had clearly set a trap for her, and in a moment of weakness, she had fallen for it. No. Huh? I'll take you to a place where no one can find us. Consider it a reprieve. A reprieve? She echoed, puzzled. Tang Yizhou leaned closer, his dark eyes fixed on her face for several seconds, then reached out a long finger toward her. Startled, Qian Mi recoiled, her chair scraping loudly against the floor. What do you intend to do? With a slight smirk, he deftly brushed away a crumb from her lips. At your age, how can you still eat so messily? Wiping her mouth would suffice. He needn't make such a fuss that startled her. Frustrated, she took another bite. Cheeks puffed like a squirrel's. I mentioned I would take you somewhere in a few days, he continued, savoring his coffee leisurely. There's really no need to apologize. What if your mother becomes even angrier? As they finished breakfast and stepped outside the elevator, Qian Mi muttered her worries. Tang Yizhou pressed the elevator button. His voice tinged with a seductive allure. Are you so concerned about my mother's opinion? It's not that I care, she replied, preoccupied with her thoughts, oblivious to the grip he had on her hand. I simply feel guilty for causing trouble yesterday and leaving a mess behind. I fear your mother may blame me and implicate my grandfather. This last statement was the crux of her concern. As a mere heiress, she wished to avoid any trouble. Tang Yizhou chuckled softly, stroking her delicate black hair. Trust me, apologizing to my mother now would be the least wise choice. Huh? Qian Mi was bewildered. People in a fit of rage rarely listen. Are you sure you want to climb the same tree again? His gaze sparkled as he looked at her. Rest assured, I'll leave the rest to Lin Tan. You needn't fret. All right, she conceded, acknowledging his point. His mother had been livid yesterday, and with Tang Shui nearby to stoke the flames, her hasty apology today could lead to a repeat of the previous day's chaos. She gazed up at the man beside her, realizing that despite his cunning demeanor, he occasionally demonstrated a remarkable capacity for consideration. Where are we heading now? Elopement, he replied casually. Qian Mi nearly choked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Hey, that joke isn't amusing at all. Upon reaching the apartment building, a striking yellow sports car awaited them. Unfamiliar with its brand, Qian Mi could only deduce its exorbitant cost from its sleek design. Hey, Tang, sister-in-law, you finally made it down. I was about to come up and fetch you. A tall, handsome man approached them, exuding charm. Sister-in-law? Qian Mi's lips twitched. With dark hair and a face that bore a hint of Western influence, his lake blue eyes added a captivating allure. Hello, sister-in-law. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The handsome man bowed theatrically, introducing himself as Ming Xin. I'm honored to make your acquaintance. Qian Mi was taken aback by his enthusiastic greeting. What century was this? And who was he? Is your hair dyed black? Are you from abroad? She inquired, astonished. No. Ming Xian shook his finger. This is genuine black hair. But your eyes, Tang Yizhou interjected, irritation creeping into his voice. He's mixed race. Oh, so that explains it. No wonder you're so attractive. Attractive in what way? Tang Yizhou asked. Intrigued. Just that your behavior is rather peculiar, she mumbled. Meng Xian's smile faltered. Qian Mi glanced between Tang Yizhou and the mixed-race Meng Xian. Acknowledging that while mixed-race individuals were often deemed beautiful, she still found Tang Yizhou to be more handsome. Let us go, Tang Yizhou said, dismissing further conversation. Drive. Reluctantly, Meng Xian obeyed. Qian Mi's curiosity about him waned as the car distanced itself from the city. Tang Yizhou, where are we headed? Sister-in-law, we are going to Silence. Tang Yizhou chided Meng Xian. This is none of your concern. Humph. The slighted Meng Xian could only sulk as he continued driving. You'll find out shortly. Tang Yizhou hinted, withholding details. Why the mystery? What if you intend to sell me? She pouted. Rest assured, he said, affectionately ruffling her hair, if I sold you, I would incur a loss. Meng Xian rolled his eyes at the display of affection. How nauseating, he thought. The car arrived at a dock, and as they disembarked, Qian Mi was greeted by the sight of several luxurious yachts moored nearby. Confused, she turned to Tang Yizhou. What is this about? We're heading to a beautiful island, he said, taking her hand and leading her to the most extravagant yacht. An island? Is this yacht yours? She gasped, her worldview shifting once again. He glanced back at her, nonchalantly stating, all these yachts belong to me. Seriously? Ming Xian chimed in, sister-in-law, why the astonishment? Having a yacht is nothing. Tang also has a private jet. He'll take you around the skies one day. Qian Mi felt utterly overwhelmed. The wealth was staggering. She had always thought her own family was affluent, but in comparison to this man, they were mere small fry. Let us go? Tang Yizhou led her towards the yacht. Step by step, Meng Xian, brimming with enthusiasm, followed closely behind. What are you doing here? Tang Yizhou remarked, his displeasure evident. Did I invite you aboard? Get down. Hey. Tang, that essay bit harsh, isn't it? It's like burning the bridge after crossing it. Qian Mi noticed Meng Xian's frantic demeanor and kindly reminded him. Yes, exactly, you're burning the bridge after crossing it. I woke up early to make arrangements. And now that you've used me, you toss me aside. Is there no humanity left? My grandfather is pressuring me into marriage. Just let me hide on the island for a few days, please. Pressured into marriage? Really? Qian Mi looked at him with pity. How does your forced marriage concern me? In front of him, Tang Yizhou transformed into a cold and unyielding figure, utterly lacking in warmth. What else with that? You treat your fiancé with spring-like warmth. Yet you speak to your brother with such icy disdain. Is this how you differentiate between us? Feeling wronged by Tang Yizhou's coldness, Meng Xian turned to Qian Mi. Attempting to employ his charm, sister-in-law, please say something on my behalf. Under the gaze of those lake blue eyes, she felt an overwhelming pressure. She tugged at Tang Yizhou's sleeve. Just let him come aboard. This was the first time she spoke to him so sweetly, her voice soft like sugar-coated cotton candy. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to this unreasonable request, albeit begrudgingly. The excursion to the island had no relation to this clueless interloper, yet here he was, intruding. He shot a frosty glare at the smug Meng Xian and warned, his voice as chilling as ice. However, should you dare disturb us, you will learn what it feels like to wish for death. Meng Xian retorted, can we not be brothers in peace? Qian Mi thought, so frightening, suddenly feeling a tinge of sympathy for the blue-eyed man. Having such an unpredictable friend was undoubtedly a burden. Once again thwarted by Tang Yizhou, Meng Xian turned to flatter Qian Mi. Sister-in-law, no one has ever made Tang so obedient. I admire you immensely. You are truly his nemesis. Qian Mi shot him a disdainful glance, realizing why Tang Yizhou held him in such contempt. If you can't speak properly, it's best to remain silent. She regretted her moment of weakness in advocating for him. After boarding the yacht, Meng Xian initially attempted to volunteer to pilot it, but Tang Yizhou shot him a cold look. Don't touch my things with your filthy hands. Qian Mi sympathetically patted his shoulder. Don't take it to heart. Being careless is a flaw. Let us not dwell on it. Once Tang Yizhou departed, she inquired of the man still sulking in the corner. Didn't Tang Yizhou mention going to a small island? What island? The man, still brooding, shot her a resentful glance. Aren't you his fiancé? It's Tang's private island. She chose to overlook the fiancé remark. Private island? Not only does he own a fleet of private yachts, but a private island too? This world is so surreal. I need a moment. Sister-in-law, are you two perhaps here for a honeymoon? The man suddenly shifted from sulking to a curious, gossiping tone. Qian Mi now understood why Tang Yizhou disdained him. He was indeed quite annoying. And could you refrain from calling me sister-in-law? It sounds rather awkward. After nearly 2 hours of sailing, they finally reached a picturesque little island. Wow, this place is truly beautiful, Qian Mi exclaimed as she stepped off the yacht, feeling invigorated by the gentle breeze. Indeed, the wealthy have their own ways of indulging. This stunning island was his private property, so extravagant it evoked deep envy within her. Do you like this island? Observing her ecstatic demeanor, he too felt a stir of joy, his lips curling into a slight smile. Absolutely, Qian Mi nodded eagerly. Then it's yours. He raised an eyebrow, wrapping his long arm around her slender waist. His gaze intense and unwavering. Consider this island a gift for your engagement. An engagement gift? Tang Yizhou, isn't that a bit extravagant? While others offer houses or rings, he, on the other hand, presents an island outright. As Meng Xian descended with his bags, he witnessed the couple displaying their affection, instantly infuriated. Hey. If you're going to flaunt your love, at least be mindful. There's a single dog present here. Be careful, or I might report you to the Animal Protection Association for mistreating animals. Tang Yizhou, still holding Qian Mi, raised an eyebrow. All right, then you'd better hurry back. Meng Xian pondered the idea of his grandfather searching for him on the island and quickly diminished his indignation. Fine, being shown affection is nothing. As long as I'm not dragged back for blind dates, I can tolerate it. Who was showing affection? Qian Mi glared at the blabbering Meng Xian, only to realize she had been pulled close by Tang Yizhou and promptly sprang away from him. Meng Xian laughed heartily at her reaction. As night approached, they retreated to the villa on the island, planning to rest and explore further the following day. gazing at the exotic villa standing proudly in the center of the island. Qian Mi felt disheartened once more. Oh dear, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. She had assumed the villa, uninhabited for long, would be dust-laden. Yet it was spotless, resembling a model home. Qian Mi's gaze brimmed with curiosity. There is someone who comes to clean it every week. Oh, I see. No wonder it was so clean. What are we having for dinner? Qian Mi glanced at the two men. Leave the meal to me, it's so easy. Meng Xian volunteered eagerly. You two just relax. I'll prepare a sumptuous feast. Qian Mi regarded him skeptically. He certainly appeared to be a pampered young master. Could he really cook? Sister-in-law, don't judge by appearances. My culinary skills are unparalleled. All right, seeing his confidence, she decided to give him a chance. An hour later. This is what you call a feast? Tang Yizhou pointed to the charred and unrecognizable dishes on the long table, his brow furrowed slightly. Meng Xian hung his head in despair. Qian Mi surveyed the charred offerings, her lips twitching uncontrollably. She had indeed overestimated Meng Xian's abilities. It was a mistake. Just a mistake, he hastily explained. I haven't cooked in so long that I might have lost my touch. But despite the appearance, they taste quite good. Who would believe that? They look like charred remains. How could they possibly taste good? Tang Yizhou did not even glance at the prattling man. Naturally taking Qian Mi's hand in his. Let us head to the kitchen. She cast one last pitying glance at the ruined food. Obediently following Tang Yizhou to the kitchen. Your hand is still injured. Let me do it, she offered, despite her lack of culinary talent. Do you want to cut it again? Tang Yizhou teased, a glint of mischief in his eyes. No, she replied honestly, shaking her head. Tang Yizhou skillfully prepared pasta, deftly chopping vegetables and boiling water. She watched him intently, her gaze gradually becoming vacant. Aside from her mentor, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. The man had saved her life time and again. When they first met, she presumed he was the type to be cold and calculating. However, as time passed, she began to sense that he was not as malevolent as she had imagined. Rather, he consistently stood by her side. Thank you, Tang Yizhou. Since when did you become so polite? She remarked, slightly flustered. I meant to thank you for punishing that woman in the Cheongsam. The woman in the Cheongsam? Tang Yizhou furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, and then chuckled darkly. There's no need for thanks. A lesson was warranted for anyone bold enough to scheme against me. In any case, thank you. I believe in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. Oh, and how do you intend to repay me? He held a plate, his tall figure leaning slightly toward her. I have assisted you on more than one occasion. What form of gratitude do you propose? Let us just speak plainly and not stand so close, she said, pushing against his chest playfully. To repay you, I shall indulge in dinner tonight and ensure it is thoroughly enjoyed. With that, she bent slightly, resembling an eel attempting to slip away. But he would not grant her that chance, swiftly wrapping his arms around her waist, leaving her to struggle like a rabbit ensnared by a python. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to fetch Meng Xian for dinner. Doesn't he require your invitation? Right now. Your focus should be on how to repay me. I never engage in endeavors lacking a return on investment. Good heavens, why is this man so difficult? She regretted her earlier words of gratitude, having forgotten that he was a quintessentially cunning wolf who would seize any opportunity to tease her. How to repay you? Let me think. You are a grand CEO, so ordinary gifts would surely not pique your interest. I'll consult with Meng Xian. Tang Yizhou released one hand to extinguish the flame and drew her closer. No need to consult him. There is indeed a most excellent method. What method? Her eyes widened in curiosity. Kiss me. His lips curled into a teasing smile, his gaze utterly enchanting. Qian Mi. What on earth? The two stared at each other for a prolonged moment, until a loud voice abruptly shattered their silence. Wow, it smells amazing. I came over because of the aroma. Is that pasta? Tang Yizhou. Qian Mi. Tang Yizhou shot a withering glare at the intruder, his voice icy as if it had traveled from the polar regions. Who permitted you to enter? Get out. Qian Mi. After dinner. Meng Xian was compelled to stay behind and wash the dishes, a noble young master pitifully scrubbing away in the kitchen sink, his plight profoundly dismal. Is it truly acceptable to leave him alone in the villa? Qian Mi thought of Meng Xian's puppy-like, pitiful eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. If possible, I would toss him into the sea to feed the sharks. Tang Yizhou scoffed above her. It seems he genuinely disdains Meng Xian as a friend. So where are we headed now? To a place where we will not be disturbed. A place without disturbances? Why does that sound so ambiguous? Tang Yizhou intended to take her to a small peak, as this island was backed by a range of rolling mountains, which, while not towering, allowed them to reach the summit in no time. Upon reaching the top, a refreshing breeze greeted them, invigorating and comfortable. Qian Mi stepped forward eagerly, discovering that the spot resembled a natural observation deck, offering a panoramic view of the island below. How beautiful! Standing at the edge of the peak, she inhaled the cool breeze and listened to the waves crashing against the shore, feeling utterly at peace. The night was cool as water. The starry sky twinkled with countless stars, and everything seemed frozen in time, exquisite and gentle. I had intended to give this to you sooner, but too many things happened in between, delaying it. His low, soft voice melted into the night, carrying a unique metallic resonance. What? Qian Mi, having stretched her arms and closed her eyes to feel the breeze on her face, opened her eyes in curiosity, only to be dazzled by a brilliant light. A diamond ring. With his long fingers, he held a ring that was understated yet exuded an air of luxury, preparing to slide it onto her delicate finger. But midway through, she clenched her fist, causing Tang Yizhou to pause and look at her quizzically. I don't want it. She lowered her head. You don't want it? His voice, deep as water, hinted at anger, yet he remained composed. Why not? No one had ever dared to refuse him. Why not? She replied. I'm not really Qi Sahan. How can I casually accept such a precious engagement ring? Tang Yizhou studied her intently, then suddenly stepped forward and threw the ring down the mountain without hesitation. You've gone mad. Qian Mi was furious, watching him toss such a valuable ring into the abyss without a blink. Are you insane? That ring clearly holds great value. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should squander it. She gazed down at the dark expanse below, knowing that the ring would surely be lost among the brush and grass, akin to a stone cast into the sea. Something you do not want is merely trash. What is wrong with discarding trash? His cold voice still bore traces of anger. Trash? Is there such a thing as expensive trash? Had I known you would be so crude about disposing of that ring, I would have clenched my teeth and accepted it. No one would dare oppose money. Her eyes glistened with defiance as she glared at the towering man. Who says I don't want it? I. He leaned closer to her. I was merely being coy as a woman. Why did you throw it away so impulsively? It's very expensive, you know? The latter part of her statement seemed to shift the atmosphere. Tang Yizhou's previously stern face softened upon hearing her words. He drew her closer, wrapping her in his arms. So that's how it is. No matter, I shall order a custom piece that surpasses this one for you. Another one? No, that is unnecessary. As she felt his face inching closer, she leaned back gradually. A simple one will suffice. I am not picky. The truth was, she felt unworthy to be picky. My woman deserves nothing but the finest. His lips approached slowly, and in a moment of desperation, Qian Mi blurted out, by the way, how much was that ring you just threw away? The abrupt question dampened his mood, and he furrowed his brows, parting his lips to reveal a figure. Upon hearing the astronomical sum, Qian Mi nearly faltered. She resolved that at the break of dawn, she would embark on a thorough search at the mountain's base. Perhaps she would enlist Ming Xian's help. The more hands, the better, and if found, she could simply share half with him. What are you thinking? Noticing her drifting off again, Tang Yizhou's brow furrowed in concern. His presence was striking, yet she repeatedly seemed lost in her thoughts, which wounded his pride. I was contemplating that selling myself wouldn't even cover the cost of that ring. Tang Yizhou chuckled lightly, tapping her forehead with his fingers. You shouldn't belittle yourself so, he remarked. As a distinguished heiress of a prominent family, are you truly worth less than a diamond ring? Alas, she was not truly an heiress. Under the earnest gaze of the man, she awkwardly forced a smile. A sudden chill swept through the air, prompting her to sneeze loudly. At that moment, Tang Yizhou was leaning closer, but the sneeze halted him in his tracks, his handsome face darkening. Qian Mi watched as her sneeze splattered across his face, and for the first time in her life, she found herself fleeing in embarrassment. Why didn't he do it on purpose? She whimpered. Meng Xian, noticing the pair who had just walked in, was furious to the point of almost smoking from his nostrils. Do you not know that showing affection can lead to a swift demise? He grumbled, feeling pitiful as he washed dishes in the villa, akin to a mere servant. Meanwhile, they were outside, gazing at the stars and the moon, flaunting their affection without a care for his single status. I don't know. All I know is that if you utter another word, I will have you spend the night outside, Tang Yizhou warned him, his voice laced with a menacing tone. Ming Xian, feeling defeated, retreated upstairs with a whimper. Qian Mi couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy for this mixed-blood man. I think I'll go rest now, she said. All right. Then release my hand, she replied, her words contradicting the iron grip he had on her wrist. Let us go upstairs together. Wait, Aren't you supposed to take care of the patient? You're sharing a room with me tonight, she protested. He is hardly a patient. He was quite agile while cooking noodles just moments ago. Now, she questioned whether that old doctor had conspired with him to exaggerate the severity of his condition. Noticing her evident reluctance, Tang Ezhou smirked, slightly lifting his gaze, and lowered his voice deliberately. You are aware that the villa on the island has been uninhabited for years, with only occasional cleaning. Surely, there are some unsavory elements lurking around. Are you certain you wish to sleep alone in a room? Ah, don't scare her, she thought. Despite her bold demeanor, she harbored a fear of the unknown. Qian Mi felt goosebumps rise at his words. She instinctively clutched his hand and hid behind him. Really? Is it true? The man wore a triumphant smile. I am not scared. Seeing your hand is still injured, I suppose I'll begrudgingly take care of you for another night. Her gaze flitted nervously. Meng Xian emerged from his room, witnessing Tang's audacious threat against his fiancée, inwardly scolding him for being so uncouth. How could he frighten a girl like that? Using such a shabby excuse to keep his fiancée in his room was hardly gentlemanly. He cast a sidelong glance at Tang, his disdain palpable. Humans are peculiar beings. They often avoid contemplating terrifying thoughts, yet those very thoughts linger incessantly in their minds. Refusing to dissipate, Tang Ezhou's earlier statement had unnerved her, making her feel as though everything around her was somehow amiss. Why would that devil utter such frightening words? Once a person becomes paranoid, it is nearly impossible to halt the spiraling thoughts. He had mentioned that the villa was unoccupied and merely cleaned periodically. The isolation of the island added to the eerie ambience. Recollections of horror films she had seen about villas flooded her mind, sending shivers down her spine. I'll take a shower and rest, Tang Ezhou declared, placing a clean set of pajamas before her. Qian Mi glanced at the dark, foreboding bathroom, and once again, the memory of a terrifying movie scene invaded her thoughts, prompting her to swallow hard. What's wrong? He asked, noticing her hesitation. I didn't sweat today. So I don't want to shower, she mumbled, fiddling with her fingers. Tang Ezhou raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. You're not afraid, are you? Flustered, she retorted. Who is afraid? Am I such a timid person? With that, she grabbed the clothes and dashed into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. The moment she closed the door, the white curtain billowed in the wind, resembling ghostly fingers reaching out. Qian Mi swallowed hard, determined to finish her shower quickly. However, her haste only led to mishaps. As she was about to put on her clothes, she thought she saw a shadow behind the curtain, causing her to slip and fall with a thud. A bird that had just flown by caught a few times, but she was too startled to notice. What happened? Tang Ezhou hurried to the bathroom door, his voice tinged with urgency. I am fine, she replied, ignoring her pain as she hurried to get dressed. Why is she so unlucky lately that even showering leads to such calamities? If you don't open the door, I'm coming in, Tang Ezhou declared, his voice growing more anxious. Don't. I'm coming out. Qian Mi hobbled to the door, covering her rear as she opened it. What is going on? He instantly pulled her in to inspect her. It's nothing, just slipped, she replied, limping out, but before she could take a few steps, he scooped her up in his arms. Is this what you call nothing? His cold voice pressed closer. Startled by the sudden lift, she instinctively clung to his neck. He deftly laid her on the sofa, retrieving a first aid kit. Where are you hurt? He asked, his voice devoid of warmth. My knee. It seems to have hit something. In truth, she wanted to say her backside hurt, but she was too foolish enough to risk a thorough examination. Tang Ezhou's dark eyes scanned her face before he rolled up her pants, revealing a large bruise on her knee. You're so clumsy that you fall even while bathing. Truly, you are hopeless. Though his words were sharp, his touch was gentle as he applied the ointment. Qian Mi pouted in discontent. Isn't it your fault for mentioning how unclean the villa is? If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have slipped. It was clearly his fault, yet he had the audacity to blame her clumsiness. Tang Ezhou couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair. I was just teasing you. At your age, how can you not distinguish between a joke and reality? You tricked me. Qian Mi fumed, her teeth gnashing in irritation. Her heart had nearly leapt out due to fright. Besides, with me by your side, what is there to fear? He reassured her. With me by your side. With me by your side. Perhaps it was the aftermath of her shower, but she felt her cheeks heat up. Tang Ezhou swiftly applied ointment to her injury before pulling her up. What are you doing? She asked, puzzled. Tang Ezhou shot her a sideways glance. Drying your hair. Do you intend to sleep with wet hair? No, that is unnecessary. I can do it myself. She stood on her tiptoes, reaching for the hairdryer in his hand. But he was simply too tall. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach it. For the first time in her life, she cursed her height. Why does he have to be so tall? Frustrated, she continued to stretch, but he remained unyielding, effortlessly holding the dryer aloft while she futilely tried to reach it. Seeing her cheeks redden in frustration, Tang Yizhou sensed it was time to ease the tension. As she persisted in her attempts, he raised his dark eyes. Stop moving. His calm voice seemed to possess a soothing power. With one hand grasping her shoulder, he gently maneuvered the hairdryer through her long hair, the soft hum of the device filling the spacious room with a serene atmosphere. Amidst the droning hum and the balmy breath upon her head, Qian Mi felt a certain lightheadedness creeping in. Save for her master, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. Why was he being so solicitous? Was it merely because she was his betrothed, or was it something more personal? She found herself in a quandary. This man, whom she had initially perceived as a cunning wolf, possessed such a different demeanor when he was being tender. Recalling his words on the summit, her cheeks flushed crimson once more. Enough, Qian Mi, ceased these ruminations. What is it? He was in the midst of drying her hair when she abruptly began to shake her head, seemingly without reason. I'm fine, thank you. Qian Mi, feeling a tad guilty, evaded Tang Yizhou's touch. Ignoring the ache in her posterior, she swayed towards the bed, hastily pulling the covers over herself. I wish to retire for the evening. Good night. Tang Yizhou. Qian Mi held her breath, her ears perked, detecting the sound of Tang Yizhou placing the hairdryer down, followed by the murmur of water in the bathroom. Relief washed over her, yet a sense of unease lingered. Hadn't the physician cautioned him against exposing his hands to water? Was it truly safe for him to bathe thus? She chided herself for becoming increasingly fussy. Her master would undoubtedly tease her if he witnessed this transformation. Dismissing these thoughts, Qian Mi closed her eyes, attempting to drift off to sleep. As the clock ticked onward, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Suddenly, the bed dipped beside her, and a lithe figure, redolent with the crisp scent of a recent shower, settled beside her. Qian Mi's slumber vanished instantly. She scrambled to rise, nearly tumbling off the bed. How could she have forgotten that this chamber contained but a single bed, and that she had, in her grogginess, simply climbed into it? Stay still. A deep, magnetic voice resonated nearby. A slender arm reached out, gently pulling her back onto the bed, enveloping her snugly within the covers. His warm breath caressed her ear. I shall not impose upon you. Simply rest. How could she possibly sleep with him, a grown man, lying beside her? Moreover, despite the bed's ample size, why was he so close? Qian Mi fidgeted beneath the covers like a restless insect. Tang Yizhou patted her head, his tone carrying a gentle warning. Cease your movements, or I may be compelled to abandon my restraint. What did he mean by abandoning his restraint? Sleep. If you persist in your restlessness, I shall cast you out the window. Qian Mi, what a lunatic. Despite her initial apprehension, she unexpectedly succumbed to slumber beside Tang Yizhou. Observing the woman, who had moments ago been struggling, now soundly asleep, even the ever-composed Tang Yizhou couldn't help but twitch his lips. She truly was unrefined. In her dreams, the woman mumbled something unintelligible. As he leaned closer to decipher her words, she swung a fist, a gust of wind accompanying her blow. Begone! How dare you covet what is mine? Have you grown weary of life? Tang Yizhou swiftly seized her fist. Had he hesitated for even a second, his eye would have been swollen shut. Indeed, she is restless even in sleep. A low chuckle escaped him as he tucked her hand beneath the covers. She murmured something, turning to expose her fair neck. Tang Yizhou's obsidian eyes dimmed. He pulled the covers higher, enveloping her entirely, and drew her into his embrace. The following morning, Tang Yizhou roused her. Qian Mi blinked open her eyes, beholding the man standing by the bed. A simple white shirt accentuated his jade-like countenance, both noble and refined. She stared blankly, her face adorably vacant. Tang Yizhou, amused by her sleepy demeanor, felt a surge of inexplicable joy. Awake now. Did we not plan to explore the islet today? Ah, yes. Qian Mi sat up, darted to the bathroom, and swiftly prepared herself. Emerging, she grasped his hand and pulled him towards the door. Let us hasten. Tang Yizhou glanced down at their joined hands, his lips curving slightly. She was becoming increasingly comfortable in his presence. As they descended, Meng Xian cheerfully greeted them. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning, Meng Xian. Meng Xian's gaze darted between them. Then he grinned knowingly. Sister-in-law appears fatigued. Surely, she was exhausted last night. Even a fool could discern the insinuation in Meng Xian's words. Qian Mi's face flushed crimson. That Meng Xian truly needed to have his mouth washed with soap. He was far too gossipy. Tang Yizhou glared at him, his expression devoid of emotion. Eat and be gone. Cease your loitering. Meng Xian. Now that he has a lover, he forgets his brothers. Truly, He is more interested in women than men. Meng Xian huffed, folded his arms, and turned away from Tang Yizhou. After breakfast, I shall take you to the islet. Very well. Qian Mi, uncharacteristically docile, obediently sat down to partake in her fried eggs and sandwich. Tang Yizhou gazed at her, intending to speak, when his phone chimed. Yes, I understand. Very well. He spoke in a low, steady voice. Upon concluding the call, his brow furrowed slightly. What is it? Qian Mi asked, swallowing a mouthful of sandwich. Perplexed. An urgent video conference. In truth, it was a matter of utmost urgency, concerning a newly developed project for the Tang Corporation and involving their largest collaborator. Oh. Then you must attend immediately. Business takes precedence. Having spent a day on the islet, she had nearly forgotten that this man was the CEO of a vast corporation, undoubtedly burdened with numerous responsibilities. Yet, he had set aside everything to accompany her to this islet. This video conference would likely consume a considerable amount of time, potentially jeopardizing their planned excursion. Qian Mi recognized his hesitation. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. Go ahead. I shall have Meng Xian escort me around. Meng Xian, sensing an opportunity to be of service, eagerly stepped forward. Tang, you may attend your meeting with ease. I am well acquainted with this islet. I shall take her for a spin. You may join us upon concluding your conference. Tang Yizhou scrutinized them, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well. One moment. Tang Yizhou called out to the departing pair. Yes? Meng Xian turned back. If a single hair on her head is harmed, you know the consequences. Meng Xian, unnerved by Tang Yizhou's threatening gaze, shuddered. Qian Mi, recalling the ring Tang Yizhou had tossed down the mountain, had an epiphany. Since there was nothing pressing, perhaps they could search for it. Perhaps, with luck, they might recover the invaluable ring. Meng Xian, would you be so kind as to accompany me to a certain location? Qian Mi proposed tentatively. Where do you wish to go? She had only just arrived on the islet. Where could she possibly wish to go? You shall see. Despite his confusion, Meng Xian followed her to a small peak. He surveyed the surroundings, twitching his lips. This is where Tang brought you last night. Indeed. Qian Mi nodded. Is there something amiss? What did he bring you here for? Meng Xian's gossip mode was reactivated. Recalling the previous night's proposal, the woman's face flushed subtly. Seeing Meng Xian's prying eyes, she composed herself. Why should I share that with you? Although Meng Xian was quite gossipy, he was undeniably astute. He fixed his gaze on Qian Mi for a moment, then with a playful blink of his charming eyes, he smiled meaningfully. Could it be that Tang is here to propose to you? Qian Mi was momentarily taken aback. That was surprisingly on point, observing the woman's increasingly flushed complexion. Meng Xian fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter that startled a flock of birds. Ha ha ha, this is the most amusing joke of the year, bar none. He laughed so hard that his stomach ached, one hand clutching his belly as he gasped for breath. This is too funny. How could Tang be so entertaining? I never expected a man who appears so composed to be utterly clueless in matters of romance. Qian Mi observed him with a cold stare, watching as he struggled to catch his breath. Once he had laughed enough and wiped the tears from his eyes, he remarked, Sister-in-law, Tang proposed to you here last night? Oh my goodness, he is truly an intellectual with low emotional intelligence, a romantic fool. He chuckled again before asking, by the way, what was the outcome? Did you accept his proposal? There should be a ring if it was a proposal, yet your hands are completely bare. Sister-in-law, you didn't reject Tang's proposal, did you? Meng Xian asked incredulously, his eyes wide. Qian Mi diverted the topic. Let's talk about that later. Accompany me to find something. Find something? Where? Meng Xian was puzzled. She pointed towards the foot of the mountain. Down there. This. Meng Xian hesitated. Tang had just mentioned that if she lost even a single hair, he would be finished. He merely wanted to safely take her on a stroll and successfully complete his task. Suddenly heading towards the wooded foot of the mountain made him hesitate. What are you going there for? To find something. Ultimately, under Qian Mi's persistent pleading, he accompanied her to the foot of the mountain. Unlike other areas, the base was strewn with rocks and surrounded by trees, making it quite treacherous to navigate. Meng Xian earnestly cautioned, Sister-in-law, please don't wander off. Stay close to me. This little island isn't too big or too small, and if we get separated, Tang will definitely have my head. Don't worry, I won't wander. Qian Mi assured him with a nod. By the way, what are you looking for? A ring. Meng Xian froze momentarily, turning around with a shocked expression. A ring? Qian Mi leaned in mysteriously and whispered, Don't worry, once we find it, we can sell it, and I'll share half with you. That is not the point. What kind of ring are we looking for? After listening to Qian Mi's brief explanation, Meng Xian's face transformed into a comical expression of disbelief. He no longer had the energy to mock the peculiar couple. However, Finding such a small object in such a vast area was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Why would they throw the ring around during a proposal? As he rambled on, he suddenly realized it was eerily quiet behind him, as if no one was responding. He gulped nervously, turning around to find no one there. His heart racing. Where is she? He can't have really lost Tang's woman, he exclaimed, cupping his hands around his mouth to call out, "Sister-in-law, where are you? Don't scare me, come out." All he received in return was the echo of his voice in the emptiness. "Stop joking, come out." Meng Qian truly panicked now. In the blink of an eye, where could she have gone? After calling for what felt like an eternity, his throat became hoarse, yet the surroundings remained silent. Save for the chirping of insects and birds. He recalled Tang's earlier warning and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. If she loses even a single hair, you know the consequences. Oh heavens, this is no time for jokes. Qian Mi felt utterly unfortunate. She accidentally stepped on a dry branch and fell straight down. Fortunately, she landed on a soft bed of grass, or she would have been injured. She tried to yell for help, but it seemed Meng Qian couldn't hear her at all. Panic set in. She looked up at the small opening above her, just slightly larger than a basin, the very place from which she had slipped. The entrance was obscured by weeds, making it nearly impossible to notice. Meng Qian, having searched aimlessly around the island without spotting her, began to sense the gravity of the situation. He dared not continue his fruitless search and ran back to the villa to find Tang. Tang Yizhou was concluding an urgent video conference when the study door burst open with a loud bang. Meng Qian, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, leaned on his knees. Tang Yizhou's gaze darkened as he surveyed Meng Qian's disheveled state. "Don't tell me you lost her." Seeing the murderous intent in Tang Yizhou's eyes, Meng Qian caught his breath and swallowed hard. "I was wrong." Tang Yizhou's expression hardened as he commanded, "Immediately call for people to search the island." "Where did she disappear?" Meng Qian, under Tang's piercing gaze, stammered, "At the foot of the mountain behind the island." Tang's eyes narrowed dangerously as he scanned Meng Qian. "Why did you take her there?" She said she needed to find a ring, and I had no choice but to accompany her." "A ring? That woman?" Tang stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding bang that startled Meng Qian. He had never seen Tang look so terrifying. As the sun began to set, Qian Mi rested her chin on her hand, gazing upwards. She hadn't brought her phone and had no sense of time, only aware that the sunlight was fading. She was uncertain of her location. The entrance appeared more like a trap, and there was a glimmer of light nearby. Realizing that waiting idly was not a solution, she moved toward the light. As her vision cleared, she discovered an exit. It was as if she had reached a dead end only to find a new path. Her heart soared with excitement, and without a second thought, she dashed toward the opening. However, halfway there, she abruptly halted. Someone needed to explain why the exit was a pit of bottomless muck. She had been so focused on moving forward that she hadn't noticed her feet sinking into the mire. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank, gasping for breath. She dared not move, instead bracing herself against the wall, her face pale with fear. Was she truly going to die here? She recognized this muck. She had encountered it before with her master, who had to exert immense effort to pull her out. Now isolated and trapped, she felt utterly doomed. Would Tang Yizhou come to find her? Tang Yizhou had scoured the foot of the mountain, his feet aching, yet he did not stop. Surveying the area, he heard only the calls of birds and the rustle of rabbits. But her vibrant voice was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, the silence unsettled him. It was impossible for her to vanish without a trace in such a relatively small area. The greenery around him offered no solace as he continued his search. "They are on their way," Meng Qian breathlessly informed him as he rushed over. "Did you find sister-in-law?" With a somber countenance, Tang Yizhou shook his head. Meng Qian sighed deeply. "Where did she vanish?" Tang Yizhou, visibly agitated, pursed his lips. Meng Qian gestured towards a spot not far ahead. "It was right there. I find it exceedingly strange. One moment she was conversing with me, and the next, she had inexplicably disappeared. Peculiar, is it not?" Tang Yizhou's dark eyes flashed acutely. He seized Meng Qian's collar with one hand. "You claim she vanished in an instant?" Meng Qian gulped, nodding. Tang Yizhou released him and strode towards the indicated area. Surveying the surroundings, he found nothing of particular note. He advanced a step, and his foot seemed to encounter something. Tang Yizhou lowered his gaze, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly retrieved a torn piece of fabric caught on a branch. Meng Qian hurried after him, exclaiming upon seeing the cloth in his hand. Could this be a fragment of her garment? His forehead glistened with beads of perspiration, his voice trembling. Could she have fallen prey to wild beasts? "Silence! You imbecile!" Tang Yizhou retorted icily. Are you devoid of intellect? If a wild beast had truly attacked her, would you not have heard or sensed something? Stung by his sharp rebuke, Mengxian belatedly nodded. Indeed, his mind had momentarily faltered. This is her clothing, Mengxian stated. She was here one moment, gone the next. This implies. Tang Yizhou's gaze sharpened. He hastily cleared away the branches and withered leaves, revealing an opening roughly the size of a face beneath the foliage. Mengxian peered over, his expression one of astonishment. What is this? She may have fallen inside. I'm going down to find her. He secured one end of a sturdy rope from the storage compartment to a tree trunk, letting the other end dangle into the hole. Mengxian seized his arm. Hold. You haven't ascertained whether she fell into this abyss. What if she didn't? Moreover, who knows what lurks below? Let us await the arrival of rescue personnel. Tang Yizhou wrenched himself free. You can wait, but she cannot afford to. Mengxian, observing his grim visage, swallowed his remaining words of caution. I shall exercise prudence. Watch over the area from above, Tang Yizhou instructed him. Very well. Given the circumstances, there was little else to do. Qian Mi felt that, at this rate, she would succumb to starvation and cold before the mire fully engulfed her. She was lightheaded with hunger, parched with thirst, and her body grew increasingly frigid. Her legs, submerged in the mud, had lost all sensation. As twilight descended, she watched the fading sunlight, her eyes misting over. She had striven to remain still. Yet the mire continued to inexorably consume her. Half of her body was already submerged. If rescue did not arrive, her demise was assured. Tang Yizhou would undoubtedly disdain to seek her out. She was wont to provoke trouble, contest his words, and misunderstand his intentions. A man of his stature, whose authority she so often challenged, must surely find her presence irksome. And yet, but yestereve, he had tenderly dried her hair. Tang Yizhou, have you forsaken me? Who has forsaken you? A deep, resonant voice inquired. Hearing the familiar timbre, Qian Mi froze. She slowly turned to behold a familiar figure rapidly approaching. The firm, measured footfalls instilled in her an unprecedented sense of security. The mist in Qian Mi's eyes coalesced, tears welling up and spilling forth, whether from elation or some other emotion. Her voice trembled as she spoke. I feared you would not come for me. You are my betrothed. If I do not seek you, who will? Tang Yizhou hastened towards her, his voice a soothing balm of reassurance. Fear not. Wait, Tang Yizhou. Qian Mi, jolted back to reality, urgently cautioned. Do not venture further. There is quicksand here. I am already ensnared. Stay back. He disregarded her pleas, advancing several paces. Upon witnessing the woman half submerged in the inky mire, his handsome face hardened. Fear not. I shall rescue you forthwith. Tang Yizhou swiftly removed his coat, knotting it, and securing one end to a nearby stone, the other around his waist. He cautiously approached, extending his hand. Fear not. Take my hand, and I shall pull you out. Qian Mi hesitated before declining. He would sink into the mire if he exerted too much force. She was already in dire straits. She would not drag another down with her. Tang Yizhou, do not risk your life to save me. You will become trapped as well. Perhaps you should seek Mengxian's aid. Cease your prattle. Extend your hand. I am confident in my ability, the man stated firmly, his dark eyes fixed upon her. Trust me. Observing her pallid countenance, his heart wrenched within him. A pair of unseen hands seemed to tear at him, an unprecedented sensation. Had he tarried but a moment longer, would she have? It is not that I distrust you. Then extend your hand, quickly. Tang Yizhou cajoled. I have rescued you countless times. I can do so again. Gazing into his earnest, unwavering eyes, Qian Mi hesitated before reaching out. She trusted him, believed that he would, once more, deliver her unscathed. Seeing her grasp his hand, Tang Yizhou's lips tightened. He enveloped her wrist in his large hand. When I count to 3, exert your strength as well. Understood? Understood. Very well. Begin. Tang Yizhou nodded. 1, 2, 3. Qian Mi strained to free her legs from the mire. It is futile. Qian Mi sighed, exhausted, and attempted to retract her hand. Perhaps it is best not to risk yourself for my sake. She had seen his foot nearly sink into the mire. Do not speak such nonsense. Seeing her attempt to release him, Tang Yizhou held fast. Try again. Observing his sweat-drenched brow, she felt a pang in her heart, a tender ache. This man was proving to be more devoted than she had ever imagined. One last time. Tang Yizhou mustered all his strength, finally wrenching her free from the mire. I am free, Qian Mi exclaimed, overjoyed. But as she spoke, the makeshift rope snapped. Tang Yizhou's foot slipped. His eyes widened as he swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist and propelled her forward, losing his footing and plunging into the mire. Qian Mi stumbled forward, safely clear of the danger. She whirled around, gasping. Tang Yizhou, having exerted himself to push her to safety, had stepped squarely into the mire. He sank rapidly, the mud quickly reaching his chest. Tang Yizhou, Qian Mi cried, heedless of the mud clinging to her. She scrambled to her feet, reaching for him. She watched as the mire enveloped Tang Yizhou. Stay back, the man commanded. Do you wish to join me? But you, I am unharmed. The man offered a reassuring glance, a faint smile playing on his lips. But his smile was strained as his body continued to sink. That is hardly unharmed. She sobbed. Fear not, I shall rescue you. Obey. Tang Yizhou spoke in a deep voice. You cannot pull me out now. Go find someone immediately. Don't panic. I'll wait for you. The man's voice, heavy as water, seemed to possess a calming power. Qian Mi gazed into his eyes, wiped away her tears, and nodded vigorously. Wait for me, I will return at once. She had no time for tears or to waste. Tang Yizhou was correct, given her strength. She could not extricate him, and would only worsen his predicament. Thus, there was but one course of action. She must ascend to seek help. You climb up first. I left a rope at the cave's entrance. You can ascend by that rope. Understood. Qian Mi nodded firmly. Wait for me. I will call Ming Xian down immediately. Wasting no further time, she dashed to the spot from which she had just fallen, and indeed, a thick rope hung down. Grasping the rope, she began her ascent. But her clothes were caked in mud, causing her to slip back with every few steps. The rope chafed her hands painfully, and faint traces of blood seeped out. Gritting her teeth, she ignored the pain, tightened her grip, and quickened her pace upwards. Once she had completely ascended, the tension in Tang Yizhou's expression eased. The mud had nearly reached his shoulders. Soon, he feared it would engulf him entirely. Sister-in-law, Ming Xian exclaimed upon seeing Qian Mi, covered in dirt, scrambling up. He swiftly extended his hand to pull her up. Sister-in-law, what happened? Where's Tang? Qian Mi, breathless, replied, Tang Yizhou is trapped in the mud. We must hurry to rescue him. No sooner had she spoken than the thunderous roar of helicopter blades filled the air. She squinted upward. While Ming Xian waved his arms excitedly, they're here, over here. Lin Tan descended from the helicopter, and Qian Mi rushed towards him, disregarding her wind-tossed hair. Assistant Lin. Tang Yizhou is trapped below. Lin Tan narrowed his eyes and gestured behind him. Several well-trained men in black suits immediately approached. They began to descend into the cave, but Qian Mi attempted to follow, only to be restrained by Ming Xian. Sister-in-law, you should stay here and wait. Your complexion looks dreadful. Trust me, with Assistant Lin here. Tang will be fine. No, I must go down. Tang Yizhou is trapped in the mud because of me. I cannot be at ease. With that, she broke free from Ming Xian's grasp and began to descend. Two individuals entered an elegant CAF, and after taking their seats, a waiter promptly approached to take their orders. Tang Shuwei, without consulting her companion, ordered 2 cups of coffee. As she gazed at her, the latter remained silent. Qian Mi noticed that, much like Tang Yizhou, Tang Shui's expression was unsettlingly intense. However, unlike Tang Yizhou's inscrutable and profound gaze, her eyes bore an unrestrained sharpness and disdain. The coffee was soon served. And eager to evade Tang Shui's penetrating stare, Qian Mi hurriedly lowered her head to sip her drink. While the aroma of the coffee was undeniably rich, the sensation it left in her mouth was rather difficult to articulate. Frowning slightly as she sipped, Tang Shui watched her intently, a glimmer of thoughtfulness flickering in her eyes. Chizi Han, I cannot fathom why my brother has suddenly decided to become engaged to you, but I harbor no fondness for you. And my mother certainly would not accept you. I sincerely hope you will take heed and withdraw voluntarily. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences, Tang Shui warned, her tone devoid of warmth. Struggling to swallow another sip of coffee, Qian Mi was almost tempted to applaud the audacious young woman for her boldness. Yet, upon encountering the haughty glint in her eyes, she reconsidered her approach and decided to toy with her instead. With one hand propped against her forehead, Qian Mi feigned a bright yet sorrowful expression. There is nothing I can do. Your brother is relentlessly pursuing me. He clings to me too tightly. I have turned him down, but Tang Yizhou insists he is infatuated with me at first sight and will marry no one else. I am utterly helpless in this situation. Tang Shui glared at her through gritted teeth, disbelief etched across her face. My brother would never utter such words. A man of his calm demeanor, who is not prone to displays of emotion, could never say such nauseating things. This must be a fabrication from that woman. Qian Mi, perplexed, glanced down and discovered that the noodles were nearly poking her nostrils, leaving her momentarily flustered. She truly was. Tell me, what were you doing at the foot of the mountain today? The man inquired abruptly, setting down his chopsticks. Qian Mi's hand froze, her gaze darting about nervously. Oh, nothing. I just thought the scenery was lovely at the foot of the mountain and wanted to take a stroll. Oh, really? The man replied, his lips parting slightly. So, you were just wandering about, perhaps hoping to stumble upon something valuable, like a ring or the like. Damn it, Meng Xian, you big mouth, Qian Mi thought, forcing a laugh. Well, since you mentioned that ring being quite valuable, I thought I might try my luck. After all, one must be frugal, right? Tang Yizhou chuckled at her tone, but quickly resumed a serious expression. From now on, without my permission, you are not to wander about aimlessly. But I wasn't wandering aimlessly. Who knew there was a pit there? As for the ring, if it's lost, it's lost. I'll just have another one custom-made for you when we return. The young woman lowered her head and obediently resumed eating her noodles, silenced by his words. After dinner, Qian Mi ambled around the living room a few times before feeling drowsy, likely due to the anxiety she had endured throughout the day. Observing her nodding off on the sofa, the man chuckled softly and pulled her gently. You should sleep in your room. Okay, Qian Mi mumbled, rubbing her eyes sleepily as she followed him upstairs. In the midst of her slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a rustling sound coming from downstairs, presumably from the living room. Her heart raced, and she inhaled deeply, slowly opening her bedroom door. Despite her fear, curiosity propelled her to investigate what was transpiring. What could be lurking in the shadows? Grabbing a racket from her room, she held her breath and cautiously made her way to the living room. It was shrouded in darkness, and had it not been for her keen night vision, she would have surely stumbled over various objects. Just as she concealed herself in a corner, the rustling noise resumed, growing louder, accompanied by the sound of a package being torn open. Could it be a rat? Qian Mi pondered, but a glance at the ajar door sent a chill down her spine. What sort of enormous rat could possibly open the door to a villa? Her grip on the racket began to tremble, her heart pounding violently as she listened to the commotion in the kitchen, her legs feeling weak. If it is, Tang Yizhou, why aren't you here? Despite her intense fear, retreat was no longer an option. She was determined to uncover the identity of this intruder, even if it meant being scared out of her wits. Stealthily, she approached the kitchen, when suddenly, the shadow froze. Seemingly alerted to her presence, the sound of tearing packaging ceased. Qian Mi held her breath and slowly advanced towards the figure. The shadow abruptly turned, swiftly approaching her. Upon realizing the figure was coming towards her, Qian Mi nearly dropped the racket in fright. Yet, a surge of defiance propelled her forward, and without a second thought, she swung the racket at the looming figure. Ow! An elderly voice cried out, slicing through the stillness of the kitchen. Was it a human voice? Qian Mi steadied her breath and rushed to flip the light switch, illuminating the room, revealing the sneaky figure in full view. Who are you? And why are you here in the middle of the night? Qian Mi demanded, still gripping the racket, watching warily as the figure crouched down, cradling its head. What is going on? Tang Yizhou, hearing the commotion downstairs, hurried to her side. Tang Yizhou, I caught a sneaky person, Qian Mi exclaimed, pointing at the figure. Tang Yizhou's gaze swept over the figure, and moments later, his brows furrowed in disbelief. This figure. Grandpa? He called hesitantly. Grandpa? Grandpa? Qian Mi stared at Tang Yizhou in terror. What do you mean, Grandpa? Never mind, never mind. The figure that had been groaning in pain suddenly stood up, and Qian Mi widened her eyes in shock, rendered speechless. She had initially thought it to be a burglar, only to discover it was an elderly man. What on earth was happening? She was utterly bewildered. Moreover, Tang Yizhou referred to him as Grandpa. Tang Yizhou furrowed his brows and stepped forward to assist the elderly man. Grandpa, what are you doing here at this hour? The elder shot a disapproving glance at his grandson. Isn't it because your mother said you've forgotten your roots since you've got a girlfriend? She came crying to me at Green Garden Villa, insisting I see for myself which girl has bewitched my grandson. Qian Mi thought to herself, so, she is a vixen, is she? Tang Feng beckoned to the dazed woman. Young lady, come here. Qian Mi hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Tang Yizhou before approaching the elder. Oh no, had she just assaulted Tang Yizhou's grandfather? This was disastrous. Tang Feng scrutinized her, then abruptly turned to Tang Yizhou. Is this the reckless girl from the chief family? What? Reckless? Tang Yizhou replied, bewildered. She is Qi Si Han, the daughter of the chief family. It is my fault. I intended to clarify everything before telling you. That is fine, that is fine. I've always said. Your marriage is your own decision. I want to interfere with your choice. Surely you have your reasons for picking her. Tang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Grandpa. Tang Yizhou sighed in relief, sensing that his grandfather did not intend to pursue the matter further. However, Tang Feng added, not interfering doesn't mean your parents want tea. I can hardly bear your mother's incessant nagging. She seems quite displeased with this future daughter-in-law. Qian Mi hung her head, indifferent to the discontent. She was too eager to marry into the Tang family, especially since she wasn't truly a wealthy heiress. She didn't care. Young lady, come here. Tang Feng gestured again. You've got a fair appearance, but this personality. Grandpa, it's quite late now. Let us talk about this tomorrow. Tang Feng's eyes flickered. Tang Yizhou subtly positioned Qian Mi behind him. Let me show you to your room upstairs. Suppressing his emotions, Tang Feng sighed. I am indeed a bit weary. Alas, aging does take a toll on one's spirit. He nodded. Very well, you needn't fuss over me. I can manage this little journey. You two should rest. As he spoke, Tang Feng ascended the stairs. What are you standing around for? Come up together. Tang Yizhou took Qian Mi, who was still dazed, and they climbed the stairs together. Upon reaching the door, Qian Mi, still in a state of shock, ambled towards her room. Noticing this, Tang Feng cleared his throat in confusion. Aren't you two sleeping together? Huh. Qian Mi's mouth fell open, her expression blank. The fright she had just experienced left her momentarily stunned. Tang Yizhou ruffled her hair gently, whispering reproachfully, Why are you so dazed? You even walked into the wrong room. But Qian Mi protested silently. She hadn't walked into the wrong room. This was indeed the room she had just been in. Just as she was about to speak, the man swiftly interrupted. Grandpa, we'll head in first. You should rest well. Okay, go ahead. Tang Feng waved his hand, stepping directly into the room. Once the door was firmly shut, Qian Mi remained standing, still in a daze. Seeing her expression, Tang Yizhou couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Did you get scared, silly? Your grandfather, You're wondering how he ended up here on this little island in the middle of the night, aren't you? Qian Mi nodded fervently. Tang Yizhou seemed to let out a barely audible sigh, his gaze flickering slightly. My grandfather, What happened to your grandfather? Why is he here in the middle of the night? It must have been him knocking at the door earlier. Why is he acting so mysteriously? I even hit him. As she spoke, the woman's voice gradually trailed off. Tang Yizhou looked up at her. You hit him? Well, it wasn't intentional. I thought it was something strange. So I just struck out. A flicker of reproach crossed Tang Yizhou's dark eyes. Why didn't you tell me? What if he truly was a bad person? That's not the point. Besides, I can handle myself. I've been around these parts for many years. You've been around for many years? The man echoed her words, his tone taking on a dangerous edge. Coughing, Qian Mi nearly bit her tongue, her eyes steadying. I meant during my years at the martial arts school. Tang Yizhou retracted his doubtful gaze and pulled her to the bed. Get some rest. Tomorrow might be busy. Why? Qian Mi turned into a curious child. You haven't told me why your grandfather came here so late, how he got here, and what he wants, to sleep. Hearing her continuous questions, Tang Yizhou simply scooped her up. She was startled and let out a yelp. Hey, Tang Yizhou, what are you doing? I said, sleep. He tucked the little lady into the blankets, quickly turned off the light, and held her tightly. Qian Mi was unwilling to sleep quietly. Her mind was buzzing with questions, and she wondered how this man could be so familiar. When did she ever say she wanted to share a bed with him? She preferred to sleep on the floor. Struggle again, and I truly will make you pay, came the man's deep, husky voice from behind her neck. She fell silent for a few seconds before wriggling like a worm. Let go of me. The bed is so big. Why do you have to crowd me? It's hot. You know. The woman, oblivious to the danger, continued to squirm, causing Tang Yizhou's clear eyes to dim, a flicker of fire igniting within them. His voice turned more perilous. I'll say it once more. Move again, and don't beg for mercy later. His breathing began to change, and even a naive Qian Mi sensed the shift in his demeanor. Her body stiffened, and she dared not move again. With a warm furnace beside her, her mind full of thoughts about that grandfather. Qian Mi initially planned to sneak back to her own room after Tang Yizhou fell asleep. However, she unexpectedly dozed off shortly after. Tang Yizhou gazed at the small woman beside him, her breathing long and even, and let out a long, troubled sigh. She seemed to be sleeping soundly. He adjusted the blanket around her and hurried to the bathroom for a cold shower. She was enjoying a sweet dream when suddenly, a loud knocking broke the silence, echoing against the door with a resounding thud. Ugh, who was disturbing my sleep so early? Qian Mi covered her ears, attempting to turn over, only to find she couldn't move. Groggily opening her eyes, she realized a long arm was draped over her waist. Wah! All her drowsiness vanished in an instant. She shot up, angrily shaking the man's arm off. You jerk. Good morning, he replied, unfazed by her outburst, his voice hoarse yet calm. What do you mean, good morning? Qian Mi exclaimed as she bounced off the bed in a fit of frustration. She had intended to sneak into another room while he slept, yet somehow, she had fallen asleep herself. Can it get any more embarrassing? I'll say it again. Come out in 3 minutes. A booming voice rang from outside, cutting off her thoughts. Startled, Qian Mi glanced at the man still sitting on the bed. Your grandfather. Tang Yizhou appeared to exhale deeply, his expression serious. Whatever my grandfather says later, we will follow. Follow? Why? She was still in a haze. Tang Yizhou approached the door, glancing back at her. Hurry and change your clothes. She stomped her foot but obediently went to the changing room. Good morning, grandfather. Tang Yizhou greeted the elder respectfully as he opened the door. What do you mean good morning? The sun is high in the sky, and you two are still sleeping? Time is life. Do you know you are wasting it? Having just reprimanded his grandson, Tang Feng's sharp eyes caught sight of Qian Mi emerging from the changing room. You come here. His voice was commanding and brooked no argument. Qian Mi blinked, pointing at herself. Grandfather, are you talking to me? Of course. Who else would I be speaking to? Come here, stop dawdling. Tang Feng glared at her with fierce eyes. Qian Mi thought to herself, why does it seem like Tang Yizhou's grandfather has changed? He wasn't like this last night. Although they hadn't spoken much, he had been kind and amiable. Now, he looked as if he wanted to strangle her. Could it be that he remembered her hitting him? She glanced at Tang Yizhou questioningly. He offered her a reassuring look. What are you two staring at? Come out and jog around the island with me. Jog. Qian Mi's mouth fell open in disbelief. Tang Feng, having given his orders, turned to his grandson. You better prepare breakfast and join us for the run. Don't you dare slack off. Tang Yizhou nodded obediently, a rare occurrence. Qian Mi stood there, dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Are you planting mushrooms? Get out. Ugh. What is going on? She thought. Tang Yizhou's grandfather hadn't been like this last night. Go on, I'll make breakfast and join you, Tang Yizhou said, ruffling her hair. His eyes filled with helplessness. What on earth is happening? Despite her myriad of questions, under Tang Feng's intimidating gaze, she followed along obediently to run. The two made their way to the small island, and after warm-up exercises, Tang Feng began jogging. Qian Mi trudged behind him, her energy flagging. Are you a turtle or a snail? At this pace, you'll finish next year. Tang Feng's irritation flared at her lackadaisical jogging. Yes, grandfather, she thought. Tears of frustration welling up within her. After a while, Tang Feng remarked, haven't eaten, have you? Even I, an old man, can outrun you. If you can't keep up, run another lap. Otherwise, no breakfast. She hadn't eaten. Qian Mi was on the verge of exploding. What was going on with Tang Yizhou's grandfather? For no reason. He had dragged her out to run this early, and now he was nitpicking and finding fault with her. This was clearly an excuse to pick on her. Her stomach growled in hunger, and seeing Tang Feng nitpick her running made her snap. She plopped down on the beach, panting heavily. Grandfather, I can't run anymore. You can run by yourself. Tang Feng observed the young lady sulking as she plopped down onto the beach, instantly incensed, his beard bristling in irritation. Get up this instant. What sort of behavior is this? You lack the vitality of youth. After a few laps, you're already worn out. Speed up. Or you shan't have breakfast. Run a few more laps. Qian Mi stubbornly remained seated, refusing to budge. Grandpa. Just as the old man and the young woman were at an impasse, Tang Yizhou conveniently approached. Grandpa, I've prepared breakfast. You've already exerted yourself running. Let us eat first. No way. Tang Feng persisted obstinately. She wants to eat until she completes her task. Qian Mi, now completely convinced, realized that her grandfather was merely toying with her. Tang Yizhou glanced at the woman hammering her legs on the beach, then back at Tang Feng. How about this, Grandpa? You go have breakfast, and I'll ensure she finishes her laps. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Feng acquiesced. Very well, but no cheating. I shall return to inspect her progress. Take care, Grandpa, Tang Feng huffed, casting a disdainful glare at Qian Mi before striding back towards the villa. Once Tang Feng was out of sight, Qian Mi sprang up. Tang Yizhou, I want to go home. She pouted, her irritation palpable. I thought your grandfather was a kind and amiable elder, but he intimidated me first thing in the morning. If he wanted to punish me, you should have said so directly instead of being so roundabout. Didn't he intend to punish you? Tang Yizhou's eyes flickered. That's just his true nature. What do you mean by that? Qian Mi, still fuming, turned her head too quickly and nearly twisted her neck. Are you hiding something from me? Speak up. She ceased her leg exercise and vigorously shook his arm. My grandfather has a dual personality. Tang Yizhou chuckled lightly, though with a hint of bitterness. To be precise, it's a dissociative disorder. This complex psychological ailment had, unfortunately, befallen his grandfather. If not for a certain incident, he would have remained well. Dual personality? Qian Mi gasped. Astonished. The Tang Feng she had met the previous night was a mischievous old man, delightfully engaging and remarkably kind. Yet by morning, he had transformed into someone strictly uncompromising, almost unyielding. It's not that he suddenly turned against you. Rather, his demeanor varies between day and night. How is that even possible? She mused, utterly perplexed. What could cause such a drastic change in someone? Tang Yizhou regarded her thoughtfully. He became this way after experiencing a trauma. That's why he has been recuperating at Green Garden Villa for years. No one anticipated that the once dominant leader of the Tang family would suddenly step back and leave the position to his son. Most believed he grew weary of the treacheries of the business world, but only a few knew he was ill-stricken with an affliction that was difficult to discuss. Does your family know? She inquired. If they're aware, why would Madame Tang allow a patient to seek her out? Tang Yizhou shook his head. I have concealed this from them. Only my father and I are aware. All these years, while my grandfather publicly recuperated at Green Garden Villa, he secretly sought treatment. The founder of the Tang family suddenly afflicted with such a mental illness must keep it hidden from the public eye. Thus, everyone at Green Garden Villa has signed a confidentiality agreement. Really? Qian Mi was still grappling with the shock. After a moment's reflection, she asked, does Grandpa know about his condition? What triggered this change? To develop two distinct personalities, the stimulus must have been monumental. Tang Yizhou shook his head. He is unaware of his disorder, and I've instructed those at Green Garden Villa to keep it from him. After all, the two personalities do not share memories. Oh, Qian Mi nodded. The man cast her an odd glance. This secret was once known only to my father and me, along with the staff at Green Garden Villa. Now what? Qian Mi swallowed hard, sensing a mischievous glint in his eye. Now, it includes you. I. Qian Mi felt as though she had stumbled upon an earth-shattering secret. Recalling what Qi Lao had said, that Tang Yizhou's grandfather was an extraordinary figure. The entire Tang dynasty was essentially built by Tang Feng. She realized that such a remarkable person had been reduced to this state. It was no wonder Tang Yizhou concealed it from everyone, though Qian Mi lacked profound knowledge of business matters. She understood that if such a prominent figure like Tang Feng were to be exposed to the world with any flaws, it could tarnish the Tang family's reputation or even affect the Tang group. Rest assured, I will keep this secret safe and not utter a word, Qian Mi promised, mimicking a zipping motion across her lips. I absolutely won't speak of it, I swear. Observing her anxious demeanor, Tang Yizhou chuckled softly. It's not that serious. Why do you look so alarmed? He affectionately ruffled her hair. We'll return tomorrow, but for today, bear with it, Grandpa means no harm. While Qian Mi remained uncertain about the reasons behind Tang Yizhou's grandfather's condition, she understood the need for decorum. Don't worry. I won't argue with an elder. From now on, if he tells me to run into a wall, I absolutely won't run into the other. This little woman. Tang Yizhou smirked at her earnestness. Then I owe you my gratitude. No need for such formality, she waved dismissively. Upon returning to the villa, they found Tang Feng seated on the living room sofa. Upon their arrival, he huffed in annoyance. Did you run quickly? Did you cut corners? Not at all. Qian Mi hastened to assure him, donning a charming smile. Grandpa, I completed the laps as you instructed. You were right. Life thrives on movement. I was utterly mistaken about you before. How foolish of me. Tang Feng shot her a curious glance at her sudden change of tone, but, hearing her words, appeared somewhat satisfied. Well, that makes some sense. Come, let us eat breakfast, Tang Yizhou beckoned. Qian Mi, now famished, reached for a sandwich without a second thought. Just as she was about to take a bite, a loud cough interrupted her. Do you not understand dining etiquette? Startled, she nearly dropped the sandwich. Grandpa, I've washed my hands. I'm not referring to hand washing. Which refined young lady eats with her hands? Have you thrown all manners to the dogs? Qian Mi felt the tears welling up once again. Tang Yizhou stepped in to mediate. Grandpa, she is probably just dazed from hunger. Please don't take offense. I'll have a word with her. Humph, Tang Feng huffed. Such unruliness is hardly fit for the future mistress of the Tang family. Qian Mi took a bite of her sandwich, her heart heavy with unspilled tears. Considering his illness, she chose not to take offense. Have you finished breakfast? Tang Feng inquired, casting a glance at her. Yes, Grandpa, I'm done, Qian Mi replied sweetly. Good to hear. Tang Feng rose to his feet and strode directly into the garden outside the villa. This villa on the island had been largely uninhabited for years. And just look at the state of this garden. It is a disgraceful mess, with weeds running rampant. You ought to pull them up. It pains me to see it in such disarray. Good heavens, not only is he strict, but he also seems to possess a touch of obsessive compulsiveness. What chaos is there in this garden? At most, a few weeds are sprouting. Must they all be uprooted? Is he really so finicky? Qian Mi stood there, fidgeting, and Tang Feng let out a cold snort. What is the matter? Unwilling? Grandfather. Tang Yizhou had just come downstairs after changing into another outfit when he noticed the predicament the young woman found herself in, and he felt somewhat helpless. Allow me to handle this. Tang Feng shot him an irritated glare. You, the president of a major corporation, should not be reduced to such menial tasks. Oh, so because he is a president, he is exempt from such duties, while she is not. Qian Mi rolled her eyes toward the heavens, her stubborn temper flaring. Fine, grandfather. I'll clean it up. I happen to have nothing else to do. You. Tang Yizhou attempted to deter her enthusiasm. Grandfather was merely speaking off the cuff. Why are you being so obstinate? I refuse to be looked down upon by your grandfather. It's merely weeding. I can finish this in no time. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and marched determinedly toward the garden. Tang Feng watched her stubborn demeanor, his eyes glinting slightly, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Thankfully, summer had passed, and the sunlight was not too harsh. Qian Mi knelt on the ground, busy with her work. Tang Feng settled himself on a chair, leisurely sipping tea while observing her efforts to clear the weeds. Those aren't tea weeds. Can you not distinguish between seedlings and weeds? A sudden cold snort interrupted her. Qian Mi paused, her hands halting mid-action. How was she to know if that was a seedling or a weed, having never seen it before? You not only run slowly, but you also manage to mess up such a simple task as weeding. It is truly disappointing. Endure, I shall endure. The character for endure is like a knife above the head. Qian Mi grit her teeth, swallowing her dissatisfaction. After all, she had made a solemn vow to Tang Yizhou that should grandfather make her run into a wall, she would not run into the opposite wall instead. Oh, how it is to lift a stone only to crush one's own foot. This is precisely it. Tang Feng, having spent quite some time berating the young girl, was taken aback by her silence and lack of visible frustration. He began to question how she had transformed so dramatically in just a short time. As she continued to weed, a shadow suddenly loomed above her, and a tall figure squatted down beside her. Little gardener, how goes the weeding? Is it not amusing? His voice was low and teasing, laced with a hint of mirth. Qian Mi shot him a glare, lowering her voice. What is it to you? Move further away. I don't need your feigned concern. I promise to do this, and I shall see it through, even if I must kneel to do so. Grandfather. It's nearly done. I still need to prepare lunch, and could use a helping hand, Tang Yizhou said, turning to Tang Feng with sincerity in his gaze. Tang Feng did not wish to make things difficult for the young woman. Seeing his grandson speak so earnestly, he graciously offered her an escape. Go on. Just don't let her hinder you. Qian Mi clenched her fists tightly around the weeds. Tang Yizhou teased her. Weren't you the one who swore that you would do whatever grandfather asked? Why are you angry now? That depends on the task at hand. If it is reasonable, then fine, she pouted. But what if he comes up with some bizarre idea, like asking me to catch sea snakes or sharks? Would I be expected to comply? Laughter filled the kitchen as the man, who was typically stoic, found himself frequently amused by this audacious young woman. Rest assured, with your abilities, you would be hard-pressed to catch a shark or a sea snake, these highly intelligent creatures, he remarked. You mock me, Qian Mi ground her teeth, glaring fiercely at him. Not mockery, merely a statement of truth, he replied, his dark eyes sparkling with amusement. You. Qian Mi found herself at a loss for words, utterly defeated by his cunning tongue. While preparing lunch, Qian Mi observed his dexterous movements and couldn't he help but inquire, Tang Yizhou, you are from a wealthy family, accustomed to luxury. Why do you know how to cook? I was astonished when I saw you boil noodles last time. Do you think all wealthy young men are born with diamond-encrusted spoons? Times have changed. If we affluent young men indulge in excess, then even the greatest wealth would vanish. Huh. Qian Mi was perplexed. Tang Yizhou noticed her bewildered expression and sighed softly. Before grandfather fell ill, he was quite strict with me. He believed that only through hardship could one become a filial child. Thus, during my years abroad, he cut off all my financial support. Cut off all financial support? Qian Mi gasped in disbelief. Surely, he didn't even cover your tuition and living expenses? He nodded, his tone flat, as though recounting someone else's story. So, for the first few months abroad, I struggled immensely, juggling work and study, barely able to stretch $1. I hardly slept more than 5 hours a night. Qian Mi blinked in astonishment at his revelation. After a moment, she puffed her cheeks. Are you pulling my leg? Is it meaningful to joke about such matters? He shot her a rare glare. Qian Mi pondered, then remembered Mrs. Tang. Didn't your mother feel sorry for you, given the hardships you faced abroad? She sent me money once, but grandfather found out, and punished me doubly. Qian Mi shook her head in sympathy, realizing that the life of this privileged young man was not as idyllic as she had once imagined. Was your grandfather exceedingly strict before? What could have changed him so? Enough of your prattling. If you continue, grandfather will surely return to find fault with you. He seemed reluctant to delve further into the topic. What? Qian Mi murmured to herself, her curiosity piqued. During lunch, Tang Feng adhered to the principle of silence during meals, uttering not a single word. Qian Mi relished the peace. Suddenly, Tang Feng swayed gently, causing his utensils to clatter to the ground. Tang Yizhou quickly pulled out a chair to support him. Grandfather. Tang Feng slowly closed his eyes, remaining still, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Qian Mi, startled, barely swallowed her rice. Grandfather, what's wrong? She gazed anxiously at Tang Feng, who appeared to be in a deep sleep. Tang Yizhou, furrowing his brow tightly, maintained his composure. You support grandfather. I will call for help immediately. Understood. After Tang Yizhou ascended the stairs, Qian Mi cautiously called out, Grandfather, please wake up. You still need me to run. Who said you had to run? A kind yet puzzled voice suddenly emerged. Qian Mi's heart leapt with joy. Grandfather, you're awake. How are you feeling? Tang Feng blinked his bewildered eyes, gradually regaining clarity. He rubbed his head and glanced at the table laden with dishes, exclaiming, How did I end up here? Girl, why do you look so anxious? Where's my Zhou? Zhou? Qian Mi stared wide-eyed at Tang Feng, who had undergone a complete change in demeanor. Could it be that another personality had emerged? However, hadn't Tang Yizhou mentioned that the other personality would only appear at night? It was still midday. What on earth was happening? Little girl, why do you look at me like that? Haha, is it because Grandpa is so handsome? Tang Feng chuckled. Qian Mi twitched her lips. Grandpa. Tang Yizhou descended from the upper floor and observed the scene with a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be? I feel fantastic. You rascal, why are you pointing at me like that? All right, enough of this. Let us eat. Tang Feng shot a glance at Qian Mi. This girl was quite worried about me just now, but what is there to worry about? Qian Mi exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Yizhou, which spoke volumes. Let us eat first. Tang Yizhou sat down with a composed demeanor. After lunch, Tang Feng took a stroll in the garden before heading for an afternoon nap. Once he entered his room, Qian Mi hurriedly pulled Tang Yizhou to a secluded corner. Tang Yizhou, didn't you say your grandpa's other personality only emerges at night? Why is he out now, during the day? Moreover, it seems they have no memory of each other as personalities. Tang Yizhou's expression was equally grim. This situation has never occurred before. I've already dispatched someone to handle it. Once Grandpa wakes from his nap, we'll return. Understood. Qian Mi nodded, a flicker of sympathy crossing her mind. It was pitiful for Grandpa Tang, at such an advanced age, to endure such torment, especially without his knowledge. Did it frighten you? Tang Yizhou ruffled her hair. Such an abrupt personality shift would startle anyone. No. She had witnessed far worse storms, yet this was indeed a new experience. It turned out that not all lives in high society were filled with opulence. Every family had its own struggles. Observing Tang Yizhou's calm demeanor, she realized he must bear considerable burdens behind the scenes. A few hours later, Tang Yizhou's contacts arrived. President, the leader, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, wore a serious expression. Is everything ready? Yes. Good. Tang Yizhou nodded. Once the old man wakes, we will leave immediately. They arrived at the Green Garden Villa in the evening, and Tang Feng, feeling inexplicably displeased about being sent back, sulked in his room, refusing to eat dinner. Qian Mi observed the grim expressions of Tang Yizhou and Lin Ten beside him and bravely approached. How about I try to persuade Grandpa? Tang Yizhou glanced at the closed door and nodded. All right, give it a shot. Carrying a lunchbox, Qian Mi walked straight in. Grandpa, even if you're angry, you should eat, right? You can't be strong on an empty stomach, can you? She approached him cautiously, offering a sweet smile. Seeing her, Tang Feng turned his face away in defiance. I can starve if I want. I just arrived on the island, and you all conspired to send me back. This is clearly an act of rebellion against this old man. No. Qian Mi waved her hands. You misunderstood, Grandpa. We're just worried about your health. The island is right there, it 1T run away. Once the doctor checks you and confirms you're fine, you can go whenever you want. Tang Feng fixed her with a steady gaze, then sighed deeply. All right, I've returned, so it is what it is. You're quite good with words, little girl. Can you eat now? Yes, let us eat. Tang Feng gestured for her to bring the lunchbox closer. You're quite to my liking, little girl. With Yizhou's stable personality, a lively one like yours is a nice match. Hee. Well then, Grandpa, take your time eating. I'll head out first. Qian Mi said. Go, go. As soon as Qian Mi left, Tang Feng slowly set down his chopsticks, his once gentle gaze turning sharp and piercing. A figure emerged from the shadows. Tang Feng narrowed his dark eyes, placing his chopsticks aside. Let us make our move tonight. Outside, a rumble of thunder echoed. Following dinner, the villa's private doctor, Zhou Lang, conducted a thorough examination of Tang Feng. The results showed no major issues, prompting Tang Yizhou to breathe a sigh of relief. After the examination, the private doctor reported Tang Laoye's condition and departed. While Qian Mi struggled to understand the technical jargon, she dreaded hearing those medical terms. She glanced at the woman beside her, who had been yawning. And with a gentle glow in his eyes, Tang Yizhou naturally took her hand. Let us go. I'll take you home. All right. Since Grandpa Tang was not in serious trouble, there was no need for her to linger. Tang Yizhou exchanged a few words with the staff at the villa before driving Qian Mi home. In the car, Qian Mi could not resist a massive yawn. And the man smiled. Once I resolve a few matters in the coming days, we will begin preparations for our engagement. Caught mid-yawn, Qian Mi stared at him in shock. Engagement? Yes. Do you have any objections? He shot her a mildly warning glance. Objections? Of course, she had reservations. It seemed they were genuinely moving towards engagement. Her eyes flickered. Well, there is no need to rush, is there? Not rushing, he replied, his tone gradually laced with a hint of threat. Qian Mi fidgeted, desperately concocting an excuse to delay the engagement. Right? Your mother is still upset with me, isn't she? We haven't even gotten past your mother's approval. She wouldn't agree to an engagement. How clever of her. Tang Yizhou regarded her with a half-smile. My grandpa seems quite fond of you. Almost everyone at the villa witnessed it, and no one could persuade the old man to eat, except for you. This could be seen as a tacit acknowledgement from Grandpa. Qian Mi had no retort. Fine, she would play it by ear. If an engagement truly loomed, there would be no escape. Although she felt a flicker of fondness for this man who had repeatedly come to her rescue, she retained her rationality. For the next few days, stay at home and refrain from wandering about. When the time is right, I will approach your grandpa to discuss the engagement. Qian Mi rolled her eyes. Behaving? I'm not a dog. Why must I listen to you? What's wrong with wandering? If you have the guts, tie me up with a rope. Such a domineering attitude. She resolved to defy him for the next few days, venturing out every day. If you wander about, you will discover the consequences. The man chuckled lightly, seemingly aware of her thoughts. Feeling threatened, Qian Mi nearly lunged to bite him. After hearing about his tragic experiences abroad, she felt a twinge of sympathy. Sympathy? This man was nothing but a cunning wolf. Upon returning to the Qi family, Tang Yizhou exchanged pleasantries with Qi Ming before departing. Outside, thunder rolled, and a torrential downpour began. By the time Qian Mi finished her shower and prepared for bed, the rain had ceased. As she was about to climb into bed, her phone chimed with a notification, and she instinctively grabbed it to check. Her fingers froze. Miss Qi, there is an urgent matter to inform you. Please come to XX location promptly. Who is this mysterious individual sending a message at such a late hour? Just as she contemplated deleting it, a sudden urge compelled her to pause. Could it possibly be that mischievous girl, Tang Shuiwa? It's a possibility. Never mind. I shall go and see. If it is indeed that rascal Tang Shuiwa playing tricks again, I might as well indulge her. This girl has repeatedly dared to challenge her. If her sharpness is not curtailed, she might genuinely believe she is easy to bully. At this hour, most of the household had long since retired. Yet, to avoid disturbing anyone, she stealthily climbed out through the window. Upon arriving cautiously at the designated meeting place mentioned in the message, she found no one in sight. Exhaling in frustration, she suspected she had been played for a fool. Just as she was about to turn back, a flash of white light struck her, and suddenly she was knocked aside by a figure. Her loosely held phone crashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. What the hell? Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Mi rushed forward and seized the man attempting to flee. Hey, stop lurking in the shadows. Were you the one who sent the message? Speak. Who sent you? Was it that little troublemaker Tang Shuiwa? The man turned around in panic, his face a mask of fear. I know nothing. Rest assured, I won't say a word. What was wrong with this furtive man? What did he mean by not saying anything? Qian Mi was still perplexed when the diminutive young man trembled and stammered. You can relax. I have done what I promised you. The secret about Tang's group and Tang Feng's mental illness has been spread as per your instructions. I only came to inform you. What nonsense was this? Qian Mi's anger flared, her big, round eyes nearly bulging out. What are you babbling about? Do I know you? When did I instruct you to disclose anything about old Master Tang's mental state? Wait a moment, cautiously eyeing him. She tightened her grip on his collar. How do you know about this? The secret regarding old Master Tang's character was known only to the people of Newlywed Villa, alongside myself and Tang Yizhou. How did this stranger come to possess such knowledge? Speak. Who are you? How do you know about this? Who told you? Are you from Newlywed Villa? You told me about old Master Tang's mental issues, didn't you? The young man stammered. When did Qian Mi paused, her mind racing. Everything that transpired tonight was utterly bizarre. A text message had lured her out, as if orchestrated to trap her. Moreover, the strange words spoken by this man seemed to target her specifically, indicating he had come prepared. Seizing the opportunity while Qian Mi was lost in thought, the man wriggled free from her grasp and fled. She attempted to pursue him, but he had already vanished. This incident was profoundly perplexing. With her phone broken and the man gone, she could do nothing but return and inform Tang Yizhou. Regardless of whether someone was scheming against her, it was inconsequential. What mattered was whether the revelation of old Master Tang's condition would tarnish the Tang family's reputation and lead to unforeseen consequences. Sighing, Qian Mi chastised herself for being foolish. A person so weak was right before her, and yet she had failed to capture him. As she departed, a figure emerged from the shadows, a cold smile curling upon their lips. By the time Qian Mi stealthily returned to the Qi residence, it was nearly midnight. She contemplated calling Tang Yizhou to inform him of the evening's events, but her phone was broken, and she couldn't recall his number. Never mind, it wasn't urgent. She would tell him first thing in the morning. Nevertheless, she tossed and turned, finally succumbing to sleep only in the early hours. The following morning, Qian Mi was awakened by a series of loud knocks at the door. Irritated, she flung aside her blanket and, still in her slippers, stormed to the door. Upon opening it, she was met by Xiao Tao's anxious and worried expression. Miss, Xiao Tao said, her gaze darting nervously. What's wrong? Why do you look like you're constipated? Miss, something has happened, Xiao Tao replied, glancing around furtively. Qian Mi frowned. What happened? Just as she was about to inquire further, a furious voice rang out from behind her. Miss Qian, please get dressed and come to my study immediately. Qian Mi froze, gripping the doorknob. What had gotten into old Master Qi to be so angry all of a sudden? Xiao Tao, what's going on? She asked, turning to the sympathetic girl at the door. Xiao Tao shook her head. Miss, you should hurry and change. You'll find out soon enough. Casting her a glance, Qian Mi retreated to her room, quickly changing into appropriate attire before heading to old Master Qi's study. As she entered, Qi Ming stood up, his anger palpable as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Miss Qian, our Qi family has no grievances with you. Are you deliberately trying to ruin us? Ruin you? What do you mean? Seeing her confusion, Qi Ming tossed a stack of newspapers in her direction. Still playing innocent? Just look for yourself. Qian Mi hurriedly grabbed a newspaper, and upon seeing the glaring headline, her heart sank. Breaking news. Former chairman of the Tang family, Tang Feng, reportedly suffers from mental illness, with the Qi family's young lady as the mastermind behind it. Her grip on the paper tightened, nearly tearing it apart. What on earth was happening? Old Master Qi. I swear this was not my doing. The events of the previous night flooded back to her. Could this be a scheme aimed at her? If it was you, then who else could it be? There's evidence and witnesses. Do you still wish to deny it? Qi Ming slammed his hand on the table once more. Do you realize how serious this is? The public revelation of Tang Feng's mental issues, regardless of its validity, will affect Tang's group. Who do you think they hold responsible? Qian Mi stumbled back a step under his fierce glare. Grandfather. Qi Jian entered the room, positioning himself protectively in front of Qian Mi. The situation isn't clear yet. Perhaps she is being wronged, or perhaps someone is framing her. Who would frame her? She has no grievances with our Qi family, nor does she with the Tang family. There is no motive for her to do this. Qian Mi looked at the man standing up for her, a flicker of warmth passing through her heart. At such a moment, he chose to believe in her and stand by her side. Then tell me, who would conspire against her? And what does it matter now? Will the Tang family let us off the hook? Qi Ming clutched his chest in frustration, and the two rushed to support him. Grandfather, are you all right? Old Master. Qian Mi reached out to assist him but was met with a cold glare. Old Master, I swear this was my doing. I will explain everything to Tang Yizhou. He wants to hold the Qi family accountable. As she spoke, a soft knock echoed at the door, and a servant stood respectfully outside. Sir, the eldest young master of the Tang family has sent someone to fetch Miss Qian. He says it's urgent and must be seen immediately. Qian Mi released her grip, the newspaper falling to the floor with a soft thud. This was Qian Mi's first visit to Tang's group. The imposing building before her soared into the clouds. a symbol of unparalleled power and wealth. And there stood Tang Yizhou, like a sovereign, commanding everything. "Miss Qi, please." Two expressionless men in suits gestured for her to enter. Qian Mi glanced at them, clenched her fist, and stepped inside. In the office of the president of the Tang Group, Tang Yizhou stared coldly at a pile of scattered photographs on the coffee table. His dark eyes were deep and inscrutable, revealing no emotion. Yet the furrowed brow indicated his discontent. As soon as he moved his finger, Lin Tin entered and respectfully inquired, "President, Miss Qi is waiting outside. Shall I let her in?" The man slightly raised his gaze and imperceptibly nodded. His fingers rested on the photographs, the creases on his brow deepening. As Qian Mi entered, she immediately sensed the forbidding aura surrounding Tang Yizhou. Since their first encounter, he had always been composed and elegant, even during his occasional moments of cunning. She never found him frightening. However, at this moment, an invisible intensity radiated from him, instilling a profound fear. She could ascertain that he was angry. No, perhaps not merely angry. But, upon seeing her, Tang Yizhou lifted his gaze, the warmth he once held now replaced by unmasked coldness. Meeting his piercing stare, her heart quivered as if gripped by a vice. "You," she attempted to speak, but found herself at a loss for words under his unwavering gaze. The man rose and approached her, gently lifting her chin with one hand, his voice frigid. "Did I not instruct you to stay at home and wait for me these past few days?" He glanced at Qian Mi. "Is this a pre-engagement gift you are presenting to me?" "I did not." Despite being held by the chin, she defiantly replied, "Tang Yizhou, this matter has nothing to do with me. I did not disseminate information about your grandfather." He let out a light chuckle, abruptly releasing her chin. "Do you not think it is too late to say that now?" Ignoring the chilling aura emanating from him, Qian Mi stepped in front of him. "I swear I did not do it. Think about it. Why would I inform anyone about your grandfather? What benefit would that serve me?" Tang Yizhou shot her a blank stare before turning to pick up a stack of photographs from the table, displaying them one by one in front of her. Each photograph featured her with another man, one who had been lurking suspiciously that night. "This is..." Qian Mi snatched the photos, her hands trembling. "Who took these?" "Not just photographs." His cold voice struck like a snowball. "There are recordings as well, detailing everything clearly." "What recordings? What photographs?" Suppressing her boiling anger and grievance, she gazed at him defiantly. "Tang Yizhou, this is clearly a setup. I am being framed." "Oh, then enlighten me. Who would want to frame you? And who possesses the ability to fabricate evidence without a single flaw?" Tang Yizhou's eyes remained devoid of warmth. Stung by his gaze, Qian Mi bit her lip and replied, "Last night, I received a text message telling me to go to a certain place, where I encountered a mysterious man. I don't know how he learned about your grandfather's illness, but I swear I did not tell anyone." Seeing the scorn and disbelief in his eyes, Qian Mi gritted her teeth. "I have evidence. Someone did send me a message." "And where is this message?" Tang Yizhou's tone remained eerily calm. But those familiar with him knew this was a precursor to his fury. "The message, my phone was broken," she admitted, exhaling in frustration. "Is that so? How convenient." Tang Yizhou chuckled lightly and sat on the sofa. "Please, continue." "Continue what?" Qian Mi was bewildered. "I give you time to defend yourself. Whether I believe you is my concern." His demeanor ignited her anger. "You insist I did this, so no matter how much I explain, it is futile. I'll be leaving. Once I find evidence, you will naturally apologize to me." She turned to leave, but as her hand grasped the doorknob, a sudden gust of wind swept past, and her wrist was seized, pinning her against the door. With one hand gripping her wrist and the other lifting her chin, his fierce gaze revealed barely concealed rage. "Did I permit you to leave?" Qian Mi stared at Tang Yizhou, feeling a stranger before her. The man she knew was not like this, though he had a sharp tongue and a cunning mind. He had always been understanding during her mischief and had come to her aid in times of trouble. He had unhesitatingly punished the granddaughter of the Sun family for her wrongdoings, believing in her innocence without a hint of doubt. He had taken her to the island and risked his safety to save her. Yet today, he appeared as a wolf, devoid of tenderness, leaving only cruelty and resolve in his eyes, as if he were about to tear her apart. Was this truly his nature? "Tang Yizhou, calm down. If I had done this, I would not deny it. But I am wronged. With your intelligence, how can you not see this as a trap?" As she witnessed the fury igniting in his gaze, she continued, "Everyone at Green Garden Villa signed confidentiality agreements. No one would dare to be foolish enough to leak my grandfather's secret. You just met my grandfather, and now his affairs are conveniently exposed. Do you not think this coincidence is rather excessive?" "Tang Yizhou," her frustration peaked, "you base your accusations solely on this? What motive would I have to disclose your grandfather's matters?" After a pause, she added, "This holds no benefit or significance for me. Why can't you reflect on this? Is the esteemed president of the Tang family truly so quick to misjudge and wrongfully accuse the innocent?" His eyes shimmered with intensity, the flames of anger still burning brightly. "You are quite the eloquent debater. It may not be beneficial for you, but for the Qi family, it is entirely different." Qian Mi's eyes widened. "What does this have to do with my family?" Confusion clouded her mind. Tang Yizhou's hand gently caressed her face, his long fingers brushing aside the hair clinging to her skin, though his gaze remained fiery. "You should ask your grandfather." Noticing her feigned ignorance, he smirked. Qi Ming has his sights set on a plot of land, yet he is wary of the Tang family and does not dare to act rashly. He regarded her with disdain. "Your grandfather is rather naive, thinking that stirring up a bit of public opinion could shake the Tang family." "What do you mean?" Qian Mi's mind buzzed. "What land? What stir? Should I explain further?" Tang Yizhou drew closer. "Your grandfather intends to use you as bait to approach me, hoping to seize this lucrative opportunity." Had Qi Ming sent her to the banquet with this ulterior motive? But she was completely unaware. It felt as if someone were hammering her head. She focused intently on Tang Yizhou, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his thoughts. "You mean? You knew all along?" Having been aware of Qi Ming's intentions from the start, the man nodded, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "I too am curious to see what waves old Qi can stir up. However, this ploy of using a beautiful woman is quite clever, I must admit. I was initially captivated by you." Qian Mi, however, disregarded this point, fixing her gaze on him, fragments of memories flashing through her mind. "So, all this time, you were merely acting? All the kindness you showed me, even risking your life to save me, was all an act for me, for my grandfather?" Her throat constricted, as if choked by a wad of cotton, making it difficult to swallow. Witnessing her wounded expression, Tang Yizhou's hand, hanging by his side, clenched slightly, only to slowly relax moments later. The inexplicable agitation within him began to surge once more. Much of what she said was accurate. Initially, he had indeed approached her with an ulterior motive, feigning affection. However, later on, he had found himself wanting to treat her well involuntarily. He had thought, let the association continue. The land could be given to old Qi as a betrothal gift, perhaps. Yet, while he was changing, this woman was still plotting against him behind his back. Even after he ceased his probing, they were still hatching another scheme, attempting to manipulate his grandfather to undermine the Tang Corporation. Utterly delusional, Qian Mi found it somewhat laughable. She had intended to explain that she had not betrayed his grandfather. Yet the man was now revealing such a significant truth to her, informing her that all this time, he had merely been feigning affection, engaging in superficial interactions. He had never genuinely cared for her or believed in her. "Qian Mi, you were truly naive and pathetically simple-minded." The budding sprout in her heart was doused with scalding water, extinguishing it without a trace. Observing her demeanor, Tang Yizhou furrowed his brow, his dark eyes scrutinizing her intently. "Do you have any defense to offer?" "Defend what?" Qian Mi's anger flared, and she swung an elbow at him. Seeing this, the man swiftly dodged, and the woman followed up with a knee strike. Seemingly determined to confront him head-on, Tang Yizhou effortlessly subdued her, grasping both her wrists and raising them above her head, his tall frame pressing against hers. "What's this? Are you lashing out in embarrassment?" "Tang Yizhou," Qian Mi exclaimed, pinned down by him, yet her gaze remained defiant, as if wanting to unleash her fury. "Yes. Don't think so highly of yourself. I wouldn't even spare a glance at a venomous, foul-mouthed wretch like you." The woman spewed venom, as if doing so would alleviate the pain in her heart. "Oh, you wouldn't spare a glance at me?" The man chuckled, his warm breath caressing her ear. "If you wouldn't spare a glance at me, why go to such lengths to approach me? That night you trespassed into the Tang residence, feigning disinterest, left quite an impression on me." His gaze shifted to the woman's shoulder. "That unique crescent-shaped birthmark, was that also deliberately revealed to me?" "What?" Qian Mi's eyes widened in anger. "You truly went a great lengths." Seeing her innocent expression, Tang Yizhou suddenly felt disheartened, releasing her and turning away, smoothing his sleeves. "Stop feigning innocence, it's sickening." "Damn it." Qian Mi desperately wanted to kick him, but considering her current situation with the Qi family, she restrained herself. She hadn't even known Qi Ming when she trespassed into the Tang residence. Just based on that one incident, he could connect everything? He could conclude that Qi Ming had intentionally orchestrated her approach with ulterior motives. His imagination was running wild. Yet, she couldn't reveal the truth. If he knew that Qi Ming had deceived him with a fake granddaughter, wouldn't he be even more enraged? If it's sickening, then don't look. "I don't want you to see me anyway." Qian Mi, who had been drifting around with her master for years, had never suffered such humiliation, and her patience snapped. Seeing that the woman was still defiant at this point, Tang Yizhou couldn't help but laugh in anger. You still dare to speak to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I'll make your grandfather and the Qi family lose everything immediately? You. Qian Mi faltered. What do you intend to do? Tang Yizhou approached her step by step. Scheming against me, exposing my grandfather's affairs, challenging the authority of the Tang Corporation. What do you think I'll do to the Qi family? Qian Mi gasped, regardless of whether old Master Qi had intentionally made her approach him. Qi Ming was clearly unaware of the Tang grandfather's affair. How could he indiscriminately target the Qi family? Don't do this. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. This has nothing to do with my grandfather. If you want to punish someone, punish me. I accept it. Let go of my family. Let go? Tang Yizhou lowered his eyes to look at her. What bargaining chips do you have to negotiate with me? As long as you let them go. You can do whatever you want with me. Qian Mi closed her eyes tightly, filled with the solemn determination of a hero embarking on a perilous journey. Tang Yizhou stared at her for a moment, then abruptly grabbed her wrist and strode towards the door. Qian Mi stumbled along, dragged by him. Reaching the private elevator for the president, the woman clung to a nearby pillar. Tang Yizhou, what exactly do you want? I won't go with you unless you make it clear. She had said that he could do whatever he wanted with her. But she deserved to know how she would die. Without a word, Tang Yizhou pried her hand off the pillar. And Qian Mi was dragged into the elevator like a defenseless animal. She had some martial arts skills, and while she wasn't exceptionally skilled, she could handle ordinary people. Yet, she was helpless against the man before her. Shut up, move again, and believe me, I'll do it to you right here in the elevator. He had threatened her before with similar words, but his expression had been light-hearted and playful. However, at this moment, he spoke through gritted teeth. Qian Mi knew that if she struggled again, he would definitely follow through. Reaching the underground parking lot, Tang Yizhou shoved her into the car with practiced ease. Before Qian Mi could react, the car sped off like an arrow. At the same time, in Green Garden Manor, an elderly man with graying temples but a sturdy frame was carefully examining a pot of clivia on the windowsill. Hearing footsteps behind him, he slowly straightened up. His sharp eyes filled with clarity. Has everything been taken care of? Yes, sir, a middle-aged man in his 40s replied, bowing his head. The old man wiped his hands. I trust your work. Even Yizhou will believe it. It's a pity for that old Qi Ming. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he hesitated before speaking. Sir, please forgive my audacity, but may I ask why you're doing this? The old man glanced at him, and the middle-aged man quickly lowered his head. I apologize. I was being presumptuous. There are many ways to solve a problem, but I've simply chosen the most extreme and effective one. Very well, you may leave. The old man waved his hand. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man respectfully retreated. Soon after he left, a doctor in a white coat entered. Sir, I'm here to examine you. The old man waved his hand. Come in. You know I've already recovered. You don't need to come every day. The man smiled. Sir, the act must be maintained. I wonder how Yizhou will deal with that little girl. What a pity. The elderly man smiled faintly, expressing his fondness for her. Albeit with the caveat that her error lay in her affection for Zhou, naively aspiring to join the Tang family. The individual referred to as Qian Mi was unwittingly dragged into an opulent flagship store of a prestigious jewelry brand by Tang Yizhou. Upon his arrival, the elegantly attired staff rushed to greet the impeccably dressed Tang, only to retreat in trepidation upon encountering the cold glint in his eyes. The store manager, having just finished showcasing a piece of jewelry, was struck with fear upon spotting Tang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his boss had personally arrived. With a fierce glare directed at the hesitating staff, the manager hurriedly approached, his face a mask of obsequiousness and apology. Mr. Tang, what an honor to have you here. I apologize, these are new recruits who lack discernment. Please do not hold it against them. However, when he caught sight of Qian Mi, he faltered, inquiring. And who might this be? Tang Yizhou dismissed him with indifference, commanding, bring out the estate. Why? The manager, taken aback, stammered, but that's a limited edition diamond ring. With only 5 pieces worldwide. Why would the boss want to see it? Tang's lips parted, icy tones lacing his voice. Shall I repeat myself? The manager, feeling a chill run down his spine, hastily turned to fetch the item. He presented the ring with utmost speed, retreating with bated breath. Tang Yizhou cast a glance at Qian Mi before retrieving the ring from its sumptuous velvet case, grasping her hand to slide it onto her finger. What are you doing? Qian Mi recoiled, bewildered. Aren't you punishing me? Now what is this, Tang Yizhou? If you wish to execute me, do so without this cryptic fade. She was utterly perplexed by his intentions. I am indeed punishing you, he stated unequivocally, tightening his grip on her hand as he slipped the ring onto her finger. Now, should you dare to flee with this ring, you will come to know the consequences. Who is fleeing? Though I had no part in this, I am not so cowardly. She retorted defiantly, though her mind raced with thoughts of escape. What if I did run away? Tang Yizhou regarded her coolly. You are aware of the repercussions of illicitly taking a ring. Tell him, what is the value of this ring? The manager, bowing respectfully, divulged the figure. Qian Mi felt as though she were losing her mind. You put it on me. She nearly exploded. Tang Yizhou surveyed the staff present. Did you witness this? No. We saw nothing, the manager hastily denied, shaking his head vigorously. It dawned on him that the furious girl before him was none other than the renowned heiress of the Qi family, Qi Sihan. The manager was baffled. With the Qi family's scandal in the limelight, one would presume animosity between their families. Yet here was Tang personally accompanying her to select a ring and presenting her with such a priceless treasure. Qian Mi gritted her teeth in frustration. Ultimately. Her trembling hand retracted. These people were loyal to him, rendering her powerless to protest. How infuriating. This was nothing short of outrageous. She would not be swayed by this act. If he placed it on her finger, she could simply remove it. Resolutely, she reached for the ring. But his chilling voice pierced her thoughts. Try moving it again. Tang Yizhou, this was not merely adorning her with a ring. It was akin to shackling her. Wherever she went, he would track her down, unless she severed her own finger. As she pondered her next words, the automatic door opened, and Lin Tan entered. Respectfully approaching Tang Yizhou to hand him a document. President, everything has been arranged. Tang's demeanor remained impassive as he skimmed through the document before tossing it back to Lin Tan. Well done. The manager, sensing an opportunity, interjected, President, if there are pressing matters, perhaps we should move to the office. It is not appropriate to linger here. Tang shot him a glance, expressionless. There's no need. Just attend to your responsibilities. With that, he took Qian Mi's hand, leading her outside. The manager, having overstepped, was left embarrassed and could only bow deeply as they exited. Return to the company first, Tang instructed Lin Tan once outside. You will handle the remaining tasks. Understood. Lin Tan nodded and departed in another vehicle. As Qian Mi suppressed her frustration, it struck her that while she had been busy explaining herself in the Qi family, she had neglected to consider the implications of this incident on old Tang, the Tang Group, and the Tang family. Given that Tang Yizhou had ensured everyone at Green Garden Villa signed a confidentiality agreement, it suggested the matter was of great significance. The exposure of old Tang's affairs would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Tang family. Otherwise, Tang Yizhou would not have been so enraged. Tang Yizhou, did this incident affect your grandfather? Tang Yizhou's dark eyes scrutinized her. After a moment, a smile graced his lips, yet it did not reach his eyes. Isn't it a bit late to be asking that question? Qian Mi faltered, aware that anything she said could be misconstrued. He had already concluded that she was responsible for the situation, and her inquiry about old Tang's well-being would appear insincere. Rest assured, he said, gripping the steering wheel, veins slightly protruding. Those people are not foolish enough to confront the Tang family directly or disturb my grandfather at Green Garden Villa. Moreover, he has swiftly contained the situation, and the newspapers will likely receive bankruptcy news tonight. He had dealt with everyone involved, yet the chief instigator remained unscathed beside him. Was this not a cruel irony? Despite the gravity of the situation, she remained obstinately innocent, her wide-eyed gaze and indignant demeanor momentarily confounding him. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Yet he had dispatched investigators, and the evidence was irrefutable. His eyes closed tightly, and after a brief moment, he opened them, now devoid of confusion, replaced by a chilling resolve. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating in the confined space. Do you wish for the Qi family and your grandfather to remain unharmed? Qian Mi's gaze was fixed on him intently. He enunciated each word with precision. If you desire that, starting today, you shall remain by my side. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Qian Mi found Xiao Tao waiting at the entrance with an eagerness akin to that of a bird longing for its nest. Upon seeing her, Xiao Tao rushed over, exclaiming, Miss Wu, you have finally returned. Have you eaten? Did young Master Tang treat you well? Were you bullied? Does young Master Tang believe in you now? Qian Mi managed a faint smile. You still call me miss? After old Master Qi's thunderous outburst this morning, the servants scatter like mice upon seeing me. Only you. Xiao Tao, treat me with such innocence. The master said to call you miss, Xiao Tao replied, scratching her head in slight embarrassment. Just as Qian Mi was about to speak, the steady sound of footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by the tap of a cane. You are back? Qian Mi looked up to see Qi Ming standing at the staircase corner, her gaze flickering before she finally nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, She was uncertain of her feelings upon seeing Qian Mi. Understanding the unspoken tension, Xiaotao excused herself. Qian Mi settled onto the sofa, her hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, a habitual gesture when she felt particularly agitated. Glancing at Qian Mi, whose expression remained tumultuous, she spoke, "Rest assured, Old Master Qi, Tang Yizhou will not trouble you or the Qi family." Qian Mi paused abruptly, lifting his gaze with a mixture of skepticism and hope. "Are you certain? Why would the Tang family not pursue this matter? What did you tell him?" Given the gravity of the situation, it seemed implausible that the Tang family would simply let the Qi family off the hook. Qian Mi moistened her lips, recalling the man's scornful remarks. She met Qian Mi's eyes directly, asking, "Old Master Qi, did you intend for me to approach Tang Yizhou for a specific purpose?" Qian Mi stiffened, his grip on the cane tightening, his expression frozen in disbelief. Realizing the implications, Qian Mi continued, "You initially aimed to use your granddaughter to get close to Tang Yizhou. To acquire something significant, perhaps land? How did you know?" Qian Mi's expression shifted, a hint of alarm in his voice. "Was it Yuner who told you?" "Impossible. I have cautioned him repeatedly." Qian Mi shook her head. "No, it was Tang Yizhou who informed me. He mentioned." Her throat felt dry. "He had known all along why you wanted me to approach him, but he chose to remain silent, opting to observe the situation. However, today's events led him to believe you were retaliating against the Tang group and against him, which is why he reacted so furiously. He felt betrayed." "Nonsense." Qian Mi suddenly stood, his chest heaving with indignation as he struck the ground with his cane. "I, Qian Mi, am not the sort to engage in such despicable acts." Qian Mi met his furious gaze. After a moment, Qian Mi exhaled deeply, a note of helplessness in his demeanor as he sat back down. "Admittedly, I did harbor intentions of drawing closer to Tang Yizhou, believing that if my granddaughter could become part of the Tang family, it might benefit the future of the Qi family." He regarded Qian Mi thoughtfully. "As for the land, I desire it greatly, but I would not resort to such underhanded tactics to obtain it. I am a businessman, but I maintain my principles." Qian Mi stared at him intently. "Do you doubt the integrity of this old man?" Her gaze flickered before she nodded. "I believe you." Qian Mi sighed again, his voice subdued. "My younger son passed away in sorrow, and my eldest son and daughter-in-law also left due to an accident. Since then, the Qi family has gradually declined. I am aging, and when my son and daughter-in-law departed, Yuner was still quite young." His eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Yuner never favored the treachery of the business world. Did you know? He has always loved the piano, with his mother being a piano teacher. From a young age, he displayed a natural talent for it. However, after that unfortunate incident, he seldom touched the piano again." Qian Mi listened in silence, understanding Yuner's gentle nature, soft-hearted and tender, traits ill-suited for the cutthroat world of business. Yet, for the sake of the family, he forced himself to adopt a harsher demeanor. Despite the changes he had undergone over the years, she recognized the pain he harbored within. She merely wished to assist him. Her hands tightened around her clothing, recalling the warm, jade-like man who, despite knowing her true identity, treated her with kindness. His nature seemed genuinely unambitious and pure. Yet this serene man was compelled to navigate the treacherous waters of the business realm, enduring and persevering. Qian Mi seemed to realize he had divulged too much, pursing his lips as he shifted the conversation back. "Regarding the matter with old Master Tang, it truly has nothing to do with you?" "I was framed," she replied, shaking her head. "However, I do not know who orchestrated this elaborate trap against me, and the evidence is undeniably premeditated." Qian Mi lifted her head, her gaze earnest and sincere. "Nonetheless, this incident arose from my actions, and I will take responsibility. Rest assured, neither you nor the Qi family will face repercussions." "Did you agree to something with Tang Yizhou?" Qian Mi's eyes flickered with concern. Qian Mi nodded. "What did you promise?" Memories drifted back to the earlier conversation in the car. "Do you want your grandfather and the Qi family to remain safe?" "Of course." "Then stay by my side. If you dare entertain thoughts of fleeing or anything else, I advise you to abandon them." Tang Yizhou's words were not jest. She believed that should she oppose him, he would ruthlessly consume both the Qi family and herself. "Grandfather." A clear, melodious voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. Qian Mi and Qian Mi turned in unison to see the man standing at the doorway. Qi Jinyun, clad in a well-tailored white suit, appeared tall and elegant. He stood there as if he had been waiting for quite some time. If not for the shadow of melancholy in his expression, she would have mistaken him for a celestial being. "Yuner, you have returned," Qian Mi said, his complex gaze softening with affection. "Grandfather." Qi Jinyun nodded at Qian Mi. "May I speak with Qian Mi privately?" Qian Mi froze. Qian Mi's gaze shifted between her and his grandson before he sighed. Very well, but the evening air is cool. Do not linger outside too long. Understood. Qi Jinyun drove Qian Mi away in his Bentley, the silver car sleek and streamlined, much like its owner. Seated in the passenger seat, Qian Mi turned slightly to observe the man beside her. His white suit had been discarded, revealing an unbuttoned shirt that exposed a hint of his fair skin. For some reason, she sensed a hint of agitation emanating from him. Indeed, an awkward silence enveloped the small space, causing Qian Mi to shift uncomfortably as she contemplated whether to break the ice. Before she could speak, Qi Jinyun began. Qian Mi, I heard everything you discussed with grandfather just now. Ah? Qi Jinyun smiled faintly, revealing a delicate dimple. Do you think I am ineffectual? That at my age, I still require my grandfather's concern? Not at all. I never thought that, Qian Mi quickly replied, waving her hands. You are an impressive person, however. I struggle to articulate my thoughts. What I mean is, you are quite remarkable. She stumbled over her words, attempting to convey her sentiments. Observing her demeanor, Qi Jinyun offered a calm smile and brought the vehicle to a halt. Grandfather's words hold true. I indeed harbor no fondness for the deceptions prevalent in the marketplace. However, since the departure of my parents, I have come to understand that this family is a burden I must bear alone. His eyes shimmered with a glimmer of resolve. Throughout these years, I have never disappointed my grandfather. Gazing at the man before her, whose features bore a subtle smile, Qian Mi felt a faint tremor in her heart. She too had lost her parents at a tender age, and, in truth, she was unaware of who they even were. Thus, I wish to convey that I am capable of managing all affairs and challenges, including those involving old Master Tang. Suddenly, she raised her head. What did you mean by that? Qian Mi, you have already assisted our family immensely. We ought to express our gratitude. I firmly believe this matter bears no connection to you. It is merely the machinations of a malicious individual. What do you mean by that? She sensed an underlying implication in his words. His gentle gaze, akin to a warm light, focused on her. I am genuinely pleased to meet you and deeply appreciative of your willingness to aid our family. However, this situation does not concern you, and there is no need for you to become involved. Wait, what are you saying? Qian Mi's heart raced with unease, sensing that he was contemplating something significant. Qi Jinyun fell silent, steering the car into the flow of traffic. The road ahead seemed to lead to the airport. What are you planning to do? Qian Mi inquired. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. I am here to escort you away from this place. But why would he wish to take her away? If she were to leave, would Tang Yizhou allow them to escape unscathed? Stop the car. Stop. Qian Mi cried, pounding on the seat cushion. Where are you taking me? I refuse to go. If I leave, Tang Yizhou and his associates will not spare you. That is my concern, not yours, he replied, seemingly impervious to her protests, focused solely on driving. His tone growing increasingly cold. This man, in his effort to shield her from the turmoil of the elite's power struggles, had resorted to such desperate measures. No wonder Grandfather Qi remarked on his soft-heartedness. He truly was too tender-hearted. No, I cannot allow Qi Jinyun to take me away, regardless of the circumstances. This predicament was of my making. Had I not attended the meeting, none of this would have transpired. One must face the consequences of their actions. There is no simply walking away. Moreover, she truly could not leave. If you dare flee with that ring, you will learn the consequences. Tang Yizhou's menacing words echoed in her ears, causing her to grit her teeth and impulsively bang her head against the window. The impact resonated loudly within the tranquil confines of the car. With a screech, the well-performing Mercedes came to an abrupt stop. As Qi Jinyun's panicked voice sliced through the night. Qian Mi, it's nothing serious, merely a scratch. Just avoid water and refrain from spicy or seafood for the next few days, the doctor instructed as he tended to her wound. Qian Mi stood, clutching her forehead. Qi Jinyun expressed his gratitude to the doctor and gently supported her, his face etched with guilt. I am sorry. She smiled, somewhat amused. What do you have to apologize for? I was the one who ran into the glass. It has nothing to do with you. The emergency room doctor paused momentarily, bemused by her words. Was this the new age way for couples to argue? Yet, the two exhibited no signs of distress typical of a quarrel. After leaving the hospital, as they sat in the car, Qian Mi glanced at the glass she had just struck, feeling a wave of embarrassment. There was a faint trace of blood on the surface. Her delicate skin had indeed broken easily upon impact. How foolish of her to act impulsively in a moment of heated emotion. Thankfully, it was only a minor injury. Had she caused a concussion, it would have been far worse. There were numerous ways to prevent him from taking her away, yet she had chosen the most foolish method. Perhaps desperation had driven her to it. Ugh, what a metaphor. Seated in the passenger seat, she clutched her seatbelt, her complexion fluctuating from pale to flushed. Qi Jiyun glanced at her and asked, "Why did you smash the glass? Was it merely to thwart my driving? Isn't it?" She had articulated her thoughts clearly. Yet he remained obstinate, leaving her feeling flustered in her moment of urgency. Since encountering the Qi family in Tangizhou, her life had been a series of misfortunes, falling into lakes, being ensnared in traps, and facing misunderstandings. The drama unfolding now was more vibrant than her previous 20 years combined. "Yes, I aim to stop you." Qi Jinyun's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Qian Mi, holding her seatbelt, looked earnestly at him. "Master Qi, I appreciate your kindness. But it is not about loyalty to face the issues at hand. Rather, I find myself unable to leave now." "Unable to leave?" Qi Jinyun's gaze intensified as he halted the car alongside the road. Taking a deep breath, Qian Mi closed her eyes as if steeling herself, then retrieved a ring from her pocket. Qi Jinyun's eyes widened, a swirl of emotions igniting within him. "What is that?" "This is the engagement ring Tangizhou gave me." She waved the dazzling ring, stating, "He said if I dared to flee, he would pursue me to the ends of the earth." Though her tone was light, a hint of bitterness lingered beneath. Why would he say such a thing? Qi Jinyun's eyes danced with complex emotions. "Give me the ring. I will explain this to him." Qian Mi withdrew her hand. "It would be futile. You should understand Tangizhou's character. He is a man of his word, regardless of whether I am a victim. We are now openly opposing the Tang family. Do you truly believe he would easily let us go? But this does not concern you." "How could it not concern me?" She tucked the ring back into her pocket. "This situation is of my own making. I should be the one to resolve it. Moreover, she had already agreed to Tangizhou's terms. No, I must escort you away." Qi Jinyun seemed resolute, his determination only strengthening in the face of her pleas. "Are you made of wood?" Qian Mi exclaimed, having exhausted all forms of persuasion. This man simply would not comprehend. "We are now inextricably linked. It is not as simple as you saying I should leave." She patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. I, Qian Mi, have faced numerous tempests. Being framed is merely a challenge, and I am curious to see who dares to ensnare me." Qi Jinyun's brow furrowed, a shadow crossing his fair features. What is Tangizhou attempting to achieve? What was his goal? That cunning old fox, he wished to prolong her suffering, torturing her slowly rather than allowing her a swift demise. If he sought to torment her, he would soon learn that she was not one to be easily subdued. Even though she had consented to the engagement terms with Tangizhou, she would not allow herself to be manipulated at will. In truth, she harbored deeper intentions, seeking to uncover the identity of those who conspired against her. When the truth finally emerged, she would present irrefutable evidence to Tangizhou, allowing him to experience the sting of humiliation. "I have no ulterior motives." Qian Mi clenched her fists and reassured, "Rest assured, I possess martial skills. If he dares to lay a hand on me, I shall strike at his most cherished pride." Most cherished pride? Even in this grave and somber situation. A smirk escaped her lips. "You indeed." Qi Jinyun's eyes shimmered with a hint of amusement, his expression less severe than before. "You are quite the character. So entirely different from my cousin." Qian Mi paused, her fist clenching, moistening her lips, and cautiously glanced at Qi Jinyun. "By the way, your cousin, the girl who looks exactly like me, where is she?" Upon mentioning this, Qi Jinyun fell silent, not uttering a word for a long while. Qian Mi, feeling awkward, quickly halted her inquiry. "Aha, don't mind me. I was just asking out of curiosity." The man, seeing her shift from the topic, smiled at her, though the smile bore a trace of bitterness and resignation. Qian Mi, seated in the passenger seat, fell silent for a moment before fidgeting with her fingers. "What's wrong?" Qi Jinyun inquired. "Actually, I still have things to convey to your grandfather." Qian Mi's gaze darted about. "What things?" Taking a deep breath, as if steeling herself, she declared, "In 3 days, Tangizhou and I shall hold our engagement ceremony." Qi Jinyun's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his veins visibly protruding. 3 days hence, the Tang group released a press statement 3 days prior, succinctly declaring the engagement of the Tang family's young master and the Qi family's heiress. Yet, these mere words sent shockwaves through City A. This momentous news not only shook the foundations of City A but also washed away the negative press surrounding the former chairman of the Tang group, Tang Feng, whose mental stability had been questioned, like a resounding slap to the faces of those tabloids. The engagement of the Tang family's young master to the Qi family's heiress indicated a close alliance between the two families, leaving no room for speculation that the Qi family was foolish enough to disclose such information. It was evident that there were those who sought to sow discord. Instantly, A cacophony of discussions, jealousy, and confusion erupted, overwhelming the public relations department of the Tang Group with calls. Yet, no matter how fervently the masses dug for the truth, one fact remained unchanged: the engagement banquet would undoubtedly proceed as scheduled. Tang Yizhou's words were never spoken lightly. Meanwhile, the woman at the center of the commotion dozed off in the makeup room. Qian Mi had been subjected to a morning of relentless fussing. She had been awakened at 6 o'clock and had endured hours of makeup that still seemed incomplete. When had she ever sat still for so long, allowing others to fuss over her? She felt as though her bones were itching, yet she remained immobile. Was this makeup or wall painting? Was the process truly so exaggerated? At long last, the makeup was completed, but Qian Mi's eyelids felt heavy. Once the makeup artist departed, she slumped languidly on the leather sofa, nodding off. This was the scene Tang Yizhou encountered when he entered. The sight of her gently bobbing head, her pristine wedding gown cascading around her, accentuating her petite form. She appeared as if enveloped by ephemeral blooms, radiating an ethereal beauty. Unable to resist, he moved closer until his polished shoes came to rest on the floor before her. He lowered his gaze, quietly observing her. The woman remained blissfully unaware, still engrossed in her gentle nodding. How could she be so carefree, even in such a state? As Qian Mi drifted in and out of consciousness, she sensed someone sit beside her, a familiar breeze brushing past her. Then, two warm hands gently guided her head to a solid yet comforting surface. She instinctively adjusted her position, smacked her lips, and promptly succumbed to slumber. Lin Tan, entering the room, was greeted by this tender tableau. It was the first time he witnessed the usually stern So, gazing so softly at a girl's sleeping visage. "Is there something you need?" Tang Yizhou asked, noticing Lin Tan hesitating at the door, his demeanor shifting from warmth to cold severity. "Sir, most guests are already in place. The time is drawing near." Tang Yizhou raised his hand to check the time, the hour hand precisely indicating 1:30. He pursed his lips slightly, his dark eyes shifting to the still sleeping woman, instructing, "We still have time." Lin Tan cast a complex glance at the girl peacefully resting against his shoulder, then respectfully bowed and retreated. Qian Mi slipped into a brief dream, where a composed and handsome man held her hand, the warmth of his palm akin to the gentle sunlight of winter. She yearned to see the owner of that hand, but as she lifted her own, the warm grip slowly faded, and the figure beside her seemed to dissolve in the wind. She screamed in an attempt to reclaim what was lost, yet found nothing. "Awake?" A calm, measured voice suddenly filled her ears, distant yet near. Qian Mi groggily opened her eyes, and upon seeing someone so close, she jumped as though pricked by a needle. In her haste, she forgot that she was clad in an elaborate wedding gown, stepping on the hem and losing her balance, teetering toward the floor. "Oh no, I'm going to fall." Just before hitting the ground, her sole thought was, "Crap, my makeup will be ruined." Anticipating a disastrous fall, she was instead caught by a pair of long, strong arms, pulling her back into a firm embrace. Qian Mi gasped softly, her heart racing in the embrace of a man exuding an intense aura. Suddenly, from above, a chilling, emotionless voice resonated, stripped of its previous gentleness. "Have you had enough of the embrace?" The words pierced Qian Mi's ears, prompting her to hastily release her grip. "Are you prepared? The time is nearly upon us." Tang Yizhou glanced at his watch, then surveyed her face. Qian Mi feigned calmness, crossing her arms defiantly. "I've been at your beck and call since dawn. How could I be anything but well?" Dressed in a resplendent white wedding gown with meticulously crafted makeup, her casual demeanor seemed utterly at odds with her appearance. Upon hearing her words, the depths of his dark eyes deepened. His thin lips pressed together before he bent his arm, watching her with a composed demeanor. Qian Mi rolled her eyes internally, yet ultimately approached him, entwining her arm with his. Tang Yizhou leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "Smile, or others might think I'm coercing you." "It was indeed you who was coercing me." She silently cursed, yet complied, presenting a radiant smile that showcased her 8 gleaming teeth. As the couple strolled hand in hand before the gathered guests, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell abruptly silent, as though the sound had been abruptly severed. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, Tang Yizhou donned a tailored black suit that accentuated his tall, slender frame, emanating an aura of striking elegance. His face alone caused many married women in attendance to swoon. In stark contrast to his commanding presence, Qian Mi appeared far more gentle. However, as the saying goes, a married woman is the most beautiful. Although today is merely an engagement ceremony, her makeup and attire surpass those of many brides. Clad in a simple yet luxurious white wedding gown, the couple standing together creates a truly exquisite tableau. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, They embody the perfect match, evoking envy in those around them. Yet, seated below, Zhao Qinya and Tang Shui feel an inner turmoil, unable to express their distaste, forced to swallow their bitterness in silence. The engagement venue, adorned with a dreamlike yet grand ambience, is filled with unfamiliar faces, many of whom Qian Mi has never seen before. Among the few she recognizes is the ostentatious Meng Xian, dressed impeccably, particularly in his striking aquamarine attire, which draws the attention of numerous women. Beside him sits a man of cool demeanor, clad in a black suit, tall and slender, yet his gaze remains icy and detached, even amidst the lively atmosphere. He appears isolated, offering only a perfunctory nod to Meng Xian's jovial antics. Her eyes briefly linger on the seated Qi Jinyun and Qi Ming, prompting a momentary pause. The engagement ceremony, though simple, is filled with solemnity, and in the face of such a sacred occasion, she feels a strange sense of authenticity. As Tang Yizhou slowly and earnestly places the ring on her finger, Qian Mi finds herself momentarily dazed. "It's your turn now," Tang Yizhou gently reminds her, his dark eyes radiating warmth, yet upon closer inspection, devoid of true emotion. Stung by his gaze, Qian Mi snaps back to reality, hastily grasping his hand. Tang Yizhou's fingers are long and clean, each joint well-defined, seemingly imbued with strength. She glances at him in a fluster, hurriedly slipping the ring onto his finger. The man leans closer, his handsome visage magnified before her, so near she could count each individual eyelash. She stares, mesmerized, as he draws nearer, until a chill grazes her lips. Before she can fully comprehend, he gracefully departs, whispering in her ear, "From this moment on, you are officially my woman." Such words, akin to a dreamy proclamation, pierce her ears like a sharpened sword. Observing this romantic scene, Meng Xian below exuberantly exclaims, "Good job." Meanwhile, the cool man beside him merely offers a faint smile, his expression inscrutable. Qi Jinyun's fist clenches as he witnesses Tang Yizhou kiss Qian Mi, his heart a tumult of emotions. Noticing his discomfort, Qi Ming lightly coughs, a subtle warning. "In this atmosphere, shouldn't you say something to me?" Tang Yizhou's arm encircles her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace, his breath warm against her face. Encountering his teasing gaze, Qian Mi awakens from her daze, all her fantastical dreams shattering one by one. Gritting her teeth, she defiantly turns her head, stating, "Congratulations on your engagement. Starting now, you can officially torment me." Tang Yizhou, who had been smiling lightly, suddenly stiffens at her words, his grip tightening around her waist. This woman remains stubborn to the end. The venue is abuzz with chatter, while outside, a group of reporters gnash their teeth in frustration. "Oh, Tang Yizhou, how utterly unreasonable." He issued a press release announcing the engagement, a monumental event in a city. This enigmatic figure, known for his discretion, rarely shares news so openly, leaving the reporters exhilarated at the prospect of gaining entry to the ceremony. Yet, reality proves them overly optimistic. Indeed, Tang Yizhou's unpredictability is as baffling as ever. Not only are they barred from entering, but security has also been tightened, rendering their attempts futile. "Woe is me, my dreams of marrying a wealthy beauty are dashed," laments one reporter. "Pathetic," scoffs another. "Isn't dominating the headlines the ultimate aspiration?" Even failing to access Tang Yizhou's wedding venue, they lament their misfortune. "Though we cannot infiltrate the engagement, we could interview Qi Sihan," suggests one reporter, his eyes brightening at the thought. The others nod in agreement, impressed by his audacity, though they ponder how he managed to become a reporter in the first place. After the engagement ceremony concludes, the guests mingle freely. Qian Mi, having toasted with Tang Yizhou and several notable figures, seeks to extricate herself from the gathering. She fears that her facade may falter under the scrutiny of the seasoned attendees. "Sister-in-law, you look absolutely stunning today." Meng Xian strides toward her and Tang Yizhou, exclaiming, "Oh, what was that saying? Simply breathtaking, utterly beyond compare." Qian Mi, receiving such a compliment at an engagement feast is indeed unique, though it seemingly reflects her own experience. This comical Meng Xian seems to possess an uncanny ability to strike at the heart of the matter, though he remains oblivious to the transformation in Tang Yizhou's feelings toward her. The cool man beside them furrows his brow slightly, as if unable to bear the sight. While Tang Yizhou interjects, his tone icy, "Ji Run, take this fellow away. He is a distraction." "Best wishes to you both," Ji Run nods politely. As Qian Mi looks up, she inadvertently locks eyes with the cool man, feeling a twinge of guilt as she quickly averts her gaze, offering an awkward smile, inexplicably sensing that his eyes can see through her very soul. "Thank you," Tang Yizhou acknowledges, his nod curt. "Hey, I still want a party at the bridal chamber." Meng Xian's boisterous voice fades into the distance. Bridal chamber? Qian Mi's mind buzzes, and before she can process, She is enveloped in Tang Yizhou's embrace, her body pressed against his chest. Startled, she nearly leaps away. No need to overreact, Tang Yizhou warns, tightening his grip slightly. Unless you wish for others to notice something amiss. Qian Mi scans the surroundings, realizing numerous eyes are fixed upon them. Smile, Tang Yizhou commands. Smile? She feels an urge to spit at him, yet being under his roof, she can only comply. She forces a grin, revealing her teeth, but it feels painfully strained. Just wait. Once she gathers evidence of being wronged, she will make this man rue the day he crossed her. As she plots her revenge, Qi Jinyan approaches. A glass of champagne in hand, his step steady. He glances at Qian Mi before turning to Tang Yizhou, his voice smooth. Mr. Tang. May I have a word with my sister? Tang Yizhou loosens his hold on her, offering a polite smile. Of course. Once Tang Yizhou has moved away, Qi Jinyan exhales softly, his gaze sweeping over her face, his brow furrowing slightly. You look unwell. Did you not sleep well last night? I'm fine, she replies, though the concern lingers. CHJNYN's pale eyes were filled with a sense of guilt and regret. That night, I should have firmly insisted that you leave. Hey, Qian Mi, disregarding everything else, stood on her tiptoes to cover his mouth. CHJNYN, with so many people here. Are you not afraid of eavesdroppers? Do you wish to endanger yourself and your grandfather? Her soft and delicate palm pressed against his lips. A faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils, akin to a gentle cloud. CHJNYN's light-colored eyes suddenly dimmed, and for some inexplicable reason. A small pang pierced his heart. Since encountering this girl, she always seemed to laugh heartily, as if nothing could truly trouble her. Her optimism and openness were precisely what he yearned for deep within. Seeing her joyful countenance evoked a sense of empathy within him. Yet now, she had to endure burdens that were not hers to bear, due to the CH family and himself. In a moment of urgency, Qian Mi covered his mouth. And once she regained her composure, she felt an awkwardness wash over her. After releasing her hand, she chuckled awkwardly, glancing around. Hee. Let us not speak of such matters again. It is already a reality. Rest assured, I have several ways to protect myself, if nothing else. You two siblings share a remarkable bond. A clear yet envious voice suddenly intruded upon them. They turned to see Ting Shu gracefully approaching. Qian Mi's hands at her side stiffened slightly. CHJNYN, however, displayed little change in expression. It seemed he was contemplating something. His brow subtly furrowing. Ting Shu was exquisitely dressed that day, her fiery red, fitted short skirt accentuating her perfect figure. With a beautiful smile gracing her lips, she walked directly up to CHJNYN. Qian Mi furrowed her brows, an overwhelming sense of displeasure and loathing rising within her. This girl always brought trouble. Since their acquaintance, she had plotted against Qian Mi several times, though each attempt had ultimately failed. And Qian Mi had successfully countered her schemes. Nevertheless, she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards this girl. Not merely for her past actions, but also for her audacity to trample over others while basking in her privileged status. Regarding the matter of betraying Grandpa Ting, Qian Mi had even suspected this girl might be involved. Beyond Ting Shu, she could hardly fathom who else might harbor such a deep-seated grudge against her. Yet, given her understanding of Ting Shu, she considered it unlikely that she would conceive such a devious plan. With her pampered upbringing, how could she possibly concoct something so elaborate? Moreover, in their last encounter, this woman had had accomplices. Such a meticulously crafted trap could not have been devised without a strategist behind it. A strategist? Who could it be? That woman in the Cheongsam? But hadn't she already been forced abroad by Ting Yizhu? Lacking concrete evidence, Qian Mi could only hope that when the truth eventually surfaced, Ting Yizhu would sincerely apologize to her. Miss Ting, how do you do? CHJNYN raised his glass with a faint and distant smile. Ting Shu swept her gaze across Qian Mi's face before turning her attention back to him. You're too polite. From today onward, your sister will be my sister-in-law. We are family now. Calling me Miss Ting seems rather distant. CHJNYN was momentarily taken aback, then offered a slight smile yet remained silent. Qian Mi stifled an eye roll, subtly separating the two of them. Even she, in her naivety, could perceive that CHJNYN seemed less than fond of this wealthy young lady. My brother and I still have matters to discuss, she implied, urging Ting Shu to leave promptly. Repeatedly ignored by the brother and sister due Madame Tang, she softly called out, though deep down she wished to flee. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Qinya turned around, her exquisitely adorned features immediately creasing into a frown at the sight of the person before her. Yet, as if recalling something. She managed to suppress her emotions. With guests still present, she bore her discontent in silence. "Madam, I raise a toast to you," Qian Mi said, mustering her courage to lift the glass. Zhao Qinya held her wine glass, yet remained motionless, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on Qian Mi without uttering a word. Observing her with a leisurely demeanor, Qian Mi found herself at an impasse, unsure whether to drink or not, acutely aware that if Madame Tang refused the wine, it would be an affront to her, yet to drink it would mean indirectly acknowledging her presence. Her slender, pale fingers gripped the base of the glass tightly as she nervously focused on Zhao Qinya. A mere toast without consuming the wine would lack sincerity. Just then, a melodious voice broke through the tension, and Qian Mi turned to see Tang Shuiwei approaching gracefully, flanked by two waitstaff carrying a row of filled glasses. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances at the scene unfolding. "Shuwei?" Zhao Qinya's brow relaxed upon seeing her daughter, though confusion lingered in her expression. Tang Shuwei deftly took the glass from Qian Mi's hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Sister-in-law, since today marks your engagement to my brother, you are now half a member of the Tang family. Such a grand occasion cannot be dismissed with a mere toast." Qian Mi scrutinized her closely, uncertain of her intentions. Tang Shuwei covered her mouth, feigning embarrassment. "My apologies, I misspoke. How could I suggest you merely brush it off?" Zhao Qinya regarded her daughter with curiosity. "What do you intend to do?" "Mother, today is not only a joyous day for my brother but also for you. Look, you have such a lovely and caring daughter-in-law. If you do not partake in a toast, wouldn't that be quite inappropriate?" Zhao Qinya looked at her daughter, perplexed. Thus, Tang Shuwei clapped her hands, signaling the waitstaff to approach. She picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Qian Mi, her eyes sparkling. "In our Tang family, there exists an unwritten rule. When toasting elders, one must do so with sincerity. Sister-in-law, from this day forth, you are a member of the Tang family. Would you mind drinking this wine as a gesture of goodwill?" Qian Mi shifted her gaze to the row of filled glasses, then glanced back at Tang Yizhou, who exhibited no reaction whatsoever. No, it was not a lack of response. He watched her with a composed demeanor, showing no inclination to intervene. "Scoundrel!" Qian Mi silently cursed, her hands curling into fists as she met Tang Shui's taunting and malicious gaze. Taking a deep breath, she lifted a glass and downed its contents in one go. The sharp taste sliced through her throat like a steel blade, searing with pain. Her hand, still clutching the empty glass, stiffened as she glared at Tang Shuwei. The wine tasted as if it were a concoction of various spirits. Gritting her teeth, she grasped the glass tighter, enduring the burning sensation in her throat. But her hand remained unmoved toward another glass. "What is the matter, sister-in-law?" Tang Shuwei feigned concern as she stepped closer. "This is merely a low-concentration fruit wine. Why do you hesitate after just one glass?" "Enduring, I endure." Shooting her a glare, Qian Mi reached for another glass, closed her eyes, and drank deeply. The third glass. The fourth, the fifth. By the time she lost count of how many glasses she had consumed, her throat felt as if it had become detached from her body, and everything around her blurred. She could no longer discern Tang Shui's or Madame Tang's faces. It seemed the mixed drinks had clouded her mind. Her body felt soft and insubstantial, as if she were a ball of cotton. Her thoughts slipping away as she continued to raise glass after glass. The objects before her appeared to sway as if dancing, and Tang Shui's once clear visage became indistinct. A buzzing sound filled her ears, reminiscent of iron striking her head. Were it not for her sheer will, she would have collapsed long ago. Enough. Just as she teetered on the brink of collapse, a pair of strong arms enveloped her. The man's voice was clear yet tinged with darkness. Tang Yizhou halted mid-step. His hands clenched at his sides, veins bulging. He had not anticipated that the man who had previously left would return, nor that he would arrive faster than himself. The flames of rage in his eyes seemed poised to incinerate the man before him. Qi Jinyun held the flushed Qian Mi in his arms, watching her lean against him, casting a glance at Tang Shuiwei and Zhao Qinya standing nearby. His previously serene features twisted into a frown. "Madame Tang, my sister lacks tolerance for alcohol. Please let her off this time." Zhao Qinya remained silent throughout, feeling the weight of Qi Jinyun's reproach, her face burning with embarrassment. Her unspoken implication was clear. Qian Mi had acted of her own volition. Qi Jinyun, upon hearing this, nearly laughed in exasperation. "And what of it? You still tacitly permit your daughter's antics." His brow furrowed tighter, his expression growing increasingly grim. Setting aside whether Qian Mi had committed any wrongdoing against the Tang family, the fact that she was allowed to run amok before everyone without any intervention from her mother was hardly the demeanor expected from the esteemed Tang family. It seemed the revered Tang family was not as admirable as one might believe. Qian Mi battled against the piercing headache that felt akin to needles, her mind still holding on to a sliver of clarity. She clutched Qi Jinyun's clothing tightly. No, I can handle this. You needn't worry. Qi Jinyun's heart ached. He had intended to leave this place, but found himself unable to quell his concern, only to stumble upon such a scene. The Tang family was truly overstepping their bounds. Tang Shuyue observed the unfolding scene, her striking eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, though she was aware of their familial ties. Witnessing their intimate interaction ignited a jealous fire within her. Why was it that, having just lost her brother's affection, another man stood by her side like a knight? Even if that man was her brother, it felt profoundly unjust. Unfair, utterly unfair, she thought, clenching her fists, her meticulously manicured nails digging into her palm without causing her pain. Qi Jinyun adjusted the swaying woman against him, his gaze devoid of warmth as it fell upon Tang Shuyue. Miss Tang, respect for elders cannot merely be demonstrated by consuming a few glasses of wine. I am unsure of your intentions behind this act. Mr. Qi Tangizhou swiftly stepped in to block Qi Jinyun, firmly wrapping the soft, cotton-like woman in his embrace. His dark eyes swept over her flushed cheeks and furrowed brow, and he grimaced, feeling a pang in his heart. Although he had intended to witness her embarrassment, seeing her stand there so helplessly made it impossible for him to remain indifferent. Qian Mi, in a haze of confusion, found herself ensconced once more in a warm embrace, her vision clouded to the point where she could scarcely discern who was who. Yet, a tempest of indignation brewed within her, directed at Tang Yizhou and Tang Shuyue. They all sought to witness her humiliation, but she resolutely refused to grant them that satisfaction. Once, they had shielded her, even overlooking his transgressions within the Tang family, yet today he treated her with such disregard. Tang Yizhou, you scoundrel! I told you I didn't do it, yet you stubbornly refused to believe me. You wretched fiend, you despicable creature, you odious egg. Nestled in the man's arms, the woman muttered her curses incoherently. Though her voice was soft, those nearby could hear her clearly. Tang Yizhou's brow furrowed deeply, his lips twitching slightly. Qi Jinyun had not anticipated that the man who had just been a passive observer would suddenly intervene, snatching Qian Mi from his grasp. His large hands clenched tightly, fury igniting in his eyes. Now you choose to care? Where were you before? Tang Shuyue, initially aggrieved by Qi Jinyun's subtle reproach, felt a rush of vindication upon hearing her brother's name invoked in her tirade. Just listen to this foul woman babbling. Mother and brother will surely be even more incensed. Tang Yizhou gazed down at the incessantly cursing figure in his arms, her language growing increasingly vulgar. His expression darkened as he hoisted her effortlessly. Forgive me, she has had too much to drink. I will take her to her room to rest. With that, he strode forward without further ado. Zhao Qinya watched the unfolding drama, her meticulously maintained visage twisting into an expression of displeasure. Qi Jinyun, unable to restrain himself, followed after Tang Yizhou, who was carrying Qian Mi away. Tang Zong, please hold on. Tang Yizhou paused momentarily but did not turn back. What is it? His voice, devoid of inflection, betrayed his palpable annoyance and impatience. Qi Jinyun stepped closer, his gaze lingering on Qian Mi's distressed face before returning to Tang Yizhou. Regardless of the circumstances, she is now your fiancée. Your prior indifference might not reflect well on you, and even if you are angry, it should not be directed at her. Tang Yizhou met his gaze with a chilling neutrality, yet Qi Jinyun perceived an unmistakable threat lurking within. You are correct. She is indeed my woman, and how I choose to treat her is solely my affair. Qi Jinyun's fists clenched, the tension palpable as he appeared on the verge of striking Tang Yizhou's calm demeanor. You heard her. She is in distress. Do not obstruct my path. Tang Yizhou advanced a step, his dark eyes resembling those of a predator. Please, step aside. Ugh. I feel so ill. My head is spinning. The woman in his arms whimpered, pressing her forehead against his shoulder. Qi Jinyun squeezed his eyes shut, his fists tightening before finally relenting and stepping aside. Tang Yizhou continued unimpeded to his room, gently placing the woman on the bed. To his surprise, she reached out and tugged at his tie, causing him to tumble onto her. You scoundrel. You absolute scoundrel. Qian Mi muttered as she hiccuped. Tang Yizhou, his patience waning, attempted to pry her fingers from his tie, but her drunkenness lent her an alarming strength, making it impossible for him to free himself. Let go, he commanded, his tone firm. In response, she tightened her grip, seemingly intent on choking him. Had she truly lost her senses in her inebriation? I said, let go. She merely clutched tighter, her strength defying his attempts to disengage. Ugh, that hurts, she whimpered, tears welling in her large eyes. Tang Yizhou felt a pang of regret. Did I hurt you? He grasped her hand, but the next moment, a sudden gust swept through, and she struck him in the face. You foolish Tang Yizhou. I won't let this go. Qian Mi lay on the bed, flailing her arms and continuing her tirade. Tang Yizhou gasped in shock, quickly seizing her shoulders and glaring down at her. Are you deliberately provoking me? Dizzy from his shaking, Qian Mi felt her stomach roiling, and before she knew it, she retched. Tang Yizhou's tall form stiffened for a moment before he slowly began to shift away from his suit. As he surveyed the mess on his once pristine attire, his temples throbbed in frustration. The first bout of sickness did not suffice, and she expelled her stomach's contents again, this time using his suit as a receptacle. Ugh, I feel terrible, she moaned after emptying her stomach. Then, without a second thought, she used his sleeve to wipe her mouth. Tang Yizhou felt his patience evaporate. Do rein in your excesses. He disregarded her pallid complexion and yanked back his sleeve. Disgusted by the state of his suit, he removed it and tossed it aside. As he did so, Qian Mi, unbalanced, toppled forward, burying her head in the bed. Ugh. She still felt unwell, her body trembling. Tang Yizhou rolled up his sleeves and hoisted her up. You've made enough of a mess on my suit. Any more on the bed will not be tolerated. Get up, we are going to the bathroom. His eyes burned with irritation, his expression darkening with impatience. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep. Qian Mi flailed her arms and legs, inadvertently kicking him. Tang Yizhou, exasperated, subdued her hands, and with an effortless motion, he tossed her over his shoulder like a sack of rice. This position stirred her stomach once more, and she retched, only to be met with a sharp slap. Try that again and see what happens. Qian Mi, feeling unwell, retched. Tang Yizhou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman would obey him at such a moment. The vomit cascaded down his back like rain from the heavens. He closed his eyes, seemingly suppressing immense anger. When he reopened them, his gaze was ablaze with undeniable fury. Very well, since you are so compliant, I shall rouse you from your stupor. With that, he strode purposefully to the bathroom, setting the young woman aside, and deftly removed his soiled shirt, discarding it carelessly. Observing the speckles on his black attire, his eyes darkened, flames of wrath igniting within him. Having just retched again, Qian Mi's head began to clear slightly. She blinked groggily, raising the back of her hand to wipe her mouth, only to find the man before her disrobing. Instantly, her guard was up. Those who shed their clothes were rarely virtuous. She staggered to her feet, aiming like a bull towards the man who was filling the bathtub. With a resounding thud, a great splash erupted. The two figures, one large and one small, lost their balance and tumbled into the tub, soaking the nearby carpet. Tang Yizhou instinctively shielded the reckless girl, but his head struck the edge of the tub, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. You insufferable woman, he gritted his teeth, preparing to haul the drunken fool to her feet, but she was quicker, seizing his face and biting down. Yes, not kissing, but gnawing. A sudden clash of teeth made Qian Mi gasp, yet she continued to clumsily nuzzle against his face, eyes closed. What on earth was she trying to do? Was she genuinely inebriated, or was this some intentional drunken folly? He attempted to push her away, but she whimpered and resumed her assault on his lips, exclaiming, delicious. Like jelly, so soft. At that moment, Tang Yizhou felt his patience waning, and his only thought was to strangle this ungrateful woman. His hand, which had been poised to grasp her slender neck, veered instead to encircle her shoulders, a fiery rage igniting in his eyes, mingled with something else entirely. Since you have so willingly presented yourself, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Qian Mi gasped as she felt an immense weight descend upon her. With the jelly-like sensation gone, she was now burdened by something heavy. She angrily flailed her arms and legs, but ultimately could not resist the man above her. A fervent kiss descended upon her, overwhelming her senses. Qian Mi blinked her dazed eyes. Fei Tang Shuiyue tactfully addressed the tension. Oh, dear mother. Please do not hold any resentment towards my sister-in-law. She comes from humble beginnings and may have faltered in certain aspects. Given your magnanimity, it would be unwise to stoop to her level. She cast a sidelong glance at the woman with pursed lips and continued, moreover, my sister-in-law possesses her own strengths. Despite the incident concerning grandfather, my brother has chosen to overlook past grievances and is willing to marry her, which truly reflects his affection for her. However, upon mentioning this, Zhao Qinya seemed to ignite with a fierce anger. It was perplexing to her that her son could harbor such feelings after that incident. She believed this stubborn marriage would ultimately be thwarted. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He was still to wed that girl, which was simply incomprehensible. His justification was merely a succinct statement. To eradicate the negative repercussions of this scandal, I must become engaged to her. The notion of necessity was flawed. After all, it was just an engagement. Once the storm had passed, he would undoubtedly expel her from their home. Qian Mi dismissed Tang Shuyue's words as inconsequential, yet Zhao Qinya, as the matriarch of the Tang family, had to consider her own reputation. Thus, she swallowed her pride and politely inquired about her well-being. Zhao Qinya, not sparing her a glance, rose decisively. From now on, you are also considered a member of the Tang family. We have our rules here. And since you are Newlywed's fiancé, it is imperative that I instruct you on our customs. Qian Mi halted, her grip tightening around her utensils. Tang Shui shot her a sidelong glance. Mother, it seems my sister-in-law is rather unwilling, which truly undermines your efforts. Zhao Qinya looked down upon her. You are unwilling? As this mother-daughter duo exchanged barbs, Qian Mi contemplated applauding their theatrics. After such a show of dominance so early in the day, it would be remiss of her not to respond appropriately. A radiant smile broke across her lips. Why would I be unwilling? Her eyes, fierce as searchlights, bore down on Tang Shuyue, as if attempting to consume her. Though our family may be modest, we are acquainted with decorum. Since you have taken such pains, how could I refuse? Wouldn't you agree? Tang Shuyue's expression stiffened, and she glared back defiantly. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Lin saw. Zhao Qinya suddenly called. A plump, middle-aged woman approached respectfully. Please allow Uncle Zhou, who tends to the garden, to take a day off. Of course, madam, but may I inquire why? The woman asked, puzzled. Lin saw. Tang Shui interrupted. Just do as mother instructs. Yes, yes. Lin saw acquiesced, bowing her head and retreating. Zhao Qinya turned her disdainful gaze to Qian Mi. Since you are so lacking in manners, it is my duty to teach you the importance of hierarchy. At Green Garden Villa, although autumn had gradually set in, the midday sun remained scorching. Tang Feng glanced out at the sunlight pouring in and adjusted a nearby clivia. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and he paused but did not turn. A middle-aged man slightly bent forward. Old master. The Kai's child is currently being disciplined by the madam in the garden. Tang Feng's brow furrowed, as if recalling something. Gardening, is that weeding? The man hesitated but respectfully replied. It seems so, though I have heard she must also perform other tasks. Other tasks? Tang Feng shook his head. She is, after all, a young lady raised by the Kais. It is surprising she does not resist but quietly endures Qinya's punishment. Her temperament is commendable, yet such a pity. The man's eyes flickered. Old master, I fail to grasp your intentions. If he does not wish to marry a Kais, why not simply refuse? Why go about this in such a roundabout manner? This is unlike your usual approach. What can you tell me about Ijo's character? He hesitated. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Young master certainly possesses your former brilliance. He is decisive, organized, and has a sharp eye. Tang Feng interrupted. I asked for his character, not his business acumen. Well, the man grappled with his response but pressed on. The young master's character is resolute. Once he has made a decision, few can sway him. This trait mirrored that of the elder before him. Well said. Tang Feng's eyes glimmered. I know my grandson. If I attempt to thwart his desires, he will only dig in his heels. Conversely, if I act contrary to his wishes, I provide him with an avenue to retreat. In time, he will naturally relent. The middle-aged man instantly comprehended, admiration for Tang Feng blooming anew. Yet, was it truly wise to employ such tactics on his own grandson? I understand your thoughts. Tang Feng sighed deeply. Regrettably, I can only lament the lack of fate between him and that girl. The man bowed his head, lost in contemplation. Li Yu, you may leave and summon Li Yi. Understood. The man respectfully withdrew, without further inquiry. Minutes later, a man named Li Yi entered. Old master. You called for me? Tang Feng waved his hand. Have there been any updates regarding that child? Li Yi furrowed his brow. Old master, I apologize. It has been quite some time, and it has proven challenging to locate her. However, rest assured, I will not keep you waiting much longer. I will find that girl. Go. Tang Feng's gaze dimmed. Li Yu cautiously exited. Once alone, Tang Feng's eyes turned to the clivia, a complex and fervent light shining within them. My dear, rest easy. I shall fulfill your wish. Meanwhile, Qian Mi, who was on Tang Feng's mind, was parched under the relentless sun. Yet, she remained stubborn. To concede now would be to diminish herself in the eyes of those two women. Taking a deep breath and swallowing hard, she continued her labor, pulling weeds, tirelessly uprooting them. Sister-in-law, are you tired? Would you care for a sip of tea? Tang Shui approached, holding a small parasol, feigning to look up at the sky. It is already autumn. Yet the midday sun is so fierce. Sister-in-law, after squatting for so long, Are you not overheated? Qian Mi ignored her, engrossed in her task, unperturbed by the disregard. Tang Shuiwei continued strolling beside her, lamenting, Mother is indeed persistent. While she intends to educate you, asking you to uproot all these weeds in a day is simply unrealistic. Wouldn't you agree? Qian Mi remained silent. Tang Shuiwei, seizing the moment, stepped forward and inadvertently stepped on her hand. Ouch! Though her weight was not heavy. The pressure of the heel on the back of her hand was unmistakable. Qian Mi's body stiffened, anger clouding her eyes. Tang Shuiwei feigned surprise. Lifting her foot apologetically, Oh dear sister-in-law, I did not see your hand beneath the umbrella. Does it hurt? She looked up, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Tang Shuiwei was momentarily bewildered. Pray tell, does it hurt? The smile vanished as swiftly as it appeared, and she casually recalled. Do you remember the incident with the earthworm? What? Tang Shuiwei retreated a step, her vigilance palpable. Since you care for me so much, it would be remiss of me not to repay your concern. With that, she unclenched her fist and hurled a pitch-black earthworm in the direction of a certain woman. Ah! Tang Shuiwei gasped in shock, her hands flailing as she tossed her umbrella aside. Unbeknownst to her, tools lay behind her, and she inadvertently stepped on one, falling to the ground with a thud. Qian Mi remained crouched on the ground, her eyes narrowed in satisfaction as she smiled. Dare to provoke me? Allow me to show you my little prank. What is happening? Zhao Qinya had just entered the garden when she saw her daughter sprawled on the ground, prompting her to scold with a cold voice. The maid rushed over to assist her. Tang Shuiwei struggled to her feet, throwing herself into Zhao Qinya's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom. I saw her weeding so hard and wanted to ask if she was thirsty, but she scared me with an earthworm, causing me to fall. Zhao Qinya pulled her back. Inspecting her. Did you hurt yourself? Yes, Tang Shuiwei pouted. My ankle seems twisted, and my arm hurts badly. Lin saw. Zhao Qinya commanded, Go fetch Dr. He for me. You all help the young lady inside, and be careful not to hurt her further. Yes. As Tang Shuiwei was assisted away, she glanced back at Qian Mi, her eyes brimming with provocation and delight. Qian Mi rolled her eyes. Tang Shuiwei truly made one want to give her a good thrashing. Qi Sihong, Zhao Qinya approached her. Looking down imperiously, Qian Mi raised her head, pursing her lips in silence, yet her gaze was defiantly fierce. Yuera came with good intentions to visit you. And this is how you treat her? Don't presume that just because you have Qi Lao's protection, I will not dare to act against you. You are already half a member of the Tang family. How I punish you is something I believe Qi Lao would not mind. Ugh, these two are clearly in collusion. This Mrs. Tang was evidently a shrewd woman. How could she not see her daughter was merely putting on a show? She was merely seizing the opportunity to torment her in various ways. You better understand your current predicament and cease your capriciousness and unreasonable antics, Zhao Qinya coldly admonished. Just as Qian Mi was about to explode in anger, a remark from Tang Yizhou suddenly crashed into her mind. It was something he said the night before their engagement. A warning for her to refrain from rash actions. While she could indeed create a ruckus in the Tang household, what of Qi Lao and Qi Jinyun? Her gaze, which had been directed back at Zhao Qinya, grew dim, and she blinked, lowering her head to continue weeding in silence. I did it. How do you wish to punish me? Do as you please. Good, very good, excellent. Zhao Qinya's repeated affirmations conveyed her extreme annoyance. Once you've finished weeding, copy the Tang family rules 100 times. Do not even think of eating until you have completed it. Those rules, while neither thick nor thin, would take until tomorrow to finish. After all, she was a granddaughter of the Qi family, and Zhao Qinya did not wish to be too excessive. Yet she would not let this young lady off lightly. Recalling how her son had been completely enchanted by her previously, how her daughter had suffered grievances, and how her carefully laid plans had been disrupted by her, she could not swallow this bitterness. Moreover, Yueo had said that one phrase to her since even her own son would not side with her. A small measure of retribution from the matriarch could hardly be seen as excessive. Copying is merely copying, she thought. I expected this Mrs. Tang to employ some terrifying means, but it turns out to be so trivial. First weeding, then copying. What would be next? Cleaning the toilets? Zhao Qinya summoned Lin Sa. Once she finishes tidying the garden, take her to copy the rules. Supervise her. And remember, no food until she is done. This. Lin Sa, a diligent woman, hesitated. The young lady had only just become engaged to the young master. Why did they treat her so harshly? This treatment was even worse than that of the Tang family servants. After all, this Qi family daughter was the young master's fiancée. What would he think if he returned to find her treated in such a manner? What is this? Do as I say without hesitation? Zhao Qinya waved her hand impatiently. Yes, madam, Lin Sa bowed her head, not daring to ask further. As the sun began to set, Qian Mi finally stood up, her legs having gone numb. Were it not for her robust constitution, sitting on the grass all day would have left her exhausted or faint. If they wished to torment her and enjoy her misfortunes, she would not grant that mother-daughter duo the satisfaction. Yet, she truly felt on the verge of collapse, and the thought of copying the rules next made her inwardly wail. Ugh, reading and writing are the bane of my existence. Thirst gnawed at her, her throat ablaze. She had only had breakfast and missed lunch, leaving her stomach empty. Reflecting on her predicament, she inexplicably thought of those Cinderella figures from television dramas. Well, who would have thought that one day I would become a pitiful Cinderella myself? But, alas, unlike other Cinderellas who might silently endure their grievances, she was no ordinary Cinderella. One day, she would reclaim everything, one piece at a time. Young mistress. Lin Sa waddled over, offering a glass of water. Here, drink some water first. Qian Mi accepted the water as if it were a long-awaited rain, gulping it down eagerly. In her haste, she choked, her face turning red. Slow down, slow down. No need to rush, Lin Sa patted her back. Choking can be quite troublesome. After a bout of coughing subsided, Qian Mi turned to the kind, old woman, her eyes devoid of the defiance she had shown Zhao Qinya, now softened with gratitude. Thank you. Oh, what is there to thank? This is what I should do. Young mistress. I do not understand why the madam treats you this way, but you are now part of the Tang family. I have watched the young master grow up. If he saw you being wronged like this, he would surely feel pained. Qian Mi blinked, her eyes watering from the recent coughing fit. Hearing those words, her heart churned like boiling oil. He would feel pained? If he truly cared, wouldn't he have stood by as Tang Shuwei forced alcohol upon her yesterday? Lin Sa. Why are you still here? Did the madam not instruct you to supervise her copying? A voice, dripping with smugness, shattered the tranquility between them. The arrogant tone pierced Qian Mi's ears like a sharp blade. Was she somehow fated to clash with this young lady in her past life? Both turned to see Tang Shuwei, now clad in fresh attire, gracefully approaching, utterly unbothered by her supposed injury. Stopping before them, she addressed Lin Sa while casting a glance at Qian Mi. Lin Sa, you have been with us for many years. Surely you understand one principle. Young mistress. Lin Sa lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. I know you have a kind heart, but do not misplace it, Tang Shuwei remarked. She then turned to Qian Mi. A smirk gracing her lips, her beautiful eyes glinting with malice. By the way, dinner is being prepared. I hope you can finish copying the Tang family rules 100 times before dinner. Qian Mi clenched her fists tightly, remaining silent for a long time. Tang Shuyue's delicate fingers partially covered her lips. Oh, I almost forgot. How could I speak with you here? Wouldn't that delay your copying? Qian Mi, feeling disinclined to converse with the young lady, brushed past her shoulder with a fierce demeanor, causing her to stumble slightly, and proceeded to stride inward. Tang Shuwei, caught off guard by the sudden collision, nearly lost her balance and fell. By the time she regained her composure, the room was already devoid of any presence. Frustration welled up within her as she clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Qian Mi was led by Aunt Lin into the study to transcribe texts. While it was referred to as a study, the room was indeed excessively grand. The bookshelves were elegantly embedded within the walls, forming a circular enclosure, with every book meticulously categorized and arranged. She found herself unable to comprehend the volumes, nor did she possess any interest in them. Yet, the sight of such an expansive collection exuded a certain majestic aura. This is the young master's study, Aunt Lin cheerfully introduced. He loves to read, and he has nearly perused every book here. This was Tang Yizhou's study. Did the man conduct his work or engage in other activities while seated at that very chair? Her gaze shifted to a photograph resting on the grand desk, depicting Tang Yizhou standing before a magnificent edifice with his hands tucked into his pockets. His posture upright and his gaze electrifying, radiating an air of confidence and charm. Had she seen this photograph previously, she might have found herself enamored. However, after the incident, viewing it now provoked a sense of discomfort. Young madam, this is the Tang family instruction, Aunt Lin said, presenting an aged book with a worn cover. This is blank paper. Please sit here and transcribe it. Qian Mi took a seat, opened the Tang family instruction that Aunt Lin had handed her, and upon a mere glance, her head began to throb. Heavens, this is densely packed. How long will it take to transcribe it all? Not to mention the arduous task of copying. Even merely gazing at the text was giving her a headache. A furrow of distress formed on her brow, her hands cradling her face as her gaze fixated blankly on the book before her, momentarily at a loss for how to begin. Young madam, you must begin your transcription, or else it will not bode well if the task remains incomplete, Aunt Lin kindly reminded her. But you haven't given me a pin. Qian Mi cast a troubled glance at her. Are you suggesting I bite my finger to write? Isn't the brush right in front of you? Aunt Lin said, her voice laced with sympathy. What? A brush? Qian Mi exclaimed, rising in disbelief and slamming her hand on the table, her hands trembling. You can't be serious. You want me to transcribe with a brush? Aunt Lin nodded with a look of pity. Qian Mi let out a lament, wishing she could simply bang her head against the ground. This tactic from Madame Tang was indeed malicious. If she were to copy 100 times, she doubted she could even manage a single attempt. Moreover, she was exceedingly famished, her body devoid of strength after a day of labor, yearning to collapse onto her bed in a deep slumber. Young madam? Aunt Lin observed her with confusion. Aren't you going to start writing? Of course, I will. Qian Mi replied, her expression contorted in displeasure. She sighed, deciding it wiser to comply, lest the two individuals later devise some form of torment for her. Better to avoid trouble than to invite more. Don't worry, young madam. I will sneak in some snacks for you shortly to ease your hunger. Upon hearing these kind words from Aunt Lin, Qian Mi blinked in surprise, feeling a sense of relief wash over her from the day's tribulations. You are so kind to me. Thank you. Young madam is too polite. My granddaughter is about your age, and seeing you feels familiar. Qian Mi smiled warmly at her. Just endure for a couple of days. Once the young master returns from his business trip, you should be fine. Madame Tang's actions may stem from her high spirits. Try not to hold it against her. Understanding that Aunt Lin was also kept in the dark, Qian Mi thought it unnecessary to elaborate further. She nodded at Aunt Lin and immersed herself in her transcription. She had hurriedly labored for half the day, yet had only managed to transcribe 10 pages, each more atrocious than the last. Gazing at the crooked, worm-like scrawl, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why hasn't Aunt Lin returned yet? Qian Mi shook her sore hands, resting her chin on the desk, weakly lamenting. I feel as though I'm on the verge of starvation. It was all that wretched woman's fault. That scoundrel. Were it not for her, Qian Mi would not be enduring such torment. She reminisced about her previous carefree life, now reduced to feeling like a helpless insect, seething with frustration. She picked up the brush, angrily sketching a large turtle on the paper, inscribing Tang Yizhou's name upon its back, and still feeling unsatisfied, she hastily penned a humorous verse. The Tang family turtle, with a soft shell the bear. A kick will send it tumbling, unable to turn back. Writing this nonsense brought forth an image of Tang Yizhou waddling around beneath an enormous turtle shell, causing her to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Tang Yizhou, look at you now. She chuckled, clutching her stomach. Achoo, achoo. Meanwhile, in a 7-star hotel abroad, a dapper man clad in a white shirt sneezed. President? Could it be that the window is open too wide? I shall close it, Lin Tan said, rising to shut the wide-open window. How careless of him to have overlooked it. Tang Yizhou pinched the bridge of his nose, glancing at the documents in hand, and with a resigned sigh, tossed them onto the coffee table. No need. I am fine. It's nearly time. You should rest. His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, yet subtle enough to evade detection. Lin Tan nodded, turning to gather the materials on the table. Very well, President. Please take a moment to rest. As Lin Tan approached the door, Tang Yizhou's voice, as sonorous as a cello, emerged slowly. I've heard that if one sneezes, it means someone is either scolding or thinking of them. Though unsure why the president posed such a question, Lin Tan respectfully replied, Actually, I don't know much about it either. It's merely hearsay. If one sneeze occurs, it indicates someone is thinking of you. 2 sneezes imply someone is scolding you. Tang Yizhou's long fingers intertwined as he casually inquired. And if it's 2 sneezes, what does that mean? Lin Tan pursed his lips. 2 sneezes mean someone is scolding you. He quickly added, but there is no scientific basis for this. It's simply folklore. Having just sneezed twice, did that imply someone was indeed scolding him? Perhaps. It truly was the case. A flicker of amusement danced in Tang Yizhou's crystalline black eyes as he murmured to himself, It seems someone might be scolding me. What? Lin Tan thought the president had become rather peculiar lately, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this oddity. He lingered by the door, uncertain whether to leave or remain. Go rest, Tang Yizhou instructed, moving to the window. I have a meeting with President Wilson shortly. Ensure all materials are prepared. Understood, President. Lin Tan replied dutifully as he withdrew. Tang Yizhou stood by the window, reopening the door Lin Tan had just closed, allowing a gust of wind to sweep in. Lifting the white curtains, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the sudden wave of irritation, impatiently tugging at his tie. His mind wandered back to the events of the night before his business trip. That woman, was she faring well at home? Never before had he been so preoccupied with a woman. To him, women had always been dispensable, mere accessories. Yet since encountering her, she had become a beacon, illuminating the fervor within him, causing him to gradually forget his initial ulterior motives in approaching her. However, it seemed everything was but an illusion. Even her whimsical innocence was merely a bargaining chip. His heart had stirred, yet she was calculating. This transaction is undeniably unwise. The darkness within her deep-set eyes could not be dispelled by the external light of dawn. On the other hand, Qian Mi, having completed her drawing of a turtle, was in high spirits, convinced of her artistic talent. Suddenly, Sister Lin entered with an array of pastries, and upon seeing her, Qian Mi hastily shoved the painting into a drawer and slammed it shut with a thud. "Young mistress, do you have something to eat? I apologize for being late." "I hope you haven't gone hungry," Sister Lin said, placing the pastries on the desk. Qian Mi, shedding her paintbrush, pounced on the food with the fervor of a ravenous wolf. Between bites, she mumbled her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Lin. You're truly a wonderful person. This is delicious." Sister Lin watched her fondly, noting that it was nearly 9 o'clock, yet no one dared to summon her for dinner. It seemed that the lady of the house was resolutely intent on punishing the new mistress. One could only wonder what the girl had done to deserve such a harsh lesson on her first day. Earlier, when Sister Lin had stepped out to fetch the pastries, she had nearly been spotted by the eldest young lady, only managing to avoid her by taking a detour. "Eat slowly. There's no one competing with you. You don't want to choke," Sister Lin advised. Ironically, her words proved prophetic as Qian Mi, caught off guard, indeed began to choke. "Ugh, ugh," she gasped, vigorously patting her chest and rolling her eyes in discomfort. Alarmed, Sister Lin quickly poured her a glass of water. "Drink some water." Qian Mi gulped down the water, only to cough uncontrollably due to her haste. Could I be any more unfortunate? Even eating a pastry brings such calamity. Observing her distress, Sister Lin felt sympathy. This young mistress was enduring quite the ordeal. She hoped that things would improve once the eldest young master returned. "Sister Lin, you should rest now. I can finish copying the texts myself," Qian Mi insisted. Sister Lin hesitated, touching her clothing. She indeed had a habit of going to bed early. "Very well, young mistress. Take care of yourself. If you cannot finish, you may continue tomorrow." After Sister Lin departed, Qian Mi pushed the blank paper aside and walked over to the bookshelf. Her gaze wandered until she inadvertently spotted a prominent photograph. Picking it up, she jabbed a finger at the head of a man in the picture. "Look at you. So arrogant with your proud expression. Do you think the world revolves around you?" She continued her tirade. "Being handsome is nothing special. Can you even pay with that face? It seems that with good looks, you've lost your intellect as well. I was framed, and yet you unreasonably deemed me the culprit. You're no better than a turtle, dull and foolish." After venting her frustration, she shifted her focus to the person beside Tang Yizhou in the photograph. Isn't this the person who was with Meng Xian that day? Despite being younger then, his features had already settled, and with her unique ability to recognize faces, she found him familiar. But what was his name again? Qian Mi scratched her head, struggling to recall, only to faintly remember that his surname was Shan. Observing his icy demeanor, she concluded he was indeed an aloof man. Even that day, while Meng Xian laughed and joked, he remained expressionless. Her gaze then shifted leftward, landing on a girl standing next to Tang Yizhou, and her eyes widened momentarily. This girl was strikingly beautiful. No, it would be an understatement to merely call her beautiful. She possessed an innate air of nobility and grace that was evident even through the photograph. Leaning slightly against Tang Yizhou, clad in a simple white dress, her cascading black hair flowed behind her, and she smiled radiantly at the camera, exuding joy. "What are you doing?" The study door swung open, revealing Tang Shui's arms crossed and a displeased expression on her face. Qian Mi ignored her, turning to place the photograph back in its original position. With long strides, Tang Shui approached, her slender fingers grasping the frame as she smirked maliciously. "Sister-in-law, aren't you curious about who the girl in this photograph is?" Qian Mi maintained her stoic facade. "I have no desire to know." Tang Shui tapped the photograph. "You see, my brother is typically quite indifferent and rarely finds anyone appealing enough to capture his attention, let alone take a photograph with them." She cast a provoking glance at Qian Mi. Moreover, he chose to display this photograph so prominently. "What do you think that signifies?" Qian Mi continued to feign indifference. "I am not privy to his thoughts." "You." Taken aback by the retort, Tang Shui fell silent, her expression betraying her irritation. After a moment of silence, she composed herself, a smirk playing on her lips. "Well then, allow me to enlighten you, lest you remain in the dark." Qian Mi raised her gaze. "The girl in the photograph is Ning Wei, who grew up alongside my brother, a childhood companion. They attended primary, middle, and high school together. and even studied abroad for a period. She counted on her fingers. It seems they have known each other for quite some time. No wonder my brother regards her with such distinction, placing this photograph in such a conspicuous spot. Qian Mi remained silent, her expression akin to that of a child witnessing a tantrum. Moreover, Ningwei has confided in me that she has harbored feelings for my brother for a long time. Tang Shuiwei added, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. Oh dear, how did I let that slip? How careless of me. Indeed, it was rather careless and exceedingly tedious. Are you done? Qian Mi rubbed her temples, appearing quite weary of the conversation. You. Firstly, Qian Mi's gaze sharpened as she directed it at Tang Shuiwei. Regardless of how intimate the relationship between this Ningwei and your brother may be, I am currently his fiancée. When your brother chose me, that should have been apparent. You. Tang Shuiwei was taken aback by the rebuttal, rendered speechless. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with open disdain. The fact that your brother chose to forego his childhood companion for me indicates that Ningwei is not as significant as you believe. I can assert with certainty that there are no romantic feelings between them. In terms of sharp wit, this young lady dared to challenge her. How ungrateful. As Tang Shuiwei opened her mouth to respond, Qian Mi interrupted. Furthermore, the photograph's prominence does not indicate special significance. Have you failed to notice the other man standing beside your brother? If he truly valued this photograph, wouldn't he also hold that man in high regard? Tang Shuiwei faltered at that retort. Lastly, Qian Mi delivered the final blow. During the engagement banquet, your brother did not invite that childhood companion. Nor did she attend the ceremony. Why are you still prattling on? It seems you are more anxious than the emperor himself. Tang Shuiwei endured the onslaught of words, her anger boiling over into a sardonic laugh. Indeed, Ningwei cannot compare to you. She lacks your malicious heart. Qian Mi shot a piercing look her way. As for those unfounded rumors about my grandfather, it is thanks to you that they have circulated. If not for my brother's prowess, my grandfather would likely have faced disturbances at Green Garden Villa by now. Her fists clenched tightly, floods of tang foam causing the previously imposing glimmer in her eyes to dim. This matter was the greatest thorn in her heart. Had it not been for this issue, her relationship with Tang Yizhou would not have deteriorated to this extent. Witnessing the once arrogant woman deflate like a punctured balloon, Tang Shuiwei felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. What is the matter? Cat got your tongue? She turned her gaze towards the sullen-faced woman, her demeanor as ruthless as a relentless predator. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. Qian Mi raised her head, her eyes icy. I forgot to mention to my sister-in-law that a few days ago, I heard my brother say something regarding you. Would you like to hear it? No, I don't want to hear it. She had no desire to engage further with this insufferable girl and turned to stride towards the door. My brother said that from now on, concerning you, he will not show even an ounce of mercy. Gripping the doorknob tightly, she forcefully opened the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang that shook the floor beneath her. Tang Shuiwei glanced back at the photo, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. Upon returning to her room, Qian Mi buried her head into the bed, her mind racing with the words Tang Shuiwei had just uttered, pounding her fists against the mattress in frustration. For reasons unknown, she had felt little when Tang Shuiwei had previously attacked her with words. But that particular statement had sent her spiraling into despair. His engagement to her was merely a ploy to torment and humiliate her, a means of revenge. He had unfalteringly concluded that she was responsible for this predicament. Why? Sitting up, Qian Mi furiously smashed her pillow against the bed. Tang Yizhou, what grievance do you hold against me to treat me this way? I have done nothing wrong. The day I find evidence to prove my innocence, I will ensure you pay dearly. After venting her frustrations, her arms ached painfully. Ultimately, she lay back on the bed in an exhausted starfish position, staring at the ceiling, exhaling a deep breath of frustration. Never had she felt so defeated and disheveled. For the first time, she had faced the venomous Tang Shuiwei and found herself bested. And the true instigator was that man. No, she could not allow these people to butcher her. They should not assume she was a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. Even a soft persimmon possesses power. Reaching for her phone, she quickly dialed a number. The screen flickered, and the call was answered promptly. Hello, sister-in-law. Why are you calling me at this hour? Meng Xian's loud voice came through, the background noise bustling. Qian Mi bit her lip. Meng Xian, I need you to do me a favor. What kind of favor? Sister-in-law, whatever you need, I will gladly help. Even if it means going through fire and water. A single favor or 100, I am at your service. He was so eager to please. She rolled her eyes. Don't worry, it's nothing too extravagant. After hanging up, she tossed her phone aside, feeling utterly drained. Ever since she had assumed the role of a faux heiress, today was the first time she felt completely worn out. In a haze, she fell asleep without realizing when. The next morning, she was abruptly awakened by an incessant knocking at the door. Is this ever going to end? Qian Mi suddenly opened her eyes, kicking her legs in frustration before sitting up. Rub-eye upon seeing the newcomer, Qian Mi couldn't help but silently express a yay in her heart. Good morning, Annie. You are becoming more and more beautiful. You hardly look like a mother of two. I almost want to call you sister instead, Mingxian said, his long legs striding forward with genuine sincerity. Zhao Qinya, noticing it was the young master of the Meng family, concealed all her anger. You have such sweet words. She feigned a scolding glance at Mingxian, yet her mind was swirling with various thoughts. His arrival was indeed timely. Tang Shui, upon seeing Mingxian, felt an ominous premonition. She glared at the woman who sat leisurely, wondering if she had orchestrated this meeting. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come. Sit down and eat with us. Lin Saw, please bring an extra set of chopsticks, Zhao Qinya said with an elegant smile. Mingxian secretly winked at Qian Mi and then beamed brightly. No, Auntie. I'm here primarily to discuss something urgent and important with my sister-in-law. I hope it's a convenient time for her. Of course, it's convenient, Qian Mi nodded eagerly. Tang Shuyue's expression darkened. Indeed, he came prepared. Zhao Qinya glanced between Qian Mi and Mingxian, then smiled nonchalantly. Is that so? Then please, go ahead. Don't let it delay. Thank you, Auntie. You are truly wonderful, Mingxian grinned widely. By the way, Auntie, the beauty specialist from ST is returning tomorrow. She has been asking about you. All right. I will go tomorrow, she nodded at Mingxian. Sister-in-law, I'm off. Mingxian waved as he left. Hey, you too. Tang Shui sprang up, reaching out to stop them. Sit down, Zhao Qinya warned her coolly. Reluctantly, Tang Shui complied. After Qian Mi and Mingxian departed, Tang Shui indignantly tossed her knife and fork. Mother, that Mingxian is clearly in cahoots with that woman. It's intentional. How could you so easily let her go? Zhao Qinya elegantly sipped her coffee. What is the rush? He is the apple of the Ming family, si. Should I not give in a little? But Zhao Qinya gently set her coffee cup down, adjusting her hair. Rest assured, now that she has lost your brother's protection, we can deal with her however we wish. She cannot escape. Indeed, we have plenty of time. Tang Shui resumed her meal, a malicious smile gracing her lips. Without her brother's affection and protection, she was nothing. Outside the Tang family villa, having finally escaped, Qian Mi clutched Mingxian's arm, dragging him away as if pursued by wolves. Despite Mingxian's stature, he stumbled under her urgency. Why are you in such a rush? Is there a wolf chasing you? Mingxian asked, bewildered. Of course not. It's worse than wolves, it's those two venomous women. Qian Mi retorted, urging him on. Once they were in the car, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mingxian, steering the car, looked curiously at her. Sister-in-law, why are you acting so strangely? Did you not get along with Annie? She had asked him to pick her up early that morning without explaining why, but the scene at the dining table had shed some light on the matter. Qian Mi rolled her eyes. It's not that I don't get along. It's that I can't possibly endure it. As a poor Cinderella. She wanted to avoid further torment from her wicked stepmother today. Is there somewhere to eat? I'm starving, she exclaimed. Mingxian quickly pulled the car over to a restaurant, and as Qian Mi dashed in, he pondered whether her urgency was due to hunger or something more pressing. When he entered, he found her had already ordered an extravagant feast. That's a lot. Can you finish it all? He asked, astonished. Qian Mi, thinking he was concerned about the expense, replied shyly, don't worry, I'll pay you back. Mingxian waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. This amount is trivial. Sister-in-law, order as much as you like. I could buy out the whole restaurant for you. As she devoured her meal, Mingxian rested his chin on his hand. Sister-in-law, I thought there might be a misunderstanding regarding the incident with old man Tang, but thankfully, Tang is perceptive. You are now my rightful sister-in-law. Is that the appropriate term here? Qian Mi was too preoccupied to care about his choice of words. But his mention of Tang Yizhou's sharp insight made her realize Mingxian remained oblivious. Well, whatever she thought. He noticed her engrossed in her food and remarked, Sister-in-law, did the Tang family starve you? You look like you haven't eaten in days. Swallowing a shrimp dumpling, she retorted, pretty much. Mingxian's smile faltered. You must be joking, as the Tang family's young mistress, who would dare not feed you? Qian Mi fell silent again, focusing on her meal. Mingxian was puzzled. What on earth is going on? He decided to change the subject. What about Tang? I don't know. He's on a business trip. She replied. What? You just got engaged, and he's off on a trip? Does he have no sense of duty? Is work more important than his wife? Qian Mi rolled her eyes. I'm not his wife yet. We're only engaged. Meng Xian shrugged innocently. But that's just a formality, right? Isn't it only a matter of time? He then seemed to remember something, his brows knitting in sympathy. Wait, did you and Tang have a fight? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he exclaimed, is it because is that why he is using a business trip as an excuse to avoid you? Qian Mi nearly choked on her shrimp dumpling at his words, her face turning crimson. Sister-in-law, please slow down, he urged, realizing he might have hit the mark. Could it be that Tang really has a problem? She wanted to collapse from disbelief at his wild assumptions. You really need to rethink your conclusions, she thought as she caught her breath. Meng Xian, seeing her struggle, patted her shoulder sympathetically. Don't lose hope. With today's advanced medical technology, you should be fine. I know a renowned doctor who specializes in this area. I can introduce you to him. Qian Mi could only twitch her lips in response. He observed her with pity. Just remember to be patient. Men can be sensitive about these matters. You should provoke him. You know how male pride is. Enough. Qian Mi slammed her hand on the table, startling him. What's wrong? Have you become angry? He asked, confused. Stop talking nonsense. He is perfectly fine. She snapped, biting into another shrimp dumpling. A certain man's hand, poised midair as he tapped her shoulder, eventually exclaimed, You mean to say that Tang's younger brother is in robust health, full of vitality, and entirely unblemished? Qian Mi let out a groan, covering her face in exasperation. Why? She wondered, was she engaged in such a conversation about Tang Yizhou so early in the morning with this fellow? Upon hearing her words, the man instantly transformed his sorrow into joy, clapping his hands with delight. You startled me. I thought, how could Tang, so masculine and fit, have a flaw in that regard? It turns out I was mistaken. He then shot her a mischievous glance. So, Tang's skills must be exceptional. And you must be quite content, yes? The term content carried a weighty significance. Were mixed-blood individuals truly so brazen in their speech? If it weren't for the fact that he was treating her to this meal, she would have relished the thought of slamming her dish against his smugly handsome face. I want to discuss this further. Thank you for today. I will repay you for this meal. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Qian Mi patted her stomach and stood up. Hey, sister-in-law, why so heartless? Used me and then discarded me? Ignoring the man's lament, Qian Mi strode out of the restaurant. Returning to the Tang residence was out of the question. She had only just become engaged, and if she returned now, they would surely suspect she had suffered at the hands of the Tang family. Perhaps it was best to refrain from going back, aimlessly wandering the streets. She contemplated where to sit and rest when suddenly, a figure collided with her. Caught off guard, she staggered, nearly falling. What kind of person walks like that? Rubbing her sore shoulder, she caught sight of a man hastily retreating, a lady's handbag in his grasp. My bag. My bag. A diminutive figure rushed towards her. Her face flushed, eyes wide with helplessness. My bag. Qian Mi quickly glanced at the girl in the white dress and took off in pursuit. Don't worry. I'll help you retrieve your bag. The girl in white opened her mouth to speak, but Qian Mi was already dashing forward like an arrow. How dare you steal a poor girl's handbag? Have you no decency? Having trained under her master since childhood, her agility was notable. Had she not just eaten breakfast, she would have apprehended the thief immediately. The man, noticing the persistent pursuit, cursed under his breath and expertly darted through alleys. Stop, you scoundrel! Halt! Qian Mi shouted as she chased after him. As the distance narrowed, the man turned a corner and slipped into a narrow alley. Playing hide and seek with me. Are we? Let us see if you can outsmart me. She rolled up her sleeves, taking a deep breath to continue her relentless chase. After a series of twists and turns, she finally reached the alley's end, where the man with the handbag came to a halt. Huh? Where do you think you're running now? Qian Mi smirked, stepping closer with an icy demeanor. Hand over the bag. The man sneered, tugging at the handbag strap. Are you sure about that? Just then, a group of oddly dressed young men emerged from the alley's shadows, each brandishing a blunt instrument. In broad daylight, these thugs dared to be so brazen. It was truly a revelation. Qian Mi glanced back, realizing the path she had come from was now blocked, as if they had been waiting for her. Her gaze fell upon the man with the handbag, and a realization hit her like a thunderclap. He had lured her here. The leader of the gang smirked, taken aback by her sharpness. Oh, you're quite astute. I was hoping to catch a little rabbit to play with. But a fierce tigress will suffice. His eyes slithered over her, assessing her physique and appearance. The other thugs joined in, their expressions lewd and predatory. Indeed, Brother Cohen. Though this beauty seems ready to bite, she is quite captivating, one remarked. Qian Mi swallowed hard, contemplating the dire consequences had the delicate girl pursued them instead. But she would not allow them to lay a finger on her. She was curious to see if these buffoons had the capability to do so. Thank you for the compliments on my looks, Qian Mi replied with a sardonic smile. You're welcome, beauty. One thug stepped forward, seizing her wrist. Such delicate skin. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. The man had not anticipated her fierce retaliation, which sent him reeling in pain, clutching himself. The once playful demeanor of the thug shifted as they regarded their fallen comrade with newfound seriousness. Seems this lady has some fight in her, Brother Qian remarked, his expression darkening. The gang began to circle her, eyes glinting with predatory intent. Well then, let us see what you've got. That depends on whether you can handle it, Qian Mi retorted, dismissively tossing a nearby bag at them, following up with a sweeping kick. One thug narrowly dodged while another was ensnared by the bag, crashing against the wall. Though the gang appeared imposing, they were all bark without bite. She swiftly dispatched them one by one. Just as she was about to deliver a final blow to one, Brother Qian leapt forward and sprayed something in her face. She gasped, shielding her eyes, and staggered as his hand struck her. Struggling to steady herself against the wall, her vision blurred. Yet she could still see the lascivious man advancing toward her. Meanwhile, the thugs she had bested were slowly regaining their FO as a sudden punch sliced through the air. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Qian Mi found himself unable to evade it, enduring the blow that caused him to bend over, clutching his abdomen in pain. He picked up the bag from the ground and cradled the woman in his arms, casting not a single glance at the wretched souls around him as he strode out of the alley. Qian Mi, are you all right? A few thugs approached to support him. Qian Mi straightened his back slowly, his gaze venomous as it followed the retreating figure. Just wait, I will make that kid pay one day. Qian Mi was roused from her slumber by something damp. As her eyes fluttered open, she gasped sharply. Facing her, nose to nose, were not a person, but a colossal creature, a wolf dog, to be precise. Wah! Startled, Qian Mi jumped 3 feet high, inadvertently banging her head against the cabinet behind her, wincing in pain. The wolf dog, taken aback by her shrill cry, stepped back and tilted its head curiously. Where am I? She stammered. Lightning, stop it. A cold voice sternly reprimanded the large dog, which had intended to approach her but immediately whimpered and retreated to the corner. Qian Mi looked up to see the man clad in black from earlier, his eyes flickering. Thank you for saving me. With a stony expression, Ji Feng said nothing and tossed a bag toward her. Qian Mi barely managed to catch it. Almost struck in the face, and mused to herself about the man's irritable temperament. It's fine now, just go away. You. Just as Qian Mi was about to retort, she recalled that he had saved her life. Her anger deflated immediately. Thank you for saving me. If you need anything in the future, I will certainly help you. By the way, what is your name? Did you not hear me say to leave? Ji Feng shot her an icy glance before striding toward the restroom and slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Qian Mi sighed, deciding not to pursue him further. She clutched the bag and approached the door, only to find Lightning, the wolf dog, circling back to her, seemingly attempting to persuade her to stay. Since childhood, she had always adored dogs, and despite its imposing size, she felt no fear. She crouched down to pat its head, and Lightning, appearing fond of this unfamiliar person, nudged her gently with its snout. Thinking the man would emerge from the restroom shortly, she stood up to open the door, but just then, Lightning suddenly leaped onto the shoe cabinet, causing a loud crash as glass shattered. Ah, you broke your owner's things, Qian Mi exclaimed as she crouched to gather the shards of glass. In the next instant, a large hand seized her wrist with a crushing grip. Ouch, she gasped, feeling as if her bones might fracture under his strength. Did I not tell you to leave? What are you still doing here? His voice was sharp, laced with an icy chill. Your dog broke something. I merely wanted to help clean it up. Why are you so fierce? I don't need your help. Ji Feng forcefully released her wrist. At that moment, Qian Mi's attention was drawn to a uniquely shaped birthmark near his collarbone, one so rare it was said to occur in only 1 in a million. This birthmark. Her mind buzzed as her instincts propelled her forward, reaching to pull up his shirt for a closer look. What are you doing? Ji Feng was taken aback by her sudden lunge, pushing her away, causing her to tumble to the ground like a weeble. Darn it, she fumed, indignant at his lack of gentleness. Come here. She sprang back to her feet, trying to inspect his birthmark, but Ji Feng was quick, evading her grasp. Lightning, thinking they were playing a game, excitedly darted around them. Enough, Ji Feng shouted, unable to contain himself any longer. Qian Mi halted, breathless. Are you crazy? He pointed to the door. Get out, now. Regret washed over him for intervening and saving this lunatic. Qian Mi, sensing his stubbornness, decided to employ a gentler approach. I mean no harm. I just wish to see that birthmark, just for a moment. I was too hurried before and feared I might have seen it wrong. Feng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Not only did he refuse to let her see, but he also fastened all his buttons. Crazy woman. I warn you one last time, get out, or don't blame me for being impolite. Just let me see it, just a glance. Lightning, bite her. Feng, out of patience, commanded his dog. Lightning, obedient as ever, pawed the ground, preparing to charge at her. Oh my gosh. Qian Mi expected the dog to turn on her, and she quickly spun around, flinging the door open and bolting away as if her life depended on it. Lightning, come back, Feng called out. The dog whimpered, reluctantly returning to its master and sitting at his feet, seeking his approval. Feng bent down to pat its head, his gaze as cold as ever. Qian Mi ran some distance before stopping to catch her breath, glaring at the dilapidated building. That man had actually unleashed his dog on her. How excessive. However, that birthmark near his collarbone truly resembled. Her eyes flickered as she glanced down at the bag in her arms, sighing softly. Perhaps she should return it to its rightful owner. After all, she now knew where he lived, and there would be ample opportunities to investigate further. Returning to the street she had just left, she found no trace of the girl in the white dress. Deflated, she exhaled a heavy sigh. It seemed the bag contained nothing of significant value, which explained why the girl had left so quickly. What should she do with this bag? Oh right, there might be a contact number or name inside. With that thought, she hastily opened the bag and retrieved a simple notebook. Flipping to the first page, a neat and graceful name came into view. Shen Yanjuan. Shen Yanjuan? She murmured, the name striking a familiar chord within her, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Just as she was racking her brain, her phone buzzed. Meng Xian's boisterous voice boomed through the receiver. Sister-in-law, where have you been? What is wrong? Qian Mi replied, perplexed. I just went for a walk after eating to digest. What is wrong? You tell me. Just now, Tang called home and found you missing. He called your phone. Why didn't you answer? He called me? Qian Mi realized she hadn't even glanced at her screen when she picked up the phone. Meng Xian lamented. I don't know how many times he called. All I know is when he found out I took you out, he scolded me like a dog. Qian Mi. Sister-in-law, you can't repay kindness with enmity. Do you know what Tang said? He warned me that when he comes back, I'm dead. Qian Mi. Meng Xian continued to rant, her voice a relentless stream of indignation, causing Qian Mi's ears to ache. Suddenly, her phone buzzed again, and she quickly interrupted Meng Xian's tirade. I need to hang up. Someone is calling. If she knew who was calling, she would have preferred to endure Meng Xian's complaints. Now she realized someone was trying to reach her. A voice laced with sarcasm and anger suddenly rang out. Why don't you dare answer my call? Upon hearing the familiar yet distant tone, Qian Mi inexplicably felt a lump in her throat. He had left for a business trip without a word, abandoning her in the Tang family home, fully aware that his mother and that young girl did not welcome her. Yet he continued to act as if he were blind to it all. Where are you now? The cold voice was tinged with a hint of concern. What do you care where I am? Even if I were taken away by a wild wolf, it would have nothing to do with you. Where are you? The man enunciated each word with a commanding tone that brooked no argument. I told you, it's none of your business. Qian Mi was furious as she slammed the phone down, intending to shove it into her pocket, only to catch sight of the 30-some missed calls displayed on the screen. Compelled by some unseen force, she pressed the button, realizing each number belonged to him, the calls spaced just moments apart. She had no idea how many times he had called, but she remembered vividly how he had berated her when he found out she had gone out with someone else. Meng Xian's words echoed in her mind, and tears began to well in her eyes. He had claimed he would no longer concern himself with her affairs, nor would he show any mercy. So what was he doing now? Less than a minute after hanging up, the phone rang again. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly answered. Stop sulking and come home right now. Home? She had no home. The Tang family residence was not her home. It was a place where two people schemed against her, tirelessly tormenting her, seeking her surrender. Qian Mi fell silent. The man exhaled heavily, his voice softening. Be obedient. His hoarse, deep voice seemed more unsettling than before. Unable to contain her tears, they cascaded down like beads from a broken string, each drop landing on her back. She wiped her eyes, lifted her chin, and cursed herself fiercely in her heart. Why are you crying? How pathetic. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, a roaring engine pierced her ears. Turning around, she saw a flashy sports car screeching to a halt not far ahead. Meng Xian hurriedly descended from the vehicle, exclaiming, Auntie, I've finally found you. Qian Mi. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Xian grabbed her arm and pulled her towards the car. Let's go back. If we don't, I fear Tang will peel my skin off. Hey, what are you doing? Qian Mi protested, realizing only after being dragged a distance. I'm taking you home. From now on, I won't dare call you out alone. If something happens to you, Tang will tear me to shreds. At the thought of Tang's earlier words on the phone, he shivered, noticing Ming Xian's pallor. Qian Mi climbed into the car. Sister-in-law, did you have a fight with Tang? Ming Xian inquired as he merged into the traffic. Qian Mi stiffened, clutching her bag tightly. Why do you ask that? Just as she was about to respond, Ming Xian's phone chimed cheerfully beside him. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression turned pitiful. Don't worry, boss, your wife is safe in the car. I promise, I'll get her home right away. Got it, got it. Ming Xian nodded vigorously. As if bound to the phone, Qian Mi instantly recognized who was on the other end. If he truly cared for her, why treat her that way? Wasn't that contradictory? After handling the big bad wolf, Ming Xian turned to Qian Mi with a long face. Andy, when Tang comes back, you must speak well of me. I really treasure this layer of skin and don't want him to peel it off. Qian Mi forced a smile. Do you think it matters what I say in front of him? However, this good-natured man had also been dragged into her troubles, and she wouldn't be so ungrateful. Don't worry, he won't do anything to you. With her assurance, Ming Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. His keen eyes noticed her bag. Sister-in-law, you didn't have that bag when you left this morning. Where did it come from? Qian Mi hesitated, not wanting to elaborate. I found it. Oh, do you have the owner's contact information? But it doesn't seem like a valuable item. I don't know. She shook her head. It's nothing. If it's lost, just buy another one. Plenty of people lose bags and money every day. He waved his hand dismissively. Qian Mi bit her lip. For someone like him, losing something was indeed inconsequential. But since you're so resourceful, could you keep an eye out? The owner might be named Shen Yanjuan. There are plenty of Shen Yanjuans out there. Sister-in-law, check if there are any photos or other information in the bag. Qian Mi paused, then rummaged through the contents. Indeed. She found a photograph. The image featured a young girl in a white dress alongside a woman in her 40s. While she was referred to as a woman, the lady possessed undeniable grace. Despite her simple attire, she exuded the aura of a refined lady. Ming Xian caught a glimpse and his eyes sparkled. Wow, is this the girl who lost her bag? She's stunning, just my type. Qian Mi rolled her eyes at him. I'm trying to be serious here. Ming Xian waved his hand dismissively. All right, I promise to help you out with your request. A girl as beautiful as that would certainly be worth the effort to find. Thank you, Qian Mi expressed sincerely. After the harrowing events, she felt genuinely fatigued, leaning against the comfortable backrest of the seat, enjoying the gentle breeze, her eyelids growing heavier. In a daze, she sensed a pair of long, powerful hands beckoning her closer, the voice soft and alluring. Come here, come to me. Compelled by some unseen force. She moved closer. The man grasped her fingers, intertwining them, and she smiled sweetly at their contrasting sizes. In the next moment, that large hand suddenly released her. Seizing her neck instead, the voice turning cold and ruthless. Dare to deceive me? Are you tired of living? Tang Yizhou, Ming Xian, who was driving, was startled by the sudden outburst, causing the luxurious sports car to swerve slightly. Mr. Tang, the deep, steady voice broke the silence of the conference room. Tang Yizhou regained his composure and sincerely apologized. I apologize, Mr. Yu. That was my rudeness. The man addressed as Mr. Yu waved his hand, his deep-set eyes reflecting the weight of experience and calmness. You seem tired. Let's pause here and resume tomorrow. He stood up, his tall and imposing figure reminiscent of a steadfast mountain, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. Even the usually composed Tang Yizhou felt momentarily subdued by this unseen aura. Mr. Yu, I wish to finalize this project as soon as possible, Tang Yizhou stated. Yu Juanqi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tailored suit accentuating his commanding presence. His sharp features, slightly pursed lips, and resolute visage bore traces of time. Yet he radiated a mature and restrained aura that inspired a sense of awe. This demeanor, as if molded by the myriad experiences of life, was something Tang Yizhou felt he could not surpass. Are you certain you wish to continue this discussion? His voice was deep, imbued with an unspoken authority. Tang Yizhou suppressed his headache and replied, Yes, let us continue our discussion. Yu Juanqi took a seat, clasping his hands together. I prefer to resolve matters swiftly. Since President Tang is willing to negotiate despite his illness, I shall oblige. Tang Yizhou paused momentarily, flipping through the documents. I'm quite well, thank you for your concern. President Yu. He efficiently opened the file. Please, continue. Yu Juanqi fixed a steady gaze upon him, then withdrew his eyes, allowing his low voice to resonate throughout the spacious conference room, steady, restrained, exuding an air of dominion. By the time the contract was finalized, dinner had long since passed. Tang Yizhou, enduring his headache, rose and extended his hand for a shake. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, President Yu. I hope our partnership is fruitful. Indeed. A fruitful collaboration, Yu Jianqi replied, shaking his hand before releasing it. As the conference room door swung open, two tall figures emerged in succession. President Lin Tan had been waiting outside for a considerable time. What was intended to be a 2-hour meeting had stretched into 4.5. This President Wilson was indeed as formidable as rumored. An assistant of Wilson stepped forward, bowing respectfully. President Yu, the young master is throwing a tantrum and refuses to eat, insisting he will only do so once you return. What do you suggest? Upon hearing this, Yu Jianqi's brow furrowed slightly. Return to the main residence. Understood. He took a few steady steps forward, then turned back to Tang Yizhou. Does President Tang have any further instructions? Tang Yizhou, politely smiling despite his discomfort, replied. I'm fine. Young man. Yu Jianqi's gaze lingered on Tang Yizhou's face. It is commendable that you are ambitious and daring at such a young age. But it is unnecessary to sacrifice your health for it. With that, he turned and departed at a measured pace. The elevator descended slowly, and his imposing figure vanished from view. This President Yu is rather peculiar, Lin Tan remarked, supporting Tang Yizhou. President, are you all right? Should we call a doctor? I'm fine, merely a slight cold. I will book the earliest flight to City C. Tang Yizhou brushed aside Lin Tan's hand and strode towards the elevator. Lin Tan's gaze flickered. The president had always worked diligently, but it seemed he had never been quite so relentless before. It felt as though he was evading something. When Qian Mi returned home, she was unsurprisingly met with a barrage of cold mockery and warm sarcasm, both emanating from Tang Shui. As for Madame Tang, she could not be bothered to even acknowledge Qian Mi, insisting that she rewrite the Tang family teachings from the previous day 100 times. Was there no end to this? She hadn't even eaten yet. Yet, due to Madame Tang's authority and her imposing demeanor, despite her reluctance, Qian Mi had no choice but to obediently retreat to the study and act as a scribe. After copying a few chapters, her patience wore thin, and she tossed the brush aside, recalling a fleeting dream she had in the car. In that dream, Tang Yizhou had been tender and doting one moment, only to reach out the next to strangle her. Was this not a stark reflection of her current reality? Propping her chin on her hand, she scrolled through her phone, where over 30 missed calls lay silently, as if accusing her. If he cared so little for her, why was he so desperate to call? Was it merely to ensure she didn't wander outside and cause trouble, to keep her obediently within the Tang household? The frustration was overwhelming. The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, and she began to tug at her hair in agitation. When Lin Saw entered, she found Qian Mi in this state of turmoil. Young mistress, are you hungry? Lin Saw asked cautiously, her plump figure approaching with a steaming bowl of noodles in hand. Qian Mi's nose, more sensitive than a dog's, detected the aroma before she even turned to see Lin Saw. Instantly, her appetite was piqued. Did you bring me something delicious? She exclaimed, rushing to her. Shoo! Lin Saw whispered conspiratorially, placing the noodles on the desk. Eat quickly, or they'll get cold and sticky. Grateful, Qian Mi embraced the kind elder. Thank you, Lin Saw. You are too good to me. Oh, no need for thanks. You are the young mistress. It is my duty to care for you, Lin Saw replied, urging her to eat. Qian Mi nodded earnestly and picked up her chopsticks, diving into the noodles. Hey, slow down. Don't choke, Lin Saw cautioned. Qian Mi, with noodles in her mouth, was making quite the mess. Yet, halfway through, her once bright eyes dimmed. She recalled the noodles Tang Yizhou had cooked for her. While they lacked Lin Saw's culinary finesse, they were made with his own hands. Perhaps she would never have that opportunity again. What's wrong, young mistress? Lin Saw inquired, noticing her sudden pause. Is the taste off? Not at all, Qian Mi replied. Then, what kind of person is Tang Yizhou? Lin Saw paused before chuckling softly. Young mistress, you've spent time with the eldest young master. You must know his nature by now. In truth, she did not understand him at all. If she had, she wouldn't be in her current predicament. She had thought him to be cunning yet considerate and composed, only to realize he could be unyielding and quick to turn. With his intellect, he could have continued his investigation. Surely even the most foolproof traps have flaws, yet he obstinately accused her of leaking Grandpa Tang's secrets. Nevertheless, since she had asked, Lin Saw responded. The eldest young master is an exceptional individual, intelligent and ambitious since childhood. The old master and madam were quite strict. Any small misstep would result in punishment. Qian Mi set down her chopsticks, listening intently. Especially during his years studying abroad, the old master cut off his financial support. The madam, feeling for her son, secretly helped him, only to be discovered by the old master. resulting in even harsher punishment for him. Qian Mi bit her lip, recalling Tang Yizhou's mention of his hardships abroad. Lin Sa continued. Wiping her eyes, many believe the eldest young master achieved his current status due to the old master and the madam's support. But only he knows the true extent of his sacrifices. Is that so? Qian Mi murmured softly. Thus, young mistress, the eldest young master is truly a remarkable man. You are fortunate to have his affection. Affection? Where was the affection now? Is Grandpa Tang a very strict person? Qian Mi hesitantly asked. Lin Sa smiled. The old master is indeed strict, but he treats us servants well. I believe he doesn't want the eldest young master to be a sheltered flower, hence his sternness. But why did Grandpa Tang suddenly move to Green Garden Villa? Lin Sa, being an elder of the Tang family, might know, but perhaps not. Tang Yizhou had said that only his father and he knew the reason behind Grandpa Tang's situation. The old master has not been well these past few years. And with the young master and the eldest master in the Tang family, he is enjoying a well-deserved rest. Is there anything else? Qian Mi pressed. Anything else? Lin Sa questioned, puzzled. Qian Mi looked at her with wide eyes. About me supposedly betraying Grandpa Tang. Her voice trailed off. Lin Sa scolded gently, oh? That matter is mere rumor. The old master is just a bit unwell. There is nothing else wrong. People enjoy creating scandals. Likely out of envy for your engagement with the eldest young master, trying to sow discord. But the eldest young master is wise. Look, he has even proposed to you. Which shows he does not care for that gossip. He cared very much, indeed. With a forced smile. Qian Mi hastily finished the remaining noodles and handed the bowl back to Lin Sa. I'm full. Thank you. Young mistress, do not mention it. I will take my leave now. You may continue your writing. If you tire, do take a rest. Understood. After Lin Sa departed, Qian Mi placed a hand on her stomach, feeling somewhat disheartened as she rested her chin on the desk. If not for this incident, would Tang Yizhou still treat her as he once did? Would he endure her unreasonable antics and overlook her clumsy words? When would he return from his business trip? Never mind, there was no use dwelling on such matters. She had more pressing concerns to contemplate. Regarding that man, the birthmark on his collarbone was indeed quite similar. Yes, she must find a way to investigate further tomorrow. If she could confirm his identity, if he truly was. Qian Mi's beautiful eyes sparkled, holding a glimmer of excitement. But for now, she first needed to tackle the immediate challenge. Gazing at the crooked, worm-like characters she had pinned, she lamented, darn it, can't I use a pen or pencil instead? She had never held a brush to write in her life. Even writing 1,000 times would only yield the same illegible scribbles. If she didn't write properly tonight, Madame Tang would undoubtedly find fault with her again, perpetuating an endless cycle. Would she be doomed to write forever? Damn it. Qian Mi slammed her fist on the table, standing up defiantly. You think you can wear me down? No way. Tonight, I will show you what perseverance truly means. But some things cannot be accomplished solely through determination and grit, such as transforming her scrawled handwriting into elegant script overnight. In the ensuing 2 days, the family teachings that Qian Mi was intermittently copying were repeatedly rejected by Zhao Qinya, who insisted she rewrite them. Though Qian Mi felt an overwhelming urge to storm off in anger, thoughts of her family kept her grounded. Tang Shuwei continued to mock her relentlessly, which she chose to dismiss as mere nonsense. On the 5th day, after a grueling session of copying, her hand nearly cramping from the effort, she finally slumped her head down and shamefully succumbed to sleep. In her dreams, she experienced a long and vivid reverie, where gentle and delicate hands caressed her face. The owner of those hands was equally tender, and she yearned to grasp them. However, as the mist gradually lifted, those soothing hands faded away, replaced by a grotesque visage. Startled, Qian Mi instinctively swatted at it. How dare you? A voice, laced with icy fury, thundered towards her. She jolted awake, bleary-eyed and dazed, only to find a man before her, half his face obscured by his hand. Tang Yizhou? She stammered, bewildered. Was she still dreaming? Rubbing her eyes, she inadvertently dropped her head back onto the desk, leaving a damp patch of saliva on the papers beside her. You, woman, Tang Yizhou growled, his anger palpable as he witnessed her ignorance and continued slumber. He had intended to carry her to bed, yet she had struck him without a second thought. As if nothing had happened, his patience waned. Hearing his teeth grinding in frustration, Qian Mi's foggy mind began to clear. Tang Yizhou had truly returned. This was no dream. She shot up, her sudden movement nearly twisting her neck, the stiffness from sleeping at her desk rendering her as rigid as a robot. When did you come back? She blinked at him. With a dismissive huff, he tugged at his tie impatiently. Just returned. In truth, he had been back for over half an hour. and seeing her blissfully unaware visage stirred something within him, compelling him to stay rather than retreat to his room. Irritated, he realized he was becoming increasingly indulgent. Despite his earlier resolve to show no mercy to her, he found himself captivated by her sleeping form. As Qian Mi prepared to speak, she caught sight of his weary expression, the bloodshot eyes, and the stubble on his chin, which made her heart flutter unexpectedly. This man, who was usually so meticulous and composed, appeared utterly disheveled. A tiny insect of concern crawled through her heart. He must have been genuinely exhausted from his trip. Tang Yizhou turned to say something, but was caught off guard by a sudden cough that racked his body, leaving him gasping for breath. After a prolonged fit, Qian Mi, no longer caring about their earlier tension, hurried around the desk to pat his back. Hey, are you all right? Her hand accidentally brushed against his, which felt unusually hot. Alarmed, she reached to touch his forehead, confirming he was indeed burning up. Tang Yizhou, you have a fever. You're burning up? She exclaimed, her hands flailing as she continued to pat his back. Tang Yizhou regained control of his coughing, each breath feeling like fire. He fixed his gaze on Qian Mi, observing her anxious brows and pale lips, which elicited a faint smile from him. She actually cared about his well-being. Was her concern genuine or merely an act? I'll help you to the sofa. I'll fetch someone right away, she assured him, already guiding him to sit. In her haste, she dashed to the door, nearly colliding with Lin Sa, who was ascending the stairs. Oh dear, madam, what are you in such a hurry for? Be careful not to fall. Lin Sa stumbled as Qian Mi rushed past her. Lin Sa, Tang Yizhou has a fever, and it seems quite severe. I need to call a doctor. With that, she barreled out the door like a stampeding bull. Young master has a fever? Lin Sa exclaimed, having been occupied in the garden and unaware of his return. Upon hearing about the fever, she immediately resolved, Madam, you should attend to young master. I will call Dr. He right away. Are we not taking him to the hospital? Qian Mi inquired anxiously. We have a family doctor, and going to the hospital would only waste time, Lin Sa replied, her decision resolute. All right, thank you, Lin Sa. Qian Mi nodded, rushing back to the study. Her head throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer, the pain intensifying. In her stupor, she felt a petite figure rush to her side, followed by a cool towel being placed on her forehead. Tang Yizhou struggled to open his heavy eyelids, the blurred figure beside him becoming clearer. Hang in there, Tang Yizhou, Qian Mi urged, diligently replacing the damp cloth on his forehead. Aren't you always full of energy? Like an unstoppable bull? Even a cold virus should be scared off by your sharp tongue. Though his ears buzzed, he faintly registered her words. Bull? He mused, finding her metaphor amusing. And while he had a sharp tongue, it paled in comparison to her calculated approach and intentional deceit. Qian Mi was resolutely focused on wringing out the cloth when an intense heat suddenly enveloped her wrist. Startled, she nearly dropped the towel. The heat radiating from his palm felt as though it could scorch her skin. Leave it be, he rasped, his deep voice piercing her heart like a dagger. His grip tightened around her wrist, unyielding even in his weakened state. You're hurting me, Tang Yizhou. Let go. She pleaded, choosing to overlook his harshness due to his illness. He seemed oblivious to her discomfort, instead tightening his grip further. Tell me, why did you deceive me when I have treated you so kindly? I did not deceive you, she retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Why must you insist that I am the one deceiving you? Were you not also approaching me with ulterior motives from the very beginning? Is that not deception as well? He chuckled darkly. Yes. His initial intention had indeed been to keep her close and observe any movements from chiming. However, everything had transformed. Perhaps it was when he rescued her from that cab driver, or when she played pranks on him, or maybe when she devoted herself to picking out cilantro. He had fallen for her, investing genuine emotions, only to discover that her intentions had never shifted from their original purpose. Even so, in the end, he took advantage of her trust to execute such an unexpected maneuver. How could he not incite her wrath and leave her heartbroken? Just as Qian Mi was about to retort, she saw his expression and swallowed the rest of her words. Fine, considering your illness, I shall not hold it against you. However, her concession did not mean that Tang Yizhou would let it go. Seeing her hesitate, he mistook her silence for guilt, which only fueled his anger. Perhaps the fever had dulled his rationality, leaving him in a state of emotional turmoil. He abruptly pulled her, causing Qian Mi to tumble into his embrace unprepared. In the next instant, as the world spun around them, she found herself pinned beneath him. No more words, is it? Tell me, what do you truly feel for me? His heavy, scorching breath burned against her skin, igniting a sensation akin to flames. Qian Mi struggled, yet found herself incapable of breaking free. Tang Yizhou, let me go. Anger flared within her as she attempted to push him away. But he was quicker, silencing her protests with his pale, thin lips before she could react. She gasped, wanting to shake him off. Yet, the man remained steadfast, his strength undeniable even in his illness. Qian Mi felt like a grasshopper crushed beneath an elephant's foot, utterly immobilized. In the past, she would have employed 100 clever or even spiteful methods to shove him aside, but now her heart ached at the thought. Young mistress. Dr. He has arrived. Lin saw, with her ample figure, hurriedly opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Dr. He, please wait at the door for a moment. Lin Sa was utterly flustered, her face turning crimson at the unexpected scene. Qian Mi let out a wail, utterly humiliated. Without further thought, she struggled to break free. Tang Yi's who? Let go, the doctor is here. The man's dazed gaze fell upon her, and suddenly he buried his head in the crook of her neck. Hey, don't tell me you fainted? Cautiously, she pried his arm away, managing to wriggle out from under him. She smoothed her disheveled hair, her face burning like a sunset. Lin Sa, you can let the doctor in now. Lin Sa promptly acknowledged and allowed Dr. He to enter. He has a fever of 38 degrees. Dr. He placed the thermometer back in his medical kit and turned to speak. Oh dear, why is the fever so high? Dr. He, is there something wrong with the young master? Lin Sa's round face was filled with concern. After measuring Tang Yizhou's blood pressure and heart rate, Dr. He reassured her. The young master has a strong constitution. This fever is likely due to lack of rest. He noted the bloodshot eyes, a clear indication of a sleepless night. Seeing the discomfort etched on Tang Yizhou's face made Qian Mi's heart ache. Oh dear, how can a grown man neglect to care for himself? Work is important, but health is paramount. I will administer an injection now. The fever should subside shortly. For the next few days, the young master should consume light meals, avoiding greasy foods. Make sure he takes this medication on time once he awakens. Dr. He instructed meticulously. Lin Sa nodded vigorously, attentively committing every word to memory. Qian Mi stood dazedly aside. After having given the injection, Dr. He asked them both to step outside for a moment. Once everything was settled, he turned to Qian Mi, young mistress. My apologies for the haste earlier. Please do not take offense. Gazing at her exposed wrist, marked with a faint red bruise, his heart tightened momentarily. He reached out to caress it gently. Did I hurt you? He inquired softly. The woman, lost in slumber, whimpered like a small puppy, seemingly sensing the chill in the air, and curled her petite form even tighter. Had she remained by his side all this time to care for him? His chest felt as though it had been lightly struck by something. Slowly withdrawing his arm, he rose and approached the curled-up woman, bending down to lift her into his embrace. The study directly connected to his bedroom, and he placed the delicate creature onto the bed. As he prepared to cover her with a blanket, she murmured, Tang Yizhou, please don't be angry with me anymore. His hand paused mid-motion, his dark eyes flickering. I am not angry, he murmured softly, as if responding to her query, or perhaps merely conversing with himself. Not angry. What was it then? Resentment, bitterness, sorrow, or perhaps indignation? Or was it a blend of all these emotions? Contemplating this, his expression turned resolute, and he swiftly turned to close the door behind him. Having slept for a considerable time, he felt refreshed. Although his body still felt somewhat languid, his mind was no longer clouded by the throbbing pain of a heavy headache. He made his way to the study, intending to organize his documents, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the crumpled Tang family rules and scattered sheets on the desk. What is this? He mused, picking up a page and observing the crooked handwriting inscribed on rice paper, unable to suppress a smirk. Did these characters belong to that woman? As a daughter of a prominent family, how could her penmanship be so dreadful, almost unbearable to behold? One could only wonder how Qian Mi had educated his granddaughter. It seemed she had mastered the art of climbing trees and playing pranks, but had failed to learn the essentials of a refined upbringing. Wait, why was she copying the Tang family rules? Wasn't that typically a punishment for a grave transgression? Did this little girl commit some folly during his business trip? Setting the papers down on the desk, Tang Yizhou descended the stairs. He had already slept for the better part of the day, and outside, the stars twinkled faintly. Tang Yizhou settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. As Zhao Qinya entered, she spotted her son sitting on the sofa with a slightly dazed expression. You're awake, son. Does your head still hurt? Has the fever subsided? She inquired without pause. Lin, please go to the kitchen and prepare a bowl of congee. Yizhou just woke up from a fever and cannot eat anything too greasy. Lin's voice echoed from afar. Understood, ma'am. After instructing Lin, Zhao Qinya turned her eager gaze back to her son. Yizhou, do you feel unwell anywhere else? The living room is drafty. You should rest upstairs. I'll have someone bring your food up shortly. Thank you, Mom. Tang Yizhou replied with a smile. It's nothing serious, just a slight ailment. A slight ailment? Zhao Qinya echoed, her tone tinged with disbelief. Mom, what did she do wrong for you to punish her by having her copy the Tang family rules? He asked casually. Upon hearing about the woman, Zhao Qinya's brows furrowed, and her expression soured instantly. Are you blaming me? No, Mom, I was merely inquiring. Zhao Qinya adjusted her hair. She has been quite disrespectful. I simply administered a minor punishment. Do you think my punishment was too severe? A flicker of complex emotion crossed Tang Yizhou's cold gaze, but it vanished just as quickly. After a brief silence, he intertwined his fingers, his voice steady and cool. She is now a member of the Tang family. If there are any breaches of decorum, it is indeed necessary for you to advise her. However, sometimes being overly hasty is not beneficial. Wouldn't you agree, Mom? Son. You. Zhao Qinya gasped inwardly, her heart filled with confusion. Shu Yu had claimed that her son had lost interest in that woman. Their engagement was merely to uphold the family's reputation and quell any brewing scandal. Yet now, he was evidently protective of her. She began to feel increasingly bewildered. Mom, I'll head upstairs now. Please have Lin bring the food to the study later. Son, are you going to work before you fully recovered? She asked. He nodded. There are still some matters I must attend to. Returning to the study, he extracted all the documents from his briefcase. As he opened a drawer, a piece of paper fluttered out and landed softly on the floor. He picked it up and, upon glancing at it, froze in shock. His lips twitched involuntarily. He gripped the paper depicting a turtle tightly, his expression darkening to the point where one could almost imagine ink dripping from his face. Very well, you audacious woman. You dare to compose a humorous verse. His gaze returned to the glaringly absurd poem, The Tang Family's Great Turtle, with a soft shell on its back. A kick sent it tumbling over, unable to right itself. Such literary prowess was unparalleled. He could vividly envision her glee as she crafted this piece. Just as he was seething in frustration, a gentle knock interrupted him. Lin's voice floated in, Young master, I've brought some food. Come in. Strangely compelled, he refrained from crumpling the paper and tossing it into the trash. Instead, he smoothed it out and placed it in the drawer. Lin entered, carrying a tray. And the delicate aroma of millet porridge filled the study. Young master, you should rest a bit since you're still unwell. There is plenty of time for work. Looking at Lin, who had been by his side since childhood, Tang Yizhou offered a gentle smile. Lin, once I finish these tasks, I will rest. Lin feigned annoyance. Oh, your temper is just like the old masteress. Tang Yizhou chuckled, but said nothing further. Just as he settled down, he noticed a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee on the tray, and its generous portion of meat caught his attention. What is this? He asked, pointing to the bowl. Lin lowered her voice conspiratorially. Young master, that bowl is for the young mistress. For her? Tang Yizhou's hand, which held the spoon, hesitated. Lin furrowed her brow. The young mistress has tea eaten properly these past few days. She only had a bowl of noodles I made that one night. Ah, I shouldn't have said that. She realized too late that she had spoken too much. If her words stirred conflict between the madam and young master, she would be at fault. Tang Yizhou slowly placed the bowl down, his dark eyes harboring an inscrutable glimmer. Lin, please clarify what transpired during my absence. Faced with his piercing gaze, Lin hesitated, unable to speak for a moment. The man rubbed his temples. Rest assured, Lin, I will not hold anyone accountable. With that assurance, she finally spoke. The young mistress was punished for copying the Tang family rules. If she didn't do it correctly, the madam wouldn't allow her to eat. Not allowed to eat? Tang Yizhou's head snapped up, his tone suddenly dangerous. What was the reason for the punishment? Surely it wasn't merely because she lacked decorum and offended my mother? Not exactly, Lin replied, her own confusion evident. The young mistress didn't clash with the madam. While you were away, she was punished for weeding the garden all day, and somehow she ended up in a conflict with the eldest young lady, which led the madam to make her copy the rules for reflection. What? Tang Yizhou shot up, his movement so vigorous it nearly knocked the bowl of congee to the ground. She spent all day weeding? Lin, startled by his sudden outburst, stammered, Why yes. The man, with a composed expression, gazed at the closed door before retracting his gaze, his voice cold and heavy. So, ever since that day of pulling weeds, she hasn't had a proper meal? I secretly offered a few snacks to the young mistress. I understand. Tang Yizhou sighed, sinking back into his chair. Lin saw. You may leave now. All right, Lin Saw replied, hesitatingly sweeping her gaze over him before advising, there seems to be a misunderstanding between the mistress and the young mistress. Please do not hold it against her. I know. He waved his hand dismissively. I said I wouldn't pursue it. After receiving assurance, Lin Sa exited, slapping her own mouth as she left. At her age, she should know better than to speak recklessly. Yet, the young mistress had indeed suffered. And if the eldest master remained oblivious, it wouldn't bode well. Once Lin Sa departed, Tang Yizhou leaned back in his chair, feeling utterly drained, tilting his head back and closing his eyes. So, was it that day when she asked Meng Xian to take her out, wanting to escape further torment from her mother? Tang, you don't understand. The sister-in-law is strange, almost as if she hasn't eaten in days. She called me out just to use me as her mobile wallet, ordering an entire feast and devouring it ravenously. It's as if she hadn't eaten at all, and I mean that literally. With his eyes shut, recalling Lin Sa's earlier words, he felt no trace of schadenfreude, but rather a weight pressing down on him like a boulder, making it hard to breathe. His heart felt as if it were being pricked by countless needles, causing a dull ache. It smells so good. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a voice laced with drowsiness. Tang Yizhou abruptly opened his eyes and looked up. It smells wonderful. The young woman, with a keen sense of smell, sniffed the air and peered towards the study. Upon waking, her mind was hazy. How did she end up in bed when she was just caring for Tang Yizhou? Had she sleepwalked again? Leaning back in his chair, Tang Yizhou's handsome features were inscrutable, his dark eyes reflecting neither joy nor anger. Rubbing her eyes, Qian Mi gradually regained her senses. Upon seeing the man seated at the desk, her eyes lit up. You've woken up. Are you feeling better? Barefoot. She dashed over to him, instinctively reaching out to check his forehead. It's not hot at all. It seems your fever has broken. His fingers suddenly grasped hers, his dark eyes fixed on her. Are you so concerned about me? At that moment, Qian Mi truly came to her senses. Oh dear. She was still at odds with this man, yet she had rushed to check on him without a second thought, compromising her own dignity. How embarrassing. Who is worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. She attempted to retract her hand, but his grip was unyielding, no matter how she struggled. Tang Yizhou, let go, she exclaimed. Her face flushed. Aren't you curious how I ended up in bed? Tang Yizhou maintained his hold on her fingers, gazing intently at her. Her fingers, delicate and tender, seemed to elicit a lingering affection from him. Qian Mi glared at him with her sparkling eyes. Do I need to explain? I sleepwalked to bed. Tang Yizhou was silent. Just as she was fuming, her sharp eyes caught sight of the warm, steaming preserved egg and lean meat porridge on the desk, and her mouth began to water. Well, we can talk later. Can I eat first? Are you a starving ghost? Despite her sharp tongue, he kindly released her hand. Casting a disdainful glance at Tang Yizhou, she decided to focus on the delicious food before her. She intended to carry the steaming porridge to the sofa, but forgot the bowl was hot. As soon as her delicate fingers touched it, she yelped in pain, shaking her hand. It's so hot, so hot. The man shook his head helplessly, rising to press her down into his seat. Eat here. But you? She glanced at the other bowl of millet porridge beside her. Where will you eat? No need to worry about me. He loosened his tie and strode toward the bedroom. He needed to wash off the discomfort of his sticky skin. Hey, where are you going? Did he think her presence was an eyesore while she ate, so he decided to leave, out of sight, out of mind? The thought dampened her appetite for the delicious porridge. How humiliating. What's the big deal? If he doesn't want to see me, I don't want to see him either. I'm going to take a shower. Are you coming? The man paused, turning slightly. Qian Mi blushed at his words, burying her head in her food, no longer wanting to acknowledge him. Just as she was enjoying her meal, her sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a corner of white paper, and a light bulb went off in her head, sending a shiver down her spine. Right? She had drawn a turtle that day, signing it with Tang Yizhou's name. If he found out, he would surely punish her or mock her again. Hurriedly, she opened the drawer to retrieve the evidence, intending to crumple it and toss it in the trash, but a pair of hands snatched it away even faster. My drawing, she exclaimed, raising her hands, her face a picture of despair. It was easy to guess whose hands they were. Tang Yizhou stood before her, shirtless, revealing a well-defined set of abs. A white towel wrapped around his waist, exuding a refreshing scent mingled with steam. Upon seeing his alluring figure, Qian Mi swallowed hard. Seriously, can't you put on some clothes after your shower? She thought, just because you have a good physique, does that mean you can flaunt it? Her gaze wandered. Though it was not her first time seeing his body, she found herself entranced, unable to resist glancing at his chest. What's wrong? Have you become spellbound by my physique? Tang Yizhou teased, one hand holding the drawing paper, the other casually hanging by his side, a smirk playing on his lips. Who is spellbound? Qian Mi retorted defiantly, as if I would be interested in your scrawny frame. Is that so? Tang Yizhou's voice lowered. So? You drew a turtle to compare it to me? Qian Mi, covering her face, wishing for death. The turtle was drawn well. But the accompanying poem was utterly mediocre, lacking coherence, and difficult to recite. Have you finished yet? Qian Mi interrupted him angrily, no matter how mediocre my writing is. It reflects my disdain for you. Disdain? He smirked. If you disdain me, why were you staring at me just now? Tang Yizhou advanced, cornering her, leaving her nowhere to escape. I told you I wasn't staring. Qian Mi fumed, reaching for the drawing. Give it back to me. Tang Yizhou stretched his long arm, allowing her to jump around futilely. Watching his cat-and-mouse grin, Qian Mi's anger peaked, and she snapped, directly attempting to trip him. The man, caught off guard, stumbled forward. She hadn't expected him to lunge towards her, and in a panic, she supported him. If he fell on her, she'd be flattened like a fish fillet. The anticipated scene of being crushed did not occur. Tang Yizhou swiftly spun around, pulling her into his embrace. With a thud, they both fell to the ground. Having divested himself of the hastily donned bath towel, its moorings undone amidst the flurry, Tang Yizhou stood exposed. Are you quite all right? She inquired, her hands fluttering about him. Assessing for injuries. Did you strike your head? Do you feel dizzy, nauseous perhaps? His gaze intensified as she fussed over him. Cease your fidgeting, he commanded. Cease? But I'm merely inquiring after your well-being. It was you who provoked me into this state of pique. She was, by nature, impetuous, her actions often preceding her reflections. I am unharmed. The thick pile of the cashmere rug had cushioned his fall, though he could scarcely ignore the proximity of the petite vixen. Could she not perceive the effect her nearness had upon him? Recalling the night of his business trip, his eyes darkened, a verdant glint flickering within. Yet the woman remained blissfully unaware. Then rise, she urged, reaching to pull him up. But with a swift maneuver, he ensnared her, pinning her against his chest. What do you think you're doing? She protested, struggling ineffectually. With a decisive roll, he reversed their positions, now looming above her. His muscular arms framed her, his damp, dark hair cascading around his face, his lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes pools of shadow. The tableau was disconcertingly familiar. A knot of apprehension tightened within her. Her gaze drifted downwards, and a gasp escaped her lips. When did your towel fall away? The sight before her was almost blinding in its audacity. She recoiled, shielding her eyes, muttering, how ghastly, so utterly repulsive. Ghastly? Repulsive? His eyes followed her line of sight, his countenance darkening to a thunderous hue. That she would dare disparage his manhood in such terms was an affront no man could suffer. Beneath the surface of his barely suppressed rage, a predatory smile began to form. Indeed? You find it ghastly? Repulsive? Yet it has been your companion on 2 occasions. Your ingratitude wounds me. You fiend. You reprobate. She retorted, landing a punch squarely on his eye. You viper. Taken aback by the ferocity of her assault, Tang Yizhou clutched his throbbing eye, seizing her opportunity. Qian Mi scrambled away, leaving him in disarray, his towel discarded, his eye throbbing. The little minx had made good her escape. Very well, he muttered, rising slowly. Retrieving his towel. Very well indeed. His eyes burned with an unquenchable fire. Her only thought was to evade him, and she bolted down the stairs. Good heavens, miss. What's the rush? Lin Sa exclaimed, narrowly avoiding a tumble as Qian Mi collided with her. Steadying the older woman, Qian Mi fled onward. Forgive me, Lin Sa. I'm in haste. In haste? What could possibly be the matter? You look as though the hounds of hell are nipping at your heels. Do take care, miss. Lin Sa called after her, her concern evident. But Qian Mi was beyond caution. Should the wolf catch her, her life would be forfeit. Watching her charge away, Lin Sa turned, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Mercy, my old bones can scarcely endure such shocks. Lin Sa, which way did she flee? The man's voice, cold and sharp, seemed to emanate from the frozen wastes. Master, what has befallen your eye? Lin Sa gasped. Impatiently, Tang Yizhou rolled up his sleeve. Which way did the mistress run? Towards the left side of the garden, I believe. Lin Sa was utterly bewildered. What game were these two playing? The mistress fleeing like a hare, the master bearing the marks of battle. A mirthless smile stretched across the man's face. Indeed? She dares to run? Meanwhile, Qian Mi was rapidly losing her breath. Why was this garden so vast? Was there no end to it? No wall to scale? Though the grass was soft beneath her bare feet, the endless running had begun to take its toll. She bit her lip and pressed on. Should Tang Yizhou apprehend her, she would be skinned alive. The memory of her blow brought a mix of elation and regret. This garden was interminable. Had she not been running for an eternity? Glancing back, she spied a tall figure in pursuit, and a chill of terror ran through her. He was gaining. Without hesitation, she scrambled onto a rock and swarmed up a tree. The steady approach of his footsteps grew louder. When will you relinquish this penchant for arboreal pursuits? His voice, deep and resonant, echoed from below. Qian Mi concealed herself amidst the dense foliage, clinging to the trunk like a koala, silent and still. Descend, Tang Yizhou coaxed, a hint of gentleness in his tone. The koala merely tightened its grip, remaining mute. Woman, shall I summon the guards? The menace in his voice was unmistakable. No. The koala finally spoke, her voice shrill with panic. You would not stoop so low as to unleash the guards upon me. I cannot possibly contend with so many. The prospect of the guards sent her into a frenzy. Is that your primary concern? He felt as though this woman would drive him to an early grave. Come down. I shall not seek retribution for your assault. Tang Yizhou was rapidly losing patience. His eyes grew dark with suppressed fury. The koala peeked out, assessing the devilish visage below, then retreated further into the leaves. Never. Your expression speaks of a desire to devour me whole. I am not so easily deceived. He fixed her with a steady gaze, then reached for his phone. What are you doing? She demanded, her voice high-pitched. Summoning reinforcements. No, I shall descend. She feared the arrival of the guards. The inevitable involvement of Zhao Qingya. Do not summon them. If your mother learns of this, I shall suffer the consequences. Her lamentations gave him pause. She had indeed endured much of late, yet she remained incorrigible. Descend, he repeated, then coughed, a chill wind having aggravated his lingering illness. Are you unwell? She cried, scrambling down the tree and rushing to his side, patting his back. Are you unharmed? If you persist in such vigorous ministrations, I shall be unwell regardless. She withdrew her hand sheepishly. Tang Yizhou's gaze fell upon her grimy feet. Her once pristine toes were marred with cuts and scrapes. His brow furrowed. Return to the house. He swept her into his arms, turning towards the villa. She gasped, struggling to free herself, but his teeth flashed in a warning. Dare to move again. I dare. The still garden, the silent night, were suddenly broken by a sharp smack. Why did you strike my posterior? She wailed, clutching her backside, her eyes blazing. Tang Yizhou ignored her, striding onward, the rebellious woman cradled in his arms. Brother? Tang Shuiwe had previously been coldly rebuffed by Zhao Qingya, leaving her somewhat displeased. After spending some time with friends, she returned home only to find her brother embracing that detestable woman, which filled her with discontent. Hadn't her brother vowed to no longer concern himself with that wretched woman? Witnessing the way that woman nestled shyly in her brother's arms made her furious. It's none of your business, Tang Yizhou replied coldly. Brother, why are you being so harsh upon your return? I was genuinely worried about your health. Yet you speak to your own sister in such a manner. Tang Shuiwe pretended to wipe away imaginary tears, not wishing to engage her further. The man carried the woman upstairs. How infuriating. Tang Shuiwe glared at their retreating figures, forcefully tossing her bag aside. What right does that wretched woman have? My brother had clearly lost interest in her. How could she ensnare him again upon his return from a business trip? Where? What is the matter? Zhao Qingya appeared before her at an unexpected moment. Mother, look at what my brother is doing. Zhao Qingya lifted her gaze, her eyes flickering briefly. Her lips tightly pursed. She had hoped that after that incident, her brother would no longer be kind to that loathsome woman. But it seemed that just a few days away had changed everything. Tang Shuiwe, in a fit of anger, tossed aside her high heels, which landed with a thud on the sofa. Her expression darkened as she exhaled sharply. Could it be that my brother truly intends to marry her? Contemplating her brother's earlier demeanor only fueled her ire. Not necessarily. Zhao Qingya adjusted her hair. It's merely an engagement. Nothing has been finalized yet. There is still room for maneuver, and besides, even if they do marry, divorce is always an option. What do you mean, mother? Tang Shuiwe leaned in, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Ningwei will be back soon. Tang Shuiwe's eyes brightened. You mean Sister Ningwei is returning? Indeed. Zhao Qingya replied with a hint of indifference, her eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, upstairs in the bathroom, Tang Yizhou commanded, sit still. He pressed down on her writhing form as he ordered, stop squirming. What do you intend to do? She gazed at him in confusion as he approached with a basin of water, fearing he might drown her. Wash your feet properly. He frowned at her filthy toes. Qian Mi looked down at her own unsightly blackened feet and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just wash them clean, he insisted, and as she attempted to rise, he suddenly lifted her off the ground, leaving her heart racing. Must you always pick me up without warning? It leaves me feeling so unsettled. Tang Yizhou placed her on the combination sofa in the bedroom before heading to his study. Sensing his departure, Qian Mi swiftly attempted to escape but was halted by his chilling command. Sit. Reluctantly, she returned to her seat on the sofa. He soon returned with a first aid kit in hand. Extend your foot, he ordered flatly. Qian Mi remained motionless. Are you deaf? He raised his gaze, casting a warning glance at her. Ignoring him, Qian Mi retreated to the sofa, clutching a pillow defensively, her expression a mix of confusion and wariness. What are you planning now? That question should be directed at you, he replied, raising an eyebrow. Why the sudden change in your demeanor? Are you plotting something against me? If you wish to punish me, do so directly without the theatrics. She was clearly unaware of the depth of his feelings for her, which had grown inexplicably strong. Tang Yizhou studied her intently. Her eyes sparkled with innocence, devoid of any ulterior motives. He had initially been captivated by those very eyes, so pure, so untainted. Bring your foot here, I want to ask again. He raised his voice with authority. Qian Mi, defiant, shrank deeper into the sofa. Without hesitation, he seized her foot, prompting her to yelp and kick out in protest. How dare you? He exclaimed, nearly struck again. Seeing the bruise around his eye, Qian Mi felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, I might have been a bit too rough earlier, but you brought it upon yourself. Just acknowledge your mistakes and extend your foot, he retorted, glaring at her. This time, she complied, revealing her delicate feet marred by minor cuts. He frowned, applying iodine, causing her to wince in pain. Now you understand pain. Perhaps you should refrain from behaving like a monkey. You're the monkey, and your whole family is a bunch of monkeys. As he attentively treated her wounds. Memories of their time at the villa on the island resurfaced, where he had similarly focused on her injuries, treating her with utmost care. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, startling Qian Mi, who instinctively pulled her foot back. Tang Yizhou shot her a disapproving look before opening the door. Lin Sa stood outside, holding 2 warm eggs and a towel. Young master, your eye looks bruised. You should apply these. They work wonders. He accepted the items with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Sa. Don't mention it. By the way, how did you get hurt? She inquired, her tone light. Sitting on the sofa, Qian Mi shrank back at the mention of his injury. Someone was being mischievous, he replied with a hint of amusement, casting a sidelong glance at the guilty-looking woman. Lin Sa, understanding the situation, chuckled softly before departing. Remember to apply the compress. I won't disturb you two any longer. Qian Mi buried her face in her hands, lamenting silently. Though she hadn't seen Lin Sa's expression, the tone of her voice suggested mischief. As Tang Yizhou approached, Qian Mi's phone began to ring on the table. He picked it up. Give it back, she protested, hopping over to snatch it from his hands. Why the urgency? He observed her with mild amusement. Who is anxious? You should respect others' belongings and not rummage through them. This phone had been a gift from Qi Jinyun, and she had intended to retrieve an old message from her previous card, but every attempt to restore it had failed. The more obstacles she encountered, the more she felt ensnared in a cunning trap. Who could be behind such a scheme? Are you going to answer the call or not? The man set the towel aside and glanced at the caller ID. With a cold snort, he recognized it was Meng Xian, wondering what that rascal wanted at such a late hour. Qian Mi snapped back to reality and answered the phone. Meng Xian's boisterous voice came through. Sister-in-law. I found the owner of that bag, Shen Yinjuan. To her surprise, Meng Xian had located the rightful owner in just a few days. She thought, despite his carefree demeanor. He proved to be quite dependable when it mattered. Thank you, Meng Xian. You're welcome, sister-in-law. I'd go through fire and water for you. If you wanted the stars from the sky, I'd fetch them for you. But it's a coincidence. I ran into her by chance. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Since you're returning the bag, it would be perfect to meet Shen Yinjuan. Let us have a gathering. Just as Qian Mi was absorbed in listening, her phone was snatched away, leaving her empty-handed as it landed in Tang Yizhou's grasp. His voice was as frigid as the Arctic. You're inviting my fiancé out right under my nose. Meng Xian gulped audibly on the other end. Tang, when did you return from your trip? What, do I need to report my schedule to you? Not at all, Tang, you misunderstood. I just wanted to introduce a few friends to sister-in-law. Since she is returning the bag and you're back, it's perfect for everyone to meet. The man let out a cold laugh. Then I suppose I should thank you. Meng Xian felt a chill run down his spine. All right then, Tang. Tomorrow at 6 in the evening at the Ijue Hotel. Let us not miss each other. He hastily hung up, fearful of any further words from Tang. Hey, why did you snatch my phone? Is that polite? Qian Mi had reached out to reclaim it, but with Tang's tall stature, she was powerless against him. Tomorrow at 6 at the Ijue Hotel, your little brother Meng Xian said so. We won't miss each other. Tang flashed a bright smile, though it was laced with mockery. Qian Mi asked cautiously, so you're going too? Tang Yizhou casually strode towards the bathroom. What? Am I not allowed to go? Qian Mi retorted. It's just a bag. Why make such a fuss? These wealthy folks really have nothing better to do. Yet, she genuinely wanted to meet Shen Yanjuan. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity, she scratched her head, lamenting her poor memory that had remained unchanged for a decade. Tang Yizhou returned. His dark eyes fixed on her. Go take a shower and get ready for bed. I have to go to the office tomorrow and will return to pick you up around evening. Why go through the trouble? I'm not a child needing to be picked up. I can just go on my own. She wondered why he even agreed to this gathering with Meng Xian, especially since he didn't seem to favor her much. It was truly perplexing. Seeing her refusal, Tang's expression darkened. Suit yourself. But I'll send a driver to take you to the hotel. You better wait for me at the entrance. Otherwise, what? Qian Mi challenged, raising her chin defiantly. What could he possibly do? Go take a shower. The man scrutinized her from head to toe. You smell. Qian Mi bristled, despite her carefree nature. She was still a girl. What girl enjoys being called smelly? She stomped on his foot in retaliation, huffing as she turned on her heel and stormed to the bathroom, slamming the door behind her in a fit of anger. Watching her proud little figure, Tang shook his head with a chuckle, but his smile quickly vanished. I having acquiesced. He saw no reason to continue tormenting her or himself. Even if she was unfeeling, he would persist until she developed affections for him. Placing the documents on the nightstand, Tang Yizhou enfolded her in his embrace, gently pressed his lips to her forehead, then extinguished the light and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, when Qian Mi gradually awoke, she stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before abruptly turning her gaze to her side. However, the space beside her was already empty. Had Tang Yizhou already departed? Glancing at the alarm clock on the nightstand, she noted it was already 10 o'clock. Usually at this hour, the ever-punctual domestic help would be knocking at her door. Yet today, the room remained quiet, without a single knock. Qian Mi scratched her head, finding it somewhat peculiar. Intending to step out of bed barefoot, she noticed a pair of fluffy slippers already placed on the floor. Her eyes paused momentarily before she slipped them on. A faint sense of joy began to spread within her. Could these slippers have been prepared by Tang Yizhou for her? Moreover, there was no frantic knocking from the domestic help today. Had he instructed them not to disturb her sleep? The thought of this possibility made her heart flutter with inexplicable delight. After a quick wash and change in the bathroom, she prepared to head downstairs for breakfast. The outside was equally tranquil. Passing through the living room, she no longer heard Tang Shuyue's sarcastic remarks or Zhao Qingyao's fault-finding. She wondered, scratching her head. What's going on today? Everything feels different. Madam, you're awake? Lin Sa's plump figure emerged from the kitchen, greeting her with a beaming smile. Come and have breakfast. Good morning. Lin Sa, Qian Mi responded with a radiant smile. Lin Sa was the only person in this household she truly trusted and liked. Good morning, madam. Although it's a bit late, please have breakfast quickly, lest you get hungry. Okay. Qian Mi pulled out a chair, sat down, and started with a cup of soy milk. By the way, Lin Sa, where has everyone gone? Why is the house so quiet? And where is Tang Yizhou? The young master went to the company early this morning. He specifically instructed us not to disturb your sleep, to let you wake up naturally, and to prepare breakfast and wait for you. It really was Tang Yizhou. Taking a bite of the tender fried egg, Qian Mi cupped her flushed face and secretly smiled. Lin Sa, being a seasoned woman, noticed the young bride's demeanor and couldn't help but ask, Madam, were you tired last night? Make sure to rest well today. The madam and miss also went out today. What do you mean, tired last night? Qian Mi suddenly looked up to explain. Lin Sa, what are you saying? Cough, cough. She choked because she spoke too hastily and almost died. Madam, slow down, have some water. Lin Sa was so anxious that her fleshy face was squeezed into a ball. It was all her fault for saying nonsense. After taking a sip of water, Qian Mi finally regained her composure, but her small face was flushed, unsure whether it was from coughing or embarrassment. I'm sorry, madam. I shouldn't have been so meddlesome. Look at my mouth. I should slap it. With that, she reached out to slap herself. Lin Sa, don't. She quickly pulled her hand down. I accidentally choked. By the way, where did the madam and Miss Tang go? To prevent her from blaming herself, she changed the subject. I think I heard the madam say she was going to see a friend. What friend? I'm not too sure about that. Lin Sa shook her head. Never mind, she thought, dismissing it as a casual question. After finishing breakfast, she strolled around the garden. But feeling incredibly bored, she returned to her room to watch television. By the time lunch was over, Qian Mi's bones were itching. She was never one to sit idle. Thinking that Tang Yizhou was at the company and the mother and daughter were not at home, and since the gathering was in the evening, She felt it was a perfect opportunity to sneak out. In the past few days, she had been suppressed by Madame Tang and that little girl, and she had no chance to go out during the day. She could only try to sneak out by climbing over the wall at night, but she had overlooked that since she had run away last time, the Tang family had tightened security. So, for her to go out was as difficult as ascending to heaven. After changing her clothes, Qian Mi greeted Lin Saw and ran out the door, not giving her a chance to object. "Oh, madam, where are you going?" "Let the driver take you. The young master instructed that you shouldn't go out today." Unfortunately, Lin Saw's words of advice were scattered by the wind. The woman ran faster than a rabbit. Since it was daytime, the bodyguards did not stop her from going out, following the door number she had remembered last time. Qian Mi arrived at the entrance of the person's home. However, the more she walked up, the more she felt something was wrong. This area was very dilapidated, like a broken old man. The outer walls were mottled and unsightly from wind and rain, and were covered with various advertisements. Last time, she had left in a hurry and hadn't paid much attention. Had that man always lived in such a place? Reaching the floor where he lived, Qian Mi paused, her eyes widening slightly. The previously clean door had been splashed with unsightly paint. The dark red paint had dried, leaving behind menacing marks that were very glaring. "What's going on?" She knocked on the door, but there was no sound of footsteps, only the sound of barking. Could he not be home? She tentatively knocked on the door again, but there was only a low growl, like thunder. After waiting for several minutes, her hand was sore from knocking. But no one came to open the door. Forget it, he might not be home. But she was unwilling to wait here, and feeling frustrated. She directly slapped the door, and the door opened from the inside. "Qian Mi. No way, the door wasn't locked?" She suspiciously pushed the door open a little wider, expecting to see the ice-cold man with a cold expression, but there was no one, only a huffing and puffing Dian. Dian rushed towards her when it saw her, whimpering and whining, as if wanting her to do something. She pushed the door open and walked in, taking a breath of cold air. The room was like a tornado had swept through it, a mess, with tables and chairs overturned on the floor. She stared at the dried bloodstain on the floor. Her heart skipped a beat. "Dian, what happened? Whose blood is this? Could it be his?" After asking, she felt stupid again. How could Dian possibly answer her? Dian lowered its head and whimpered, its voice very heavy, and bumped its head against her waist, then ran out without looking back. "Dian," Qian Mi called out and followed closely behind. Dian seemed to have a purpose, wanting to take her somewhere. It ran a few steps and always looked back, as if to make sure the person behind it was following. This Dian is really smart. Maybe it can lead me to find that man. What had happened to him? Why was paint splashed on the door? And the inside looked like there had been a fight, and that blood. She didn't know how long she had been running. Running until her legs were weak and powerless, when Dian suddenly stopped. It looked back at her, then whined at her a few times, and pawed at the ground, as if signaling her to look ahead. Qian Mi supported her knees and raised her head to catch her breath, only to realize that Dian had led her to an abandoned processing plant, and it seemed to be a chili processing plant, with many discarded materials and iron barrels placed next to it. Could that man be inside? Holding her breath and tiptoeing to the door, she peeked in. And at this sight, she immediately gasped. Qian Mi forced a smile, one that was more pitiful than crying. "This sweet potato is encrusted with diamonds. No. I must return and clarify matters with the old man." The thought of such an astronomical sum sent chills coursing down her spine, and she swiftly turned to dash towards the sweet potato stall. Upon her return, Tang Yizhou seized her wrist. "It's merely a watch, nothing of great consequence. However, your erratic behavior might deeply sadden the elderly vendor." Qian Mi was utterly bewildered. "Tang Yizhou, don't jest. My eating one sweet potato would cause you to lose a luxury timepiece. How could I possibly compensate you?" The crux of the matter was that his wealth and extravagant spending were his own affair. As a pauper, where could she possibly procure such an exorbitant sum to repay this extraordinarily affluent gentleman? Tang Yizhou drew her into his embrace, leaning in closer. "Offering myself in exchange would suffice." Qian Mi's cheeks flushed crimson as she forcefully pushed him away, only to inadvertently send the baked sweet potato crashing onto a certain gentleman's suit. Qian Mi thought to herself, "Let me perish." Tang Yizhou glanced down at his now marred suit, a hint of mockery flickering in his dark eyes. "Now, even offering yourself may not suffice." In a frenzy, Qian Mi lamented the loss of a valuable watch, ultimately deprived of the fragrant baked sweet potato. The burden of an inexplicable debt weighed heavily on her, leaving her in a state of distress. Once in the car, she succumbed to a pervasive gloom, her aura so dense that even Tang Yizhou could sense the palpable air of resentment emanating from her. She took a deep breath, scrutinizing the scene before her. and her eyes flickered with recognition. The resemblance was uncanny. It was almost certain. It appeared she had not mistaken the identity. "Miss, is that your boyfriend? You both seem quite young. Did you get into a fight?" The driver inquired. This area, a small part of the old city, was notorious for its lack of management, making it a haven for thugs and ruffians. Even during the day, brawls and other disturbances were commonplace, and the locals had become desensitized to it. The driver, who frequently navigated this neighborhood, did not recognize the two faces before him. "No, he is my brother," Qian Mi replied, her gaze shifting. "Oh, your brother. Thank you, sir. Please hurry. He seems to be in distress." "Understood. Emergencies are paramount. I'll take a shortcut." The middle-aged driver wasted no time, maneuvering the vehicle through the winding alleys until they arrived at a large hospital. After Qian Mi settled the fare, she expressed her gratitude profusely. "No need for thanks. Everyone faces hardships. Go on in," he replied. "Thank you, driver." Qian Mi supported Ji Feng as they entered the hospital. His injuries were primarily superficial, yet there were signs of a fracture in his left hand, necessitating hospitalization for a cast. After the doctor cleaned and dressed his wounds, he instructed Qian Mi to handle the admission paperwork. I need a name for the admission, but I don't know what to call him yet." "Perhaps I'll wait until he wakes up," Qian Mi said, scratching her head in embarrassment. The doctor gave her a bemused look. "As you wish." Once the doctor and nurses had finished their tasks and departed, Qian Mi dragged a chair over and sat down across from him, letting out a heavy sigh. When the doctor had removed his shirt to treat his wounds, she was struck by the sight of his well-defined chest marred by numerous scars. What kind of perilous life had he led? Ji Feng, displaying remarkable resilience, gradually regained consciousness, blinking in confusion as he realized he was in an unfamiliar place. "Where am I?" he asked. "You're in a hospital. You finally awakened." "Thank goodness. Is there anywhere else that hurts?" "Oh, right. Your left hand is fractured, so please refrain from moving it." Ji Feng turned to look at Qian Mi, his previously icy demeanor softening slightly. "Thank you. You saved my life. But my life is of little value. No one would mourn my passing." He offered a self-deprecating smile, contemplating that if he were to die, he would likely be buried in a nameless grave. "Don't be ridiculous. Your life is invaluable. If heaven has allowed us to exist in this world, there must be a reason. Surely, someone must care about you," Qian Mi chastised him. He regarded her with confusion. "What do you mean? No one cares about me." "What I mean is that you need not be so pessimistic about life," she replied, her gaze steady. "Need not be pessimistic?" Ji Feng lowered his eyes, a bitter smile forming. Since his earliest memories, he had lived a life of hardship, enduring hunger and homelessness, escaping from an orphanage only to be taken in by Zhao Ge after a series of trials. Since then, his existence had been fraught with danger, with no day passing in peace. As Qian Mi noticed the sorrow welling up in his eyes, she swiftly shifted the conversation. "You know, besides thanking me, you should also express gratitude to your dog, Lightning." "Lightning?" Ji Feng murmured. "Yes, without it, I wouldn't have found you. I've never encountered a dog so intelligent." She exclaimed. "I need to take care of the admission paperwork first, but what is your name?" She shook the admission form in her hand. "Ji Feng, Ji as in season, and Feng as in wind." Qian Mi lowered her gaze. "I see. Rest easy. I'll handle the paperwork." After completing the admission process, Qian Mi glanced at the clock on the wall and gasped. How is it already 5 o'clock? Tang Yizhou had mentioned sending a driver to take her to that hotel around 5. She reached into her pocket but couldn't find her phone after searching frantically. It had been there before she left. It must have fallen during the commotion. Panicking, she grabbed a nearby nurse. "Could I borrow your phone for a quick call?" "Sure." The nurse replied, pointing to a phone on the side. "You can use that one." Relieved, Qian Mi picked up the phone, but her expression faltered. What was Tang Yizhou's number? What is the Tang family's number? She felt utterly defeated. "Are you going to call or not?" the nurse asked impatiently. "Forget it," Qian Mi said, on the verge of tears. She knew it was impossible to leave Ji Feng alone in the hospital, at the very least. She had to wait until his 4 was finished. But what about the gathering with Tang Yizhou? What was she to do? Frustration boiled within her. Meanwhile, at the Tang household, a tense atmosphere loomed. Tang Yizhou sat coldly on the sofa, hands clasped, flanked by several bodyguards and servants, including Lin Sa. He glared at the trembling bodyguard. "Tell me, where has she gone?" Having wrapped up his work early, he intended to return home and go out with her, only to find out that the young lady was missing. Missing? Very well. I first thought she might have returned to the Qi family, but Qi Ming assured me she hadn't. If she hadn't returned home, where else could she be? Had she run away? The bodyguard, terrified by his icy tone, stammered, I'm sorry, young master, I don't know. Tang Yizhou stood up, his expression darkening. She slipped away right under your nose. And you didn't even inquire where she was going. If you're so inept, what use do I have for you? I'm sorry, young master. I thought she was just stepping out for a moment and would return shortly. Lin saw, seeing the situation, stepped forward to reason with him. Young master, please don't be angry. Blame me instead. It was my failure to stop her from leaving. Tang Yizhou took a deep breath, rubbing his temples. Did she mention where she was going? No, she didn't. Lin Saw admitted, her head hanging low, as the young lady had left too quickly for her to ask. Immediately dispatch people to find her. Gather a larger team. We must locate her. Yes, yes. The chastised bodyguard scrambled to his feet, eager to comply. Tang Yizhou leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes, trying to suppress the swirling anger and complex emotions within him. Would she dare to run away? Would she? Could she truly abandon the dangers facing the chief family? Meanwhile, in the hospital, Qian Mi remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing as she consoled herself while carrying dinner from a nearby eatery towards Ji Feng's ward. Missing a somewhat insignificant gathering shouldn't cause too much trouble, especially now that she had identified the owner of the bag. Nothing was more important than life itself. She would have to apologize later to the girl named Xin Yanjuan. Upon entering the ward, she was greeted by a throng of nurses crowded around Ji Feng, blocking the way entirely. Qian Mi rolled her eyes in exasperation at the ceiling. These nurses were relentless. She understood Ji Feng was indeed handsome, and his cool demeanor likely captivated them, but was this really the right way to treat a patient? Excuse me, make way, Qian Mi declared, shooing away the eager nurses with a stern expression. Who are you? One of the nurses stumbled back from her, visibly displeased. I'm his sister. My brother needs to rest now. The implication was clear. They should leave promptly and cease their incessant chatter. Upon hearing she was a family member, their expressions softened, yet, due to her demeanor, they reluctantly departed one by one. Once the ward finally fell silent, Qian Mi exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering in reproach. Why must you be so handsome? It only brings trouble. Ji Feng, with keen ears, caught her words. How I look is beyond my control. Qian Mi paused in her task of serving dinner, responding with a simple, oh, you have a broken left arm. Can you still eat? I am not left-handed. Why should I be unable to? Ji Feng gazed at her in confusion. I injured my left arm. Typically, I use my left hand to eat. A deep, masculine voice echoed in her mind, causing her to hesitate as she scratched her head. I must have remembered incorrectly. Ji Feng glanced at her, remaining silent. She pushed the small table for meals closer, arranging the food before him. Go on, eat. Ji Feng picked up his chopsticks, but suddenly set them down. His striking face turned toward her, fixed in a steady gaze. Hey, I told you to eat. Why are you just staring at me? Qian Mi, feeling uneasy under his gaze, asked with irritation. Why are you being so inexplicably kind to me? Qian Mi was taken aback, realizing there was some truth to it. Perhaps she had been a bit too attentive. Ahem, well, you did save me once. I believe in repaying kindness. Is that all? He remained skeptical, sensing she concealed some secrets. What else should there be? Qian Mi shot him a disdainful look. You're injured. Stop talking so much and eat. Ji Feng ceased his inquiries and began to eat slowly. In the Tang family, the young master had located his young mistress. Tang Yizhou opened his eyes, asking, where? At the hospital, the bodyguard replied, glancing nervously at him. Should we bring her back? The man's expression darkened. Why would she be at the hospital? No need. Tang Yizhou said, pulling on a coat, his eyes ablaze with determination. I will go retrieve her myself. As he drove to the city hospital, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered impatiently. What is it? Tang, what do you mean what? Look at the time. Didn't we agree on 6 o'clock? Is it acceptable to be this late? Meng Xian exclaimed on the other end, his voice filled with urgency. The gathering is cancelled, Tang Yizhou coldly stated, severing the conversation. Meng Xian, taken aback by the abrupt disconnection, cursed under his breath. He then turned to the couple seated on the sofa, wearing a disgruntled expression. Tang said he couldn't and oppose. Make it. The man on the sofa, tall and elegant, bore an expression devoid of warmth, his lips curved in a cold arc. However, a subtle joy glimmered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, he stood up, extending his long fingers towards the woman beside him. Since they are not coming, let us leave as well. The girl in the white dress shyly glanced at the man, her delicate fingers twisting nervously, yet she did not place her hand in his. Hey, Dan, you aren't leaving too, are you? Don't do this to me. Meng Xian lamented. Still not leaving? Dan Zhiruan ignored Meng Xian's protests, stubbornly extending his hand. Miss Xin, will you be returning as well? Meng Xian turned to her, feeling wronged. You all have no conscience. It was so hard to organize this gathering. And now everyone has other commitments. Xin Yinjuan lowered her head shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. It's all right. I'm not in a rush. And I don't have anything valuable in my bag. I only came today to sincerely thank Miss Qi. What a lovely voice Xin possesses. It is soothing and refreshing. Meng Xian suddenly found himself entranced. Upon noticing Meng Xian's expression, Dan Zhiruan's brow furrowed, and his demeanor turned icy. No longer acting the gentleman. He abruptly pulled the woman from the sofa, saying nothing as he left. Meng Xian shouted after them, Hey, where are you going? Don't leave me here alone. He cried out for a while, receiving no response. Defeated, he sank onto the sofa, raising a glass of red wine to his lips and grinding his teeth. That Dan is such a jerk. He got to her before I did. When did he even meet this goddess? Moreover, Dan was as aloof as a monk. Never seen with a woman, nor had he ever approached one willingly. The world was changing too rapidly. He needed to compose himself. At the city hospital, Ji Feng asked, Aren't you going home? Pointing at the clock on the wall. It's getting late. Doesn't your family worry about you? Her family? She had only one master. The image of Tang Yizhou's smiling face flashed through her mind, and she shook her head, trying to focus. Oh, it's fine. It's not that late. I'm an adult. Why should I cause anyone concern? She waved her hand dismissively. Ji Feng lowered his gaze, falling silent. He was unsure what to say. Having seen this woman twice, he felt her actions were driven by more than mere gratitude. Is that so? It's not too late, as an adult. You certainly shouldn't burden your family. A teasing male voice echoed from the doorway. Both Qian Mi and Ji Feng turned to see Tang Yizhou standing there. His presence imposing. Qian Mi felt her heart race. She sensed impending trouble. In moments of irrationality, people often act without thought, without hesitation. She leaped from her chair and dashed towards the window. This was the 8th floor. Was she trying to become Spider-Man? Enough was enough. Tang Yizhou took several strides forward, reaching out to grab her collar and pull her back. No matter how much she struggled, she could not escape his grasp, ultimately surrendering. Ji Feng watched, bewildered. Who are you? He inquired. Tang Yizhou held Qian Mi firmly, then raised his gaze to the man in bed. Despite his disheveled state, Ji Feng's handsome features were undeniable, igniting a fire of jealousy within him. Who am I? It seems you lack the right to know, he replied, his tone dripping with condescension. Ji Feng's eyes darkened, a flicker of hostility surfacing. I have no desire to know. Then it is best you come with me, Tang Yizhou warned, lowering his voice. Should you continue to disobey? You will learn the consequences. Tang Yizhou, you. Before she could finish her sentence, he swept her up in his arms and strode out of the ward, casting a fierce glare at Ji Feng before departing. Put me down, put me down. Qian Mi struggled, attempting to break free. Silence, he snapped, his expression dark and forbidding. Tang Yizhou, I beg you, just let me down. She switched tactics, attempting to appeal to his softer side. It was futile. He merely shot her a cold glance, his hold unyielding as he made his way to the elevator. Descending directly to the basement parking lot, Tang Yizhou approached his car and, with a sudden release of his hands, pressed the obstinate woman against the vehicle. His tall and imposing figure loomed over her, while Qian Mi leaned against the car, her breath becoming shallow. What are you doing? She stammered, her eyes wide with shock. What am I doing? The man smirked, a predatory gleam in his eyes. That is precisely the question I should be asking you. Me? Qian Mi's mind momentarily faltered. Who is that man? Ji Feng, she answered honestly. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened further. I'm not inquiring about his name, he retorted. Was she truly naive, or merely pretending? If not his name, then what is it I should ask? Who is he to you? You abandoned me today to have a clandestine meeting with him? His eyes blazed with intensity as he interrogated her. All Qian Mi could focus on were the words clandestine meeting. You are the one having a clandestine meeting. Your entire family is, she retorted, angrily thumping her fist against his chest. Who is meeting in secret? Clean up your language. Then what else could it be? He pressed her against the car, his fist lightly thudding against her, his gaze now sharper. If it's not a secret meeting, then pray tell, what is it? Tang Yizhou grasped her chin, lifting her gaze. If it's not, then why were you so attentive to him, laughing and chatting? It appeared he believed she was out meeting a secret lover. Enough, she exclaimed. If I say it's not, then it's not. I can't explain this to you. She attempted to rise. What can't you explain? You must clarify it here before you leave. With a sudden thud, she was once again pinned against the imposing vehicle. Tang Yizhou, you're hurting me, she protested, her back colliding painfully with the car, tears welling in her eyes. His gaze flickered, a hint of reluctance surfacing, But in the next moment, he hardened his resolve. Speak, or I shall ensure he sleeps on the streets tonight. You. Qian Mi glared up at him, wishing she could bite him. She knew he would follow through with his threat if she remained silent. Lowering her eyes, she subdued her tumultuous emotions, and, when she raised her gaze again, her eyes were clear. He is someone I met at the martial arts school when I was younger. A senior of mine. Today, seeing him wounded, I helped him out of camaraderie. Tang Yizhou, noticing her righteous demeanor, softened slightly. Is that truly the case? Otherwise, what would I do? Would I let someone suffer? That is not my character. She thought for a moment before adding. And am I the kind of person to sneak around? I wouldn't demean myself like that. Tang Yizhou scrutinized her for a moment, then unexpectedly released her. His expression less grim than before. I shall give you the benefit of the doubt this once. Really? Qian Mi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hadn't expected him to believe her so easily. That was not his usual demeanor. Of course. He turned toward the driver's seat, keys in hand. Since he is your fellow martial artist, he is also my guest. I shall arrange for him to be transferred to a private hospital under the Tang Corporation tomorrow. Hey. Tang Yizhou, are you joking? Do you have an objection? Seeing the threat in his eyes, Qian Mi's stubbornness wilted. Do as you wish. Had she inadvertently entangled Jifeng in this? As the car halted at the entrance of the Tang family villa, Aunt Lin approached with her ample figure. Upon spotting the bloodstains on Qian Mi's clothing, she gasped. Madam, you're hurt. What happened? Where are you injured? Is it serious? Aunt Lin, Qian Mi interrupted. This is not my blood. I am not hurt at all. Oh dear, madam, don't just run out like that in the future. She leaned in closer, whispering, the eldest master was quite angry today. Huh, angry enough to toss me around like a sack of potatoes? That stubborn man was truly petty. After a long day, you should hurry and wash up. I've prepared some chicken soup for you, and I'll bring it up shortly. Tang Yizhou stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Aunt Lin, that won't be necessary. We need to rest early. He emphasized the words rest early. Aunt Lin immediately covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I understand. I'll save it for tomorrow. Ever since that incident with Tang Yizhou, she had gained some insight into such matters. Seeing Aunt Lin's knowing expression nearly made Qian Mi choke. Would they ever be able to converse joyfully again? Once back in the room, Qian Mi bounced away like a rabbit. I'm going to shower. The man regarded her disheveled appearance, his brow furrowing. Just wash. With that, he slammed the bathroom door shut, the sound echoing. As he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly paused, glancing at the neatly arranged towels on the sofa, a mysterious smile creeping onto his lips. After a refreshing shower, Qian Mi felt rejuvenated. As she reached for a towel, she froze. Where was it? The rack was utterly bare. Why was there no towel? They usually had two types, one for men and one for women. Oh no, without a towel. How am I supposed to go out? If she were alone, it would be one thing, but now there was a wolf lurking outside. She certainly couldn't venture out in her birthday suit. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. What are you doing in there? Have you been washing for so long? None of your business. Qian Mi crossed her arms, retreating behind the curtain. Is it a crime to wash longer? The man replied nonchalantly, but I haven't heard any water running. Are you sure you're still showering? Or perhaps you're looking for something? Looking for something? Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at the door, her lips trembling. Tang Yizhou, how despicable. You actually hid the towel. How shameless can you be? Bring it here. His finger paused, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. This girl assumed he had deliberately concealed the towel. Well then, since she believed he had hidden it, he might as well play along. Finish up quickly. I need to wash too, he said lazily. But how can I come out now? You need to pass me the towel. All right. Tang Yizhou strode to the sofa, picking up the towel. Heiress the towel. Open the door. It won't jump in by itself. After a moment of silence, a rustling sound followed, and then the bathroom door opened a crack. A delicate white hand emerged. Hand me the towel, please. Thank you. Tang Yizhou chuckled, amused. What was she doing? Playing it safe? Thinking this. He pushed the bathroom door open, catching the unprepared woman off guard, causing her to stumble back several steps. Ah, you scoundrel. Qian Mi hadn't anticipated such a tactic and hurriedly squatted down, wrapping her arms around herself, though her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at the towering man. Initially intending to tease her, he now found himself entranced by her delicate skin. Swallowing hard, he wrapped the towel around her. Why are you still crouching? Do you wish to continue showering with me? Who would want to shower with you? Qian Mi twisted the towel in her hands, fiercely stepping on him without mercy before huffily striding away. Surprisingly, instead of feeling angered by the unwarranted assault, The man merely lifted the corners of his lips in a faint smile. You scoundrel, you cad, you rogue. Qian Mi muttered under her breath as she changed her clothes, berating him. Is it amusing to bully me like this? One moment it's sunny. The next it's raining. How entertaining can it be? He claimed that his grandfather had a dual personality, but it was she truly saw that way. One moment he spoke to her sweetly, his smile gentle, and the next he turned feral, as if he wished to tear her apart. His temperament was more unpredictable than the weather, his mood shifting faster than the turning of a page. What a lunatic! What are you muttering about? A tall figure, enveloped in a cool mist, approached her from behind. The refreshing scent enveloped her senses. Qian Mi gasped and instinctively elbowed him. Tang Yizhou, caught off guard, bent over with a hiss. You woman, he gasped, gritting his teeth as he glared at her. Feigning innocence, Qian Mi replied. I didn't do it on purpose. Who told you to suddenly appear behind me? It was merely instinctive self-defense. Tang Yizhou was left speechless by her sharp tongue. Then abruptly, she turned her head, her eyes reddened. Aren't you the one who wants to torment me? Don't you think I'm the one who revealed your grandfather's secret? Why do you alternate between kindness and coldness toward me? They say a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, but I believe you are the one who is truly inscrutable. Seeing her eyes glimmer with unshed tears, Tang Yizhou fell into a rare silence. He opened his mouth to speak, but found no words. He intended to turn a blind eye to her, even to torment her. Which was indeed the initial purpose of their engagement, to punish her for her heartlessness, for her machinations against him and the Tang family. Yet, he found that he could not harden his heart, in tormenting her. He was the one who felt the ache. This sense of helpless defeat was not hers alone. He too bore it. What sort of enchantment did this woman possess that made his demeanor so uncharacteristic? From now on, as long as you behave, I shall not harm you. The man spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. Was she not obedient enough? Had she not endured torment from his mother and sister? When had she become so submissive, allowing herself to be scolded without retort? If her master knew of her mistreatment, he would surely be enraged. Yet, she swallowed her pride. Not only for the sake of the chief family, but also for a deeper, unnameable thought that seemed inescapable. Lowering her head in silence, an air of melancholy surrounded her, palpable to anyone nearby. Acknowledging that she had endured much during his business trip, he gently ruffled her hair. Rest assured, my mother and Tang Shuiwei will no longer unjustly punish you. Qian Mi suddenly lifted her head, astonished. You know? What in the Tang family is hidden from me? Humph. Qian Mi snorted dismissively. Isn't it just what you wanted, to see me punished? Indeed, it pleases me. Yet I cannot find joy in it. Thus, I expect your compliance, he replied, his gaze fixed upon the crown of her head. Qian Mi met his gaze, her eyes locking with his, a pair of beautiful eyes now devoid of previous rage, transformed into a gentle warmth, like a soft breeze. She lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. I must admit, I too was at fault today. I left you both hanging. However, the situation was urgent, and I lost my phone, leaving me unable to inform you. Tang Yizhou's lips suddenly curved into a faint smile. Oh, did your brain get filled with straw? Not thinking to borrow someone else's phone to call me? Embarrassed, Qian Mi averted her eyes. I didn't remember your number. With a gleam of white teeth, he replied. So after all this time, you still haven't memorized my number? His tone was chilling, and even Qian Mi, no fool, could sense the underlying threat. What? She retreated a step, finding his smile unsettling. Go ahead. Tang Yizhou spoke softly. Go where? She asked, utterly confused. Tang Yiz, who calmly recited a series of numbers, his expression growing serious. Go to the study and copy the numbers I just gave you 100 times. Tang Yiz who? Qian Mi exploded. Are you crazy? Why should I do that? My phone number. If your memory is so poor, I don't mind helping you remember it. With a heavy heart, she trudged to the study, the humiliation weighing her down. There was no choice. This man was insufferable, using his authority to threaten her. She endured it. After copying the numbers 100 times, she realized that unless she suffered amnesia, she would never forget it again. Done? So soon? As she entered the bedroom, Tang Yizhou lay on the bed reading, a smirk playing on his lips at her words. Finished. Are you going to check it now? She shot him a glare. Since you insist, bring it here. You. Qian Mi gritted her teeth in frustration. He regarded her, amusement dancing in his eyes. Recite the numbers back to me. With a grimace, Qian Mi recited the numbers, then indignantly kicked the covers aside. I'm going to sleep. Watching the woman beside him. Seemingly unbothered, Tang Yizhou's eyes flickered. Why are you so obedient today? Afraid I might. My period came. Qian Mi interrupted without hesitation. Tang Yizhou's expression darkened. The warm light illuminated the handsome man's darkening face. The next day, it was the weekend. Tang Yizhou rarely indulged in a lazy morning, but his biological clock woke him by 9. Meanwhile, the woman beside him lay like a limp noodle, nestled comfortably in the covers. "Get up," he called, his voice low and inviting. Had it been anyone else, the rich timbre of his voice would coax them awake blissfully. However, Qian Mi was no ordinary person. "Ugh. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep," she murmured, cocooning herself in the blanket. "I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, you can deal with the consequences," he threatened. 1, 2, 3. "All right, I'm up." She suddenly threw off the covers, her face displaying her morning irritation. "You could have just gotten up yourself. Why drag me along? If I get up, you must get up too," he replied nonchalantly. "You jerk, you're such a chauvinist," Qian Mi protested, shaking her fist at his back. By the time they finished washing up and descended to the dining area, Zhao Qinya and Tang Shui were already seated. "Brother, good morning," Tang Shui greeted him sweetly. "Son, come eat breakfast," Zhao Qinya called, completely ignoring the woman beside him, her tone filled with maternal affection. Tang Yizhou pulled out a chair for Qian Mi before wishing his mother good morning. Seeing her son's considerate behavior toward Qian Mi, Zhao Qinya's gaze flickered slightly. Tang Shui, more direct, shot Qian Mi a look before sarcastically commenting, "Sister-in-law is truly fortunate. Brother even pulls out a chair for you personally." Qian Mi bit into her sandwich, momentarily pausing at the remark. Tang Yiz, who sipped his coffee and shot a warning glance at his sister. All right, let us eat breakfast," Zhao Qinya interjected. Tang Yizhou smirked slightly. "Mom, next weekend is your birthday. I've already arranged for it." Zhao Qinya nodded. "Then it's hard on you, just as it has been in the past. My birthday, after all, signifies another year added to my age, which makes it somewhat unexciting. However, this year..." She abruptly paused. "But what?" Tang Yizhou inquired. "Nothing." Qian Mi hesitated. Next week was her mother's birthday, and she pondered whether she should prepare some gifts. Alas, she was short on funds and would likely have to borrow from Elder Qi again. Moreover, her phone had just broken yesterday. "Ah, it's your mother's birthday. Sister-in-law, do you have any gifts prepared for her?" Tang Shui deliberately asked. "I will prepare her gift," Tang Yizhou remarked, glancing at the petite woman who was quietly munching on her bread. Tang Shui was nearly infuriated enough to drop her cup. Zhao Qinya's eyes flickered, as if she had something to say but hesitated. Tang Yiz, who, perceptive as ever, chuckled. "Mom, please speak your mind. Ningwei has returned from abroad. She knows it's my birthday and will attend my birthday banquet next week." Upon hearing the name Ningwei, the man's fingers momentarily paused, causing the coffee in his cup to quiver slightly. Qian Mi noticed this subtle reaction. Ningwei was the beautiful woman in the group photo, wasn't she? How had Tang Shui introduced her? Ah, yes, she had mentioned that Ningwei had grown up alongside Tang Yi, and they had even studied abroad together. Furthermore, they had spent some time together. What did spending some time together truly imply? Seeing the stiff expression on Qian Mi's face, Tang Shui raised her eyebrows triumphantly. But the next moment, she caught sight of her brother's icy warning gaze, and her bravado diminished. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became tense. Qian Mi lowered her head, chewing in silence, as if she were in a world apart from theirs. "Well, Yizhou, what do you think?" Zhao Qinya inquired softly. Tang Yizhou set down his cup, his expression returning to normal. "Mom, you may decide on this matter." Hearing his nonchalant response, Tang Shui protested. "Brother, Sister Ning was once a frequent guest in our home, having grown up with you. Why do you seem so unenthusiastic?" Qian Mi continued to chew on her fried egg, not uttering a word. Tang Yizhou shot her a sharp look. Cough, cough. How can you speak so disrespectfully to your brother?" Zhao Qinya gently reprimanded. "Mother," Tang Shui retorted, "what I said is not incorrect. Sister Ning has grown up with brother since childhood. The clattering of cutlery interrupted her, as Tang Yizhou glared darkly at his sister. "It seems I have been too indulgent with you. Now that you've grown older, your temper has also become more pronounced. Hasn't he it?" "Yizhou," Zhao Qinya interjected to smooth things over. "Your sister is just being straightforward. Please don't hold it against her. She is still young." Tang Yizhou scoffed. "She is no longer a child." Tang Shui bowed her head, her eyes flashing with indignation. Every word she uttered seemed to be wrong. Her brother had never been like this. Ever since that wretched woman appeared, his attitude toward her had soured. Why should it be so? Qian Mi remained detached, quietly continuing her meal. It was foolish to provoke another argument at this moment. After breakfast, Zhao Qinya and Tang Shui left together while Aunt Lin cleaned the table. Meanwhile, Qian Mi lingered behind Tang Yizhou, hesitant to speak. If you have something to say, just ask, Tang Yizhou remarked, rubbing his forehead, as he assumed she wanted to inquire about Ningwei. Could you go visit Ji Feng at the hospital? Qian Mi hesitated before speaking softly. The air thickened for a moment. Tang Yizhou raised his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Was that what you were so fidgety about? Qian Mi nodded. Yes. Was there anything else you needed to ask? No, there wasn't. Tang Yizhou stared at her, observing her innocent demeanor, and a bitter smile crossed his face. Very well. Very well. What is so good about it? Qian Mi thought. Why was he suddenly acting so cryptic again? Did he think she would harm Ji Feng? Suppressing his anger, he turned and strode upstairs. Qian Mi pursed her lips. He was quick to turn hostile. What had she done to offend him? It is often said that a woman's heart is inscrutable, but this man's thoughts were even harder to decipher. Tang Yizhou, please don't be so unreasonable. I merely wish to see him. Is that too much to ask? Too much? Tang Yizhou suddenly turned around, and Qian Mi, caught off guard, stumbled into his embrace, exclaiming in surprise. Seems you still don't understand what I'm upset about. What are you upset about? Please, enlighten me. I don't think I have offended you this morning. I'm angry. Looking at her innocent face. He found it difficult to express his feelings. Was he supposed to admit he was jealous or envious? Ridiculous. Such words could never pass his lips in her presence. In any case, I've already arranged for him to be transferred to a private hospital, and someone is taking care of him. Just put your mind at ease and do not bring it up again. Qian Mi's chest heaved with indignation. She wanted to speak, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Was it possible that Tang Yizhou was upset because she wanted to visit another man? Maybe that was it. Never mind. Since Ji Feng was now safe and Tang Yizhou had arranged for someone to care for him, she needn't rush. The more she pressed, the more he would doubt her intentions. Fine, if you don't want me to visit, then I want tea. I was just checking. Qian Mi pouted in disappointment. Seeing her expression, the anger that had been simmering inside him suddenly extinguished, dissipating like smoke into the air. Yet, feelings of profound disappointment surged forth. She hadn't asked a single question regarding Ningwei. Did she not wish to know, or did she simply not care? Tang Yizhou lifted his head. By the way, I didn't return that bag to the girl yesterday. Since I have some free time today, I should resolve that matter. As he was about to speak, he swallowed his words. Never mind. What was there to discuss with this thick-headed girl? Qian Mi reached out her hand. I don't know Ming Xian's phone number. May I borrow your phone to make a call? Tang Yizhou shot her a glance, but eventually took out his phone and handed it to her. As soon as she dialed the number, a languid voice came through the line, sounding as if the person had just woken up. Hello? Tang? What's up so early? It was already this late. And he was still calling it early. Ming Xian, do you have Xin Yinjuan's contact information? I'd like to return her back. Hearing her voice, Ming Xian suddenly became alert. Humph, you unreliable person. I will never trust you again. Goodbye. He hung up the phone in a fit of anger. Qian Mi looked up in dismay. He hung up on me. Tang Yizhou took the phone back, pressing a button. Cut the nonsense and give me the contact information. Ming Xian, you all are bullying me. I might as well not live anymore. Following Ming Xian's directions, Qian Mi arrived at Xin Yinjuan's residence, with a certain someone trailing closely behind her. I can go alone. Why are you following me? Qian Mi said, frowning as she got out of the car. Holding the bag, Tang Yizhou shot her a sideways glance, striding towards the dilapidated building. I'm afraid you might lose it again. The word lose carried a heavy implication. Qian Mi snorted in disdain. The building appeared to have seen better days, with paint peeling from the walls and marks left by rainwater, giving it a dilapidated look. The corridor was always filled with an unpleasant odor. Upon reaching the designated floor, Qian Mi pressed the doorbell. After a prolonged wait, with no one answering, she let out a frustrated sigh. Surely, they must be home. Just then, she heard some rustling from inside, followed by the sound of the doorknob turning. And with a creak, the door swung open. A remarkably familiar, yet strange handsome face appeared before her. How come it's you? Qian Mi exclaimed, startled. Could it be that Ming Xian had mistakenly given her the wrong door number? That fellow was truly forgetful. At that moment, Tang Yizhou was too astonished to disdain her intelligence, for he too was taken aback. Shanjiruan, what brings you here? Shanjiruan opened the door wider and turned to walk back inside. There are many strange occurrences in this world. There's no need to be overly dramatic. Qian Mi remained speechless. Tang Yizhou added, so what exactly is going on? Did she truly make a mistake? Stepping inside, they discovered that despite the building's shabby exterior, the interior was surprisingly warm and inviting, as if the owner had personally decorated many aspects. Is there something you need? Shanjiruan, dressed in casual home attire, exuded an air of nobility, despite the simplicity of his outfit. Tang Yizhou furrowed his brow in confusion. This man had always been particular about quality, striving for perfection, and could not tolerate disorder. Yet here he was, clad in discount clothes from a supermarket, standing in this exquisite living room. What was he up to? What was his relationship with that woman? That's a question I should be asking you, Tang Yizhou responded, meeting his gaze. We're here to find the owner of the bag. How come you're here? Shan Jiruan pressed his thin lips together, casting a glance at the bag in Qian Mi's arms, and scoffed. It's quite ugly. Qian Mi exploded in indignation. Who are you calling ugly? Tang Yizhou, exasperated, interjected. He was referring to the bag, not you. The woman finally withdrew her outburst. Thank you. Now hand me the bag. You may leave. Shan Jiruan, with an impassive expression, took the bag from her grasp, signaling for them to depart. Qian Mi immediately protested. Hey, how can you just leave? I haven't even seen the bag's owner yet. Besides, are you the owner of this house? What use is she to you? Shan Jiruan replied coolly. It seemed she truly had no utility, yet that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, why did he appear to be the master of this abode? Now that the bag is delivered, let us take our leave. Tang Yizhou, sensing the situation, gently pulled the irate Qian Mi to his side and nodded slightly to Shan Jiruan. Then we shall take our leave. Take care, came the curt reply as the door slammed shut behind them. Why did you pull me out? I still haven't met that girl. Qian Mi exclaimed. What do you want to see her for? She's not an acquaintance. Qian Mi scratched her head. I'm just curious. The last time I helped her retrieve her bag, it was so rushed I didn't catch a good look at her face. Though I've seen her photo, I feel like I've encountered her before. Perhaps seeing her in person will jog my memory. Have you met her before? Just wanted to confirm. Qian Mi ceased further discussion, glancing back at the firmly shut door. She felt an inexplicable sense of fate slipping through her fingers every time she missed an encounter with Shen Yinjuan. Well, even if you stare a hole through the door, she won't be opening it again. Tang Yizhou wrapped an arm around her shoulder as they descended the stairs. The person back there isn't your friend. How could he possibly be with that girl? It's so strange, and your friend, judging by his demeanor, seems quite affluent. Tang Yizhou cast her a sidelong glance. Affluent doesn't even begin to cover it. If you ask me, I have no one to inquire of. I only just learned of it myself. Tang Yizhou remained noncommittal. His friend had always been exceedingly reserved, often acting unpredictably. Even he struggled to decipher his thoughts. As Qian Mi and Tang Yizhou departed, the bedroom door opened, revealing a slender silhouette stepping out. She lifted her gaze to the man seated on the sofa, her voice dry. Why haven't you left yet? Shan Jiruan lounged on the sofa, his posture relaxed, his expression indifferent. I will leave when you decide to accompany me. Shen Yinjuan's already pale, delicate face grew even paler, her lips quivered, and she finally managed to utter, Shan Jiruan, don't push your luck. If repaying a kindness is considered excessive, then say what you will. I don't need you. Before she could finish, he suddenly wrapped his long arms around her waist, his strikingly handsome face nearly brushing against hers. Do you have any idea how long I've searched for you? Since fate has allowed us to meet again. Do you think I would let you slip away so easily? His captivating eyes shimmered with a fervor that seemed both ardent and reminiscent of something lost. Yushin Yinjuan opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tang Yizhou and Qian Mi drove away from the scene. Where to next? Tang Yizhou inquired casually. Huh? Where? Isn't at home? Taken aback by the sudden question, Qian Mi froze. The man observed her bewildered expression and patiently repeated. Today I have the day off. Where would you like to go? It was clear now. Although she longed to see Jifeng, she knew he would never agree. I think I'd like to go home. Her once radiant eyes dimmed instantly, and Tang Yizhou's grip on the steering wheel tightened. His voice taking on a tense tone. Very well, then we shall return home. What? Qian Mi stole a glance at his tense profile, perplexed as to why he had suddenly grown irritable. Previously, she thought this man was inscrutable, but lately, he had transformed into a tempest of emotions since returning from his business trip. Oh, right, since Tang Yizhou had generously allowed her a day out. She was eager to visit the Qi family. After all, having spent some time there, she had developed an attachment. She missed Xiao Tao's sister Zhou, and even old Master Qi. Well, she missed Qi Jinyan a little too. Her master had always said that although she appeared carefree, she was more sensitive than anyone else, essentially a tough exterior concealing a soft heart. May I return home for a visit? Qian Mi lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. Since their engagement, she had not returned even once. The man's hand faltered on the steering wheel as they stopped at a green light. He turned his head slightly, his expression inscrutable. You want to go back to the Qi family? I don't mean anything by it. I just miss them. Qian Mi lowered her head, looking utterly pitiful. Tang Yizhou gazed down at her hair, acknowledging that she had indeed endured her share of hardships at home. But, is it all right? Qian Mi suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling like a doe's, hopeful and bright. Tang Yizhou, who had been prepared to refuse, found the words stuck in his throat. Very well, I shall take you there. Really? Qian Mi was taken aback by his swift agreement, and in her delight, she clung to his arm, shaking it in excitement. The man's gaze fell upon her small hand resting on his arm, and he smiled faintly. However, I shall fetch you before dinner. All right. She knew better than to overstep her bounds, especially since the Qi family was in a rather delicate situation. Nevertheless, before heading to your home, we must make a stop to purchase something. The man turned the steering wheel, redirecting the car. What are we buying? Qian Mi asked, puzzled. A phone. A phone? Qian Mi felt that she was destined to have an ill-fated relationship with mobile phones. Each time she purchased one, it would either be lost or shattered beyond recognition before long. If phones possessed souls, they would likely hold her in collective disdain. Tang Yizhou drove to a large department store, parked the car, and led her straight to the mobile phone shop. Gazing upon the opulence of the mall, she recalled the last time he brought her here for clothes and couldn't help but teasingly inquire, this mall wouldn't happen to be under your ownership, would it? No. The man replied with a shake of his head. She exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, thank goodness. However, Tang Yizhou then shifted the conversation. A smirk playing on his lips, I plan to acquire this mall. Qian Mi gasped in disbelief. This was no mere display of wealth. It was an unabashed flaunting of riches. While others might deliberate over spending a few thousand on clothing or bags, he simply waved his hand and declared, wrap up this mall for me. What are you thinking about? Qian Mi shook off her wandering thoughts and smiled awkwardly. Nothing. Upon entering the phone store, a well-dressed and stylish staff member greeted them enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling further upon seeing the handsome man in exquisite attire. Sir, madam, how may I assist you? Feel free to browse, Tang Yizhou said, allowing her to choose at her leisure. Are you looking to purchase a phone, miss? This way, please. The staff member gestured with a professional smile. Okay. Qian Mi followed her inside. Sir, what can I assist you with? Another staff member approached with a charming smile, her beautifully made-up eyes brimming with joy and eagerness. If you don't mind, I can show you around. Tang Yizhou cast a dispassionate glance at the overly eager woman beside him and replied coolly, I do mind. With that, he strode away, leaving her stunned, frozen in place. In truth, Qian Mi had no extravagant demands for a phone. She merely needed basic functionality. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her financial limitations and could not afford anything too lavish. Yet the staff persisted, this model is quite excellent. The latest release with multiple color options. Most importantly, it's powerful and impeccably designed, perfect for a lovely young lady like you. Qian Mi grimaced at the phrase, lovely young lady. Was she really that young? Nonetheless, the phone was indeed beautiful, its design aligning perfectly with her tastes. However, upon glimpsing the price, she gasped in shock. Forget it, no matter how stunning the design. If the price is exorbitant, I will pass. All right, I'll continue. Just this model, the blue one, please. A deep voice commanded from behind her, imbued with undeniable authority. The staff member, sensing a potential sale, brightened and swiftly retrieved the blue phone. Hey, Tang Yizhou, this one is quite expensive, Qian Mi remarked, glancing at the price tag, her heart sinking. Is this phone encrusted with diamonds, or something? Tang Yizhou glanced at the price tag without comment. Is this considered expensive? Well, it seems our perspectives on spending differ significantly. There's a generational gap. She resigned herself, thinking, if he wants to buy it, let him. After all, it's not my money. After purchasing the phone, Qian Mi felt less elated and more disheartened. The last phone she received from Qi Jinyun was also rather pricey. Had she truly become that person who relies on others for everything? She used to pride herself on being self-sufficient. Indeed, the lavish lifestyle of the affluent could sap one's ambition. Due to the delay caused by the phone purchase, they arrived at the Qi residence just in time for lunch. Are you not coming in? Qian Mi unbuckled her seatbelt, only to find Tang Yizhou still seated, showing no intention of exiting the car. With a half smile, he looked at her. Are you sure you want to invite me in? I might ruin your appetite if they see me. Her hand hesitated, and her expression darkened. After all this time, she almost forgot that between her and Tang Yizhou lay an unbridgeable chasm. This thorn would remain until she could provide irrefutable evidence of her innocence. Otherwise, it would eternally fester. Then I'll head in first. Feeling the air in the car grow heavy, She quickly unfastened her seatbelt, slammed the door shut, and walked briskly toward the villa without looking back. Tang Yizhou watched her petite figure retreat, releasing a deep sigh of resignation. Though it had only been a few days since her last visit, Qian Mi felt as though an eternity had passed. As Tang Yizhou had predicted, the Qi family was gathered for lunch. Xiao Tao, quick to spot her, rushed over like a little bird, her face alight with excitement. "Woo, miss, you're back. Xiao Tao missed you so much." Since this faux miss had left, the Qi household felt eerily quiet, devoid of her laughter. It had reverted to a desolate stillness, much like a dry well, without even a ripple. "Qian Mi," Qi Jinyun exclaimed, rising in surprise, swiftly approaching her. "What brings you back so suddenly? You didn't even give us a heads up." He scrutinized her closely, his attractive brows knitting together in concern. "Did the Tang family bully you? You've lost weight since we last saw you." Xiao Tao echoed his sentiment. "Right, miss, you used to be so plump and rosy. But after just a few days at the Tang house, you look starved." "That's nonsense. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on me without facing my fist first." Qian Mi replied nonchalantly with a smile. "Come, let us eat. Zhou, please bring an extra set of chopsticks and some of the dishes the young lady enjoys." Qi Ming instructed Lin Sa. "Qi Leioi." Qian Mi greeted as she approached him, bowing slightly. "Why all this formality?" Qi Ming feigned anger. "I've already accepted you as my granddaughter. You should call me grandpa." Qi Ming was a man of gratitude, and this young lady had protected the Qi family from disaster, making significant sacrifices. His feelings of gratitude were tinged with guilt. Had he not been so selfish, she would not have been embroiled in this turmoil. He was entirely to blame for the situation. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Qi Ming's words, Qian Mi scratched her head and softly called out, "Grandpa." Indeed, just before the engagement, Qi Ming had solemnly recognized her as his god-granddaughter. Initially, she had been reluctant to accept, but he seemed unwavering, almost ready to kneel before her if she refused. Hearing her call him grandpa, Qi Ming momentarily lost himself, as if he saw another face. Meanwhile, Qi Jinyun's expression dimmed upon hearing her address. Lin Sa soon returned with chopsticks, and Qi Ming urged her to sit. "You've indeed lost quite a bit of weight. Make sure to eat more." "Qi Jinyun's eyes flickered. "How did Tang Yizhou allow you to return?" Qian Mi took a bite of the chicken leg and said sullenly, "I don't know either. Ever since he returned from his business trip, he has been acting strangely." "Strangely?" Qi Jinyun pursed his lips. "In what way?" Qian Mi bit into the chicken leg again in frustration. "It's just that he's like a weather vane. One moment sunny and the next rainy, almost as if he's suffering from a split personality." Qi Ming. Xiao Tao. Recalling everything that transpired at the engagement ceremony that day, Qi Jinyun unconsciously furrowed his brow, a premonition fluttering in his heart. Tang Yizhou. Could it be that he has feelings for Qian Mi? After lunch, Qi Ming chatted with her for a while before taking a nap. The young woman strolled around the garden and then made her way to the viewing platform on the third floor. This viewing platform was her favorite spot. However, when she excitedly ran up, it was already occupied. What are you doing here?" Qian Mi scratched her head, feeling a bit awkward. "Just enjoying the breeze," the man said, his hands resting on the railing, his face slightly lifted to let the gentle wind caress him. She looked up and beheld his exquisitely handsome profile. Staring at his side face, images of his smiling, angry, or joyful expressions flashed through her mind. That face, when smiling, was utterly captivating. "Stop it, Qian Mi. Cease your fanciful thoughts. Why do I keep thinking of Tang Yizhou out of the blue? It's utterly perplexing." When she shifted her gaze away, it landed on his elegantly long fingers resting on the railing, suddenly recalling what Qi Leioi had said. "Yuner is naturally gifted at playing the piano, and he loves it dearly. Do you still play the piano?" The man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, stiffened for a moment before turning his head. "Why do you suddenly ask that?" "Oh, nothing," she said, feeling shy as she scratched her head. "I noticed your fingers are long and beautiful." Suddenly, she covered her mouth. Did I just inadvertently tease him?" Qi Jinyun revealed a pleasant smile and ruffled her hair. "Would you like to hear me play?" Yes." "No, maybe." She nodded and shook her head in confusion. "Let's go." Qi Jinyun reached out for her hand. "Where to?" she asked, taken aback. "Did you not want to hear me play the piano?" He took her hand and led her upstairs, to the piano room. There's a piano room? Following Qi Jinyun to a room on the fourth floor, it appeared to be dedicated to musical practice, neat and orderly. The white piano in the center stood there like an elegant noblewoman. Qi Jinyun walked a few steps to the piano, lifted the lid, and sat down slowly. "What would you like to hear?" He turned his head with a slight smile, shallow dimples appearing on his cheeks. I'm not very knowledgeable about this. So you can choose any piece, Qian Mi replied, somewhat shyly. All right. Qi Jinyu nodded, his long fingers resting on the black and white keys, and the next moment, a melodious and gentle sound began to fill the room. He played Annie's Wonderland. The soft, delicate music blossomed from his fingertips, the keys dancing like lively sprites under his touch. Qian Mi was somewhat mesmerized. She had never seen Qi Jinyu like this, so carefree, so immersed. As if he had merged with the piano, leaving only music in his world. She felt that this was the true Qi Jinyu. Though she was unrefined and lacked musical understanding, the piano piece he played was undeniably beautiful. While Qian Mi was lost in admiration, the man concluded the piece, the last notes fading gently. Beautiful, beautiful. Coming back to her senses, she clapped enthusiastically. Qi Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle at her excitement. It had been quite some time since he last played, but performing for her felt rather pleasant. In his heart, a place that had turned to ashes seemed to flicker back to life, rekindled by her presence and the music. Do you know what piece I just played? He asked, seated on the piano bench, looking up at her. Oh, I don't know. I just know it was beautiful. I played Annie's Wonderland. This was the piece my mother taught me. My introductory piece. Annie's Wonderland, Qian Mi murmured, repeating the name. The scene depicted in the piece was also soft and exquisite. In this wonderland, the clouds were sweet, the sea transparent, and even the flowers had wings. Such a beautiful realm mirrored the feelings this girl evoked in him. Hey, hey, hey. Why are you staring at me like that all of a sudden? Qian Mi awkwardly lowered her hands. Your piano playing is wonderful. You should play more often. The man withdrew his gaze, his long fingers pressing a key lightly. More often? Yes, yes, she nodded vigorously, wanting to encourage him. Even if you are at the company. There is no rule against playing the piano, is there? All right, if you want to hear it, I'll play for you. That is not what I meant. Let us go. I need to stop by the company this afternoon and will try to return early for dinner. She lowered her head awkwardly. Before dinner. Tang Yizhou is coming to pick me up. The man's figure stiffened, the smile that had just appeared fading. Is that so? The atmosphere grew strangely tense. Qian Mi found an excuse to return to her previous room, cradling her face, her mind in disarray. Why did it always seem like Qi Jinyu's gaze held something different? After rolling around on the bed several times, the more she thought, the more her mind felt tangled like a mess of threads. She angrily thumped her head, disdainfully muttering, what am I guessing about? He only sees you as a sister. Time at the Qi residence always flew by swiftly. Soon, the sun began to set, and a man's voice rang out punctually, come down. Oh. She replied weakly. Off to that den of wolves again. Qi Jinyu had not yet returned from the company. Qian Mi informed Qi Leoi before leaving and, as she sat in the luxurious Rolls-Royce, she kept glancing back. So, you're reluctant to leave? Tang Yizhou glanced at her. Yes, she nodded, answering honestly. How could she not be reluctant? At the Qi residence, she was free to do as she pleased, eating whatever she wanted, saying whatever she wished, and doing whatever she liked, without anyone to restrain her. But returning to the Tang family, sigh, best not to mention it. She would have to become that timid Cinderella again, walking on eggshells. Hearing her candid response, Tang Yizhou's expression darkened. Even if you're reluctant, you must learn to part. The Tang family will be your home from now on. Not knowing why he felt so agitated, he found it hard to sit still, longing to bring the little woman back before dinner. It was as if he wanted to tie her to his side. Just as Qian Mi was about to retort, her phone, resting on the seat, vibrated. The man answered, his brow furrowing with displeasure. What is the matter? I understand. It's fine. If he wants to leave, let him go. Who is he talking about? Surely it couldn't be Ji-Feng? After he hung up, Qian Mi tugged at his arm, asking, who is leaving? Is it Ji-Feng? Isn't he still in the hospital? You seem quite concerned about him, Tang Yizhou remarked, his displeasure evident as he furrowed his handsome brow. Answer me. Is Ji-Feng no longer in the hospital? Her mind was solely focused on Ji-Feng, leaving no room to notice the man's changing demeanor. Seeing her anxious expression, Tang Yizhou's anger surged within him, and he abruptly released her hand with a cold snort. Indeed, he has left the hospital. He bore injuries, a fractured hand. How could he possibly leave the hospital in such a state? Her face tightened with worry. Upon hearing this, Tang Yizhou paused, then forcefully turned her shoulder, his fingers gripping it like a vice. You care for him so much? Meeting his bloodshot gaze, Qian Mi suddenly regained her composure. In her flurry of concern for Ji-Feng, she nearly forgot the man before her. Her obvious display of anxiety would undoubtedly arouse his suspicions regarding her connection with Ji-Feng. Although she had deceived him into believing Ji-Feng was her senior, What if he decided to investigate? What I meant was, he shouldn't be so thoughtless as to leave the hospital before fully recovering. Isn't that disrespectful to your feelings? She feigned anger. My senior has such a stubborn temperament. He never appreciates others' kindness. Upon hearing this, Tang Yizhou's expression softened, though it remained displeased. As a grown man, he should be capable of taking care of himself. Rest assured, I will have someone follow him and report to me directly if anything arises. You need not worry. No, Qian Mi exclaimed abruptly, realizing the implications of having someone follow him. What I mean is, he is a grown man. He can manage on his own. You needn't trouble yourself with sending someone after him, and he would surely dislike it. It would only create unnecessary complications. Then promise me that from now on, you will cease to involve yourself in his matters. Qian Mi hesitated. Yes, I promise, I promise. She nodded vigorously, deciding to agree for the moment. Tang Yizhou withdrew his gaze from her, decisively turning away. All right, let us head back. After dining at the Tang residence, Tang Yizhou retreated to his study while she paced restlessly in her bedroom. Why was Jifeng so stubborn? He had been badly beaten, even if it was just flesh wounds. He should at least be resting. Moreover, the chaos in his home was concerning. How could he manage his life alone? What if those thugs sought revenge? Yet, with Tang Yizhou keeping such a close watch on her, escaping was impossible. Quietly opening her bedroom door, she spotted the man seated at his desk, engrossed in reading. She needed to remain calm and bide her time until his suspicions about her dissipated. Only then could she seek out Jifeng. However, with Jifeng in such a state, waiting 2 days felt unbearable, like a cat scratching at her insides. Suddenly, she remembered Qi Jingyun. Why hadn't she thought of him sooner? Hastily retreating to the bathroom, she locked the door and sat on the toilet, sending a text message to Qi Jingyun. Once the message was confirmed sent, she quickly deleted it before emerging nonchalantly. She hoped Qi Jingyun would help Jifeng out of goodwill towards her. In the following 2 days, Qian Mi behaved like a docile cat, refraining from mentioning her desire to visit Jifeng. Observing her compliance, Tang Yizhou's demeanor softened somewhat, and Xiao Qinya, preoccupied with preparations for a birthday banquet, had no time to meddle with her. On this particular day, with Tang Yizhou at work and Mrs. Tang absent, Qian Mi saw an opportunity as Tang Shuwei was nowhere to be found. Since the last time she had slipped out without permission, Tang Yizhou had intensified the security at the villa's entrance. Attempting to leave through the front gate would surely lead to rigorous questioning and likely a report to that man. It seemed she would need to employ her skills. Although she had been obedient like a cat, she had thoroughly explored the Tang family garden over the past 2 days. At the back of the garden was a corner of the wall rarely traversed by servants, and crucially, there were no bodyguards stationed there. It was the perfect escape route. Stealthily climbing down from the window, she seized the moment when no one was watching and scaled the wall. No wall was high enough to deter her desire for freedom. Dusting off her soiled clothes, she darted towards the left. Unbeknownst to her, a man in a cap followed silently behind. When she sent the text, Qi Jingyun had assured her he would assist her, and now that Jifeng had relocated, he had found him a new place to stay. She owed Qi Jingyun a favor. Arriving at the location Qi Jingyun had indicated, Qian Mi knocked on the door. After several raps, the sound of barking filled the air, causing her eyebrows to rise. It was lightning. Footsteps approached, and the door creaked open to reveal Jifeng, his left arm in a cast. Yet his demeanor remained cool and aloof. Come in, he gestured. Moving towards the kitchen, Qian Mi stepped inside, removing her shoes as lightning excitedly circled her feet, tail wagging joyfully. I only have plain water here. Jifeng placed a steaming cup before her. Drink up. She cradled the cup, surveying her surroundings, a storm of emotions roiling within her. She had merely asked Qi Jingyun to find a clean place for Jifeng, never expecting such a lovely arrangement. How is your injury? She inquired, lifting her gaze. It's fine. Jifeng fixed his steady gaze on her, shooing lightning away. I had many questions, and since you're here today, it's the perfect time to clarify. Qian Mi's fingers tightened around the cup, her eyes darting. Ask away. First, what is your name? What should she say? Should she introduce herself as Qi Sahan or Qian Mi? Qi Jingyun had likely used the name Sahan in his dealings with Jifeng, and revealing her true identity now would only complicate matters. Keeping it from him for now seemed prudent. I am Qi Sahan. Qi Sahan, Jifeng murmured, lowering his head. A few days ago, someone named Qi Jingyun claimed to be your brother and stated he was helping me for your sake. Qian Mi nodded honestly. Yes. Then the question arises. Jifeng lifted his head, his gaze serious and penetrating. Can you tell me why you are expending so much effort on my behalf? What is your intention? To risk so much for a stranger was bound to raise suspicion. However, he had no family, No power, no wealth. What could she possibly gain from him? What was her motive? Her sole intention was to care for him, ensuring his safety. As for the reason, she wasn't ready to disclose it yet. What motive could I possibly have? Qian Mi chuckled lightly. Aside from being somewhat handsome, you have no money or assets. What could I want from you? Jifeng frowned deeply, his expression darkening as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Could it be that you are? Though lacking in many areas, Qian Mi excelled at picking up on the implications of others' words and immediately twitched her lips at his insinuation. This Jifeng was truly self-absorbed. Did he think she intended to take him under her wing? Well, you saved my life, and I saved yours. Let us consider it a mutual bond. Qian Mi deflected vaguely. Just as Jifeng was about to respond, lightning began barking at the window. He furrowed his brow and hurried to the window, peering outside. Yet, there was not a single shadow in sight. He turned around and cast a reproachful glance at lightning. Ever since you encountered danger last time, you've become rather skittish. Haven't you? Qian Mi chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. I must say, I envy how you've trained such an intelligent dog. If it weren't for him last time, you might have been in quite a predicament. Jifeng stepped forward and gently patted Lightning's head. Indeed, he is my savior. I am your savior too, the girl declared unabashedly. Jifeng observed her proud demeanor, and a flicker of warmth emerged in his typically frosty gaze. Now that he was confirmed to be safe, living here was acceptable, especially since Qi Jinyun would arrange for someone to bring meals daily, which eased her concerns. She had sneaked out and should return swiftly. Well, I shall take my leave. Since you are well, I can rest easy. Just stay here and avoid going back to that place. Jifeng's lips curled slightly. Once I recover a bit more, I still intend to return. No matter how desolate it may be, it remains my only refuge. No matter how splendid this place is, it cannot be called home. I may be poor, but I am not poor enough to bend my back. Why must you be so stubborn? Regardless, you should stay here for now. The house is empty anyway. Qian Mi shot him an incredulous glare. You're as obstinate as a mule. His lips, though slightly curved, remained non-committal. I must leave. If I don't hurry, I truly will be late. She waved goodbye to Jifeng and made her way to the door. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, Jifeng's voice called out from behind that day. Yes? What is it? Qian Mi turned back. That man at the hospital, what is your relationship with him? He asked, still seeking clarity. Qian Mi bit her lip, meeting his gaze. He is my fiancé. As the words my fiancé lingered on her tongue, a tingling sensation coursed through her body. Tangijo, fiancé. This man was now hers? Upon hearing the term, Jifeng's expression shifted slightly. Oh, is that so? Well then, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. With that, Qian Mi closed the door behind her and walked away. Jifeng stared at the firmly shut door, his eyes flickering. Stealthily slipping out, she naturally had to sneak back as well. When she finally returned to her room after much effort, Sister Lin knocked on her door. Young madam, I've made some candied pear soup. Would you like some? Qian Mi opened the door with a bright smile, happily accepting it. Thank you, Sister Lin. You are so kind. Sister Lin held the bowl, her gaze falling upon Qian Mi's dirty clothes, and she frowned. Young madam, how did your clothes get so dirty? Quickly change into something clean and bring the soiled ones to me for washing. Oh, how could I forget to change? Thankfully, Sister Lin seemed not to suspect anything. She hurriedly ran back to change and handed the clothes to Sister Lin. Thank you so much. Oh, there is no need to be so polite with an old woman like me. Now go enjoy your soup. All right. After Qian Mi shut the door, Sister Lin still held the clothes and murmured to herself, how did these clothes get so dirty while inside the room? After placing the candied pear soup on the table, she called Qi Jinyun. She felt it was necessary to express her gratitude. When the call connected, a clear male voice came through, accompanied by faint background chatter. Qian Mi. What is the matter? Qi Jinyun gestured apologetically as he slowly exited a conference room. Did I interrupt your work? She asked, feeling somewhat bashful, knowing he should be at the company at this hour. Not at all. What can I do for you? His gentle tone and soft voice conveyed his patience and amiable nature. Well, it's nothing much. I just wanted to thank you for everything you've done for Jifeng. I will be grateful to you in the future. There was a brief silence on the other end before his soothing voice responded. Qian Mi, it is only natural for me to help you. He had contributed so much to the Qi family, whether out of guilt or self-interest, and he would never refuse her any assistance. However, she was curious about the identity of that man. In any case, I must sincerely thank you. By the way, what is your relationship with that man? Living in such a dilapidated place, alone, and with that look in his eyes, he seems quite troubled. Well, at this question, Qian Mi began to stammer. If you don't wish to disclose, that's fine. No need to take it to heart. I merely lent a helping hand. I have to head to a meeting now. Please do go ahead. Qian Mi urged him, then hung up the phone. Should I tell Qi Jinyun and Old Master Qi about Jifeng's true identity? At the Emojin Club, several stylishly dressed girls lounged on a large sectional sofa, chatting and laughing. Among them was Tang Shuwei, surrounded by a group of girls. Shuwei, this weekend is your mother's birthday banquet. I suppose your new sister-in-law will make quite the entrance, won't she? One fashionable girl teased, her tone light. Yet the underlying sarcasm was palpable. Tang Shuwei glared at the speaker, her beautiful brows arching. New sister-in-law? You're jumping the gun a bit, aren't you? My brother and that woman are merely engaged. There's still a long way to go before anything is set in stone. The girl fell silent, momentarily flustered. But Shuwei, your brother has allowed Qi Sahan to stay at your house. That is quite evident, I assent it? A close friend inquired, puzzled. Tang Shuwei forced a smile, her expression devoid of warmth. That's because you all are completely unaware of the truth. What truth? The group asked, curiosity piqued. Just as Tang Shuwei was about to speak, her phone vibrated, revealing a text message. She halted her words and opened the message, her expression darkening significantly. What is wrong, Shuwei? A nearby girl asked. Nothing, she replied, tucking her phone away into her bag. I have something to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. Hey, ignoring her friend's pleas, Tang Shuwei hastily exited. She hurried to the location specified in the message. After scanning the area, she found no suspicious individuals. Could someone be playing a trick on her? Just as she contemplated leaving, a plain-looking boy bumped into her shoulder with considerable force, nearly causing her to stumble. What do you want? She snapped, irritated. Someone asked me to give this to you. The boy handed her an envelope and fled without looking back. You. Glancing at the envelope, Tang Shuwei returned to her car, rolled up the window, and tore it open. Instantly, a flurry of photographs spilled out. As she gazed at the scattered images on the seat, her expression shifted to one of grim determination. Picking up one photo, she looked at the person in it with a malevolent desire to eliminate them. Very well, you brought this upon yourself. At the Tang Corporation. In the president's office, the sun dipped low, casting golden rays that streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. A tall, elegant man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the warm light highlighting the broad expanse of his shoulders. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern his gaze, which was both vacant and distant, filled with a chilling coldness that seemed poised to consume the fading rays of the sunset. As Lin Tan pushed the door open, he immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere, an aura that warned of intrusion and instilled a palpable fear, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. During the previous incident involving Old Master Tang, he had never witnessed the president in such a state of fury, yet now, after years of being by Tang Yizhou's side, Lin Tan understood that the more composed and silent he appeared, the deeper his anger ran. No, perhaps it was no longer merely anger that could describe his state. His gaze shifted to the scattered photographs on the desk, and Lin Tan's eyes flickered. Those photographs were the root of the problem. Have you investigated as I instructed? A calm voice suddenly interrupted, but upon closer listening, one could detect the underlying chill. Lin Tan clenched his fist, seemingly steeling himself before nodding. I have found clarity. Speak. Lin Tan's gaze returned to the photographs, and after gathering his thoughts, he began his report. That Jifeng is an orphan with no legitimate job and has never been affiliated with any martial arts school. At this point, Lin Tan abruptly paused. Continue. The cold, commanding voice broke no delay. There is nothing more, President. Lin Tan shook his head, that Jifeng is merely a thug, and the young mistress only recently became acquainted with him. She did not know him before. Tang Yizhou let out a cold laugh, turning to face Lin Tan, his dark eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Previously, she did not know him, he echoed, striding forward with long legs, sweeping the photographs off the desk with a powerful motion. How could they appear so friendly and intimate? Each photograph that hit the floor depicted her laughing and conversing with Jifeng. President. Lin Tan was taken aback by the sudden outburst, feeling a twinge of unease. But he realized that the priority was to calm him. The president had always been composed in the face of adversity, even when faced with undeniable facts. He would question and investigate further. Yet now, he was erupting in fury over a few anonymous photographs and Lin Tan's findings. This was hardly the calm, self-assured president of the Tang Corporation. Perhaps it was the presence of Miss Qi that had altered him, rendering him less rational. Sometimes, caring for someone indeed strips one of their reason. Lin Tan recalled the day of the engagement, observing how Tang Yizhou looked at Miss Qi in the lounge. The adoration and affection in his gaze were unmasked, clear even to an outsider. The president has indeed changed. Sir, consider carefully who might have sent these anonymous photographs. As well as the previous incident, Lin Tan ventured to analyze. Tang Yizhou's eyes, fierce and unyielding, bore into him, rendering him speechless. Under the weight of that terrifying gaze, Lin Tan pressed on. I find both incidents suspicious. Although I have confirmed the matter concerning the old master, there still seems to be something amiss. Tang Yizhou's stare remained unwavering. I strongly suspect that Miss Qi has been framed. Framed? He repeated, a cold smile curling his lips. His dark eyes flickered as he glanced at the scattered photographs on the floor, each smile within them piercing his heart like a dagger. Could these photographs be fabricated? Suddenly seizing his suit jacket from the hanger, Tang Yizhou turned and stormed out of the office without a backward glance. The resounding slam of the door sent a tremor through Lin Tan's resolute heart. The roaring vehicle sped like a dragon, disregarding the world around it. The accelerator pressed to its limit, as if only this could release the fury within. He sped through countless red lights, racing home at breakneck speed. Brother, Tang Shui, who had been sipping tea in the living room, greeted him sweetly. That Ning. However, Tang Yizhou ignored her entirely and descended the stairs with determination, his demeanor radiating a palpable need for retribution. Observing her brother's wrathful countenance, Tang Shui smirked maliciously. This was a predicament of that woman's own making. She had no one to blame but herself. Seeing her brother so enraged, she leisurely set her cup down, regardless of who had captured those photographs. As long as it brought misfortune to that woman, she cared not. Qian Mi finished her sweet pear dessert and, finding the television dull, nestled back into her blankets as a lazy bug. Moments after closing her eyes, a thunderous slam jolted her from her slumber. Who is it? Could it be the wind? Drowsily opening her eyes, she was met with the imposing figure of Tang Yizhou, advancing towards her with an aura as chilling as ice. His eyes, tinged with a furious red, resembled an underworld demon. Who had provoked his ire this time? Tang Yizhou, why are you back? Ah, that hurts. Before she could finish her sentence, the blanket was yanked away, and he grasped her with a fierce grip. He had no intention of treating her gently. Her slender arm nearly dislocated from the force of his pull. Are you out of your mind? Anger flared within her as she protested, having been roused from her peaceful slumber by a bull-like charge. It hurts. She tried to pry his grip away, but as soon as she touched his arm, his other hand clamped around her throat. What on earth is wrong with this man? Qian Mi gasped, feeling the pressure around her neck. Although his grip was not excessively tight, breathing became a challenge, particularly when she had no understanding of the situation. Tang Yizhou, have you lost your senses? Let me go? She exclaimed, her ire rising, ready to bite him if permitted. His eyes were clouded with an ominous haze, consumed by rage, devoid of any clarity. He observed the struggling woman before him, forcing a cruel smile, as if this were the only way to quell the storm brewing within him. He was on the verge of forgiving her entirely. During his business trip, he had repeatedly told himself to refrain from dwelling on this ungrateful person. Yet her quirky image and smile persisted in invading his thoughts. Upon learning that she had been tormented by his mother and sister during his absence, his heart softened. Realizing that tormenting her would bring him no joy, perhaps he should just forgive her. Yet, while he wrestled with his conflicting emotions, what was this woman doing? Behind his back, she was frolicking with another man, treating him as if he were invisible. To him, she spun a web of lies, effortlessly weaving deceit without a moment's hesitation. She had plunged a dagger into the softest part of his heart, leaving him bleeding profusely, unable to stem the flow. The pain of betrayal, the agony of deception, gnawed at him like a relentless predator. His fingers tightened, leaving red marks on her delicate throat. Her face, slowly the air grew increasingly thin, and a thick fog enveloped his vision, rendering his face nearly indistinguishable. It felt as though his lungs were on the verge of bursting, the pain making it almost impossible to breathe. Master, save me. Qian Mi slowly closed her eyes, ceasing her struggles. For what purpose was the struggle? Have you ever witnessed a prey ensnared by a python managing to escape? The more they fought, the tighter the coils became, hastening their demise. Moreover, Tang Yizhou appeared to have truly lost his sanity. She was on the brink of suffocation. Suddenly, the hand constricting her throat released its grip, and the man staggered back, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at his own hand. Cough, cough, cough. She had been saved. Having narrowly escaped death, Qian Mi collapsed onto the bed, one hand gently caressing her throat, coughing pitifully, her small face flushed with a purplish hue. She lay by the bedside, tears and mucus streaming from her eyes. Just moments ago, She had truly feared that this man would end her life. Observing the woman's wretched state, Tang Yizhou clenched his fingers into a fist, the veins on the back of his hand standing out as if they might burst. "Where did you go today?" he inquired, his tone calm yet devoid of emotion. After a fit of coughing, Qian Mi finally caught her breath. Brushing her hand against her chest, her face streaked with tears. "I didn't go anywhere. I was at home all day." "Huh?" Tang Yizhou let out a cold laugh. "At home, you say? Even at this hour, you still dare to deceive me, withholding the truth. I don't know what delusion you are under. I have been obediently at home all day. If you don't believe me, Lin Sa can attest to it. Is that so?" The man scoffed icily, then strode out of the room, calling for a passing servant. "Go, summon Lin Sa to me." Seeing the young master's face filled with cold fury, the servant trembled, nearly losing control of himself as he hurried to find Lin Sa. Tang Yizhou returned, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. "I will give you time to ponder how to weave your lies." Qian Mi lay on the bed, her bloodshot eyes glaring defiantly at him. She could not comprehend the sudden madness of Tang Yizhou. However, the events of her escapade today had transpired unnoticed. Who could possibly know? Soon, Aunt Lin arrived. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the chaotic scene before her. What had transpired between the young master and the young mistress? Had they quarreled? When her gaze fell upon the mistress's distressed expression and the evident marks on her neck, Aunt Lin's heart raced with fear. "This, young master, you." She looked at Tang Yizhou in disbelief. The marks on the young mistress's neck could not possibly be the work of the young master. This was a child she had watched grow up, polite and sensible, more mature than her peers. How could he act so impulsively? What could have provoked such fury against the young mistress? Seeing Qian Mi in such a disheveled state, kneeling by the edge of the bed, Aunt Lin felt a surge of compassion and instinctively took a step forward, only to be halted by a warning cough from Tang Yizhou. "Young master, young mistress." As the saying goes, arguments at the head of the bed end at the foot. If there are misunderstandings, it is best to clarify them. "Do not let anger disrupt your harmony," she advised cautiously. Yet, as her gaze met Tang Yizhou's icy face, her voice dwindled. Upon seeing Aunt Lin, Qian Mi's tears flowed like beads from a broken string, pattering onto the bed. She did not wish to cry, but the urge was unstoppable. "Aunt Lin, may I ask you, has the young mistress stayed home all day?" Aunt Lin was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical question, but quickly replied, "Yes. The young mistress has not gone out. She has remained in her room all day." Tang Yizhou's lips curled into a smile, though it was as cold as ice. "Are you certain she has been in her room the entire time?" "Of course." Aunt Lin looked at him, puzzled. "Young master, why do you ask this?" Ever since the last time the young mistress had sneaked out, the young master had tightened security at the villa entrance, so she had learned her lesson and stayed indoors. Tang Yizhou's dark gaze shifted to the woman on the bed, then glanced at the open window. "You were downstairs. How could you know she remained in her room and did not go out?" The question seemed rather perplexing. The room was enclosed, with only one window. She had been downstairs and had not seen the young mistress come down. So how could she have gone out? Wait, a window? Aunt Lin recalled that when the young mistress returned, she was covered in dirt. Could it be? She glanced at the window, her eyes flickering. Impossible. This was the third floor. The young mistress was a delicate girl, not someone who could fly. How could she escape through the window? Yet, her clothes certainly bore signs of having been outside. Seeing Aunt Lin's flickering gaze, Tang Yizhou scoffed. "Aunt Lin, do you have anything else to say?" "The young mistress has indeed been in her room. I can vouch for that," Aunt Lin said, her gaze fixed firmly on Tang Yizhou. "Young master, Aunt Lin." A weak, timid voice sounded from the doorway. They turned simultaneously, and Aunt Lin's expression changed upon seeing the servant holding a bundle of clothes. "Is there something wrong?" Tang Yizhou asked coldly. "These are the clothes the young mistress just got dirty. I have washed and dried them, intending to bring them to her," the servant replied. Aunt Lin scolded softly. "Did you not see that the young master is currently occupied? How could you be so unobservant? Go back downstairs." Afterward, she turned to Tang Yizhou. "I apologize, young master. It is my fault for not properly managing the staff below. She is still new." Ignoring Aunt Lin, Tang Yizhou pointed at the servant. "You, bring me the clothes." Aunt Lin stood frozen, anxious. As Qian Mi watched the servant bring in the clothes, her heart raced. Tang Yizhou lowered his gaze to the neatly folded garments and coldly remarked, "I recall these were the clothes you wore this morning. And so what?" Qian Mi raised her head defiantly. "Is it not permissible for me to get them dirty and change?" "Oh, pray tell, how did they become dirty?" Tang Yizhou averted his gaze back to the trembling servant. "What is the story behind these clothes?" Aunt Lin had pieced together the events and was now drenched in cold sweat. I am not entirely sure. Aunt Lin mentioned the clothes were stained with dirt and grass, so I washed and dried them to bring them up. I delayed due to other matters, which is why they are only now ready. Strangely, just as I was about to bring them up, I heard the young master call for Aunt Lin in a rather agitated manner. I thought I would wait for her to come down before delivering the clothes to the young mistress. So, I lingered in the living room for a while. When the young mistress saw me, she inquired about the clothes and instructed me to take them up immediately. I did not know why, but I dared not disobey her. What else is there to say? Tang Yizhou's piercing gaze bore into Qian Mi. Do you still wish to argue? Qian Mi, feeling defiant, exclaimed. So what if I went out? I am still your fiancée. Do I not have the freedom to step outside? She glared at him in indignation. I am not some bird you keep in a cage, unable to fly. Tang Yizhou waved his hand. You all may leave. Aunt Lin sensed the tension escalating again and took a step forward to persuade him. Young master, did you not hear what I said? Leave. Tang Yizhou's voice was no longer calm, laced with an icy edge. At his command, the servant hastily set down the clothes and fled, while Aunt Lin, her face a mix of pale and flushed, sighed before turning to leave as well. Indeed, you are not my little bird. Tang Yizhou stepped closer, lifting her chin with his hand. Do you believe you are worthy of being my pet? His voice was chilling, as though it emanated from the polar regions. Forced to look up at the man before her, Qian Mi felt a wave of humiliation, yet met his gaze with unwavering defiance. Right now, you are nothing but a sinner. You come to me seeking redemption. Have you forgotten? Sinner, you say? She scoffed, resentment boiling within her. I do not know what has gotten into you today, she retorted, shaking off his hand to regain her dignity. With a sudden emptiness in his grasp, he did not grow angry but instead lowered his head, his voice heavy and frigid. Do you feel disgusted by my touch? Qian Mi held her head high, staring defiantly at him. Indeed, I feel nauseous just being touched by you. A chilling laugh escaped him, like a serpent appearing from the shadows, wrapping around her and striking with venom. You find me repulsive, yet you are pleased when that man, Ji Feng, touches you? What? She widened her eyes in shock. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze devoid of warmth. While others keep their mistresses in gilded cages, you have learned to hide men. That pretty boy does possess a certain charm. You. Qian Mi's chest heaved in anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is hiding a man? Who is the pretty boy? Do not slander me. I slander you? Is your secret of outing today not to meet that Ji Feng, my dear fiancé? You. She opened her mouth to retort, but faltered, biting her lip. How did you know? Seeing her in this state, it felt as though his heart had been hollowed out, leaving him with a chilling sensation, as if the wind's caress was painfully cold. He had once believed she was simply carefree and untroubled, but now he realized she was a woman of fickle affections and capricious nature. Indeed, how foolish he, Tang Yizhou, had been to have been deceived by her innocent, wide-eyed gaze. It was truly laughable. He had excelled in the merciless world of commerce, outmaneuvering others with cunning. Yet today he found himself utterly defeated by a woman, a complete and utter loss. Tang Yizhou, she called out. Do not call my name. You are unworthy. He retorted in a fit of rage, sweeping everything off the cabinet and onto the floor with a crash. The sound of shattering glass resonating like a heavy blow to Qian Mi's heart. She lowered her gaze, falling silent. After a moment, she lifted her head, her voice icy. Did you send someone to follow me? Do I need to? Tang, rest assured. Those who have been deceived once will not fall for the same trick again. I trust you understand my meaning. The man smiled faintly, yet his eyes held a subtle threat. Qian Mi bashfully lowered her head. The wontons were soon served, steaming and surrounded by swirling vapor that softened her features beautifully. With her eyes sparkling, she opened the disposable chopsticks and plastic spoon, leisurely scooping up a small wonton, perhaps due to its scalding heat. She winced, but wore an expression brimming with happiness. She had never exhibited such satisfaction while dining on Western cuisine. Tang Yizhou, holding the disposable chopsticks, gazed at her in a moment of bewilderment. Within his chest, a sensation stirred that felt distinctly different from the norm, an unfamiliar feeling. What are you dawdling for? Eat up, or it will lose its flavor, Qian Mi urged, as if someone were competing for her food, consuming her wontons with fervor while stealing glances at Tang Yizhou. It was merely an illusion. As the steam dissipated, her face remained vividly clear before him. However, when he opened the chopsticks and glanced into the bowl, his expression darkened instantly. Why is there cilantro? Qian Mi was nearly finished with her wontons and couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Yizhou's constipated expression. The sight of a formidable CEO fearing something as trivial as cilantro was a joke she could relish for a year. You don't eat cilantro? She teased, stifling her laughter. Tang Yizhou, fully aware of her jest, furrowed his brow and pressed his lips together, pushing the bowl toward her. You have it. Hey, I need to save room for other dishes. Qian Mi smiled with a gentle curve of her eyes. Tang Yizhou's hand paused, his heart racing with an unusual intensity. Observing him frozen in place, she wondered if he was genuinely upset. She thought it prudent not to provoke him too much, lest he retaliate. After a moment's contemplation, she pulled the bowl closer to herself, reasoning that it would be wasteful. She could simply pick out the cilantro for him. As she spoke, she picked up another pair of chopsticks, diligently selecting the cilantro. With her head slightly lowered, the steam from the food warmed her face, giving it a delicate blush akin to crushed peach blossoms. Witnessing her in this manner, he felt a dryness in his throat. Ah, this young lady is truly considerate, even assisting her boyfriend by picking out the cilantro. She should have informed the old lady earlier not to include it, otherwise, I might have to cook another bowl. The kind-hearted old lady approached with a steaming platter of delicacies. Upon witnessing the scene, she could not help but comment. Qian Mi halted her activity, her cheeks tinged with a faint rose hue. Grandma, he is not my boyfriend. The old lady, noticing Tang Yizhou's expensive attire and his willingness to accompany a young lady to her humble stall, smiled with her eyes crinkled. Oh dear, don't be shy, young lady. Just look at how your boyfriend dotes on you. You two are such a stunning pair, truly a match made in heaven. Tang Yizhou, for once, offered a rare and refined smile to a stranger. Thank you for the compliment, Grandma. No need for thanks, no need, the old lady replied, rubbing her apron with a cheerful smile before departing. Once the old lady left, Qian Mi puffed her cheeks and lifted her head, glaring at him indignantly. Why didn't you clarify? Tang Yizhou leisurely picked up a steaming pancake and remarked, What do you mean? Are you not my fiancée? Qian Mi, feeling thoroughly satisfied after her meal, leaned back in the car with a contented sigh, her stomach resembling that of a 3-month pregnant woman. Observing her, Tang Yizhou could not help but smile. Do you truly enjoy these street snacks so much? Are they that delicious? She let out a small burp, and upon catching the teasing glimmer in his eyes, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Why did she always embarrass herself in front of him? However, tonight, Tang Yizhou seemed different from his usual self. You know, I actually find you not so unbearable, she ventured. The man cast a casual glance her way. Not so unbearable? Did you find me quite intolerable before? What on earth? Can we not have a pleasant conversation? She huffed, emphasizing her disdain. It's not just unbearable, it's exceedingly intolerable. Tang Yizhou regarded her pouting demeanor and affectionately ruffled her hair. In a few days, I shall take you somewhere. Curiously, Qian Mi evaded his hand and inquired. Where might that be? Tang Yizhou, shrouded in mystery, replied, You'll find out when the time comes. What a tease, Qian Mi muttered, turning away in exasperation. She detested half-finished conversations. Tang Yizhou observed her with an amused expression, his lips curling into a gentle smile. The night was enchanting, and it felt as if two hearts were gradually drawing nearer. After dinner, Tang Yizhou returned the money and rice to the Qi family. Watching the man's car depart from the Qi villa, a woman stood by the window, exhaling a sigh of relief. After taking a shower, Qian Mi sat cross-legged on the bed, clutching a pillow, one hand propping up her chin, her small nose slightly wrinkled in a display of distress. Initially, she had intended to exert considerable effort to investigate who had conspired against her, but to her astonishment, it turned out to be none other than Tang Shuiwei and that woman in the Cheongsam. As for the woman in the Cheongsam, there was no need to concern herself. Tang Shuiwei would undoubtedly deal with her, as she had just heard. However, as for that little rascal Tang Shuiwei, Qian Mi resolved to devise a fitting method to punish her. Such a serious matter as framing someone could not merely be resolved with a mere suspension and solitary reflection. It necessitated a profound lesson. Tang Yizhou, mindful of familial ties, would hesitate to impose a severe penalty, but she had no such reservations. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, there was a gentle knock on the door, followed by the voice of the maid. Xiao, miss. May I bring in your clean clothes? Oh, please come in. She shifted to prop her chin with the other hand. After Xiao placed the clothes in the dressing room and stepped out, she noticed Qian Mi still propping her chin with a troubled expression and curiously inquired, Miss, what's wrong? Xiao, if someone has offended you, and you cannot retaliate openly, yet you cannot swallow your anger, what should one do? Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback. No one has offended me. It's a metaphor. What if someone were to bully you? How would you respond? If it is not a matter of great significance, It is best to endure and let it pass. After all, a step back reveals a vast horizon. Qian Mi, listening to her incessant murmurs, nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she clapped her hands. I've thought of a solution. Huh? Xiao Tao was utterly perplexed. That's right, Xiao Tao. Accompany me to a certain place shortly. Where are we going? Qian Mi feigned mystery. Hushing her, you'll find out soon enough. After dinner, she instructed Xiao Tao to prepare a flashlight, a net, gloves, iron tongs, and a bottle of insecticide. Xiao Tao stared at the items in bewilderment, wondering what exactly Qian Mi intended to do. Qian Mi ascended the stairs to change into athletic wear. Though petite, her figure was remarkably proportionate. Her long hair was gathered into a bun atop her head, and the lake blue sports outfit accentuated her vibrant energy. Excuse me, miss. What do you need these things for, and where are we headed? Xiao Tao inquired with curiosity. Never mind, she could address her however she pleased. It would take time to call her Qian Mi anyway. We are going to catch earthworms. She did not conceal her intention at all and set off with a basket in hand. Xiao Tao stood frozen, petrified. Catch earthworms. Had she just imagined that? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, or the earthworms will return to their slumber soon. After taking a few steps, she noticed that her companion had not followed and turned to urge her on. Xiao Tao felt tears welling in her eyes. Why must we catch earthworms? And, most importantly, she was terrified of them. The creature, resembling a soft, limbless reptile, instills a profound fear within me. Why do they venture out at such late hours to capture earthworms? I, myself, am filled with trepidation. Qian Mi, with a generous pat on her shoulder, reassured, fear not, simply hold the flashlight for me, and I shall protect you. Xiao Tao managed to muster a rather unappealing smile, overwhelmed by her fear of darkness and death. Xiao Tao implored Qian Mi to only travel to a grassy patch not far from the chief family's villa. This area, with its damp climate and nearby pond, was surely abundant with earthworms. As they delved deeper, Xiao Tao trembled increasingly, clutching the flashlight with trembling hands, following Qian Mi closely. The occasional croak of frogs and chirp of birds startled her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. The chief family's villa, situated in the suburbs, was nearly devoid of traffic after dark, and the surrounding darkness rendered the atmosphere eerily silent. Xiao Tao's heart raced as she surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. Why had she agreed to accompany this pretentious young lady to such a foreboding place to dig for worms? If they failed to find any, she might very well perish from fright. Here we are, Qian Mi announced, turning to see Xiao Tao's face etched with terror. With a resigned expression, she pressed her forehead, saying, What are you afraid of? It's merely a matter of catching an earthworm, and I am here with you. Xiao Tao replied, You place the basket down. I shall take the spade to unearth the worms. This place must be teeming with them. Little Tao set down the basket and squatted beside it, illuminating her face with a flashlight. Miss, why are we collecting earthworms? Are you hoping they will aerate our garden? However, there are dedicated individuals who tend to the garden, and it does not require aeration. Qian Mi, wielding a shovel to dig in the soil, glanced up with a sly grin. I am not digging for earthworms to aerate the soil. There is a greater purpose. As Little Tao gazed at her pallid and eerie face illuminated by the flashlight, she nearly dropped it in fright. Oh, help. In this pitch-black and silent place, just the two of us girls, it's truly terrifying. Then, miss, if it's not for aeration, what are you digging for? To quell her fear, Little Tao incessantly posed questions. You will find out tomorrow, Qian Mi replied, feigning mystery. Ah, I found one. Qian Mi exclaimed as she tossed aside the shovel and pulled an earthworm from the soil. Little Tao stiffened, her body rigid as she watched the wriggling creature. Look, this earthworm is quite plump, Qian Mi remarked, lifting it to show Little Tao. Miss, just wait a moment. Oh, what? Qian Mi responded, perplexed. Before she could comprehend, Little Tao had already covered her mouth and dashed into the nearby bushes, retching uncontrollably. Qian Mi sighed. It's just one earthworm, really? Look at its chubby body. It's so adorable. Little Tao kept her eyes closed while wielding the flashlight, and Qian Mi watched her with amusement. Yet, her hands moved with remarkable dexterity, quickly unearthing several earthworms. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and stood up, gazing at the basket filled with worms. Little Tao exhaled in relief, finally done. She truly felt as if she had risked her life to accompany this spoiled young lady in digging for worms. She vowed never to partake in such endeavors again. The two stealthily returned home, and Qian Mi placed the basket of worms in her room. After taking a shower, she emerged to behold the writhing worms in the basket, a sly smile curling on her lips. Miss Tang, since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Early the next morning, While Qi Ming and Qi Jinyun were away, the duo busied themselves. Is this all right, miss? Little Tao examined the setup closely. It will suffice, thank you, Little Tao. Gazing at the bundle suspended from the ceiling, Little Tao felt a twinge of anxiety and swallowed hard. Miss, why have you wrapped the worms and hung them from the ceiling? The placement is directly above the sofa. With a playful wink and a mischievous smile, Qian Mi responded. Because we are expecting a guest shortly. Little Tao's eyes widened in shock. You intend to entertain a guest with worms? Qian Mi placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head back to admire the ceiling, radiating excitement. Fortunately, Master Qi has taken your young master to the company. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be so brazen in my actions. Little Tao was on the verge of tears. This was hardly a justification, regardless of the guest. Entertaining others with such a prank was unacceptable. If the master were to find out, he would surely be furious. Miss, perhaps we should reconsider, Little Tao cautiously suggested. What is wrong with this? She retorted dismissively. I neither hit nor scold anyone. It is merely a harmless little jest. Little Tao replied. Ah, what a harmless jest indeed. She glanced at the time and hurriedly urged Little Tao towards the stairs. It's nearly time. You must go to the second floor and hide well. When I give you a signal, you will pull the rope. Do you understand? Must we truly do this? Little Tao murmured. Answer me. Understood. Miss Tang has arrived. A servant entered respectfully, addressing her. Quick, quick. She urged Little Tao to hide faster. Yes, I know. Once Little Tao was concealed, Qian Mi adjusted her clothing and tidied her hair, calmly standing at the entrance of the living room in anticipation. Tang Shuyue followed the servant into the room. She was clad in a striking red dress that accentuated her fair and translucent skin. Her hair fell in gentle waves, and she wore 10-centimeter high heels. Without a glance at her surroundings, she brushed past Qian Mi's shoulder, exuding an air of pride reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. One must admit, she truly embodied the essence of a young lady. This was Qian Mi's immediate impression. However, today I wish to let you experience whether the young lady can maintain her commanding presence and composure when confronted with the legendary earthworm. The thought alone stirs a sense of excitement within me. Come, take a seat here. She warmly invited Tang Shuyue to the sofa, eagerly offering a steaming cup of water. You must be thirsty after your journey. Please, have some tea. Tang Shuyue did not extend her hand to accept the teacup, but cast her a sidelong glance, filled with both suspicion and disdain. Why are you being so attentive to me? Do you have some ulterior motive? What motive could I possibly have? After I marry your brother, we will be family. So it is only natural for me to treat you well. She feigned modesty, covering her mouth with a playful smile, provoking Tang Shuyue to furrow her brow in irritation. Speak your mind. Stop pretending. Tang Shuyue forcefully pushed aside the teacup in her hand, causing its contents to spill, yet Qian Mi was unfazed. Provoking this young lady was precisely her intention. What could I want? I merely wish to have a chat with you. The woman inwardly rolled her eyes. This young lady certainly wore her emotions on her sleeve. Considering that this individual had previously conspired with another woman against her and dared to act so imperiously, it would be a disservice to herself not to engage in a little mischief. If it weren't for Tangy Zhou, she would have no idea where that unscrupulous taxi driver might have taken her. Women, when they are ruthless, can be far more malicious than men. Thus, today, she intended to take it upon herself to temper this young lady's arrogance. Well, I have no one else to converse with. Qian Mi feigned a pitiful demeanor as she sat beside her, prompting Tang Shuyue to recoil in distaste. Weren't you the one who invited me for coffee that day? After you left, I encountered a rogue taxi driver. Had it not been for my quick wit, I might have found myself in dire straits. She cast a glance at Tang Shuyue, whether intentionally or not. Tang Shuyue's delicate features stiffened. Fortunately, I am quite resilient. But those who engage in such nefarious deeds will surely face retribution, don't you think? Qian Mi tilted her head, her innocent eyes wide with feigned sincerity as she gazed at her. Tang Shuyue felt a chill envelop her. I am unaware of what nonsense you were spouting. My time is precious. I cannot afford to indulge in your trivialities. I must take my leave. Qian Mi reached out, grasping her arm. Don't be like that. Just sit for a moment. I have no desire to converse with you, Tang Shuyue retorted, pulling away with disdain. Are you harboring some guilty secret? She asked innocently, blinking her large eyes. Why are you reacting so strongly upon hearing that I was set up? I am not. They locked eyes for a minute. And then Qian Mi suddenly broke into a smile. Aha, why the long face? I was merely jesting. How could you possibly engage in such despicable acts? Tang Shuyue. She must have lost her mind to let herself be provoked by such a triviality. She should never have come here. I am leaving. Her instincts warned her that this woman harbored ill intentions as she grabbed her bag and prepared to depart. Qian Mi quickly signaled to Xiao Tao. Receiving the cue, Xiao Tao closed her eyes resolutely and tugged the rope. Qian Mi hurriedly released her grip, distancing herself. The ceiling, suddenly bursting with earthworms, released a cascade of wriggling creatures that plummeted to the ground. Little Tao, hidden upstairs, beheld the rain of worms descending from above and could no longer contain herself. Rushing to the bathroom to retch. What is this? What is happening? Tang Shuiyue, initially poised to leave, felt a sudden chill at her neck. Instinctively, she reached up to touch it, only to find a soft, slimy creature. When she turned to glance at her shoulder, terror washed over her, draining the color from her face. In that moment, Tang Shuiyue lost all composure, bouncing about like a frantic monkey, frantically slapping at her body while crying out, "Where did these bugs come from? Help! Help!" The once proud and regal young lady, now reduced to a state of panic by the worms, looked utterly pale. A certain girl, stroking her chin, reveled in the spectacle, though she refrained from showing her delight too openly at that moment. Oh dear, where could these earthworms have come from? Qian Mi feigned urgency, stepping forward to assist in swatting the worms away. "Ah, Miss Tang, you have 3 earthworms on your head." She widened her eyes in false astonishment, her face a mask of horror as she cradled her cheeks. Tang Shuiyue turned as pale as a sheet upon hearing this, her body stiffening in fear. You must take them down immediately." Qian Mi hesitated, retracting her fingers, a look of inner conflict on her face. I can't bear to do it." "Take them down now. I command you to remove them at once." Tang Shuiyue's voice quivered with tears, her body trembling in disgust at the thought of the worms upon her. "Very well, I shall do it." Qian Mi furrowed her brow in distress then, with her eyes closed, cautiously extended a hand above the girl's head. She held her breath, yet was met with an agonizing delay in action. "What are you doing? Quickly take it down." Tang Shuiyue exclaimed in exasperation. All right." Taking a deep breath, she grasped a worm resting atop the girl's head. Got it. Tang Shuiyue sighed in relief. Ugh, how disgusting. Intentionally startled, she flung the worm, which landed pitifully on Tang Shuiyue's exquisitely made-up face with a soft thud. Tang Shuiyue gasped, unable to catch her breath, and fainted on the spot. Qian Mi was taken aback. No way. Xiao Tao emerged from the restroom just as she saw the young lady of the Tang family collapsed motionless on the sofa, her legs turning to jelly in fright. "Oh my, miss, you've scared her unconscious." Xiao Tao cried out in alarm. Qian Mi, cradling her forehead, wore a look of exasperation. "I saw it." Coughing slightly, she reflected that her intention had merely been to frighten this haughty young lady, who often looked down upon others. However, it was astonishing how easily she succumbed to fear. A mere few worms had rendered her faint. How utterly useless. "What do we do now?" Xiao Tao, on the verge of tears, lamented. She regretted aligning herself with this prankster. She had no idea what grievance this fake young lady bore against the Tang family heiress, prompting such mischief. Yet, this was the Tang family's daughter. If she pursued the matter, Xiao Tao would certainly be implicated. Moreover, if the master were to fly into a rage. Oh dear, why had he arranged for her to be by the side of this fake young lady? The constant anxiety was surely taking years off her life. Do not fret, she merely fainted and shall awaken shortly. But how long is shortly? Xiao Tao is nearly driven to despair. Qian Mi leaned over, gathered the earthworms, and tossed them into a basket, handing it to her. Quickly, release these worms. Xiao Tao, stifling her tears, hurried away to erase the evidence. Indeed. Tang Shuiyue did not disappoint Qian Mi. Moments later, she regained consciousness. Are you all right? Although this young lady had committed heinous acts against her, she did not harbor intentions of annihilation, merely a desire to instill a fright. It was indeed amusing that a young lady from a prestigious family could be so easily intimidated by a few worms. Truly ineffectual. Tang Shuiyue fixed her gaze upon her, then suddenly sprang from the sofa, her hand raised high, poised to deliver a slap. Qian Mi, quick-witted and agile, intercepted the blow, grasping her wrist and smiling with a hint of mischief. Oh, is the esteemed daughter of the Tang family so indiscriminately violent? With one hand captured, Tang Shuiyue, in a fit of rage, swung her other arm, aiming for Qian Mi's face without a second thought. Qian Mi was taken aback by her persistence and bore the slap with fortitude. Tang Shuiyue clearly exerted all her strength, and a burning pain erupted across her cheek. Goodness, miss. Xiao Tao had just returned from releasing the worms in the garden when she witnessed the esteemed daughter of the Tang family delivering a resounding slap to the foe miss. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, Anxiety etched across her face. "Miss, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qian Mi calmly shook her head, remarking, "I shall consider it akin to being bitten by a dog." With half of her face swollen, she provocatively gazed at Tang Shuwei, lifting her chin defiantly. "What is the matter? Have you become flustered due to your guilty conscience?" "I have no guilty conscience. Do not slander me, Qi Sahan. I assure you, your antics today will not go unpunished." Qian Mi crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips. "In comparison to the heinous deeds you engage in, this minor retribution of mine is a mere act of conscience. Wouldn't you agree?" What were they discussing? Why could she not comprehend their words? Xiao Tao looked perplexedly at the two quarrelsome women. However, one could not deny that, in this critical moment, this imposter's aura was formidable enough to instill a sense of trepidation in the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Tang Shuwei's gaze faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, lifting her chin defiantly. "I don't know what you're talking about. Just because my brother favors you doesn't grant you the right to act recklessly. No one has ever dared to toy with me like this. Qi Sahan, you will pay for this. I won't let you off easily." With that, she furiously grabbed her bag, casting a fierce glare at Qian Mi before turning to leave. "Ah, there's a worm in your hair," Qian Mi suddenly called out from behind. Tang Shuwei. Watching Tang Shuwei's frantic departure, Qian Mi finally relaxed her imposing presence. Goodness, this young lady truly showed no mercy. Her blows were quite severe. Qian Mi cautiously lifted her right hand to touch her cheek, wincing at the pain, promptly withdrawing her hand. "Miss, I shall fetch some ice. Your face is bleeding," exclaimed Xiao Tao, flustered and in a state of disarray. No, it's nothing serious, just a slap. There is no need to summon Dr. Zhao. I am not so fragile. A simple ice pack will suffice." She waved her hand dismissively. "By the way, do not mention today's incident to Master Qi or your young master, understood?" Xiao Tao nodded solemnly. "Of course, even if you do not mention it, I wouldn't divulge it either. It would be a jest to let them know. I shudder at the thought of whether my skin would remain intact if they found out." In a flurry, Xiao Tao hurried off in search of ice and an egg. While she sat on the sofa, her right cheek swollen, she tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and sought solace. A small punishment for a great lesson. She had done nothing wrong. Tang Shuwei was merely a spoiled princess, oblivious to the feelings of others. This was not merely about seeking justice for herself. It was an opportunity for her to realize that no one is to be trifled with. If one bullies another, retaliation is inevitable, regardless of one's illustrious status. The world operates on principles of fairness. "Miss, here are the ice and the egg. You should apply them swiftly." "Oh, very well. How can you present yourself in such a state?" "When the master and young master return for dinner, they will undoubtedly inquire. You can say I was struck by the door." Qian Mi rolled the egg against her swollen cheek, wincing in pain. Xiao Tao frowned. "Struck by the door? That excuse seems rather flimsy, does it not?" However, Xiao Tao was concerned, as Lord Qi and Qi Jinyun had business engagements and would not return for dinner. Thus, she merely needed to remain quietly in her room, and by the next day, her face would undoubtedly be less swollen. I told her not to worry. She was merely fretting unnecessarily. A certain lady, rather carefree, sat on the sofa with an ice pack in hand, gently pressing it against her bruised face. "Miss," approached a slightly older maid. "What is it?" she asked. Why did these people insist on addressing her as Miss when they knew she was not the true Qi Sahan? Did they not find this disconcerting? The very notion made her uneasy. "Young Master Tang just called personally and asked me to convey a message to you. He will come to take you out for dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, Qian Mi sprang up as if pricked by a needle. "What? I can't believe it. Why does Tang Yizhou choose today to invite me to dinner? I look like a pig with this swollen face. How can I explain this?" "Miss, what should we do?" Xiao Tao, who had previously calmed her nerves, was now flustered. "What are we going to do with your face like this?" Qian Mi, suddenly devoid of strength, slumped back onto the sofa and rolled her eyes. "What can we do? Just go and deal with it." She had been applying ice for quite some time, and though the swelling had reduced slightly, it was still quite evident. Especially the prominent mark left by Tang Shuyue's sharp nails. "Miss, young Master Tang will surely notice your condition," Xiao Tao lamented, having been troubled for an entire afternoon. She glanced at Xiao Tao, applying a band-aid to her wound, but the swollen right side of her face could not be entirely covered. How embarrassing. Suddenly, she had an idea. "Xiao Tao, why complicate matters? Just call Tang Yizhou and tell him I have a severe cold and cannot get out of bed. I cannot believe you would come to confront me in person." Xiao Tao immediately poured cold water on the plan. "That won't work. You were just lively and teasing young Master Tang's sister. Who would believe you are now gravely ill? Qian Mi, indeed, you hit the nail on the head. Xiao Tao anxiously continued, Miss, if you toyed with Tang, miss, what if she tells young Master Tang? He has invited you to dinner tonight. Surely he will inquire about this matter. Qian Mi pondered for a moment. Considering Tang Shiyue's temper as a spoiled young lady, it was indeed a possibility. Therefore, a myriad of excuses would not suffice to prevent me from dining with Tang Yizhou tonight. Yes, please inform him that I am on the brink of death. With that, she dramatically flopped onto the bed, pulling the covers over herself. Xiao Tao, exasperated, thought to herself that ever since she had encountered this faux young lady, her life felt akin to a roller coaster, too thrilling for comfort. Xiao Tao left the room, feeling despondent. When Qian Mi awoke, it was already 7:10. She wiped the corner of her mouth and sat up, the room illuminated only by a small nightlight. She patted the soft bed, lamenting that it was too plush and comfortable. She had merely intended to lie down casually, yet unexpectedly, she had fallen into a deep slumber like a pig. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already dinner time. Little Tao surprisingly had not called her to eat, and as a food enthusiast, she could not bear it. Just as she intended to rise from the bed, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps and Little Tao's anxious voice. Master Tang, Miss is indeed unwell. She may have taken her medication and is currently asleep. Could it be that Tang Yizhou had arrived? In a flurry, she attempted to switch off the night light and lie down, but in her haste, she accidentally knocked over the glass lamp on the bedside table, which crashed loudly in the otherwise silent room. Outside, Tang Yizhou evidently heard the commotion. The door swung open abruptly, and just before the light flooded the room, Qian Mi pulled the blanket tightly over her head, her breathing becoming noticeably shallow. Little Tao followed closely, nervously peering into the room. Tang Yizhou's dark gaze swept across the space before settling on the bed, where a cocooned figure lay, swathed snugly in blankets like a caterpillar. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Master Tang, Miss is indeed ill, Little Tao stammered. She is likely still asleep. It would be best not to disturb her. His gaze shifted to the lamp that lay shattered on the floor, glass fragments scattered everywhere. He pointed at the debris and remarked, Did I just hear a noise? Could it have been caused by a mouse? Little Tao was rendered speechless. My lord, if you bring this upon yourself, do not blame Little Tao for not assisting you, she thought, gradually retreating under Tang Yizhou's penetrating gaze until she vanished from view. Qian Mi was completely buried beneath her blanket, each breath laden with carbon dioxide, leaving her on the verge of suffocation. Why was it that every time she encountered Tang Yizhou, she felt compelled to hide in utter disarray? The sound of steady footsteps echoed, prompting Qian Mi to hold her breath. In the next moment, a pair of large hands swept in, abruptly lifting the blanket from her face. Are you trying to smother yourself? Oh, no. Qian Mi panicked at the thought of him seeing her resemble a swollen pig's head and quickly snatched the pillow to cover her face once more. Tang Yizhou's dark eyes narrowed. Do you wish to avoid seeing me? The caterpillar cocooned in the blanket remained utterly still. He furrowed his brow. What are you doing? I don't believe I've offended you today. The blanket stirred slightly, but quickly fell still again, with a soft whimper escaping the woman. Move the blanket aside. The man's voice took on a more coaxing tone. No. Qian Mi's voice emerged muffled from the pillow, tinged with a nasal quality that suggested she might be ill. I have a cold and fear of transmitting it to you. Could this woman genuinely be attempting to suffocate herself? Stop hiding, he insisted, reaching once more to pull the pillow from her face, but Qian Mi clung to it fiercely, as if defending a stronghold. Tang Yizhou's eyes darkened, with a decisive motion. He effortlessly removed the pillow and tossed it aside. Faced with no other option, she extended her hands to cover her face anew. Observing her persistent attempts to shield herself, a wave of curiosity washed over him. What is wrong with your face? Nothing, nothing, Qian Mi murmured, burying her face deeper into the blanket like an ostrich. Show me, he commanded with authority. Ah, do not come near me, for I am afflicted with a cold. Your voice is so melodious. It hardly resembles that of a person suffering from an ailment. Qian Mi, why are you being so petty? Unable to withstand his scrutiny any longer, Qian Mi decided to abandon her pretense, letting her hand fall away from her face. Fine, fine, look if you wish. Tang Yizhou regarded her swollen right cheek, his dark eyes narrowing with intensity, his voice turning sharp. Who struck you? Oh, no one struck me. I collided with a doorknob. Qian Mi's gaze flitted about restlessly. In the event that she divulged her mischief against Tang Shiyue, she wondered if Tang Yizhou might retaliate, considering she was indeed his beloved sister. Huh. Tang Yizhou scoffed coldly. You expect me to believe that a mere doorknob could inflict such damage? Show me how you would do it. Qian Mi, speak. Tang Yizhou's command was cold and authoritative. I shall not. She stubbornly lifted her chin, her gaze unwavering as she met his eyes. Why should I tell you? What am I to you? Furthermore, did you obtain my consent before barging into my room? Do you not realize how this tarnishes my reputation? You are nearly my fiancée. Must we still maintain such distance? Tang Yizhou cupped her face with one hand, while his other slender finger gently traced the remnants of her bruised cheek. Though the swelling had subsided considerably, a faint mark from a nail remained. Who had struck with such ferocity? In an instant, his expression darkened. Qian Mi had transformed into a clam, resolutely sealing her lips. If you refuse to speak, I shall inquire with your household staff. Surely one of them will possess the knowledge. With that, he rose, prepared to leave. In a moment of desperation, Qian Mi lunged forward, only to slip and tumble onto the sturdy chest of the man before her chin colliding painfully against him, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Alas, what misfortune had befallen her today? Was it truly necessary to endure such punishment for merely attempting to discipline that unruly child? Tang Shui? Miss, the master has returned, Xiao Tao announced, and the instant she opened the door, she was met with the sight of Qian Mi sprawled over the heir of the Tang family. Her eyes widened in shock. How audacious was this faux lady to so boldly tackle the young master of the Tang household? Disregarding her discomfort, Qian Mi hastily scrambled off him, fixing her disheveled hair. Yes, I understand. You may leave for now. I shall change my attire and join you shortly. Tang Yizhou's expression fell slightly, and he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Tao, whose heart nearly leapt from fright under the weight of his warning gaze. Hey, I need to change clothes. Aren't you leaving? She questioned, striding toward the wardrobe and shooting him an irritable glance. I'll close my eyes, he replied, indicating that his presence was not a hindrance. Qian Mi gritted her teeth and took a few determined steps toward him, pushing him toward the door. Out you go, you big bad wolf. If you wish to see, I certainly want to allow it. Tang Yizhou stumbled back several paces. Yet he felt a curious delight as he leaned closer to her, their breaths mingling. Is there any part of you I haven't seen? Must you still hide away? Get lost, Qian Mi exclaimed, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Tang Yizhou had lived for over 20 years, and the only person bold enough to tell him to get lost and shut him out was this young girl. He did not linger long, as her face was so swollen that it would be inappropriate for her to go out for a meal. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Qi Ming, he prepared to leave. Qi Ming cast a glance at Qian Mi, signaling her to see Yizhou off. Qian Mi hesitated, feeling it was rather inconsiderate to have her accompany him when her face was so disfigured. Reluctantly, she followed behind him, mumbling under her breath as they walked. The Qi family's garden was quite expansive, with a lamppost illuminating the pathways at every few steps, creating a bright and inviting atmosphere. It was a tranquil evening, with only the croaking of frogs punctuating the serene air. A gentle breeze made the environment quite pleasant. Throughout their walk, the two remained silent, with Qian Mi trailing behind, eyes cast down. Suddenly, Tang Yizhou halted, causing her to collide with him unexpectedly. She instinctively clutched her nose and gasped, Tang Yizhou, why did you stop so abruptly? Were you doing it on purpose? What happened today? Who hit your face? It certainly couldn't have been Qi Ming or Qi Jinyun. Why are you so insistent on digging for answers? With a deep sigh, she declared, I told you it was the door that hit me. If anyone dares to strike me, I would retaliate without hesitation. Clenching her fist, she added, I have said it before. If anyone provokes me, there will be no mercy. Tang Yizhou couldn't help but chuckle at her spirited demeanor. He reached out to ruffle her hair, encouraging her, hurry back inside. Don't catch a chill. When you're ready to speak, you'll let me know. Humph, she thought. I'm not that foolish. Keep talking and you won't be able to show your face. The frantic voice of a certain woman resounded throughout the garden. After sending Tang Yizhou away, Qian Mi hummed a little tune as she ascended the stairs. Although she had received a slap today, she had still managed to play a successful prank on that young girl. Well, it was also her own carelessness. Just as she reached the staircase, the voice of Qi Jinyun echoed behind her. Good evening. Good evening. Qian Mi's spine stiffened momentarily. Why did he have to return at this very moment, when he had never come back so early or so late? What if he saw the imprint of fingers on her face? Who knows what questions he would ask? Sigh, always having to concoct lies is truly tiresome. I just heard from Grandpa that you were injured. What on earth happened? Let me see. Qi Jinyun stepped forward, intent on approaching her. Oh, why do both of them enjoy seeing her resembling a pig's head? Must they possess such a twisted sense of humor? I'm fine. Qian Mi instinctively covered her face. I just accidentally bumped into a door. It's nothing serious. I should be fine by tomorrow. Let me see. The man, usually gentle and respectful, now exhibited a hint of stubbornness, reaching out to pry her hands away from her face. In an instant, the clear imprint of 5 fingers revealed itself before him. What happened? Who did this to you? Who in the Qi family had the audacity to strike her? Even if she wasn't Si Han, she was still someone under the protection of him and Grandpa. Who was so blind as to dare lay a hand on her? Furthermore, from what he understood of her character, she certainly did not seem like the type to suffer in silence. Well, I simply stated that I was struck by the door handle. Qian Mi's head feels heavy with the weight of 2 thoughts. Why does everyone insist on probing into matters? Can't they allow her to return and rest in peace? If the door handle caused the injury, how is it that there are fingerprints? Fear not. Should anyone from the Qi family mistreat you, you must inform me. Truly, no one is mistreating me. Each member of the Qi family treats me with great kindness. Qian Mi replied, lifting her gaze with utmost sincerity. But what about your face? Qian Mi fell silent, her eyes cast downwards. Qi Jing inside. Very well. I shall fetch some ice for you to apply, and a bit of ointment as well. No need. I have already applied some. My face feels completely numb now. Qian Mi squinted her eyes, feigning a pitiful expression. The man found her antics amusing and was about to reach out to tousle her hair, but his hand froze mid-air. I shall retire to my room now. Good night. Seeing that he no longer pursued the matter, Qian Mi hopped back to her room like a rabbit. Meanwhile, as Qian Mi slumbered, the atmosphere within the Tang household was rather tense. Did you strike Si Han today? Tang Yizhou inquired directly. Tang Shuiyue was taken aback, letting out a cold laugh. That wretched woman complained to you, did she? Tang Yizhou admonished in a low voice. It seems you have disregarded my warning. Faced with her brother's reprimand, the pampered Tang Shuyue's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Brother, why must you treat that woman with such kindness? And what of my actions? If she hadn't played a prank on me first, why would I have struck her? Disregarded her pitiful expression and said, do not seek trouble with Qi Sahan again. This is my final warning to you. Tang Shuwei gazed at his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration, murmuring, Qi Sahan, I despise you. Why should her brother favor her? Why should she remain unscathed while she and Shueya face misfortune? She felt indignant, utterly so. In terms of status, how could Qi Sahan possibly compare to her? Why does everyone lean towards her? Even Tang Jinyun, and now her own brother has transformed in this manner. Tang Xuyuan, who had never faced grievances, sat on the sofa, concealing her face as she sobbed. Just then, her phone vibrated insistently, and she answered, Hello? Sweetheart. Why does your voice sound so hoarse? It seems you've been crying. Mom, someone is bullying your daughter. Ever since she had played a cruel prank on that Tang Shuwei, the girl had become utterly subdued. After a hearty meal, with nothing to occupy her time, she turned on the television, only to be shocked by the news. Sun Shueya, the daughter of the Sun family, was recently exposed for her chaotic lifestyle. The Sun family's daughter, deemed morally corrupt, prompted the family's chairman to release a statement asserting that this incident would not affect the company. As she flipped through the channels, nearly every station reported on this matter. A thought struck her, and she recalled what Tang Yizhou had said that day. No matter who has schemed against you, I will avenge you. Was he fulfilling that promise? This man truly held her affairs in regard, even going so far as to publicly expose the scandal surrounding that woman in the Cheongsam. A peculiar warmth enveloped her heart as she shifted her gaze from the television. Qian Mi squeezed her phone, her finger hovering over a certain man's number, only to retract and deactivate the screen immediately. What could she possibly say to Tang Yizhou? Perhaps a simple thank you? The thought was exasperating. She detested being indebted to anyone. Just then, a soft knock interrupted her contemplation as Xiao Tao entered, stating, Miss, Madame Tang has sent someone to escort you. Madame Tang? Surely, that must be Tang Yizhou's mother. Reluctantly, she made her way downstairs, where a waiting car awaited her at the villa's entrance, and the driver respectfully opened the door upon her emergence. Upon arriving at the Tang family's villa, an elderly butler greeted her as she stepped out of the vehicle. Following him inside, Qian Mi felt a twinge of anxiety. No sooner had she crossed the threshold than a flash of red rushed past her, followed by a swift slap aimed directly at her. And the notion that Lady Tang invited her is utterly nonsensical. It is evident that this mischievous young lady seeks to reprimand her. Enough. A voice, imbued with an icy authority, suddenly resounded. Qian Mi turned her gaze towards the sound. A woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Shu Yu, gradually descended the staircase. Although she appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, her well-maintained appearance rendered her significantly younger than her actual age. Yet, the crux of the matter lay not in her youthfulness, but in the noble aura that enveloped her, making it difficult for others to meet her gaze. Mother, her grip is excruciating, Tang Shiyu exclaimed, preemptively casting her as the victim. She assaulted me the moment she entered. Qian Mi regarded the shameless Tang Shiyu in disbelief. Her audacity was indeed formidable. The noblewoman approached with deliberate steps, her eyes casting a disapproving glance at Qian Mi. Tang Shiyu, releasing Qian Mi's hand, scurried behind the noblewoman like a timid rabbit. Miss Qi, I invited you today to discuss matters, yet you chose to lay hands on my daughter the moment you arrived. Where is your decorum? Zhao Qinya's irritation was palpable, her meticulously maintained features now marred by a frown. Qian Mi shook her hand in protest. Auntie, your daughter was the one who initiated the altercation. Mother, she is slandering me. How could I possibly strike a guest? Last time she tormented me was already unacceptable, and today she dares to hit me again. Tang Shiyu clutched Qian Mi's hand. Mother, she takes advantage of her brother's affection and behaves recklessly, even daring to assault me in our home. Zhao Qinya patted Tang Shiyu's hand, offering a few words of comfort before her gaze sharpened. I witnessed you grasping my daughter. Then how is it that you did not witness her raising her hand to strike me? Is she deliberately ignoring me or simply choosing to disregard? Qian Mi rolled her eyes, clearly realizing that this mother-daughter duo had come to belittle her intentionally. Regardless of whether she was right or wrong, they had resolutely branded her as the villain, leaving her with no grounds for defense. She regretted coming to the Tang family today. I will not admit to something I did not do. Auntie, I understand your protective instincts for your daughter, but please keep your eyes wide open and do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. She shot a glare at Tang Shui and turned to leave. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Zhao Qinya commanded her. Why would she stay, only to be bullied by the two of them? She was not that foolish. It dawned on her that today's so-called invitation was nothing but a trap. She must have been out of her mind to come here. Qian Mi, seemingly unperturbed by Zhao Qinya's words, continued to stride forward. Zhao Qinya trembled with anger. No one had ever dared to defy her like this. Was this girl attempting to revolt? Meanwhile, Tang Shui added fuel to the fire. Mom, look at her. She behaves so arrogantly. You have no idea how she bullied me that day. If my brother were to marry her, our household would certainly be in chaos. Tang Shui deliberately exposed the red marks on her wrist. Upon seeing the evidence of her daughter's distress, Zhao Qinya's fury escalated. Lao Zhou, summon a few people to bring her back. I intend to teach her a proper lesson today. Yes, madam. Tang Shui observed her mother's frantic expression and couldn't help but smirk slyly. Qian Mi believed she could effortlessly exit the gates of the villa. However, her naivety was glaringly evident. As she beheld the expressionless men in black suits blocking her path, she rolled her eyes heavenward. Goodness, was it truly necessary to mobilize such a force? It seemed that if she wished to escape this place today, she would have to resort to more forceful measures. Slowly, Qian Mi rolled up her sleeves. Miss Qi, please accompany us back to meet the madam, stated the foremost man. And if I refuse? Qian Mi lifted her chin defiantly. Then I must ask for your understanding, the leading man replied, his gaze signaling to the others, who promptly encircled her. She found herself surrounded by the men in suits, and a laugh escaped her lips at the absurdity of it all. Is it not a tad shameful for you, a group of grown men, to bully a solitary woman? One of the suited men, remaining silent, lunged forward to seize her wrist. Qian Mi's eyes sharpened, and with a swift sweep of her leg, she executed a low kick, catching the unsuspecting man off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. Serves him right. Watching the towering figure topple due to her unexpected skill filled her with a sense of vindication, and she clapped her hands in delight, laughing heartily. The other suited men were momentarily stunned. What are you standing around for? Quickly, apprehend her, barked the leader. Oh dear. Faced with the advancing cluster of suited men, Qian Mi turned on her heel and fled. No matter how formidable she might be, a single person could not contend with such numbers. Retreat was surely the wisest course of action. With her agility, Qian Mi skillfully darted through the garden, cleverly concealing herself amidst the trees and bushes. Yet, those suited men clung to her like an unshakable adhesive, relentlessly pursuing her. Tang Yizhou, you have truly brought me to this predicament, she thought. Glancing back at her persistent pursuers, a twinge of anxiety stirring within her. Was it not excessive for so many to chase a single woman? The paths before and behind her were completely blocked. Where could she possibly escape? Pressing her back against the trunk of a tree, she raised her gaze to the towering foliage, her large eyes twinkling with mischief as a plan formed in her mind. If you have the ability, come up here and catch me, she taunted, confident that these men could not scale trees. Since childhood, she had been a master climber, as nimble as a monkey. effortlessly conquering any tree, no matter how tall or challenging. Within moments, she had ascended to a sturdy branch, gazing down at the group of suited men with a face full of provocation and triumph. Come on, if you dare, climb up and catch me. These men were the bodyguards of the villa, undoubtedly well-trained, but alas, they lacked the skill to climb trees. What should we do? They asked the man in charge, gazing up at Qian Mi perched in the tree. Of course, fetch a ladder, he commanded. Yes, ma'am, they replied. Meanwhile, Tang Shui and Zhao Qinya, seated on the sofa, awaited the arrival of the woman, growing increasingly impatient as time passed without any sign of her. Let us go see what's happening, Zhao Qinya suggested, her frustration boiling over. Initially, she did not wish to impose difficulties upon this young lady, hoping instead to gently persuade her to abandon the notion of marrying her son, out of respect for the esteemed CH family. However, this impudent girl displayed a blatant disregard for decorum and failed to recognize her own limitations. If she did not administer a lesson today, how could she maintain her dignity? Today, it mattered not if it was the CH family or even the king himself. She would not easily forgive this uncouth young woman. As the couple made their way outside, the butler rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. What has transpired? He inquired. Miss CH. She is in the tree. Qian Mi had perched herself atop the tree for a full half-hour. Several individuals had attempted to ascend the ladder to retrieve her, but none succeeded under her interference. The situation had reached an impasse. Gazing at the furious faces of the noblewoman and Tang Shuiwei standing below, she inexplicably felt a sense of vindication. Ah, how delightful it would be to infuriate them further. Tang Shuiwei's face contorted with rage upon witnessing the scene. Are you all fools, incapable of capturing a mere young girl? You are the fool. And your entire family are fools, still in their infancy. Qian Mi swung her legs from the tree. Why insult them? If you possess any courage, come up here and catch me. I am waiting right here for you. If you manage to seize me, I shall submit to your whim. You. Tang Shuiwei felt her head spinning with frustration. How could a distinguished young lady stoop to climbing a tree to apprehend her? Zhao Qinya watched, her chest heaving with indignation, her voice trembling. She had never witnessed a young lady of privilege so utterly unruly. What enchantment has befallen my son? That he would take a fancy to such a woman? Outrageous. You come down here at once. Zhao Qinya's voice was laced with an intensity that could not be overlooked. Aunt, you must promise me that if I come down, you will let me leave. Otherwise, I shall not descend. Do not attempt to bargain with me. How could Master Qi possibly raise such a granddaughter? Today has indeed opened my eyes. Zhao Qinya was so enraged that her words became unfiltered. Her swaying feet paused momentarily. Though Master Qi was not her biological grandfather, the bond they had forged over the past few days was akin to that of a true grandchild, regardless of his sincerity. She was acutely aware of who treated her well and who did not. Aunt, you may scold me, but do not vent your ire upon my grandfather. When it came to sharp-tongued retorts, she was more than capable. The situation had escalated. Zhao Qinya, her fingers trembling with indignation, shouted at those around her. What are you all standing there for? Go fetch young master for me. Yes, yes. No need for that. A deep voice gradually emerged, shattering the tension of the moment. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Qian Mi, her hand still swaying the leaves, froze, staring blankly at the ground, for indeed, Tang Yizhou was slowly approaching her. Upon seeing Tang Yizhou's somber expression, she felt a twinge of guilt. Brother, you finally arrived. Tang Shuiwei, in a fit of exasperation, hastily accused. Mother invited Miss Qi to our home, but she had the audacity to speak rudely to her. Tang Yizhou cast a stoic glance at his sister, freeing himself from her grasp and striding towards the tree below. Tang Shuiwei was rendered speechless by the chilling gaze of her brother. Son, you have arrived just in time. Command this woman to come down at once. How dare she defy me? Zhao Qinya remarked, her brows furrowed at the sight of her son. Upon hearing her words, Tang Yizhou nodded slightly, looking up at the tree with a slight frown. What are you doing up there? Aren't you afraid of falling? Come down. I will catch you. Zhao Qinya's expression tightened upon hearing his words. In the face of this unruly girl, her son showed no sign of anger. Instead, his primary concern was her safety. This was far from an ideal situation. Could it be true, as Wei had said, that her son was utterly enchanted by this impudent girl? No. That simply could not be. She already had a suitable candidate for a daughter-in-law in mind, and even if it were not her, it certainly would not be this unruly woman. Even though Tang Yizhou spoke in such gentle tones, she clung tightly to the tree trunk. No, I won't come down. Are you all trying to skin me alive? I am not that foolish. Not at all. The man's voice was unexpectedly tender. Come down. and I assure you that no one will dare to harm you. Despite not knowing how she ended up in the Tang family and inexplicably climbed the tree, it was clear that this situation was not solely her doing. Although she had acted impulsively, she was not entirely reckless. Son, you. Zhao Qinya looked at Tang Yizhou with a mixture of surprise and doubt. As Qian Mi observed his exceptionally gentle expression, she began to feel hesitant. She glanced at the two fierce women beside her and retreated further. Your family is not composed of good people. Both of you are intent on calculating against me. I certainly cannot trust you. Then whom do you trust? Tang Yizhou inquired. She had faith in him, yet would he truly assist her? That seemed improbable, after all. She was merely his fiancée, unengaged, and he could abandon her at any moment. The two women beside her were his mother and sister. In a matter of importance, he would undoubtedly choose them. Nonetheless, a small voice within her still hoped he would side with her. Seeing her remain motionless, Tang Yizhou cast a cold gaze around and commanded, "You all may leave now." Brother, Tang Shuwei called out weakly. Mother, please return for now. I will bring her to apologize to you shortly, Tang Yizhou explained, turning to his mother. Upon hearing her son's words, Zhao Qinya felt it inappropriate to press further. She tidied her hair and nodded solemnly. After all, such a commotion would not reflect well if it were to spread. The crowd soon dispersed, leaving only Tang Yizhou beneath the tree. Watching the departing figures, Qian Mi felt a sense of relief. Can I come down now? Tang Yizhou pressed his lips together. His brow slightly furrowed. How did you manage to climb such a tall tree? Were you not afraid of falling? Now I understand. Don't you know that ascending a mountain is easier than descending? The same applies to climbing trees. She cautiously descended the tree trunk, initially believing she could do so without incident. However, an unsuspecting branch could not withstand her weight and snapped with a sharp crack. Ah! The young woman found herself plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Alas, how unfortunate she was. Would she sustain serious injuries from such a fall? Surprisingly, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, Qian Mi felt as though she had been caught by a pair of strong, capable hands. Yet, due to inertia, the two of them tumbled into a heap. With trepidation, she opened her eyes to find Tang Yizhou pinned beneath her, serving as an unintentional cushion. If you don't get up soon, I might suffocate beneath your weight, a strained voice emerged. Flustered, Qian Mi scrambled to her feet. Are you all right? She asked, anxiously helping him to sit up. How could I be fine? You just fell on me with such force, he retorted, disregarding any other concern as he wrapped an arm around her. Fortunately, this petite girl was not particularly heavy. Otherwise, he might have truly been injured. Yet once again, she had landed on his most sensitive spot. Since their first encounter, he realized he was constantly rescuing her, an endless cycle. Hey, speak to me. Qian Mi urged as she noticed his vacant gaze and ashen complexion, a wave of panic washing over her. You're not seriously injured, are you? Seeing him like this made her break into a cold sweat. Help me up, Tang Yizhou commanded in a low tone. Oh, right. Qian Mi slowly assisted him to his feet. Can you drive? I can, she nodded. Excellent. Let us proceed. The two swiftly drove to the hospital. After the elderly doctor completed his examination, he advised Qian Mi, you have a fracture. However, the issue is not too serious. It will take 100 days for the muscles and bones to heal. I will prescribe some medication for you, both for internal and external use. The doctor then glanced at her and added, young lady, your boyfriend may find his hand inconvenient during this period. You will need to assist him with daily activities. And remember to keep it dry. Qian Mi, feeling a rare sense of shyness, replied, I'm not his girlfriend. The doctor paused in his writing. Taken aback, not his girlfriend? Tang Yizhou, extending his uninjured hand, wrapped it around her shoulder. She is not merely my girlfriend. She is my fiancée. The elderly doctor chuckled knowingly. Ah, you are almost a couple. No wonder this young lady is so anxious about you. This is even better. Since you cannot get it wet, chores such as bathing can be entrusted to your fiancée. Tang Yizhou, displaying an uncommon warmth in his smile, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, doctor. Observing the strikingly handsome couple, the doctor felt a sense of joy. No need for thanks, no need at all. After bidding farewell to the visually pleasing pair, the doctor pondered, scratching his chin in confusion. Since they were already engaged, why would the young man request a change from a sprain to a fracture? A simple application of ointment would suffice. Could this be a modern way for young people to display their affection? Once outside, Qian Mi erupted in frustration. Who said I am your fiancée? How shameless. She protested, we are not even engaged yet, so please refrain from making such claims. Tang Yizhou regarded her with a knowing look before his lips curled into a teasing smile. Are you eagerly proposing to me? Qian Mi, how dare you? Truly, the purest waters harbor no fish, and the most despicable of individuals remain unmatched. Tang Yizhou escorted her to his upscale apartment. Upon arrival, the impeccably uniformed security personnel, upon seeing Tang Yizhou accompanied by a young lady, promptly approached with a respectful demeanor, removing his hat and bowing in greeting. Qian Mi observed his sycophantic expression, utterly speechless. "Mr. Tang, you have returned today." "MHM," Tang Yizhou replied, barely casting a glance in his direction, his tone indifferent. He then guided her through the grand entrance of the apartment. Qian Mi looked around, captivated by the central location of the apartment. Not only was it prime real estate, but the decor exuded a subtle yet undeniable luxury that left her in awe. Stealing a glance at Tang Yizhou's profile, she curiously inquired, "This apartment is remarkably accommodating. Even the security staff are so courteous, and they remember the names of all the residents. Because I am the owner here. This luxurious haven, nestled in such a coveted area, belonged entirely to him." She felt the need to reflect quietly. How could the disparity between people be so vast? Accompanying Tang Yizhou, they ascended to the 36th floor via a private elevator. Each floor housed but a single resident, and as the proprietor, he undoubtedly had the privilege of choosing the most scenic and desirable level. "Please have a seat. I shall take a shower." "Wait. Didn't the doctor say you must avoid water?" Qian Mi grasped his arm, her expression one of reproach. "How could you so easily forget?" Tang Yizhou readily acquiesced with a nod. "Indeed, so you shall assist me in bathing." Could she possibly refuse? A peculiar sensation akin to lifting a stone only to strike one's own foot enveloped her. Moments later, she stood dazed in the bathroom, a towel clutched in her hands, pondering how she had been drawn into this predicament. Assisting someone with their ablutions for the first time, and no less a man. Left Qian Mi wishing she could simply detach her eyes from her head. Yet, Tang Yizhou appeared to tease her deliberately, his uninjured hand leisurely resting on his button. His gaze as fluid as water fixed upon her. "All right, you assist me," he suggested. Qian Mi blinked in disbelief, pointing to herself. "Me? Help you?" He nodded affirmatively. Taking several deep breaths, she bit her lip, and with a resolve reminiscent of a warrior making a decisive choice, she approached him, her fingers gingerly brushing against his button. She endeavored to keep her eyes shut, but the low cadence of his breath wafting above her head compelled her to open them. "How can you assist me in unbuttoning if your eyes are closed?" Startled, she quickly reopened her eyes and, in a moment of impulsiveness, yanked at the button, which flew off with a snap. Embarrassed, she mumbled an apology, and as all the buttons came undone, she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Perhaps you should do it yourself. I cannot reach your shoulder." Moreover, even if she could, she was reluctant to do so. Tang Yizhou observed her ears, flushed like garnets, his dark eyes sparkling with amusement. With a swift motion, he removed his shirt, revealing an exquisite physique before Qian Mi without reservation. When she inadvertently glanced up, her gaze became transfixed upon him. Such a figure was more than sufficient to be a model. How could someone who seemingly spent all day in an office, merely extending a hand for assistance, possess such a remarkable physique? It was utterly unfair. Tang Yizhou gazed at her with a bemused smile, finding her astonished expression genuinely endearing. He intentionally stepped closer, positioning himself before her, and casually inquired, "Aren't you supposed to assist me in wiping my body?" "Oh, wipe? I'll wipe," she stammered. Tang Yizhou thought to himself, surely she is not resorting to insults. Regaining her composure, she wrung out a warm towel and, with trembling hands, began to wipe him haphazardly, with her eyes half closed. Her efforts lacked sincerity, while her other hand remained tightly clasped behind her back, as if concealing a precious treasure. "Is this how you intend to assist me until the end of time?" Tang Yizhou cast a cool glance her way and remarked, "If you catch a cold, are you prepared to take responsibility?" After expending considerable effort to complete the task, Qian Mi felt more fatigued than if she had run 800 meters. Yet the man in question appeared utterly relaxed. He sat gracefully upon the sofa, his fresh attire accentuating his refined elegance. "I am hungry," he stated nonchalantly. Exhausted like a dog, Qian Mi shot him an incredulous glare and retorted, "If you're hungry, why don't you eat? You shall cook for me." "I don't know how to cook." In a huff, Qian Mi tossed aside the towel, feeling as though this man truly believed her to be his servant, summoning her at his whim due to his injury. Yet, she realized she could not resist. Tang Yizhou pointed to his injured hand and asserted, "I was wounded while saving you." Thus, considering the times he had rescued her, she reluctantly agreed to play the role of a maid for once. The kitchen is open plan, allowing Tang Yizhou to observe her every move. Watching her flit about the kitchen like a frantic squirrel, he suddenly finds a certain beauty in this scene. Although Qian Mi is an orphan, she has not faced much hardship, having spent her childhood at her master's side. Consequently, over the years, she has only mastered the art of indulgence, lacking any culinary skills. Cooking seems too cumbersome, with tasks like rinsing rice. Instead, she opts for the simplicity of boiling noodles. She retrieves her phone and follows the instructions to boil water, then adds the noodles. Once the noodles are in the pot, she begins to hurriedly chop scallions. However, whether due to inexperience or some other reason, she inadvertently cuts her finger. The pain is excruciating. Tears nearly well up in her eyes as she bites down on her finger. Today has truly tested her limits. Tang Yizhou glances her way at the sound, his gaze remaining fixed on the newspaper. How foolish. Qian Mi feels an impulse to wield the knife against him. If it weren't for cooking noodles for him, would she have sliced her finger? Does he possess no sense of compassion? Just as her frustration peaks, a long hand reaches out, gently grasping her injured index finger and meticulously applying a band-aid. Does it still hurt? Qian Mi retorts defiantly. Didn't you just call me foolish? Why bother with the band-aid? Such insincerity. Tang Yizhou responds with a cool glance. I fear you might bleed into the noodles. That would be a waste of food. She ground her back molars, yearning to bite him again in the place where he was injured. All right, step aside. I shall take over. Her eyes widened in astonishment. You can cook noodles? What's so surprising about that? Qian Mi exclaimed as if she had encountered an extraterrestrial being. Wow, you. A prominent heir of the Tang family and the president of the Tang group can actually cook noodles. This truly shatters my perception of reality. Tang Yizhou snorted softly. And yet, you, a genuine daughter of a wealthy family, can climb trees just the same. Ahem. Qian Mi, caught off guard by his words, averted her gaze with a hint of guilt. This faux heiress was suddenly feeling self-conscious. Your hand is injured. Let me handle it. Though she was carefree, she would never allow someone hurt to prepare food for her. I can cook noodles with one hand just as well. Are you certain? Tang Yizhou cast her a nonchalant glance. Do you doubt my abilities? She readily nodded. I indeed have my doubts about your capability. Tang Yizhou. Why does that sound so harsh? In order to prove his competence, he skillfully prepared 2 bowls of noodles with remarkable speed. As she gazed at the steaming bowls of mixed noodles, Qian Mi's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly was not merely boasting. This man. Just how many secrets did he harbor? While it is often said that women are like enigmas, this man was an even greater mystery, elusive and unfathomable. However, considering that he had not questioned her today, but instead had unhesitatingly saved her, she could not deny the stirrings of gratitude within her heart. Aside from her master, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. Hurry and eat. It will taste terrible once it cools down. Observing her dazed expression, he couldn't help but curve his thin lips into a delightful smile. Watching the woman devour her noodles with fervor, Tang Yizhou subtly lifted the corners of his mouth. It had been quite some time since he last set foot in the kitchen. Ever since returning from his studies abroad, he had seemingly abandoned all culinary endeavors. Yet today, he had made an exception to prepare noodles for this woman. What enchantment did she possess that compelled him to repeatedly defy his own principles and lower his lofty demeanor? Why aren't you eating? It will taste awful once it cools down, Qian Mi said, her mouth still full of noodles. She glanced up at Tang Yizhou, only to find his gaze fixed intently upon her, his own noodles untouched. My hand is injured, she replied, swallowing her noodles and suppressing an eye roll. You seemed quite adept at cooking earlier, so why the sudden clumsiness when it comes to eating? I injured my left hand, Tang Yizhou pointed out nonchalantly. Your left hand is fine. You can eat with your right hand, she countered. I typically eat with my left hand, he replied, implying he was left-handed. Thus, Qian Mi pondered why a man would fuss so much over a simple bowl of noodles, but considering he had injured himself for her sake and prepared her a meal, she kindly inquired, do you need me to feed you? Ah, that is an intriguing suggestion, he remarked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Realizing she had inadvertently dug her own grave, Qian Mi reflected on how, after just having assisted him with his bath, she was now poised to feed him. At that moment, she felt less like a wealthy heiress and more akin to an outright maid. Although lacking experience in feeding others, one has certainly witnessed the act of a mother nourishing her child on television. Come, open wide, said Qian Mi as she scooped noodles with a spoon, blew on them gently, and then offered them to Tang Yizhou. The man regarded her foolish behavior with a frown of disdain. How could he dare to show such contempt when she was humbling herself to feed him? Are you going to eat, or shall I cease my efforts? Tang Yizhou opened his mouth and bit the spoon, and as Qian Mi watched him swallow the noodles, he deliberately licked his lips with his tongues. An act that left her trembling with a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. Why the theatrics? It's just noodles, she thought, averting her gaze, her ears burning with mortification. Who was he trying to entice? Tang Yizhou, noticing her shy demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. The bowl of noodles was quickly emptied, and Qian Mi, instinctively collecting the dishes to wash, had taken only a few steps when Tang Yizhou's phone rang. "Hello, Mom." Her hand holding the bowl froze. "I have a bit of business to attend to. Can we discuss it tomorrow?" "All right." With succinct words, he ended the call. As she placed the dishes in the sink and turned on the tap, the man approached her and leaned in to turn off the faucet. "Your hand is injured. There's no need to wash them here." "Oh," she replied, clearly distracted. In truth, after reflecting in silence for a while, she had begun to recognize her own mistakes. Although Tang Shui was the one who initially caused a disturbance, she was, after all, in someone else's home, and that noblewoman was, in essence, Tang Yizhou's mother. Her previous rudeness was indeed somewhat disrespectful. It is no wonder that she was so furious. At that moment, Tang Yizhou was also infuriated by Tang Shuyue's provocations. "What's wrong?" Tang Yizhou inquired, noticing her suddenly gloomy demeanor. "Does your mother desire nothing less than to tear me apart?" Qian Mi looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Tang Yizhou pondered for a moment. What exactly transpired today? What else could it be? "I was merely being unreasonable." Qian Mi shrugged in frustration. "If you do not speak, how can I know that you will not believe me?" Tang Yizhou's dark eyes fixed on her. "Need it be said? One is your mother, the other your sister. I am merely an outsider, and you will certainly side with them." "You are not an outsider. You are my fiancée." Tang Yizhou reached out, pulling her closer and gazing down at her. "Moreover, I have always favored reason over kinship." "Hey, if you wish to converse, then do so. Why must you resort to such actions?" Qian Mi pushed against his chest, yet he remained unmoved. Growing impatient, she exclaimed, "Can you please let me go first?" "Speak," Tang Yizhou commanded, ignoring her struggles, his warm breath brushing against her face. "Would you believe me if I said your sister was the one who instigated this? Is your face bruised by her as well?" Qian Mi fell silent. "Do you truly believe me?" "I do." Tang Yizhou nodded, releasing her and returning to the sofa with purposeful strides. Uncertain of the reason, upon hearing his words, Qian Mi suddenly felt as though her heart had been struck by an unseen force. "What did your mother say? Will she inform Qi? Will she tell my grandfather?" Qian Mi's brows knitted together in a tight knot. Although she harbored a desire for vengeance, she was reluctant to invite trouble. If her actions were to cause a rift between the Tang and Qi families, she would undoubtedly be the villain. Tang Yizhou glanced up at her with a bemused expression. "Are you certain you wish to hear her assessment of you? Surely, it cannot be favorable. Perhaps it is best not to listen, as the outcome is already at its most dire." "Fear not. She is merely angry in the moment and does not intend to escalate matters. Regarding my sister," Tang Yizhou paused momentarily, "I shall administer a fitting punishment. This individual has grown overly confident, basking in my affection without restraint." Qian Mi looked up in astonishment. Was he serious? That was her own sister he was speaking of. How remarkably stern he was. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, this person stood unwaveringly by her side, believing in her, and she felt an unexpected warmth within her heart. "Ah, it is already this late." Qian Mi glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, the hands indicating it was 9:30. "It truly is late. I must return." She turned to him, saying, "Thank you for today. Had you not acted as my cushion, I would likely be the one injured now. By the way, the doctor advised you to avoid water. Just bear with it for a few days and refrain from consuming spicy foods. It would be best to drink some bone broth, as it aids in quicker recovery. Well then, I shall take my leave. Goodbye." Having spoken rapidly, she made her way toward the door. Consequently, Tang Yizhou's speed surpassed hers. With a few strides of his long legs, he reached the door and, with a decisive click, locked it behind him. Qian Mi observed a series of fluid movements. Momentarily taken aback. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. Leaning against the door with one hand, Tang Yizhou drew closer, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Did the doctor not advise you to take good care of me?" "I have taken care of you." Qian Mi blinked her large eyes at him. "I've already helped you bathe and fed you. I've done enough. What about breakfast tomorrow morning? How will we manage if it's inconvenient for you to sleep at night?" Tang Yizhou leaned in closer, his long, thick eyelashes nearly brushing against her cheek. Slowly, Qian Mi began to bend back. "You can speak without getting so close, can't you? Didn't you say I saved you? Is this how you repay your savior?" Tang Yizhou spoke in a low tone, his hand that propped against the wall gradually encircling her waist. "Is this how you express your gratitude to me? I suppose I shall stay." Cornered by Tang Yizhou, she found herself with no option to retreat and ultimately surrendered, convinced that if she did not nod in agreement, he would kiss her in the next instant, as their distance had dwindled to less than a centimeter. Tang Yizhou, perceiving that she had finally acquiesced, released her with a sense of ease. The moment he stepped away, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Well, considering he had saved her more than once, she would begrudgingly take care of him for one night. In any case, it won't cost me a piece of flesh. So where shall I sleep tonight? She surveyed the apartment, which was absurdly spacious and duplex in design, undoubtedly featuring numerous rooms. She could simply choose one later. It was mentioned that she was here to care for a patient, so of course she would share a room with me. Tang Yizhou gazed at her leisurely, and she was so startled that her hair nearly stood on end. Share a room with you? Tang Yizhou's room was indeed vast, mirroring the design outside, dominated by a black and white palette, exuding understated elegance. However, the most striking feature was undoubtedly the king-sized bed at the center of the room. Qian Mi glanced around, bemused that such a large room lacked even a sofa. Would she have to sleep on the floor tonight? What are you looking at? Tang Yizhou queried, noticing her incessant scanning of the surroundings. Qian Mi, feeling exasperated, lifted her head. Why are you, the CEO, so stingy? There isn't even a sofa in this room. Where am I supposed to sleep? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Tang Yizhou's beautiful dark eyes as he pointed to the large bed, his meaning unmistakable. Following his gesture, Qian Mi's expression transformed into one of dismay. Forget it. I'll just sleep on the floor. As a jest, though the bed could comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 people, sharing it with this man was something she simply could not bring herself to do. Sleep on the floor? Tang Yizhou's lips curled slightly. The bed is so large. I wouldn't mind sharing half of it with you. Qian Mi huffed in indignation, raising her head. You might not mind, but I certainly do. As a young lady, how can I share a bed with a lone man? The man leaned slightly closer, his warm breath enveloping her once more. Are you certain you are still a maiden? The inquiry from Qian Mi instantly recalled a particular incident, causing her face to flush with embarrassment, alternating between pale and flushed, before she, in a fit of indignation, forcefully pushed him away. Ah, Tang Yizhou exclaimed, serves you right. Qian Mi shot him a glare and, without further ado, climbed onto the bed, yanking down a quilt. When she finished arranging her makeshift bedding, she noticed that Tang Yizhou remained motionless, his hand still cradling the injured one. A pang of guilt and unease washed over her. Did I really hurt you? Tang Yizhou remained silent, not even raising his brow. Say something. Did I injure you? Her complexion turned pale. Yet, Tang Yizhou continued to ignore her. Hey, don't scare me like this. Seeing his ashen face sent a chill of fear through her, and she worried he might have some unseen internal injury from her earlier shove. In a panic, she pulled Tang Yizhou towards the edge of the bed, hastily attempting to lift his shirt to check for injuries. In that moment, she completely forgot the propriety of physical boundaries between men and women. Tang Yizhou watched as her delicate fingers roamed over his body, his dark eyes dimming momentarily, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Tang Yizhou, speak to me. Does it hurt anywhere? Her voice grew sharp with urgency. Yes, came the low, deep response from above. Where does it hurt? Qian Mi, filled with urgency, inquired whether anyone remained in the hospital at such a late hour. Would it still be possible to go now? If his injuries were severe, could she manage to carry him alone? Her heart ached. Tang Yizhou uttered 2 words, causing the woman to freeze momentarily. A moment later, like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, she shoved Tang Yizhou onto the bed, her voice breaking with anger. Tang Yizhou, this is no way to joke around. As Tang Yizhou sat up, he noticed the glimmer of unshed tears in her large eyes. Was she on the verge of crying? Qian Mi felt terribly wronged. Her day had been akin to a roller coaster ride, her nerves taut and unyielding. She had never felt this way, not even when mocked by Tang Shuwei, scolded sternly by his mother, or pursued by those suited men. Yet, at this moment, he still found the time for jest. If it weren't for saving her, he wouldn't have sustained such injuries. Though she did not voice it, guilt weighed heavily on her heart. How could he trivialize her anxiety with such a jest? It was utterly excessive. Tang Yizhou's dark eyes clouded, his lips pressed together as he approached her, reaching out to wipe away her fallen tears. You needn't feign concern. Qian Mi turned her head away, forcefully inhaling through her nose, feeling utterly humiliated. In the past 20 years, she had rarely cried, yet today, a mere jest from this man had brought her to the brink of tears. It was as if she had regressed in her maturity. Had a few days as a pampered young lady rendered her so sentimental? I'm sorry. As she wept, Tang Yizhou felt an inexplicable agitation within him. Attempting to lighten the mood with a jest, he was taken aback by her profound reaction. What good is an apology? Do you have any idea how unfortunate my day has been? I was ridiculed by your sister, scolded by your mother, and chased up a tree by those suited men. What did I do to deserve this? I already feel guilty for your injury, and now you dare to jest about it. Before he could finish his thought, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, the crisp scent of him filling her senses. A deep voice resonated from above. I'm sorry. That single apology seemed to touch upon all of Qian Mi's hidden grievances and sorrows. In an instant, she cast aside all reservations, her tears flowing freely as if they were unrestrained by the constraints of cost. Though she cried, her sobs were silent, save for the occasional hitch in her breath. Tang Yizhou gently ruffled her hair, his tone transforming into an unprecedented softness. Please, don't cry. What does my crying have to do with you? Came her muffled response from his chest, thick with emotion. If you keep crying, you'll ruin my shirt. At his words, Qian Mi stiffened, then, in a fit of exasperation, wriggled out of his embrace, her nose flushed and her face marred by streaks of tears. Tang Yizhou, you lunatic. So what if you ruin your shirt? I'll pay you back. Is that enough? The man deflected, avoiding the topic with a casual air. Humph. As she tumbled out of bed and bumped her knee, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. What a stroke of bad luck to start the day. Are you all right? Tang Yizhou inquired, having flipped out of bed to find the girl clutching her knee and gasping in pain. Qian Mi shot him an indignant glare, her eyes brimming with accusation. Why did you scare me so early in the morning? I didn't scare you, he replied. You, how did I end up in your bed? Bewildered, Qian Mi pondered, for she distinctly remembered sleeping on the floor last night. Could it be that she had sleepwalked? No, that was impossible. There was a big bad wolf lying on the bed, and even in her sleepwalking state, she wouldn't dream of ending up there. Have you forgotten? He asked. Forgotten what? She responded. Last night. His gaze flickered with mischief as he pointed towards the bed. You climbed up by yourself. Nonsense. How could I possibly have climbed into bed? You must have done it. Her expression was one of disbelief. Tang Yizhou gestured to his injured left hand. Do you really think I had the strength to lift you into bed yesterday? Qian Mi examined his injured hand for a moment, her mind whirling as she contemplated his words. He was not exactly Popeye the Sailor Man. How could he have single-handedly lifted her onto the bed? Perhaps I truly did sleepwalk? She mused. Oh, Qian Mi, you foolish girl. Sleepwalking anywhere is one thing, but why on earth did you have to end up in bed? How embarrassing. Noticing her apparent acceptance of his explanation, she squatted on the ground, displaying a myriad of emotions, red, white, and black, on her face. It was quite the spectacle. Observing her flustered state, Tang Yizhou couldn't help but smirk. This girl was indeed quite easy to deceive. Let us dine. Tang Yizhou extended his hand to assist her up. Where's there to eat? She mumbled. You've just risen as well. Are we to gnaw on the plates? Tang Yizhou chuckled, offering no response. After freshening up in the bathroom, she entered the dining room to behold an abundant spread of breakfast laid out on the table, which took her breath away. There were dumplings, soybean milk, bread, sandwiches, millet porridge, buns, and even cake, an exquisite array of delights, everything one could desire. Did you commandeer every breakfast establishment in town? She exclaimed, regarding the tall man standing beside her with a sideways glance, akin to a wealthy patron observing a mere servant. Are you feeding pigs or what? I do not feed pigs. I feed you, he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Goodness, this man truly does not miss an opportunity to jest at my expense. Did you purchase all of this? She inquired, astonished that a prominent CEO would personally procure breakfast for her, contemplating whether to produce a handkerchief to shed a few tears in gratitude. It was not I who bought it. I instructed Lin Tan to do so. Lin Tan? He must be the gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses. In this day and age, even a CEO's assistant is tasked with the responsibility of procuring breakfast. How exhausting. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the mountains of food before them. Tang Yizhou, even if we were to gorge ourselves, we could never finish this banquet. Select whatever you wish to eat. Leave the rest. There is no need for you to concern yourself with it. Well, the world of the affluent was beyond her comprehension. It appeared that breakfast could be a matter of consuming at will and discarding at leisure. Tang Yizhou sipped his coffee, his long fingers interlaced. Once you've finished, I shall take you to a special place. Upon hearing this, the woman dejectedly took a bite of her food. I know. I should go apologize to your mother. Alas, what was destined to happen has come to pass. I shouldn't have been so impulsive yesterday. Tang Shuiyue was clearly trying to ensnare me, and I fell into her trap in a moment of weakness. Wait, what? I'll take you to a place where no one can find us, just for a bit of respite. Respite? Respite? Tang Yizhou leaned closer, his dark eyes fixated on her face for several seconds, then he extended his long fingers towards her. Seeing this, Qian Mi retreated repeatedly, resembling a frightened little rabbit, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. What are you trying to do? The man smirked slightly. his slender fingers deftly brushing away the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. At your age, you shouldn't be making such a mess while eating. Just wipe my mouth. Why the fuss? You're making me overreact. The woman begrudgingly bit into her bread, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. Haven't I mentioned that I would take you somewhere in a few days? Tang Yizhou leisurely sipped his coffee. There's really no need to apologize. What if your mother becomes even angrier? As they finished breakfast and stepped outside the elevator, Qian Mi continued her murmurs of discontent. Tang Yizhou pressed the elevator button, his voice laced with a subtle, enticing depth. Are you so concerned about my mother's opinion? It's not that I care, Qian Mi replied, her mind swirling with questions. Unaware of how tightly the man was holding her hand, she scratched her head in distress and lamented. I simply feel that I made a mess yesterday and left behind a pile of trouble. I fear not only will your mother blame me, but it may also implicate my grandfather. The latter part of her statement was of utmost importance. She was merely a pretender to wealth and had no desire to stir up any trouble. Tang Yizhou smiled enigmatically, reaching out to tousle her delicate and silky black hair. Trust me, going to apologize to my mother right now would be the most unwise course of action. Qian Mi responded, perplexed. A person in a fit of rage cannot hear anything. Are you certain you wish to climb that tree once more? Tang Yizhou gazed at her with a glimmer in his eyes. Rest assured, I will handle everything from here on out with Lin Tan. You need not worry about it. All right, fine. While he had a point, yesterday his mother had been livid, her face flushed with anger, exacerbated by Tang Shiyue's incessant meddling. If she were to rashly seek forgiveness today, it might very well lead to a repetition of the previous day's events. She looked up at the man beside her and suddenly realized that, despite his cunning and inscrutability, he could be quite considerate at times. So where are we headed now? Elopement, Tang Yizhou replied nonchalantly, uttering those two words. Qian Mi nearly choked on her own saliva, her large eyes wide with astonishment. Hey, that cold joke is hardly amusing. When the two arrived at the base of the apartment building, a remarkably ostentatious yellow sports car was parked below. Qian Mi, lacking in automotive knowledge, could not identify the make, but its sleek design clearly indicated it was an expensive vehicle. Hey, Tang, sister-in-law, you finally made it down. I was just about to come up and call for you. A tall, handsome man with a radiant smile approached them. Sister-in-law. Qian Mi remarked with a slight twitch of her lips. The man had a head of black hair, yet his features bore a distinctly Western flair. Particularly those lake blue eyes that made his charming, almond-shaped eyes appear all the more enchanting. Hello, sister-in-law. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, the dashing gentleman said, mimicking the ancient custom of greeting with a fist clasp. I am Ming Xian. I look forward to your guidance. Qian Mi was rendered speechless by the unfamiliar yet enthusiastic manner of his greeting. What century is this style of introduction from? And who exactly is he? Hello. Is your hair dyed black? Are you a foreigner? She exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. No. Meng Xian shook his index finger. This is genuine black hair. But your eyes. Tang Yizhou observed the curious expression of a certain woman directed at Meng Xian, and a wave of inexplicable annoyance surged within him. He swiftly interjected, he is of mixed heritage. Oh, so he is mixed. No wonder he is so handsome. No wonder what? Tang Yizhou inquired. No wonder his behavior is rather peculiar, she muttered softly. Meng Xian's smile faltered at her words. Qian Mi glanced between Tang Yizhou and the mixed-blood Meng Xian, who was often said to possess striking beauty, yet she still felt that Tang Yizhou appeared to be even more dashing. Ahem, she possesses an impartial judgment, devoid of any selfish motives. Departing, Tang Yizhou wished to refrain from further idle conversation with Meng Xian. Drive. Reluctantly, Meng Xian obliged and took the wheel. Qian Mi's curiosity regarding Meng Xian was fleeting. As the car gradually distanced itself from the city, her gaze shifted back to Tang Yizhou. Tang Yizhou, where are we headed? Sister-in-law, we are going to. Silence yourself, Tang Yizhou admonished Meng Xian, who was driving ahead. This is none of your concern. Humph. The neglected half-breed, Meng Xian, could only sulk and continue his role as the driver. You will find out shortly. He offered no further clarification. What is with the secrecy? You're not telling me anything. Qian Mi puffed her cheeks, looking at him. If you don't disclose our destination, what if you intend to sell me off? Rest assured. Tang Yizhou gently ruffled her hair. If I sold you, I would have to pay them to take you. Meng Xian rolled his eyes in the front seat, scoffing. How ostentatious. Aren't you afraid of blinding me with your show of affection? Tang is truly insufferable. The vehicle came to a halt at a dock. As Qian Mi disembarked with them, she observed several luxurious yachts moored nearby, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Tang Yizhou. What is this all about? We are heading to a small island, It is quite beautiful there. Tang Yizhou took her hand and led her towards the most opulent yacht. To what small island? Qian Mi, guided by him onto the grandest yacht, felt her worldview shift yet again. Is this yacht yours? The man glanced back at her. His tone indifferent. All of these yachts belong to me. Really? Ming Xian hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, why are you making such a fuss? So what if there is a yacht? Tang has a private jet as well. I'll have him take you on a trip one day. Qian Mi felt overwhelmed by the sheer wealth on display. She had always thought her family was quite affluent, but in comparison to this man, they seemed like mere children playing in a small house. Let us go, Tang Yizhou said, leading her toward the yacht. Come on, come on. Ming Xian chimed in cheerfully as he trailed behind. What are you doing up there? Tang Yizhou asked, noticing the discontent on his face. Did I invite you on board? Get down. Hey, Tang, that's rather inconsiderate, isn't it? This feels like burning bridges after crossing them. Qian Mi observed Ming Xian's anxious demeanor. Almost desperate. Yes, you're burning bridges. It's truly inconsiderate. I got up early to organize everything for you, and now you're just discarding me. Is there any humanity left? My grandfather is pressuring me to marry. Can't you let me hide on the island for a few days? I'm begging you. Pressured to marry? Really? Qian Mi looked at him with sympathy. What does your predicament have to do with me? In his presence, Tang Yizhou transformed back into that cold, unyielding man, entirely lacking in warmth. Why is it that you treat your fiancé with the gentleness of spring, yet speak to your brother with such icy disdain? Is there really such a stark difference in treatment? Feeling neglected, Ming Xian turned to Qian Mi with a look of feigned innocence, pleading, Sister-in-law, could you please advocate for me? Under the intense gaze of those cerulean eyes, she felt an overwhelming pressure. She tugged at Tang Yizhou's shirt. Just let him come up. This was her first time speaking to him so obediently, her voice soft and sweet, akin to cotton candy. For her sake, he reluctantly acquiesced to this unreasonable request. Originally, the trip to the island had nothing to do with this oblivious interloper, yet he insisted on joining, clearly lacking any awareness of the situation. He shot a disapproving glare at the self-satisfied Ming Xian, his voice as frigid as ice. However, if you dare to disturb us, I will ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Ming Xian, can we not enjoy our camaraderie? Qian Mi, how terrifying, how terrifying. She suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the man with dark hair and blue eyes. Having such a capricious friend was undoubtedly a misfortune. Once again chastised by Tang Yizhou, Ming Xian turned to flatter Qian Mi, Sister-in-law, no one has ever made Tang so obedient. I admire you immensely, thank you. You are truly his nemesis. Qian Mi, with a face of disdain, brushed him off and shot him a scornful glance. It was no wonder Tang Yizhou held him in such contempt. If one cannot speak wisely, it is better to remain silent. She regretted her moment of weakness in pleading for this fool. Once aboard the yacht, Ming Xian initially intended to volunteer to operate it. But he was met with a cold, piercing glare from Tang Yizhou, silently conveying, do not sully my possessions with your filthy hands. Qian Mi gently patted his shoulder, saying, do not take it to heart. Being sharp-tongued is a malady, and we shall not dwell on it. Ming Xian, after Tang Yizhou departed, inquired of a certain individual squatting in the corner. What small island did Tang Yizhou mention? The melancholy figure cultivating mushrooms cast her a sidelong glance, lamenting, you, as his fiancée, are still unaware? It is Tang's private island. She chose to disregard the earlier mention of fiancée and responded, private island? A vast array of private yachts is not sufficient. He possesses a private island as well? This world is utterly fantastical. I need a moment to collect myself. Sister-in-law, are you two on an early honeymoon? The mushroom cultivator suddenly shifted from his woeful demeanor, blinking with curiosity. Qian Mi now understood why Tang Yizhou held him in disdain. Indeed, he was quite irksome. Furthermore, must he insist on calling her sister-in-law? It sounded rather unseemly. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the yacht finally reached a small island. Wow, this place is truly beautiful, Qian Mi exclaimed, stepping onto the exquisite shore, feeling the gentle breeze invigorate her spirit. Indeed, the wealthy have their own unique ways of indulging. It was astonishing that such a stunning island was his private possession. She felt a profound envy. Do you adore this island? Observing her animated expression, he too was swept up in her enthusiasm, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I do, Qian Mi affirmed with a nod. Then I shall gift it to you. The man raised an eyebrow slightly, his elongated arm encircling her slender waist, his gaze burning with intensity. This island shall serve as a token of my proposal. A proposal gift? Tang Yizhou, you are being exceedingly extravagant, she exclaimed. While others typically present houses or rings for proposals, he, on the other hand, had the audacity to bestow an entire island. As Ming Xian descended with a multitude of bags, he chanced upon the two indulging in their display of affection, instantly igniting a fiery indignation within him. Hey, while you revel in your romance, do take heed. There's a single soul present here. Be wary, lest I report you to the Animal Protection Association for your cruelty towards the solitary. Tang Yizhou, with a playful smirk, tightened his embrace around Qian Mi, raising an eyebrow. Very well then, perhaps you should promptly return whence you came. Ming Xian contemplated the prospect of his grandfather scouring the island for him, and his indignation quickly dissipated. After all, what was a little display of affection when compared to the horrors of being dragged back for an arranged marriage? He resigned himself to endure whatever would come his way. Who was flaunting affection? Qian Mi shot a disgruntled glare at Ming Xian, only to realize that a certain man had his arm around her waist, prompting her to leap away from him, creating a distance of over a meter. Ming Xian, witnessing this, could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. As twilight approached, they returned to the villa on the island, planning to rejuvenate before exploring the surroundings the following day. Gazing upon the exotic villa standing majestically in the center of the island, Qian Mi felt a renewed wave of dismay. Oh dear. The affluent truly possess an unparalleled ability to indulge in life as pleasures. She had assumed that the villa, being uninhabited for an extended period, would be cloaked in dust. However, to her astonishment, it was impeccably clean, resembling a model home. Confusion filled her gaze as she pondered the mystery of its upkeep. It turned out that someone came to clean the place weekly. Oh, I see now. No wonder everything is so immaculate. What are we having for dinner tonight? Qian Mi glanced at the two of them. Leave the dining arrangements to me. It's a piece of cake. Ming Xian eagerly volunteered. You all can rest assured. I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you, so just wait to indulge. Qian Mi regarded him with skepticism, as he appeared to be nothing more than an affluent young master. Could he truly cook? Sister-in-law, do not judge a book by its cover. The dishes I prepare are truly unparalleled. Well, given his confidence, she decided to place a modicum of faith in him. An hour later, is this what you call a grand meal? Tang Yizhou pointed at the dismal, charred remnants on the long table, his brows knitting together in disbelief. Ming Xian hung his head in sorrow. Qian Mi surveyed the table filled with blackened objects, her lips twitching in disbelief. She had indeed overestimated Ming Xian's culinary abilities. It was a mistake, merely a mistake, Ming Xian explained anxiously. I haven't tea cooked in a while, so I may have lost my touch. However, despite their unappetizing appearance, they are quite tasty. Who would believe that? Everything looked like it had been reduced to charcoal. It would be a miracle if it tasted good. Tang Yizhou, without even glancing at the self-praising man, naturally took Qian Mi's hand. Come, let us head to the kitchen. She cast a sympathetic glance at the table of Ming Xian's culinary disasters and obediently followed Tang Yizhou. Your hand is still injured. Let me take over. Although she sincerely lacked any culinary skills. Do you wish to injure your hand again? Tang Yizhou teased, looking at her playfully. Oh, no, I do not. A certain woman shook her head honestly. Tang Yizhou found the pasta, skillfully chopping vegetables and boiling water. She gazed at him intently, her eyes gradually losing focus. Aside from her master, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. This man had saved her life time and again. When they first met, she had thought him a cold, calculating figure, but over time, she sensed that he was not as malevolent as she had imagined. Rather, he consistently stood by her side. Tang Yizhou, thank you. Emile, when did you become so courteous and polite? When had she ever been impolite? The woman felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Thank you for punishing that woman in the cheapao. The woman in the cheapao? Tang Yizhou furrowed his brow, then seemed to recall something. A deep smile appearing on his face. No need for thanks. For those who dare to scheme against me, a lesson like this is merely a gentle reminder. In any case, thank you. I believe in repaying kindness and settling scores. Oh, and how do you intend to repay me? The man, holding a plate, leaned slightly closer with his tall figure. I have helped you more than once. How do you wish to repay my kindness? Let us just speak plainly. Don't lean in so close all the time. She shoved against his chest playfully. To repay you, I shall take a few extra bites of dinner tonight. I will certainly show my support. With that, she bent slightly, attempting to slip away like an eel. However, the man did not grant her that opportunity. He swiftly reached out, encircling her waist, leaving her feeling as if she were a rabbit ensnared by a python, with no choice but to struggle. Where are you headed? I'm off to summon Ming Xian for a meal. He doesn't require your summons. What you should be focused on now is how to reciprocate my kindness. I never engage in endeavors devoid of investment returns. Goodness, why is this man so insufferable? Had I known, I would have refrained from uttering any words of gratitude, completely forgetting that he is a quintessential cunning wolf, never one to miss an opportunity to tease her. How to reciprocate? Allow me a moment to ponder. You are a distinguished CEO, and mere trifles would hardly catch your fancy. I shall consult with Mingxian. Tang Yizhou freed one hand to extinguish the fire, drawing the petite woman, who had long sought to flee, into his embrace. There's no need to consult him. There exists a most splendid solution. What solution? Her eyes were beginning to resemble those of a startled chicken. Kiss me. The man's lips curled into a teasing grin, his gaze utterly beguiling. Qian Mi. What on earth? I feel like slapping someone. The two locked eyes for an extended moment, but their silence was abruptly shattered by a loud voice. Wow, it smells divine. I was drawn over by the aroma. Ah, it's pasta. Tang Yizhou. Qian Mi. Tang Yizhou shot a scathing glance at the insensitively intrusive fellow, his voice as frigid as if it had emanated from the polar regions. Who permitted your entrance? Get out. Qian Mi. After dinner. Mingxian was coerced into washing the dishes, a noble scion pitifully scrubbing away at the kitchen sink, embodying a scene of utter desolation. Is it truly wise to leave him alone in the villa? As Qian Mi recalled Mingxian's pitiful, puppy-like gaze, a pang of sympathy washed over her. If given the chance, she would rather cast him into the sea to feed the sharks. Tang Yizhou let out a disdainful snort from above her. Ah, it seems he harbors quite a disdain for Mingxian, this friend of his. So, where shall we go now? To a place where we shall not be disturbed. A place devoid of disturbances. Why does that phrase carry such ambiguous connotations? Tang Yizhou proposed to take her to a small peak. As this island was backed by a range of undulating hills, though they were not particularly high, allowing them to reach the summit in a short span of time. Upon reaching the pinnacle, a refreshing breeze swept over them, invigorating and pleasant. Qian Mi eagerly stepped forward, discovering that this location resembled a natural observation deck, offering a panoramic view of everything below on the island. How beautiful! Standing at the edge of the peak, with the gentle breeze caressing her face and the sound of waves crashing against the shore, she felt an overwhelming sense of serenity. The night was cool as water, the starry sky twinkling with countless stars, as if time itself had come to a standstill, enveloping everything in beauty and gentleness. I had intended to give this to you long ago, but so much transpired in between, causing a delay. The man's low, tender voice melded with the night, infused with a unique metallic resonance. What? Qian Mi, with her arms outstretched and eyes closed, savoring the cool wind on her face, opened her eyes in curiosity at his words, only to be momentarily blinded by a dazzling light. A diamond ring. The man's elongated fingers grasped a ring that exuded understated yet opulent luxury, poised to slip it onto her delicate finger. However, midway through the gesture, Qian Mi clenched her fist, causing Tang Yizhou's hand to pause as he looked up at her in confusion. I do not want it, she murmured, her gaze cast downward. You do not want it? His voice, deep and calm, hinted at a smoldering anger, though it remained unexpressed. Why do you not want it? No one had ever dared to refuse him. Why should she even need to explain? She was not truly Chizzy Han. How could she casually accept such a precious engagement ring? Tang Yizhou regarded her intently for a moment before suddenly stepping forward and resolutely hurling the ring over the edge. You are insane. Qian Mi watched in disbelief as he tossed the expensive ring into the abyss, her hair bristling with indignation. Are you out of your mind? That ring is clearly worth a fortune. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should squander it like this. Her heart ached as she gazed down at the dark expanse below, where the ring would undoubtedly vanish among the shrubs and grass, lost like a stone cast into the sea. Did this man not realize that wealth did not grant him the liberty to act so recklessly? What you do not want is merely trash. What is wrong with discarding trash? His cold voice still bore a trace of anger. Trash? Is there such a thing as expensive trash? Had I known he would handle the ring so brutally, I would have gritted my teeth and accepted it. No one would dare to turn away from money. With red-rimmed eyes, she glared up at the man towering over her. Who said I did not want it? What? He slowly approached her. I merely rejected it out of modesty as a woman. Why did you throw it away so impulsively? It was quite expensive, you know. This latter statement was the crux of the matter. The once cold and stern visage of the handsome man transformed upon hearing her words. The frost in his brows dissipated entirely. He leaned in, pulling her closer, exclaiming, so that is how it is. No matter. I shall have one custom made that surpasses this one. To have another crafted, one even finer for her. Qian Mi was left utterly astonished. No, that's unnecessary, she stammered, gradually leaning back as his handsome face drew nearer. You can just buy anyone. I'm not picky. The truth was she had no right to be discerning. My woman deserves only the finest. The man's lips slowly approached hers, and in a moment of panic, Qian Mi suddenly inquired, by the way, how much was that ring you just discarded? The man, momentarily interrupted, felt a tinge of melancholy, furrowing his brows before revealing a staggering figure. Upon hearing that astronomical sum, Qian Mi nearly fell to her knees. She resolved that first thing tomorrow, she would embark on a comprehensive search at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps it would be wise to enlist Ming Xian. With an extra pair of hands, they could share the spoils if they found it. What are you pondering? Noticing her drifting away again, the man frowned slightly. Why, with such an exceptional man before her, could she repeatedly seem so absent-minded? This was a blow to his pride. I was thinking that even selling myself would not suffice to reclaim that ring. Tang Yizhou chuckled softly, reaching out to tap her forehead gently. Do not underestimate yourself. You are a distinguished heiress, worthy far beyond a mere diamond ring. Alas, she was not truly an heiress. Meeting the earnest gaze of the man before her, she awkwardly managed a smile. A sudden gust of cool wind swept through, causing her to unleash a hearty sneeze. As Tang Yizhou leaned closer, he was halted mid-motion, his handsome face darkening. Qian Mi stared at him, realizing she had unintentionally sprayed him, and for the first time in her life, she fled in a panic. She lamented inwardly, I didn't mean to. Ming Xian, upon seeing the two enter from outside, was nearly fuming with anger. Do you not know that flaunting affection can lead to dire consequences? He found himself alone in the villa, washing dishes like a mere servant. While they were outside admiring the stars and moon, indulging in their ostentatious display of love, completely disregarding his plight as a solitary individual. I am not aware of that. All I know is, should you utter another word, I shall ensure you spend the night outside, Tang Yizhou warned darkly. Meng Xian, feeling utterly defeated, let out a small whine before retreating upstairs. Qian Mi felt a profound sympathy for this mixed-blood individual. Well, I too shall retire for the night. Very well, but do release my hand, she protested, for his grip was as tight as a vice. We shall ascend together. What? Aren't you meant to care for the patient? You are sharing a room with me tonight. What sort of patient are you referring to? Just moments ago, you were quite agile while cooking noodles. She now harbors profound suspicions that the elderly doctor is in collusion with him, deliberately exaggerating the severity of his hand condition. Noticing her evident reluctance, Tang Yizhou smirked slightly, raised his gaze, and lowered his voice intentionally. You are aware that the villa on the island remains uninhabited for extended periods, merely receiving occasional cleaning, which undoubtedly allows for some unsavory elements to accumulate. Are you certain you wish to sleep alone in a room? Oh, don't frighten her. She fears nothing in this world but that. Qian Mi was startled by his words, goosebumps prickling her skin, and in her fright, she clutched his hand, timidly retreating behind him. Really? Is that true? The man revealed a triumphant smile. I am not scared, you know, seeing that your hand hasn't yet healed. I suppose I shall reluctantly care for you for another night. The woman's gaze wandered aimlessly. At that moment, Ming Xian emerged from the room. Witnessing Tang's shameless intimidation of his fiancée, and silently derided him with contempt. To frighten a girl in such a manner is utterly devoid of gentlemanly decorum. To retain his fiancée in his abode under such unrefined pretexts, was he even a man? He cast a sidelong glance at Tang with barely concealed disdain. It is curious how the human mind operates. One may shy away from contemplating terrifying matters, yet they linger incessantly, impossible to suppress. Tang Yizhou's earlier remark had indeed unsettled her, and now everything around her felt amiss. This devil, why utter such words to instill fear? Once suspicion takes root, it becomes an unrelenting cycle, does it not? He had mentioned that the villa is uninhabited for long stretches, merely receiving occasional tidying. Moreover, this small island, seemingly isolated from the world, truly possesses an air of mystery. Memories of several horror films set in villas flooded her mind, causing goosebumps to rise one after another. I think I'll take a shower and rest, Tang Yizhou offered, placing a set of clean pajamas before her. Qian Mi glanced at the dark, ominous bathroom and inexplicably recalled a scene from a horror movie she had once seen, nervously swallowing hard. What's wrong? Not daring to admit her fear. She fidgeted with her fingers, mumbling, I didn't sweat today, so I don't want to shower. Tang Yizhou raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. You're not scared, are you? Feeling her thoughts exposed, the woman blushed fiercely and protested. Who, me? Scared? I'm not that timid. With that, she dashed to the bathroom, clutching her clothes. Qian Mi slammed the bathroom door shut. And as she gazed at the fluttering white curtain, the branches outside appeared like unless you open the door, I shall burst in. Tang Yizhou's voice grew increasingly impatient. Wait. I'm coming out, Qian Mi replied, struggling to rise as she covered her backside and opened the door. What happened? Upon opening the door, Tang Yizhou immediately pulled her in for an inspection. Nothing. I just slipped, Qian Mi said, limping slightly as she stepped outside, but was soon swept off her feet by the man's embrace. Is this what you call nothing? His cold voice pressed closer, suddenly lifted into the air. She instinctively clutched his neck, and Tang Yizhou deftly placed her on the sofa, retrieving a first aid kit from nearby. Pressing his lips together, he inquired with a frosty tone. Where are you injured? My knee. It seems to have bumped into something, she replied. In truth, she wished to confess that her backside ached. But she was not foolish enough to say so. What if he decided to investigate? Tang Yizhou's dark eyes roamed her face before he rolled up her pants, revealing a sizable bruise on her knee. To slip while taking a shower. You truly are a hopeless fool. Though his words were scathing, his touch was surprisingly gentle as he applied the ointment. Qian Mi pouted in indignation. It's all your fault. You mentioned the villa was unclean. And when a shadow flitted by during my shower, I was startled and fell. It was undeniably his fault, yet he dared to blame her foolishness. Tang Yizhou couldn't help but chuckle at her words and ruffled her hair. I was just teasing you. At your age, how can you not distinguish between jest and reality? You deceived me, Qian Mi retorted, her teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to bite him for the scare he had given her. Besides, with me by your side, what is there to fear? With me by your side. With me by your side. With me by your side. Perhaps it was the recent bath that made her feel that her face had grown even warmer. Tang Yizhou simply applied some ointment to her injured area before pulling her up. What are you doing? She inquired. Tang Yizhou shot her a glance. Blow-drying your hair. Do you wish to sleep with your hair all wet? No, it's fine. I can do it myself. Qian Mi stood on her tiptoes to reach for the hairdryer in his hand, but Tang Yizhou was simply too tall. Even on tiptoe, it proved futile. For the first time in her life, she despised her height. Why did this man have to be so tall? She desperately stretched upwards to grasp it. Yet he seemed resolute, effortlessly extending his arm, rendering her attempts utterly pointless. It infuriated her, as her face gradually flushed, indicating her rising frustration. Tang Yizhou sensed that it was wise to ease the situation. Noticing her relentless efforts, he raised his dark eyes slightly. The man, whom she had initially perceived as a cunning wolf, revealed an entirely different side when he exhibited tenderness. Recalling his recent words atop the mountain, her cheeks began to flush a deep crimson. Enough already, Qian Mi, stop thinking about it. What's wrong? He was gently drying her hair. Yet the girl inexplicably began to shake her head in a whimsical manner. All right, that's enough. Qian Mi, feeling a twinge of guilt, evaded Tang Yizhou's presence, disregarding the discomfort in her backside as she unsteadily made her way to the bed, hastily pulling the covers over herself. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Tang Yizhou. Qian Mi held her breath, yet her ears perked up as she heard him set down the hairdryer, followed by the sound of water running from the bathroom. A sense of relief washed over her, but a flicker of concern lingered. Hadn't the doctor advised that his hand should not come into contact with water? Was it truly safe for him to bathe? She lamented how her once carefree spirit had become increasingly fussy. If her master were to witness her now, he would undoubtedly mock her. Casting aside all distractions, Qian Mi closed her eyes, preparing to embrace slumber. As the minutes passed, she gradually succumbed to drowsiness. Suddenly, the bed shifted beside her, and a tall figure, exuding a refreshing scent post-bath, lay down next to her. All remnants of sleep fled her in an instant as she scrambled to sit up, realizing in a panic that she had forgotten there was only one bed in the room. In her dazed state, she had unwittingly sought refuge there. Don't move. A deep, resonant voice loomed closely as the man's elongated arm reached out, firmly pressing her back onto the bed, enveloping her tightly in the quilt. His warm breath brushed against her ear. I shall not harm you. Just sleep quietly. With such a large man lying beside her, how could she possibly find rest? Moreover, given the spaciousness of the bed, why did he choose to position himself so near? Anxiously, Qian Mi squirmed beneath the covers like a restless insect. Tang Yizhou gently patted her head, his voice laced with a subtle warning. If you continue to move, do not blame me for being unyielding. What did he mean by being unyielding? Sleep? If she moved again, he would hurl her out of the window. Qian Mi, what a lunatic. She had expected that with Tang Yizhou beside her, slumber would elude her, yet ultimately, she succumbed to sleep, her resolve crumbling. Observing the once struggling woman now lost in deep slumber within mere minutes, even the typically composed man could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Truly, she was rather carefree. In the midst of her dreams, the woman mumbled indistinctly. He could not decipher her words. As he leaned in closer to discern her murmur, She unexpectedly launched a fist at him, propelled by a gust of wind. Get away. How dare you seize what belongs to me? I have little patience left. Tangy Joe, quick-witted and agile, caught her fist just in time. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, he might have ended up with a swollen eye. Indeed. She was restless even in sleep. The man chuckled softly, tucking her hand back under the covers. She mumbled again, turning onto her side. Her fair neck suddenly revealed before him. Tangy Joe's obsidian-like eyes dimmed slightly as he pulled the quilt up tightly around her, wrapping her securely. With a long arm, he drew her into his embrace. The next morning, it was Tangy Joe who roused her from slumber. Qian Mi, still in a daze, opened her eyes to find the man standing beside her bed. Clad in a simple white shirt, he appeared as refined as jade, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. She blinked in a sleepy, innocent manner, her little face adorably bewildered. Observing her disheveled state upon waking, Tangy Joe felt an inexplicable surge of joy. It's time to get up. We plan to explore the surroundings of the island today. Oh, right? Qian Mi exclaimed, flipping over to sit up. She dashed into the bathroom, hastily preparing herself before emerging and seizing his hand, urging him towards the door. Let us hurry. Tangy Joe glanced down at her hand clasping his, a subtle smile gracing his lips. She seemed to be increasingly accepting of his presence. Upon reaching the first floor, Meng Xian greeted them with exuberance. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning, Meng Xian, she replied. Meng Xian's gaze flitted between the two of them, and he smiled knowingly. Sister-in-law looks a bit worn out. She must have had a long night. Even a fool would grasp the implication in Meng Xian's words. Qian Mi's cheeks flushed crimson at his remark. This Meng Xian truly had a penchant for gossip that warranted a good reprimanding. Tangy Joe shot him a blank stare. Finish your meal and get lost. Your presence is unwelcome. Meng Xian huffed. Humph. Once you have a girlfriend, you forget your brothers. Truly. There is no humanity in the presence of the opposite sex. He pouted and turned away from Tangy Joe in a huff. After finishing breakfast, I will take you to the island. Yes, sounds good. Qian Mi, unusually obedient, sat down to enjoy her scrambled eggs and sandwich. Tangy Joe watched her, wanting to say something, when suddenly his phone rang. Yes, I understand, he replied in a calm tone. After ending the call, a frown briefly crossed his brow. What is the matter? Qian Mi asked, puzzled, as she swallowed a mouthful of her sandwich. There is an urgent video conference. In truth, it was of utmost urgency, as this meeting pertained to a recently developed project by the Tang Group, and the party he was to meet was their principal collaborator. Ah. Then you should go right away. Work is more important. Having spent nearly a day on the island, she had almost forgotten that this man was the CEO of a major corporation, undoubtedly burdened with numerous responsibilities. Yet, he had set everything aside to accompany her to the island. This video conference would not conclude swiftly, which meant that his plans to take her out today might very well be dashed. Understanding his hesitation, Qian Mi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Go ahead. I'll let Meng Xian take me around. Meng Xian, finally feeling a sense of importance, eagerly stepped forward. Tang, you can rest assured and attend your meeting. I'm quite familiar with this island. I'll show her around, and you can join us once the meeting is over. Tangy Joe glanced at them, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well. One moment. He called out to the two who were about to leave. What is it? Meng Xian turned to ask. If she were to lose a single strand of hair, you can envision the consequences. Meng Xian gazed at Tangy Joe with a menacing glint in his eyes, causing him to shudder with trepidation. Qian Mi recalled the ring that Tangy Joe had hurled down the mountainside, and suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Since they had nothing pressing to attend to, the two could embark on a search. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them, and they might indeed locate the valuable ring. By the way, Meng Xian, would you accompany me to a certain place? Qian Mi cautiously proposed. Where are you headed? She had only just arrived on this island. What could she possibly need him for? You'll find out once we get there. Ah? Although perplexed, Meng Xian followed her to a small peak. He surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowing. Is this the place where Tang brought you last night? Indeed, Qian Mi nodded. Is there anything peculiar about it? What was his purpose in bringing you here? Meng Xian resumed his inquisitive demeanor, recalling the proposal incident from the previous night. Qian Mi's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Upon noticing Meng Xian's curious gaze, she feigned nonchalance. Why should I divulge that to you? Despite his gossipy nature, Meng Xian was quite astute. He fixed his gaze upon Qian Mi for a moment, then with a playful wink, he grinned knowingly. Tang couldn't he possibly have brought you here to propose, could he? Qian Mi, that was rather on point. Observing the growing flush on her cheeks, Ming Xian initially fell silent, only to erupt into laughter that startled a flock of resting birds. Ha ha ha, you've made my day. This is undoubtedly the funniest joke of the year, bar none. Ming Xian laughed until his stomach ached, one hand clutching his belly as he gasped for breath. This is simply too amusing. How can Tang be so entertaining? I never imagined that a man who appears so composed and steady on the surface could behave like a fool when it comes to love. Qian Mi observed him with a cold gaze, watching as he struggled to catch his breath between fits of laughter. Once he had calmed down, he wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "Sister-in-law, Tang proposed to you here last night. Oh my goodness, he truly is a high IQ. Low EQ romantic idiot, haha." As he continued speaking, he burst into laughter once more. By the way, sister-in-law, what was the outcome? Did you accept his proposal? Surely there must have been an engagement ring, yet your hands are completely bare, devoid of any trace of it. You didn't turn down Tang's proposal, did you? Ming Xian widened his eyes, incredulity etched on his face. Qian Mi, diverting the conversation, replied, "Let us discuss that later. Accompany me to find something." Find something? Where? Ming Xian asked, bewildered. She pointed towards the foot of the mountain. There. This. Ming Xian hesitated slightly. Hadn't Tang just said that if she lost even a single hair, he would be doomed? He only wanted to safely take her around, to smoothly complete his task. The sudden request to venture to the tree-laden foot of the mountain made him uncertain. What are you going there for? He inquired. To find something. Ultimately. Under Qian Mi's persuasive insistence, he accompanied her to the base of the mountain. The area below was unlike any other, strewn with boulders and surrounded by trees, making it quite difficult to navigate. Ming Xian earnestly cautioned, "Sister-in-law, please refrain from wandering about. Stay close to me. This island is neither too large nor too small. And should you happen to get lost, I shudder to think of the consequences I would face from Tang. Rest assured, I shall not stray." Qian Mi replied with a nod. By the way, what are you searching for? A ring. At this, Ming Xian momentarily froze, then pivoted abruptly. A ring? Qian Mi leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, "Do not worry. Once we find it, we can exchange it for money, and I shall share half with you." That is not the crux of the matter. What kind of ring are we looking for? After hearing Qian Mi's succinct explanation, Ming Xian's expression transformed into one of utter dismay. He found himself devoid of any energy to mock this peculiar couple. But the ring is so small, and this place is so vast. Searching for it is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If you are to propose, then why toss the ring about carelessly? As Ming Xian rambled on, he suddenly realized the eerie silence behind him. There seemed to be no response at all. He swallowed hard and turned to look, gasping in horror. Where are the people? No, he hasn't truly lost Tang's woman, has he? Goodness. Hey, sister-in-law, where are you? Don't frighten me, please come out. Ming Xian cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, receiving only the empty echo of his own voice in reply. Enough of this jesting. You must come out. Panic seized Ming Xian as he contemplated how, in the blink of an eye, she could have vanished. He called out for what felt like an eternity, until his throat was hoarse, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. Save for the distant chirping of insects and the melodies of birds, there was not a soul in sight. The words spoken by Tang earlier echoed in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. If she loses even a single hair, do you know the consequences? Oh heavens! Must you jest so cruelly? Qian Mi felt as though misfortune had descended upon her. Inadvertently, she stepped on a brittle twig, causing her to lose her footing and tumble downwards. Fortunately, a soft bed of grass cushioned her fall, otherwise, she would surely have been injured. She attempted to shout loudly, but it seemed that Ming Xian could not hear her at all. A sense of dread enveloped her mind, fixating on a singular thought. This was disastrous. She looked upwards, where a small opening, barely larger than a basin, loomed above. This was the very place from which she had fallen. The entrance was obscured by overgrown weeds, rendering it virtually invisible to anyone who might pass by. Meanwhile, Ming Xian had scoured the small island in a frenzied search, yet he found no trace of her. A growing sense of urgency gripped him. He could no longer afford to search aimlessly and swiftly made his way back to the villa to seek out Tang. Tang Yizhou had just concluded an urgent video conference when, with a sudden bang, the study door swung open. Ming Xian, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, leaned against his knees for support. Tang Yizhou's gaze darkened as he took in the sight before him. Don't tell me you've lost her. Under the weight of Tang Yizhou's murderous glare, Ming Xian took a moment to catch his breath and swallowed hard. I was wrong. At this, Tang Yizhou's eyes narrowed dangerously, his dark gaze piercing as if to cut through steel. You must immediately make a call to dispatch some individuals to the island. Where did she lose it? Meng Qian, under the weight of his piercing gaze, swallowed hard and replied, at the foot of the mountain behind the island. His dark eyes scanned Meng Qian sharply. What on earth did you take her there for? She mentioned she was looking for a ring, and I had no choice but to accompany her. A ring? This woman. Tang Yizhou strode out, slamming the door with a resounding bang that startled Meng Qian, causing him to flinch. He had never seen Tang look so ominously fierce. As the sun gradually descended, Qian Mi rested her chin in her hand, gazing upwards. Without her phone, she was oblivious to the time, only aware that the sunlight was waning. She was also uncertain of her whereabouts. The cave entrance resembled neither a true opening nor a trap. Yet there was a faint glimmer nearby. Realizing that idly waiting was not a viable option, she made her way towards the light. Her vision began to clear, revealing what appeared to be an exit. It was indeed a moment of despair transformed into hope, a turning point amidst adversity. Qian Mi felt a surge of excitement and, without a second thought, sprinted towards the exit. However, midway through her dash, she suddenly halted. Can someone explain to her why this exit was just a quagmire of bottomless mud? In her haste, she had failed to notice the treacherous ground beneath her. And now both her feet were ensnared, utterly immobile. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank, a chill of fear coursing through her as she refrained from further movement. Instead, opting to brace herself against the wall, her face paling in terror. Could it be that she is destined to perish here? She is familiar with this kind of mire. She had encountered it before with her master, who had exerted tremendous effort to rescue her at that time. Now, isolated and ensnared in this predicament, she fears that no one will come to her aid, and she feels utterly doomed. Will Tang Yizhou come to find her? Tang Yizhou has already scoured the foot of the mountain. Even after his feet grew weary, he did not cease his search. As he surveyed the surroundings, he heard only the calls of various birds and the rustling sounds of rabbits scurrying by, yet her voice was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, the absence of her lively and exuberant chatter left him with a sense of unease. This cannot be. Although the foot of the mountain is expansive, it is not so vast as to render her, a living being, suddenly vanish without a trace. His gaze fell upon the faint greenery surrounding him. But this verdant sight did little to soothe his troubled heart. Tang, they are on their way, Meng Qian panted as he ran towards him. Have you found my sister-in-law? Tang Yizhou, his expression dark and brooding, shook his head. Meng Qian let out a sigh. Where did she go missing? Tang Yizhou, agitated, pressed his lips together. Meng Qian pointed ahead. It was right there. I found it quite strange. One moment she was conversing with me, and the next, she simply vanished. Isn't that peculiar? Tang Yizhou's dark eyes flashed with intensity as he grasped Meng Qian by the collar. You mean she disappeared in the blink of an eye? Meng Qian swallowed hard and nodded. Tang Yizhou released him and strode purposefully towards the direction he indicated. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing particularly noteworthy. As he took a step forward, his foot unexpectedly landed upon something. Tang Yizhou cast his gaze downward, his eyes narrowing as he swiftly picked up a piece of tattered cloth hanging from a branch. Meng Qian, following closely behind, gasped upon seeing the fabric in his hand. Could this be a part of her clothing? The perspiration on his forehead was a testament to his fright, his voice trembling as he uttered, She wouldn't have been attacked by a beast. Silence, you fool, Tang Yizhou snapped coldly. Do you lack common sense? If a beast had truly assaulted her, there would be no signs or sounds whatsoever. At his stern rebuke, Meng Qian, belatedly realizing her folly, nodded in agreement. Indeed, her earlier thoughts had been quite irrational. This is her clothing, Meng Qian said. One moment she was here, and the next she vanished. If that is the case, Tang Yizhou's gaze sharpened, and he hurriedly pushed aside the branches and the withered leaves nearby. As the underbrush was cleared, a gaping hole the size of a face became apparent beneath the branches. Meng Qian leaned in to get a better look, astonished. What is this? She might have fallen in there. I'll go down to find her. He tied a thick rope he had retrieved from the storage locker to the tree trunk, letting the other end dangle down. Meng Qian grasped his arm. Wait. You can't just recklessly search without confirming if she actually fell in there. What if she didn't tee? And who knows what strange things might be lurking below? We should wait for the rescue team. Tang Yizhou shook her off decisively. You can wait, but she cannot. Meng Qian gazed at him, his expression one of grim determination, swallowing back any further words of persuasion. I know what to do. You just stay up there and keep watch, Tang Yizhou instructed him. All right, he replied. Faced with the current situation, there was little else that could be done. Qian Mi felt that if this continued, she would be buried by the mire before she even had the chance to starve or freeze. The hunger had begun to cloud her mind, her throat parched with thirst. While her body grew increasingly cold, her legs, submerged in the sludge, had lost all sensation. As dusk descended, she watched the sun gradually disappear, a veil of mist forming in her eyes. She had made every effort to remain still, yet the mire relentlessly consumed her, half her body already submerged. Without rescue, her fate was sealed. It was clear that Tang Yizhou would not deign to search for her penchant for trouble, her propensity to challenge him, and her tendency to misunderstand him must have irked him deeply. Yet, just last night, he had tenderly helped her dry her hair. Tang Yizhou, have you decided to abandon me? Who would abandon you? A deep, resonant voice echoed, rich with magnetism. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qian Mi froze in place. Slowly, she turned her head to see a familiar figure hastening toward her. The strong and steady footsteps instilled an unprecedented sense of safety within her. The mist in her eyes coalesced, and in the next moment, tears streamed down her cheeks, uncertain whether they were born from excitement or something else entirely. Her voice quivering as she spoke. I thought you wouldn't come for me. You are my fiancée. If I do not seek you out, who will? Tang Yizhou hurriedly approached her, his voice steady and imbued with a calming strength. Do not be afraid. Wait a moment, Tang Yizhou, Qian Mi exclaimed, regaining her composure from the excitement and quickly interjecting. Do not come any closer. There is mud here, and I am already stuck. Please, don't approach. Ignoring her pleas, he took a few steps forward. Upon seeing a woman whose body was half submerged in the inky black mire, his handsome face darkened with concern. Do not fear. I will rescue you immediately. Tang Yizhou deftly removed his coat, fashioned it into a knot, secured one end to a nearby stone, and tethered the other around his waist. Cautiously, he advanced, extending his long arm towards her. Do not be afraid. Reach out your hand, and I will pull you up. Qian Mi hesitated, ultimately refraining from extending her hand. Before her lay the treacherous mud. A single misstep could lead to her own downfall. She had already encountered misfortune. It would be unwise to drag another into her plight. Tang Yizhou, you must not risk yourself to save me. You too will fall in. Perhaps you should go find Ming Xian to assist. Do not speak. Extend your hand. I am confident, he said in a deep tone. His dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Do you trust me? Observing her pallid face, his heart twisted painfully, as if invisible hands were pulling at him with desperation. This sensation was unprecedented. Had he arrived just a moment later, would she? I do not doubt you. Extend your hand, quickly, Tang Yizhou coaxed gently. However, there are no buts. Extend your hand. I have saved you countless times, and I can do so again. Observing the earnest determination in his expression, Qian Mi hesitated for a moment before reaching out to him. She trusted him, believing that he would once again rescue her unscathed. As she grasped his hand, Tang Yizhou pressed his lips together, enveloping her wrist with his strong grip. When I count to 3, exert your strength along with me. Understood? Understood. Very well. Let us begin. Tang Yizhou nodded. 1, 2, 3, he intoned firmly. Qian Mi strained to pull her leg from the mire. It's no use, she sighed heavily, attempting to retract her hand. Let it be. Don't risk yourself for me. She had just witnessed him nearly sink a foot into the muck. Don't speak foolishly. As she began to loosen her grip, Tang Yizhou swiftly tightened his hold. Let us try once more. Seeing him drenched in sweat, she felt as though a pair of hands were gripping her heart, causing her a twinge of pain, yet more so a gentle ache. This man was far better to her than she had ever imagined. With one final surge of strength, Tang Yizhou exerted all his might and ultimately pulled her free from the sludge. I'm out, Qian Mi exclaimed joyfully. Just then, the binding of her clothing suddenly loosened. Tang Yizhou's foot slipped, his dark eyes darkened, and without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pushing her forward, while he himself fell into the mire. Qian Mi stumbled forward a few steps under his forceful push, narrowly escaping danger. However, when she turned to look back, she gasped in horror. Tang Yizhou had pushed her away with such intensity that both of his feet sank deeply into the mire. Due to the pull of gravity, he was quickly engulfed. And in no time, the muck had reached his chest. Tang Yizhou, Qian Mi cried out, disregarding the heavy mud clinging to her body as she struggled to her feet. Eager to reach for him, she saw that he was nearly buried in the sludge. Stay back, he commanded in a deep voice. Do you wish to join me in this predicament? But you, I'm fine, he replied, offering her a reassuring glance, his lips curving into a smile, though the expression was tinged with strain as his body continued to sink. This is hardly fine, she exclaimed, her voice laced with desperation. Do not fear. I will come to your rescue. Listen to me, Tang Yizhou said firmly, you cannot pull me out. You must go find help immediately. I do not panic. I will wait for you. His calm, deep voice seemed to possess a soothing power, grounding her in the moment. Qian Mi met his gaze, wiped away her tears, and nodded resolutely. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly. She had no time for tears or hesitation. Tang Yizhou was right, with her strength. She could not pull him free, and her attempts would only cause him to sink further. The only course of action now was to ascend and seek assistance. She had to act swiftly. You first ascend. I have left a rope at the entrance for you to climb up. Yes. Qian Mi nodded vigorously. Wait for me. I will call Meng Xian down immediately. Without wasting another moment, Qian Mi dashed to the spot where she had just fallen, and indeed, a thick rope hung down. Grasping the rope, she began to ascend slowly, but her clothes, caked in mud, caused her to slide back with every few steps. The rope bit into her hands painfully, and faint traces of blood began to seep out. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded the pain in her hands, tightened her grip on the rope, and quickened her pace upwards. Once she had completely escaped, Tang Yizhou finally allowed the tension in his lips to ease. The mud had nearly reached his shoulders. Soon, he anticipated, he would be entirely engulfed by it. Sister-in-law, Meng Xian exclaimed upon seeing Qian Mi, covered in dirt, climbing up. He swiftly reached out to grasp her, pulling her up. Sister-in-law, what happened? Where is Tang? Qian Mi, barely able to catch her breath, replied, Tang Yizhou is trapped in the mud. We must hurry and rescue him. Just as her words fell, the thunderous sound of a rotor blade echoed from the sky. She squinted upwards, while Meng Xian excitedly waved his arms. They're coming. Over here. Lin Tan descended from the helicopter, and Qian Mi rushed towards him, her hair tousled by the wind. Assistant Lin, Tang Yizhou is trapped below. Lin Tan narrowed his eyes and gestured behind him, prompting several men in tailored black suits to swiftly approach. They crawled through the opening, and Qian Mi, eager to follow, was abruptly halted by Meng Xian. Sister-in-law, you should stay here and wait. You look quite pale. Rest assured, with Assistant Lin present, Tang will be fine. No. I must go down. Tang Yizhou was ensnared in this mire because of me. I cannot bear the worry. With that, she broke free from Meng Xian's grip and began to descend. By the time Qian Mi reached the bottom, Tang Yizhou had already been rescued from the mud by Lin Tan and the others. The ever-diligent president, now in such a disheveled state, had fallen deep into the quagmire. His eyes flickering momentarily, glancing at the woman beside him, he understood in his heart the president was willing to risk his life for a woman. Seeing the impeccably dressed man in such a pitiful condition stirred something within her. Her heart ached, and without thinking, she dashed forward. Tang Yizhou stumbled back upon her collision, but steadied himself, embracing her securely. Oh, Tang Yizhou, if you were to perish, I could never forgive myself. Tang Yizhou remained silent, while Lin Tan and several suited men nearby exchanged glances, a mix of amusement and disbelief crossing their faces. A bit of mud won't be the end of me. He chuckled helplessly, noticing for the first time this little lady's boldness in seeking his embrace, his gaze shifting slightly. Lin Tan, observing the tender entanglement between the two, wiped the sweat from his brow. President, the air here is rather poor. Perhaps we should ascend for now. Indeed, this escapade had concluded without calamity. Meng Xian, relieved to see Qian Mi safe and sound, recognized that he had managed to preserve his own life as well. Sister-in-law, please do not frighten me so next time. Though I may be tall and robust, my heart is quite fragile and cannot withstand such shocks. Qian Mi, I apologize. Since Meng Xian failed to keep an eye on Qian Mi, Tang Yizhou unceremoniously ordered him to leave and instructed Lin Tan to personally ensure he returned home. Poor Meng Xian could only look back 3 times, feeling utterly aggrieved. The two of them returned to the villa and each took a shower. It was only during her bath that Qian Mi realized her hand was burning with pain. Biting her lip, she hastily finished her shower and donned her clothes. To her surprise, Tang Yizhou was even quicker. By the time she emerged, he was already seated on the sofa, clad in a simple white shirt and black trousers, devoid of any trace of the previous disarray. Upon seeing her, he stood up, striding over to her with long legs. I brewed some hot coffee. Have a little to warm yourself. Qian Mi instinctively hid her hand behind her back. Oh, that's fine. You go ahead. I will join you shortly. Tang Yizhou, with keen eyes, noticed her concealed hand and frowned slightly. What happened to your hand? It's nothing, she replied nonchalantly. He remained silent, directly reaching out to grasp her wrist, forcibly pulling her hand from behind her back. With her palm open, it revealed a fair hand marred by glaring scratches, with blood slowly seeping out. The man's dark eyes darkened, his voice turning icy. Why didn't you say your hand was injured? It's just a minor issue, she insisted. This small injury is nothing to worry about. I have endured far worse in the past. He grasped her hand firmly and urged her to sit on the sofa. Retrieving a first aid kit from the study. Give me your hand. Ah, I'm really fine. Hurry up. The impatience in his voice was palpable. Reluctantly, Qian Mi extended her hand. As the iodine tincture was poured into her palm, she winced slightly, her delicate brows knitting together. Observing her discomfort, Tang Yizhou gently blew on her palm, the cool breath seemingly alleviating the sharp sting. Watching him meticulously tend to her wound, Qian Mi felt as if something within her had been forcefully struck. Does it still hurt? The cool air caressed her palm, igniting a flutter in her heart. Tang Yizhou, why are you so kind to me? If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? You are my fiancée. The man lifted his gaze, his handsome features appearing enigmatic and profound under the warm glow of the light. Qian Mi's eyes fell, a sense of disappointment washing over her upon hearing this response, stirring an inexplicable agitation within her. What's wrong? Having organized the first aid kit, Tang Yizhou looked up to find her wearing a forlorn expression. Assuming she was still shaken from earlier, he reached out to gently ruffle her hair. It's all right. Humph. Qian Mi stood abruptly, sulking as she strode out of the room, slamming the door behind her. What was happening? Her frustration stemmed partly from her inexplicable agitation and partly from an overwhelming hunger. In the kitchen, she rummaged through the cupboards, only to find an abundance of raw ingredients. With a sigh of exasperation, she scratched her head. Why is there no instant noodles? Just as she lamented her predicament, a light but firm knock echoed from the villa's door, sending a tremor through her heart. Ming Xian had already been taken back by Tang Yizhou's assistant, leaving only the two of them on this villa, or even this small island. Who could be knocking on the door at such a late hour? Remembering Tang Yizhou's words about the villa being unclean, goosebumps prickled her skin, and her gaze fixated on the door. The knocking was rhythmic, seemingly unceasing. She swallowed hard, trembling as she stepped forward, her hand gripping the doorknob. Her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. What could be outside? What are you doing? Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind her. Startled, Qian Mi jumped at the unexpected sound. Ah! Tang Yizhou nearly winced from her piercing scream and hurriedly approached her. What happened? There and Appos. There and Appos. A ghost. Qian Mi clung to Tang Yizhou like a koala, her voice quivering with anxiety. Just now, there was knocking at the door. Knocking? Tang Yizhou wrapped an arm around her waist and listened intently, yet there was no sound from outside. Did you mishear? Impossible. Qian Mi opened one eye, trembling as she replied. Just now, there was knocking all the time, and now it suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened in terror. Could it be? Nonsense. I was just joking with you. Tang Yizhou gently tapped her on the head with exasperation. Stop being paranoid. This young lady must have been startled after falling into a hole early in the morning, hence her fright. It's also his fault for joking with her. There was indeed a sound of knocking, which I distinctly heard, and it persisted for quite some time. Qian Mi leaped from his embrace, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at the large door. I am not lying. I heard it just now. Yet, there was utter silence. Tang Yizhou ruffled her hair and gently pulled her towards the kitchen. You've been hungry all day. Let me prepare something for you. No, I must check. Qian Mi freed herself from his grasp and dashed out of the kitchen, summoning her courage to open the door. Outside, beyond the shadows cast by two streetlights, there was nothing but emptiness. The garden lay in eerie stillness. How is this possible? It's nothing. Even if something were out there, I'm right here with you. Tang Yizhou observed her expression of sheer terror, feeling somewhat helpless. How could there be nothing? Why would there be nothing? At that moment, the girl, whose mind was in turmoil, found herself unafraid. She boldly ventured outside the villa, searching this way and that, yet no figure appeared. Oh, how frightening. Come inside. It's cold out here. Tang Yizhou grasped her hand and ushered her back in, closing the door behind them. I was teasing you. This island is perfectly safe. Qian Mi swallowed hard, but I truly heard something. What would you like to eat? Tang Yizhou decided to steer the conversation away from the unsettling topic, lest the girl linger on it indefinitely. I want to eat. I want to eat. Wait, Tang Yizhou, aren't you worried at all? Worried about what? The man pressed his lips together slightly. If someone truly intended to harm us, I would shield you with my own body. Communication had broken down. He was merely dismissing her concerns. Tang Yizhou simply prepared 2 bowls of noodles. Observing a certain woman still lost in thought, he furrowed his handsome brows and inquired, Shall I feed you? Huh? Qian Mi, bewildered, glanced down and realized the noodles were nearly poking her nostrils, instantly feeling embarrassed. She truly was. Pray tell, what were you doing at the foot of the mountain today? The man asked abruptly, setting down his chopsticks. Qian Mi's hand froze, her gaze darting about. I wasn't doing anything. I just thought the scenery at the foot of the mountain was lovely and wanted to take a stroll. Oh, is that so? He spoke with a slight parting of his lips. Perhaps while wandering aimlessly, you might stumble upon something valuable, like a ring, for instance. Damn it. Ming Xian's big mouth, she chuckled awkwardly. Well, you did mention that ring is quite precious, and I thought I might try my luck. After all, we should practice thriftiness in life, shouldn't we? Tang Yizhou was amused by her tone, yet his lips soon pressed into a firm line. From now on, without my permission, you are not to wander about aimlessly. But I wasn't wandering aimlessly. How was I to know there was a pit there? As for the ring, if it's lost, it's lost. When we return, I shall have a better one custom-made for you. The woman lowered her head and obediently resumed eating her noodles, falling silent. After dinner, Qian Mi ambled around the living room a few times, feeling increasingly drowsy, likely due to the anxiety she had endured throughout the day. Noticing her head bobbing on the sofa, the man chuckled softly and reached out to pull her gently. If you wish to sleep, return to your room. All right, Qian Mi, in a state of drowsiness, rubbed her eyes and obediently followed him upstairs. In the midst of her slumber, she was startled awake by a rustling sound emanating from downstairs, seemingly from the living room. A jolt of alertness surged through her, causing her heart to race. She took a deep breath and cautiously opened her door. Although fear gripped her, her curiosity compelled her to investigate the source of the disturbance. What could possibly be at play? Grasping a racket that lay in her room, she held her breath and tiptoed into the living room. The darkness enveloped her, and had it not been for her keen night vision, she would have undoubtedly stumbled over numerous objects. Just as she concealed herself in a corner, the rustling resumed, growing louder, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of a bag being torn open. Could it be a rat? A shiver ran down her spine as she glimpsed the ajar door. Drawing a sharp intake of breath, what kind of enormous rat could possibly open the door to a villa? Her grip on the racket began to tremble, and her heart threatened to leap from her throat as she listened to the unsettling sounds from the kitchen, her legs growing weak. If only Tang Yizhou would appear at this moment. Despite the fear consuming her, retreat was no longer an option. She was determined to uncover the identity of this mysterious presence, even if it meant being terrified beyond measure. Stealthily advancing towards the kitchen, she suddenly noticed a shadow freeze, as if it had heard her approach. The sound of tearing packaging ceased, and Qian Mi held her breath, inching closer to the figure. In an instant, the silhouette turned abruptly and began advancing rapidly toward her. Upon seeing the figure unexpectedly approach her, Qian Mi was nearly startled into dropping her racket. Yet, an indomitable spirit surged within her, prompting her to swing the racket towards the shadow without a moment's hesitation. A hoarse cry of pain echoed through the serene kitchen. Was that a human voice? Stealing her breath, Qian Mi hurriedly dashed over to switch on the light, illuminating the space and revealing the furtive figure at last. Who are you? Why are you here in the middle of the night? Qian Mi demanded, still gripping the racket. Her gaze fixed warily on the person crouched on the floor, clutching their head. What happened? Tang Yizhou, alerted by the commotion from downstairs, rushed to the scene. Tang Yizhou, I've caught a sneaky intruder, Qian Mi exclaimed, pointing towards the individual. Tang Yizhou's eyes scanned the figure, and within moments, his brow furrowed in confusion. This figure. Grandfather? He called uncertainly. Grandfather? Grandfather? Qian Mi's face was a mask of terror as she stared at Tang Yizhou, bewildered. What do you mean, grandfather? What on earth is happening? Just then, the person who had been gasping and clutching their head suddenly stood up, causing Qian Mi to widen her eyes in astonishment. Rendered speechless, she had initially thought it was a petty thief, only to discover it was an elderly man. What in the world was going on? She was utterly perplexed. Moreover, Tang Yizhou referred to him as grandfather? Tang Yizhou furrowed his brow and stepped forward to assist the elderly man. Grandfather, what brings you here at such an ungodly hour? The elderly man cast a stern glance at his grandson and retorted. Is it not your mother who lamented that you have forgotten your roots since acquiring a wife? She came to Green Garden Villa, weeping and wailing, expressing her grievances. I am compelled to ascertain which young lady possesses such remarkable charm that she has ensnared my grandson's heart. Qian Mi. So, she is a vixen, is she? Tang Feng, seemingly dazed, beckoned the young woman before him. Come here, little girl. Qian Mi hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Tang Yizhou, and approached the elder with a tinge of trepidation. Oh no, had she just inadvertently struck Tang Yizhou's grandfather? This was a disaster. Tang Feng scrutinized her with an inscrutable expression, then abruptly turned to Tang Yizhou and inquired, is this the audacious girl from the chief family? Goodness, Audacious? Grandfather. She is Qi Sahan, the daughter of the Qi family. It is my fault. I intended to clarify everything before informing you. Not to worry, not to worry. Tang Feng waved dismissively. I have always maintained that your marriage is your own prerogative. I, as an old man, shall not interfere. The person you choose surely has her merits. Thank you, grandfather. Tang Yizhou breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the elder did not seem inclined to pursue the matter further. However, Tang Feng interrupted his reassurance with a caveat. My non-interference does not imply that your parents will remain uninvolved. My ears are nearly calloused from your mother's incessant lamentations. She seems rather dissatisfied with this prospective daughter-in-law. Qian Mi lowered her head, unfazed by any discontent. After all, she had no desire to force her way into the Tang family, and she was not truly a wealthy heiress. Such matters held little significance for her. Child, come here. Tang Feng waved his hand, remarking, Indeed, you possess an admirable appearance. However, your temperament. Grandfather, it is quite late now. Let's rest. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Tang Feng's eyes flickered momentarily. Tang Yizhou discreetly positioned himself to shield the confused Qian Mi behind him, stating, I shall escort you to your room upstairs. Suppressing the emotions in his gaze, Tang Feng sighed, I must admit, I am somewhat fatigued. Alas, age has diminished my vigor. He nodded, very well. There is no need for you to fuss over me. I am capable of ascending the short distance on my own. You should retire for the night. As he spoke, he made his way towards the staircase, urging, What are you all dawdling for? Come along. Tang Yizhou took hold of the still-dazed Qian Mi, leading her upstairs. Upon reaching the doorway, a bewildered Qian Mi ambled towards her own room, prompting a puzzled cough from Tang Feng, who inquired, Aren't you both sharing a room? Qian Mi gasped, her expression one of sheer confusion. It seemed she was still recovering from the shock she had just experienced. Tang Yizhou gently tousled her hair, admonishing her softly, Why are you so disoriented? You've even wandered into the wrong room. But Qian Mi had not erred. This was indeed the room she had just occupied. Just as she was about to speak, the man swiftly interrupted, Grandfather, we shall enter now. Please rest well. All right, off you go. Tang Feng waved his hand and proceeded to open the door, stepping inside. Once the door was securely closed, Qian Mi remained standing by the side, still in a daze. Observing her state, the man could not help but chuckle. What is the matter? Have you been rendered speechless from fright? Your grandfather, he. Are you wondering why he arrived on this small island in the dead of night? Qian Mi nodded fervently. Tang Yizhou seemed to let out a barely audible sigh, his gaze flickering momentarily. My grandfather, he. What happened to your grandfather? Why did he appear here at such an hour? The one who knocked at the door earlier must have been him. Why was he acting so mysteriously, causing me to accidentally strike him? As she spoke, her voice gradually trailed off. Tang Yizhou looked up at her. You hit him? Well, it wasn't intentional. I thought it was something strange, so I struck out. Tang Yizhou's dark eyes flashed with a hint of reproach. Why didn't you tell me? What if it had been a villain? The issue is not that. Besides, I can handle it. I have roamed the martial world for many years. You have roamed the martial world for many years? The man echoed her words, his tone taking on a dangerous edge. Ahem. Qian Mi almost bit her tongue, steadying her gaze. I meant, during my years at the martial arts school. The man withdrew his look of suspicion and pulled her to the edge of the bed. You should rest early. Tomorrow, we might have much to attend to. Why? Qian Mi, now a bundle of curiosity, inquired. You still haven't told me why your grandfather came here so late, how he arrived, what he intends to do, and sleep. As Tang Yizhou listened to her incessant questions, he simply scooped her up in his arms. Caught off guard, she let out a startled scream. Hey, Tang Yizhou. What are you doing? As she was lost in a sweet reverie, a sudden and forceful knocking echoed through the room, resonating with a loud thud against the door. Who could possibly disturb my slumber at such an early hour? Qian Mi, clutching her ears, attempted to turn over, but found herself unable to move, groggily opening her eyes. She was startled to discover a long arm draped across her waist. Oh my! All remnants of sleep fled in an instant, and she sprang upright with a start, angrily tossing the man's hand aside. Scoundrel! Good morning, the man rasped, unfazed by the commotion. Good morning? What do you mean by that? Qian Mi retorted, her irritation boiling over as she leaped off the bed. She had intended to sneak away to another room while he was asleep, only to have succumbed to slumber herself. How could it get any more embarrassing? I will say this once more. Those inside, come out in 3 minutes. The relentless knocking ceased abruptly, replaced by a booming voice from outside that seemed to reverberate like thunder. Hurry and get ready. Startled by the formidable shout, Qian Mi glanced questioningly at the man still seated on the bed. Your grandfather. Tang Yizhou appeared to exhale deeply, his expression solemn. Whatever my grandfather says later, we shall comply without question. Comply? Why? Qian Mi remained bewildered. Tang Yizhou approached the door, casting a final glance back at her. Quickly. Change your clothes. With a frustrated stomp, she obediently made her way to the dressing room to prepare. Good morning, grandfather. Tang Yizhou opened the door and respectfully greeted the elderly man outside with a good morning. What is so good about it? The sun is already high in the sky. And you are still sleeping this late. Time is life. Do you not realize you are wasting your precious existence? After chastising his grandson, Tang Feng's keen eyes caught sight of Qian Mi emerging from the changing room, and he immediately commanded, come here. His voice was resonant and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable air of command. Qian Mi paused, pointing at herself in disbelief. Grandfather, are you speaking to me? Is there any doubt? If I weren't speaking to you, would I be conversing with the air? Come here, stop dawdling like that. Tang Feng glared at her with fierce, fiery eyes. Qian Mi thought to herself, why does it feel like Grandfather Tang has changed a bit? He wasn't like this last night. Although their interaction had been brief, he had spoken to her with kindness and warmth then. Now, however, he appeared ready to strangle her. Could it be that he remembered her playful slap from yesterday? With a puzzled expression, she glanced at Tang Yizhou, who offered her a reassuring look. Why are you exchanging glances? You come out with me and run around the island. What? Qian Mi's mouth fell open in disbelief. Run? Run what? Ignoring her confusion, Tang Feng turned back to his grandson and instructed. You prepare breakfast and join us for the run. Don't even think about slacking off. Tang Yizhou, unusually obedient, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qian Mi remained in a state of shock. What are you still standing there for? Are you planting mushrooms? Come out. These words were directed at Qian Mi, who stood by Shihua's side. What on earth is happening? Last night, Tang Yizhou's grandfather was not like this. Go on. I will prepare breakfast and then come out to join you. Tang Yizhou reached out to tousle her hair, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. What in the world is going on? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, she obediently followed him out for a run under Tang Feng's incredibly intimidating gaze. The two of them arrived at the small island, and after Tang Feng completed his warm-up exercises, he began to run. Qian Mi lethargically trailed behind him. Running at this pace, are you a turtle or a snail? At this rate, you won't finish until next year. Tang Feng, noticing her half-hearted running posture, was immediately incensed. Yes, grandfather. Qian Mi's heart felt heavy with sorrow. After running for a while, he remarked, haven't you eaten? Even I, an old man, can outpace you. If you continue to stumble through this distance, you must run another lap. Otherwise, you may not have breakfast. She hadn't eaten at all. Qian Mi was about to explode. What on earth is going on with Tang Yizhou's grandfather? It is utterly nonsensical to demand she rise early to run, only to nitpick at her efforts. Clearly, he was looking for trouble. Having skipped breakfast, her stomach was already in knots. Seeing Tang Feng nitpick like this, she immediately sat down on the beach, panting heavily. Grandfather, I can't run anymore. If you wish to run, then you may do so alone. Tang Feng observed the young girl sulking as she plopped down onto the beach, which immediately ruffled his beard in irritation. Get up this instant. What sort of behavior is this? You exhibit no vigor typical of youth. After just a few laps, you act as though you are utterly exhausted. Get moving, or you shall forfeit your breakfast, and we shall run another few laps. Qian Mi stubbornly remained seated, refusing to budge. Grandfather, at this moment, as the old man and the young girl engaged in their spirited exchange, Tang Yizhou approached at an opportune time. Grandfather, I have finished preparing breakfast. You appear quite fatigued from your run. Why not have breakfast first? Absolutely not. Tang Feng remained obstinately resolute. She will not have a morsel until she completes her task today. Qian Mi. At this point, she was entirely convinced that her grandfather was indeed toying with her. Tang Yizhou cast a glance at the woman sitting on the beach, massaging her legs, and then turned his gaze back to Tang Feng. Grandfather, how about this? You go ahead and have breakfast, and I shall ensure she completes her laps. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Feng conceded, very well, but you must not cheat. I shall return to inspect later. Take your time, grandfather. Tang Feng haughtily snorted, casting a disdainful glare at Qian Mi before turning on his heel and striding back towards the villa. Once Tang Feng's figure had vanished from sight, Qian Mi sprang to her feet. Tang Yizhou, I want to go back. She puffed out her cheeks in indignation. I had thought your grandfather was a kind and affable elder, but little did I know he would assert his authority so early in the morning. If he wished to punish me, he could have simply stated it directly, instead of being so roundabout. He did not intend to punish you. Tang Yizhou's eyes flickered momentarily, revealing a glimpse of his true character. Qian Mi, filled with indignation, turned around so swiftly upon hearing those words that she nearly strained her neck. Is this truly indicative of his inherent nature? Tang Yizhou, are you concealing something from me? Speak up, speak up. No longer anxious to thump her legs in frustration, Qian Mi seized his arm and shook it vigorously. My grandfather, he possesses a dual personality. Tang Yizhou let out a light laugh, tinged with bitterness. To be precise, it should be referred to as dissociative identity disorder. It is an exceedingly intricate psychological affliction, and yet, it has befallen my grandfather. Had it not been for that incident, he would likely still be in good health. Dual personalities? Qian Mi gasped, cradling her face in shock. The Tang Feng she encountered the previous evening was undeniably the image of a playful old man, engaging and remarkably kind-hearted. Yet by morning, he had transformed into an embodiment of sternness, exhibiting a rather unforgiving demeanor. Thus, it was not a sudden turn against her, rather. It was a matter of his contrasting facets manifesting at different times. How could this be possible? It was utterly bewildering. Why does your grandfather exhibit such duality? She pondered, utterly perplexed by this intricate psychological quandary. Tang Yizhou cast her a significant glance. He became this way after enduring a traumatic experience, which is why he has been recuperating at Green Garden Villa for these past years. No one anticipated that the once dominant figure of the Tang family would suddenly retreat into the shadows, passing his position to his son. Most assumed he had grown weary of the treachery of the business world, yet only a select few were privy to the truth. He was unwell, and moreover, it is a condition difficult to articulate. So, do your family members know? Since it is known what Lady Tang is like, why would she allow a patient to seek her out? Tang Yizhou shook his head, stating, I have kept this matter hidden. Only my father and I are aware of it. Over the years, while grandfather has been publicly recuperating at Green Garden Villa, he has secretly been undergoing treatment for his ailment. The founder of the Tang family, suddenly afflicted with such a psychological disorder, must remain a closely guarded secret, with not a whisper of it escaping to the outside world. Thus, every individual at Green Garden Villa has signed a confidentiality agreement. Qian Mi still had not recovered from her astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired further, is grandfather aware of his condition? What could have triggered such a transformation? To develop two distinct personalities, what kind of trauma could induce such a change? Tang Yizhou shook his head. He does not comprehend his affliction, and I have instructed the staff at Green Garden Villa to keep this from him. After all, the two personalities share no overlapping memories. Oh, Qian Mi nodded in understanding. The man cast her a peculiar glance. Previously, this secret was known only to my father, myself, and those at Green Garden Villa. Now there is one more. I. Qian Mi felt as though she had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Recalling what Elder Qi had once told her, that Tang Yizhou's grandfather was an extraordinary individual, the very foundation of the Tang dynasty was almost entirely established by Tang Feng. In terms of business acumen and intellect, none could rival him. The once renowned individual, celebrated by outsiders for his grandeur, has now transformed in such an unexpected manner. It is no wonder that Tang Yizhou seeks to conceal this from the public. Though Qian Mi lacks a profound understanding of commercial affairs, she recognizes that a figure as significant as Tang Feng, if found with any flaws or shortcomings, would undoubtedly become a target of scrutiny, potentially affecting the Tang family or the Tang group. Rest assured, I shall safeguard this secret for you and utter not a word. Qian Mi gestured as if zipping her lips. I shall not speak, I promise. Observing the girl's anxious demeanor, Tang Yizhou chuckled. It is not as dire as you perceive. Why do you approach it with such trepidation? He tousled her hair gently. Tomorrow we shall return. First escorting grandfather back to Liyuan Villa, but for today, bear with it. He harbors no ill intentions. Although Qian Mi is uncertain about the reasons behind Tang Yizhou's grandfather's current state, she remains sensible in her understanding. Rest assured, I shall not engage in a contest of wills with an elderly gentleman. From this moment forth, should he instruct me to run into a wall, I shall not defy him. This little woman, as he watched her clench her fist, appearing as if she were making a noble sacrifice. Tang Yizhou's lips curled into a faint smile. Then I must express my sincere gratitude to you. No need for such formality. There is no need to be so polite. Tang Yizhou. Upon their return to the villa, they found Tang Feng seated on the sofa in the living room. Noticing their arrival, he let out a disdainful huff. Did you rush back so swiftly, perhaps cutting corners in the process? No, not at all. Qian Mi stepped forward with a charming smile. Addressing her grandfather, Grandpa, I have completed the exercise as you requested. You were right. Life thrives on movement. I previously misunderstood you, and I truly regret it. Tang Fenghu cast a puzzled glance at her sudden transformation, but, upon hearing her words, expressed his satisfaction. You do have a point. He beckoned her to join for breakfast. Yes, yes. Qian Mi, feeling quite hungry, impulsively grabbed a sandwich, but before she could take a bite, a stern cough interrupted her. Do you not know the etiquette of the dining table? The abrupt reprimand nearly caused her to drop the sandwich. She swallowed hard and replied, Grandpa, I washed my hands. I'm not referring to hand-washing. Which refined young lady would eat with her hands? Have you discarded your table manners to feed the dogs? Qian Mi silently shed tears of frustration. Observing this, Tang Yizhou stepped in to defuse the situation. Grandpa. She's probably just dazed from hunger. Please excuse her. I will address it later. Humph. Tang Feng let out a cold snort. How can one so lacking in decorum be worthy of becoming the future mistress of the Tang family? Qian Mi took a bite of her sandwich, her heart heavy with tears, yet she chose not to dwell on it, considering his ill health. Have you finished breakfast? Tang Feng inquired, eyeing her. Yes, Grandpa, I have finished, Qian Mi replied obediently. That's good to hear. Tang Feng stood up and strode directly to the garden outside the villa. This villa on the island had long been uninhabited. And just look at the state of the garden, it was a complete mess. Please go and pull out those weeds. It pains me to see it like this. Goodness. It seems he is not only strict but also has obsessive tendencies. The garden is hardly chaotic. At most, a few weeds have sprouted. Must every little detail be scrutinized? Qian Mi remained rooted to the spot, hesitating. Tang Feng let out a cold snort. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Grandfather. Tang Yizhou, having changed into a fresh outfit upstairs, came down to find this little woman once again being put in a difficult position by her grandfather. He felt somewhat helpless. Let me handle it. Tang Feng shot him an annoyed glare. As the president of a corporation, are you really going to do such menial tasks? So he, as a dignified president, is not permitted to do such things, but she is? Qian Mi rolled her eyes heavenward in exasperation, her stubborn temperament flaring up. All right, grandfather. I will clean it. I happen to have nothing else to do. You. Tang Yizhou grabbed her, who was eager to take action. Grandfather is merely speaking casually. Why do you have to argue with him? I refuse to be looked down upon by your grandfather. It's just weeding. I can do it in no time. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and marched boldly into the garden. Tang Feng observed her obstinate demeanor, his piercing eyes glimmering, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly in amusement. Fortunately, summer had passed, and the sun was not too harsh. Qian Mi crouched down, busily tending to the garden with fervor. Tang Feng moved a chair and leisurely sat at the entrance, sipping tea while observing her weeding. Can you not distinguish between tree saplings and weeds? Is that not apparent? A cold scoff suddenly pierced the air. Qian Mi halted her movements, gripping the grass, and then immediately released it. Having never encountered this sapling before, how could she ascertain whether it was indeed a weed? You not only run at a snail's pace, but you also fail miserably at such a simple task as weeding. It is truly disappointing. Endure, she thought. The character for endurance is akin to a blade poised above one's head. Qian Mi ground her teeth in frustration, swallowing all her grievances. After all, she had solemnly pledged to Tang Yizhou that should the old master direct her to run into a southern wall, she would steadfastly refuse to collide with a northern one. Alas, this was the very definition of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Tang Feng, having belittled the young girl for quite some time, was taken aback by her silence and lack of visible frustration. A seed of doubt began to sprout within her. In the brief span of the morning, how had this girl transformed so drastically? While secretly rolling her eyes and continuing her weeding, a large hat suddenly overshadowed her, followed by the presence of a tall figure squatting beside her. Little gardener, how's the weeding going? Is it not enjoyable? The low, teasing voice carried a hint of amusement. Qian Mi shot the man a glare and whispered, mind your own business, step back. I refuse to tolerate your insincerity. I pledged to him that I would complete this task, even if it meant doing so on my knees. I shall not allow him to look down upon me. Grandfather. I am nearly finished, but I require assistance with lunch. Tang Yizhou turned to Tang Feng, his gaze imbued with earnestness. Tang Feng did not intend to trouble the young lady. Now, seeing his grandson speak in such a manner, he graciously offered her an escape. Go on. Just ensure she doesn't end up hindering things. Qian Mi clenched a handful of grass in frustration. Tang Yizhou, leading a petite woman preoccupied with her words, teased. Weren't you once adamant that you would comply with whatever Grandpa asked? Why are you upset now? That depends on the matter at hand. If it's reasonable, then perhaps. She pouted. But what if he concocts some bizarre idea, like asking me to catch sea snakes or sharks? Am I to comply with that as well? Laughter echoed in the kitchen, as the usually stoic man found himself frequently amused by this audacious young lady's unexpected wit. Rest assured, with your capabilities, you would struggle to catch such intelligent creatures as sharks and sea snakes. You mock me. Qian Mi glared at him, her teeth gritted. Not mocking, merely stating the truth. The man replied, his dark eyes twinkling with mirth. You. Qian Mi found herself at a loss for words, resigned to the sharp tongue of this cunning individual. While preparing lunch, she observed his deft movements and once again transformed into a curious child. Tang Yizhou, despite being a scion of a prestigious family, accustomed to a life of luxury, why do you cook? I was already astonished the last time I saw you making noodles. Is it not true that the illustrious CEO and noble heir live a life of ease, obtaining whatever they desire with a mere flick of the tongue? Moreover, even the seemingly gentle and jade-like man, Qi Jinyun, has never been seen stepping into the kitchen. Do you think that scions of affluent families are merely adorned with diamonds? The present era is distinct from the past. If we wealthy young gentlemen were to indulge in the hedonism of the wastrels, all our riches would vanish into thin air. Qian Mi remained perplexed. Observing her innocent expression, Tang Yizhou sighed softly. Before my grandfather fell ill, he was exceedingly strict with me. He lowered his gaze and continued. My grandfather believed that filial piety emerges from discipline. Only those who endure hardship can achieve greatness. Thus, during my years of studying abroad, he severed all my financial support from my father. Severed all financial support? Qian Mi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Surely, he did not cut off your tuition and living expenses as well? The man nodded, his tone flat, as if recounting another's tale. Therefore, in the initial months abroad, I faced immense hardship, oscillating between work and study, wishing I could stretch every penny to its limits, often sleeping less than 5 hours a night. Upon hearing this, Qian Mi blinked her large eyes rapidly, and after a moment, puffed out her cheeks. Are you trying to fool me again? Given this man's cunning nature, it was entirely possible he was jesting. Is there any merit in joking with you? The man cast her a rare glance of exasperation. Qian Mi pondered for a moment, recalling Madame Tang. Then, given the hardships you endured abroad, did your mother not feel any sympathy for you? She once secretly sent me money. But later my grandfather discovered it and imposed a double punishment upon me. TSK, TSK, Qian Mi shook her head in sympathy, sighing repeatedly. She had thought that Tang Yizhou, this young nobleman, led a life of utmost happiness, yet he too had endured such a sorrowful experience. Was your grandfather very strict in the past? What could have altered him so drastically? Enough of your ramblings. Soon my grandfather will return to pick a quarrel with you. He seems rather reluctant to discuss this topic. What a pity, Qian Mi muttered under her breath, genuinely curious. During lunch, Tang Feng adhered to the adage of silence in both eating and resting, uttering not a single word. Observing this, Qian Mi felt a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, Tang Feng's body swayed slightly, and the knife and fork in his hand clattered to the floor. Tang Yizhou anxiously pulled out a chair to assist him, exclaiming, Grandfather. Tang Feng slowly closed his eyes, remaining utterly still, seemingly oblivious to the sounds around him. Qian Mi, startled, nearly choked on her rice. Grandfather, what is wrong with you? She gazed at the immobile Tang Feng, her small face etched with worry. Tang Yizhou furrowed his brow tightly, yet he maintained his composure, saying, You support grandfather. I will call for help immediately. All right. Once Tang Yizhou ascended the stairs, Qian Mi cautiously called out to him, Grandfather, please wake up. Aren't you going to make me run? Who said you had to run? A gentle yet puzzled voice suddenly interjected. Qian Mi's heart leaped with joy. Grandfather, you're awake. How do you feel? Is anything troubling you? Tang Feng blinked in confusion, his vision gradually clearing. He rubbed his head and cast a glance at the table laden with food, exclaiming, How did I end up here? Little girl, why do you look so anxious? Where's my Zhou? Zhou. Qian Mi stared wide-eyed at Tang Feng, whose demeanor had shifted dramatically. Could it be that another personality had emerged? But hadn't Tang Yizhou mentioned that another personality only manifested at night? Yet it was still midday. What was happening? Little girl, why are you looking at me like that? Ha. Is it because Grandpa is so handsome? Tang Feng laughed. Qian Mi couldn't help but twitch her lips. Grandpa? As Tang Yizhou descended the stairs, he observed this scene with a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be? I feel splendid. You little rascal, are you implying that something is wrong with me? Enough of that, let us eat. Tang Feng glanced at Qian Mi and added, "This girl was quite worried about me just now, but what is there to worry about?" Qian Mi exchanged a look with Tang Yizhou, the meaning unspoken. "Let us eat first." Tang Yizhou sat down with an air of calm. After lunch, Tang Feng took a stroll in the garden before retreating for an afternoon nap. Once he entered his room, Qian Mi hurriedly pulled Tang Yizhou to a secluded corner. "Tang Yizhou, didn't you say your grandpa's other personality only comes out at night? Why is he here during the day? Moreover, it seems they have no memory of each other as personalities." Tang Yizhou's expression was far from pleasant. This was a situation he had never encountered before. "I have already dispatched someone, and once grandfather awakens from his afternoon nap, we shall return." "Indeed," Qian Mi nodded, a flicker of sympathy crossing her mind. It was disheartening to see grandfather Tang, at such an advanced age, enduring such suffering, especially when he remained blissfully unaware of it. "Have you been frightened?" Tang Yizhou inquired, ruffling her hair. Such a sudden shift in demeanor could startle anyone. "Not at all," she replied, having weathered many storms. She had yet to face a circumstance quite like this. It seemed that within the opulent world of high society, life was not solely defined by luxury and extravagance. Every family harbored its own burdens. Observing Tang Yizhou's composed demeanor, it became evident that he bore many hidden struggles. A few hours later, Tang Yizhou's envoy arrived. "President." The leader, clad in a sharply tailored suit, approached with a meticulous air and a serious expression. "Is everything prepared?" "Yes," came the affirmative response. "Excellent," Tang Yizhou nodded. "Once the old man awakens, we shall depart immediately." By the time they reached Green Garden Villa, night had fallen. Tang Feng had been inexplicably returned, and he was in a foul mood, sulking in his room and refusing to eat dinner. Noticing the grim expressions on Tang Yizhou and Lin Tan, Qian Mi, filled with determination, stepped forward. "How about this? I shall go and speak with grandfather." Tang Yizhou glanced at the tightly shut door before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Give it a try." With a lunchbox in hand, Qian Mi strode directly into the room. "Grandfather, even if you are angry, you must eat, right? How can you muster the strength to be upset on an empty stomach? Am I not correct?" Qian Mi approached him cautiously, a sweet smile gracing her face. Tang Feng, upon recognizing her, turned his face away in a huff. "Let me be hungry. I have only just arrived on this island, and you all conspired to send me back. Is this not a deliberate act of defiance against this old man?" No. Qian Mi quickly shook her head. "You have misunderstood, grandfather. We are merely concerned for your health. The island is right there and won't sprout legs to run away. Once the doctor has examined you and confirmed your well-being, you can leave whenever you wish." Tang Feng fixed her with a steady gaze, then sighed deeply. All right. I'm back now. You are quite the eloquent little girl. Can you eat now?" Yes. Tang Feng gestured for her to bring the food container over. "You, my dear, align quite well with my preferences. Yizhou's temperament is so composed, it's nice to have someone lively alongside him." "Haha. All right, then, grandfather, take your time eating. I will step out for a moment," Qian Mi said. Go on. As soon as Qian Mi exited, Tang Feng slowly set down his chopsticks. His once gentle gaze sharpened into something formidable. A figure emerged from the shadows. Tang Feng lowered his dark eyes and placed his chopsticks aside. "Let us act tonight." Outside, a rumble of thunder echoed. After dinner, Zhou Lang, the private physician of Green Garden Villa, conducted a thorough examination of Tang Feng. The examination results revealed no significant issues, prompting Tang Yizhou to exhale in relief. After completing the assessment, the private physician reported the basic condition of old Master Tang before taking his leave. Qian Mi, on the side, struggled to keep her eyes open as she listened to the barrage of medical jargon. She had always found such terminology rather daunting. She glanced at the woman beside her, who was stifling yawns, and a gentle light flickered in his eyes as he naturally took her hand. "Let us go. I'll escort you home." All right then. Since old Master Tang was not in serious trouble, there was no need for her to linger. Tang Yizhou exchanged a few words with the staff at Green Garden Villa before driving off with Qian Mi seated in the car. She couldn't suppress another enormous yawn. To which the man responded with a playful smile, "Once I resolve a few matters in the coming days, we shall begin preparations for our engagement." The yawn abruptly lodged in her throat as she stared at him in astonishment. "Engagement? Do you have any objections?" he asked, casting her a mildly warning glance. Objections? She certainly had her reservations. The notion of an engagement was indeed pressing. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Well, there's really no need to rush, don't you think?" "There's no rush," he retorted, his voice gradually laced with a hint of menace. Qian Mi scratched her head, desperately conjuring a reason to postpone the engagement. Oh, right? Your mother is still angry with me, and until I win her approval, she won't consent to the engagement. Her cleverness was undeniable. Tang Yizhou shot her a bemused look. My grandfather seems quite pleased with you. Recently, nearly everyone at Newlywed Villa had witnessed the peculiar situation. Yet none could persuade the old gentleman to partake in a meal, save for her. This could be construed as a subtle acknowledgement from her grandfather. Qian Mi was left speechless. Nevertheless, she resolved to assess the situation when the time was right, if an engagement were indeed to be arranged. She would not be able to evade it. Although she had developed a faint fondness for the man who had repeatedly rescued her, she remained steadfast in her rationality. For the next few days, she intended to remain obediently at home, refraining from aimless wandering. When the moment arrived, she would naturally approach her grandfather to discuss the matter of engagement. Qian Mi rolled her eyes. Obedient? She was no pet, and there was no reason to heed his commands. What was wrong with exploring the world? If he had the audacity, he could tether her with a rope. Such male chauvinism, how absurd. She resolved to defy expectations and venture out daily. If she chose to roam freely, he would soon understand the consequences. The man offered a faint smile, seemingly aware of her thoughts. The threatened woman yearned to bite him in retaliation, having previously heard about his unfortunate experiences abroad. She felt a flicker of sympathy. What a laugh! Sympathy for what? This man was nothing more than a cunning wolf. Upon returning to the Qi residence, Tang Yizhou exchanged a few polite words with Qian Mi before taking his leave. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously as a torrential downpour descended. By the time Qian Mi finished her shower and prepared for bed, the heavy rain had ceased. As she was about to climb into bed, her phone emitted a notification sound. She picked it up and glanced at the screen, her fingers freezing in surprise. Miss Qi, there is an urgent matter to discuss. Please proceed to XX location promptly. Who is this enigmatic figure, sending such a message late at night? Just as I contemplated deleting it, a sudden curiosity seized me. Could it be that mischievous girl, Tang Shui? It's quite possible. Nevertheless, I decided to meet her. If it truly was Tang Shui playing tricks again, I would entertain her. This girl persistently challenges me, and if I do not curb her audacity, she might genuinely believe I am an easy target. At this hour, most of the household had already succumbed to slumber. Yet, to avoid disturbing anyone, I cautiously crept out through the window. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place mentioned in the message, I found it devoid of any presence. A sigh of frustration escaped my lips. I suspected I had been led astray. Just as I turned to leave, a flash of white light startled me, and I was abruptly knocked aside by a figure. My phone slipped from my grasp, crashing against the wall and shattering into countless pieces. Damn it! Without a moment's hesitation, I stepped forward and seized the man attempting to flee. Hey, stop lurking in the shadows. Were you the one who sent that message? Speak. Who sent you here? Was it Tang Shui? The man, visibly panicked, turned to face me, fear etched across his features. I don't know anything. Don't worry. I won't say a word. What an absurdly suspicious man. What could he possibly mean by saying he wouldn't divulge anything? His words left me utterly bewildered. Qian Mi remained utterly perplexed as the diminutive young man trembled and stammered. Why, you need not worry. I have fulfilled my promise. I have disseminated the secret regarding Tang Feng's mental instability in the Tang group, as per your instructions. I merely came to inform you. What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Mi retorted, her round eyes brimming with fury. Do I even know you? When did I instruct you to disclose the matter of old Master Tang's mental issues to anyone? A sudden realization struck her, and she scrutinized him warily, gripping his collar with a fierce intensity. How do you know about this? The secret concerning old Master Tang's temperament was known only to her and Tang Yizhou. Aside from those at Newlywed Mountain Villa, how could this stranger, who emerged from nowhere, possess such knowledge? Speak. Who are you? How did you come to learn of this? Are you affiliated with Newlywed Mountain Villa? Qian Mi demanded, her grip tightening as she interrogated him. The matter of old Master Tang's mental state was revealed to me by you, was it not? The young man replied, visibly quaking. When did I? Qian Mi halted, her mind racing as she began to comprehend the absurdity of the evening. Everything felt surreal, as if she had been lured into a meticulously crafted trap by an enigmatic message that beckoned her forth. Moreover, the strange and cryptic remarks from this man seemed deliberately aimed at her, suggesting that he had come prepared. Taking advantage of Qian Mi's momentary distraction, the man struggled briefly and managed to escape from her grasp. Qian Mi attempted to pursue him, but he had already vanished from sight. This incident was exceedingly perplexing. However, With her phone now broken and the man fled, she found herself powerless to act, and thus resolved to return home to inform Tang Yizhou of the matter. Regardless of whether someone had orchestrated this against her, it was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the potential repercussions for the Tang family should this incident become public knowledge, possibly leading to unforeseen complications. Alas, Qian Mi. How foolish you are, unable to apprehend a man who poses no threat whatsoever. As Qian Mi departed, a figure emerged from the shadows, quietly curling the corners of his lips into a chilling smirk. Upon stealthily returning to the Qi residence, it was nearly midnight. Qian Mi contemplated calling Tang Yizhou to recount the events of the evening, yet her phone lay broken, and she had not memorized his number. Never mind. There was no urgency, and she could relay the information to him first thing in the morning. Nevertheless, she tossed and turned until the late hours before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Qian Mi was roused by a series of loud knocks at the door. Waking with irritation, she flung off her blankets and, clad in slippers, stormed to the entrance. As she opened the door, she was met with Xiao Tao's anxious and worried face. "Miss," Xiao Tao looked at her with a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with strange apprehension. "What's wrong? Your face looks as if you're constipated," Qian Mi remarked. "Miss, something has happened." Xiao Tao glanced furtively around. Qian Mi furrowed her brow. "What has happened?" Just as she was about to speak, a furious voice erupted from behind her. "Miss Qian, please change into appropriate attire and come to my study." Qian Mi's hand, grasping the doorknob, froze. What could have provoked Master Qi to such a rage? "Xiao Tao, what on earth is happening?" She turned her gaze towards the sympathetic girl at the door and inquired. Xiao Tao shook her head. "Miss, you should hurry and change. You'll understand soon enough." Casting a glance at her, Qian Mi turned back to her room, swiftly changing into suitable clothing before heading to Master Qi's study. As soon as she entered, Qi Ming rose in a fit of anger, slamming his hand on the table as he bellowed, "Miss Qian, our Qi family holds no grudge against you. Yet you seem intent on our ruin. How could they accuse her of such a thing?" Confused, she watched as Qi Ming thrust a stack of newspapers towards her. "Still playing innocent? Look for yourself." In a flurry, Qian Mi seized the newspapers, and upon seeing the glaring headline, her heart sank. The report revealed that Tang Feng, the former chairman of the Tang family, was suffering from mental health issues, with the Qi family's daughter as the alleged instigator. Her grip on the paper tightened, nearly tearing it in two. What on earth was happening? "Master Qi, I had nothing to do with this." Suddenly, memories of the previous night flooded back. Could this incident have been directed at her? If it wasn't you, then who could it be? We have both witnesses and evidence. Do you still wish to deny it? Chiming, after a firm slap on the table, exclaimed, "Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? The former chairman of the Tang family, Tang Feng, has been reported to be suffering from mental issues. Regardless of whether this is mere gossip, such incidents will undoubtedly affect the Tang group. Whom do you suppose they will hold accountable for this?" Qian Mi recoiled slightly from his outburst. "Grandfather." At that moment, Qi Jinyan entered from outside, positioning himself protectively in front of Qian Mi. "The matter has yet to be clarified. Perhaps she has been wronged or deliberately framed. Who would want to frame her? She bears no animosity towards the Qi family and even less towards the Tang family. There exists neither motive nor reason for such an act." Qian Mi regarded the man standing before her, a flicker of warmth igniting within her heart. Amidst such turmoil, he chose to believe her and stand by her side. "Then enlighten me, who seeks to frame her? Moreover, what purpose does it serve to pursue this line of inquiry now? Will the Tang family spare us?" Chiming, exasperated, clutched his chest, prompting both individuals to rush forward to support him. "Grandfather, are you all right?" "Master Qi." Qian Mi reached out to assist him, only to be met with a cold glare. "Master Qi, I swear, this matter is not of my doing. Rest assured, I will clarify everything to Tang Yizhou. He will not act against the Qi family." As they spoke, a gentle knock echoed from the door, and a servant respectfully announced, "Sir, the eldest master of the Tang family has sent someone to escort the young lady, stating it is urgent and requires her immediate presence." Qian Mi released her grip, and the newspaper she held fell to the ground with a soft thud. This marked Qian Mi's inaugural visit to the Tang group, where the towering edifice rose majestically into the clouds, epitomizing unparalleled power and wealth. Tang Yizhou, akin to an emperor, wielded dominion over all. "Miss Qi, please." The two expressionless men in suits prompted beside her. Qian Mi glanced at them, clenched her fist, and stepped inside. In the president's office of the Tang group, Tang Yizhou's countenance was cold and forbidding as he fixated on a disarray of photographs scattered across the coffee table. His dark eyes, shadowy and profound, betrayed no discernible emotion. though the furrowed brow indicated his current state of distress. As he moved a finger, Lin Ten entered, bowing respectfully. "President, Miss Qi is waiting outside. Should we let her in?" The man slightly raised his gaze and imperceptibly nodded. His long fingers lingered on the photographs, the creases of his brow deepening. Upon entering, Qian Mi immediately perceived the unwelcoming demeanor of Tang Yizhou. Since their first encounter, he had always exuded a composed elegance, even when he exhibited a touch of cunning. It had never instilled fear within her. Yet, in this moment, the intangible aura emanating from him filled her with trepidation. She discerned, almost instantaneously, that he was indeed angry. No, perhaps not merely anger, but something more. When Tang Yizhou beheld her arrival, he lifted his gaze. His once gentle black eyes now harbored no trace of warmth, revealing a stark and frigid intensity. Caught in the grip of such a gaze, her heart quivered as if a hand had tightened around it with unyielding force. She opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a single word under his unwavering gaze. The man rose to his feet and took a few steps towards her, gently lifting her chin with one hand, his touch soft, yet his voice frigidly cold. "Did I not instruct you to remain at home obediently while awaiting my return?" He cast a glance at Qian Mi. "Are you presenting me with a pre-engagement gift?" "I am not." Despite having her chin grasped, she defiantly replied, "Tang Yizhou, this matter has nothing to do with me. I did not disseminate information regarding your grandfather." "Huh." The man chuckled softly, abruptly releasing her chin. "Do you not think it too late to say such things now?" Qian Mi disregarded the chilling aura he exuded and turned to stand before him. "I did not do it, I swear. Moreover, consider this. Why would I divulge your grandfather's affairs to others? What benefit would that hold for me?" Tang Yizhou regarded her with an impassive glare before turning to retrieve a stack of photographs from the table, displaying them one by one before her. Qian Mi observed that nearly every photograph featured her alongside another man, the very same young man who had been lurking that fateful night. "What is this?" Qian Mi snatched the photographs, her movements frantic as she flipped through them. "Who took these pictures? There is more than just photographs." His cold voice struck like a snowball. "There are recordings as well, with every word articulated with utmost clarity." "What recordings?"